Roll the intro.
Say goodbye to Remy's, please. Looking for my friends on a Saturday. Where's Fantastic Lady, Chip and Journey, Beckerman and Robbie Fat Stacks? And they're like, don't you watch MadSpidey'S Outback? Where Lemmy shows up just like that. Live chat here with YouTubers. You better sub, bring a comic cover.
Bow down, bitches. Gobble, gobble, whack, bitches.
My best mate, Lee Simon Sorrow. A Lee meme with some muscle. On here, you better watch your language, or you won't get any of his Vegemite sandwich. Freaky Sid, I come from MadSpidey'S Outback. Talking comics and some smack. Welcome all to MadSpidey'S Outback. You better sub, bring a comic cover, yeah.
Yes, it's Spidey's Outback time. It is actually New Year's Eve in Australia. I do have some people waiting in the wings, so let's let them jump on. Another fellow Aussie or an adopted Aussie, whichever way you want to look at it. It's Dave from Still Only 35 Cents. Hope you're doing well, mate.
How are you?
Well, you've been here for what, decade and a half or something like that?
Yeah,
anyway?
decade and a half. Yeah. I think I can now, don't I? I got my passport last year.
Yeah, well, as long as you got your license, you got your passport. Yeah, you're Australian. Fuck it.
Yeah, I'm good now. I'm good. I love Vegemite, so that's a plus, right?
There we go.
Who doesn't love Vegemite?
Unless you're brought up on it, it doesn't really happen much.
Yeah, I switched
I
from
do know over a US. It's Gary B, the casual comic guy. He was actually trial by fire onto Vegemite, and now he actually buys a regular jar. He actually likes it, so very surprising.
I almost bought the personalized one this year.
Oh,
Put some. The thing is, they have a word list. You can't put certain words on there. You can imagine some people would go nuts with that, but yeah, I was tempted, but then I've got 3 jars of it in the cupboard, so I can't buy any more. Yeah, I've got to burn through those first.
4th and a 5th and a 6th. Yeah, exactly. We also have the man, the myth, the legend, my best mate from the States, Mr. Rob Fat Stacks of Comics.
Not from Australia. Doesn't like Vegemite, but I love me some root beer.
And some Tim Tams.
And peanut butter. No, I gotta say with the American weird shit. Root beer and peanut butter, right? That's our thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And oversized portions.
Yeah.
Reese Buttercups still even love those.
Yeah, but there's a whole thing. I finally found one of the first Reese's items I don't like. And because they make a variety of, they have the traditional cup, and then they have like their big cups and their mini cups and their micro cups and their Easter eggs and their trees and their pumpkins and all these different things. Well, they have one that came out this holiday season. It was called Nutcrackers. And so they're shaped like little nutcrackers, but they're not like the size of like the regular peanut butter cup or an Easter egg or something. Instead, they're like really small. So there's so much chocolate and barely any peanut butter. It's not good.
No.
It's all about you have to get the right peanut butter to chocolate ratio.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. That's why the normal size is probably the better mix.
I think that so my preference is the Easter egg, the pumpkin, the tree, the mini cups, the regular cup. I don't care for the micro.
About it way too hard.
I really have. One doesn't get the physique that I have by not thinking long and hard and trying this through extensive trial and tribulations.
We need a PowerPoint slide in terms of like all your knowledge on Reese's peanut butter.
You want? Let's go.
No. Don't tempt him because he probably would.
I have that prepared. Didn't you know?
When do you not have anything prepared on a spreadsheet or on a graph or something? a pie chart.
We'll go over the different types of root beer and
Oh,
Yeah.
God. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll say hello to the chat as well. Obviously, we know Les Crucius is going to be first because he just finds the live stream, chucks a hooray or a hello from New Mexico in about 10 hours before you start or as soon as you list it. But we still love him anyway.
Well, he comes back around because if you put it
That's right.
too far early, it drops off.
Going to be doing some laundry and gaming while lurking. Thanks, Miss So. We appreciate you. Yeah, well, there he is there with a recent comment. Yes, it is lunchtime, so I'm doing my Beck's gone out. Get my obligatory takeaway for lunch on Spidey's Outback.
Yeah,
and yes, it is New Year's Eve.
Chicken or something. Yeah, you can celebrate New Year's tonight, then fly to Hawaii and do it again, right?
I actually put in the Insomniac chat, I'm like, should I try and run it for 12 hours? I'm like, I'm not going to be able to keep it up for 12 hours. I'm not CJ. I'm not going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
My camera would burn out. I've got so it would have to switch to the laptop camera rather than the camera here.
Yeah.
But the ZVE one just doesn't last. It lasts like about an hour and a half and then it dies. So you could not do a massive stream like that.
But it also depends on the amount of people coming through. Like if we don't have enough people jumping through the hoops and I'm just end up being here by myself, then yeah, that ain't going to happen either. Mr. TM Nerdy, you're a smart ass, but we love you. Samurai Ken, my God,
there you go.
Spiders himself. He still comments on all my pre-recorded videos, so I greatly appreciate it. TM saying hello to everybody. Mr. Beckerman.
Long time no see, Beckerman.
Fantastic job of co-hosting only Slabs this morning.
Plus, we were just in a separate chat, getting our fill of wrestling.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're not going to go there.
No, we were doing that in a separate chat.
Yeah. Shop for Comics. Obviously, the creator of the Shopverse. If you haven't been shopped yet, I suppose would be the way to put it. Then your time will be coming soon.
I've been shopped 3 times, and it was fabulous.
Yeah, no, I've only been done once. Just for context, Dave, it's basically what it does is you'll take your favorite character and your likeness, and you'll actually do it in like a little sort of cartoon sort of thing. They all look like the faces. Like I don't think any of the faces do not look like the person that they are. But he's done very, very well. But because obviously everybody, like Rob had been done first and a lot of other Spider-Man fans, I ended up getting stuck with the Gamerverse Spider-Man.
So it's a different one each time, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He tries not to. Yeah.
You can't have it. You can't have the same one.
Yeah, you can do. Well, there's a couple that have been Spider-Man. So like, there's one that's it's $20.99, and then this was the original one I had done that he did for me.
Yeah.
It was regular Spider-Man, and then Adam Strange.
Yeah, that's great.
So yeah, they're very, very cool. He's done like 300 or something. Like obviously, there's a few people been done, as Rob said, like 2 or 3 times. But absolutely awesome. Hack, how you going? I don't actually know his real name. He might tell me one day. See, Bizzle. Hope you're doing well, mate. Sicko. Oh my God, we're in the future. That's exactly right, Sicko. Are you going to jump on, Loowee? If I send you the link, are you going to jump on?
I say, has after making the intro, has he ever been on this?
Yes,
stream?
he has.
Oh,
yes,
he has. Okay.
He has.
Well, then, damn it, Loowee, get your ass on here. You handsome devil, you.
More the merrier.
Yeah, where are we?
You can join us in the future.
It is. Yeah, Mr. Loowee. There we go. Let's see. He might have the young'uns, so might be a bit hard.
Never stop, Mark.
We made a chat, so we wouldn't cry about. Thanks, Mark. I do actually appreciate that.
Because the funny thing about duct tape is
Doesn't work international.
No, duct tape works wonders. Silence is golden, but duct tape is silver.
We got Loowee, we got Beckham, we got Tim.
Speaking of wrestling, I found out about. I didn't know about this book, but the Thunderbolts end of run where they had superpowered wrestlers. Did you read that? Have you ever seen that? It's like ran for 6 issues by Marvel.
No.
I'm going to dig it out because, it was apparently a terrible, terrible run, but the covers on some of the later issues were pretty good.
I think everybody got their fill of the wrestling books out of How to Do a Power Bomb, because everybody like really loved that. Yeah, that read that. What's Sicko saying now? I've seen someone use duct tape on a
duct. Duct work. No, I've never actually. I know myself personally. I've never used it on any duct work. I've only ever used it on any other myriad of things, from car repairs to home repairs to we use zip ties for that. Never mind.
I was going to say a possible kidnapping.
Nope. Well, I would never admit to that on a publicly broadcasted medium. Just simply to suggest that maybe zip ties might be better.
Sandwich in a sandwich bag. You just woke up, didn't you, Sicko? He's all talking gibberish.
I don't know what the cop has anything to do with, but I mean, I've had sandwiches in a sandwich baggie. Sure.
That's what they're useful. Nope. They're all popping in now.
Uh-oh.
Mr. TM Nerdy. Oh, a quick face reveal. And
he retreats like we're afraid of Canadians or something. Like are you like Medusa or something? Or
well, it's very well known that Australians and Canadians don't get along. It's like snakes and mongooses.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we fight all the time, like Tom and Jerry.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever. But we have to make time. We have to make proper homage to the man himself. He is here, Mr. Freaky Loowee.
I'm not freaky. I'm a freak. I'm going to show you things. I'm kidding. I'd have to say in a private chat, like, it's me, mate.
Hello, friends. It's actually scary. A man comes and says, I'm going to show you things.
Yeah, baby. When you guys talk duct tape, don't they use that in NASA, like in space and stuff, for all that kind of?
They use it in NASCAR, and they use it in everything, buddy. It's like, duct tape is one of the greatest things ever created.
Yeah.
All you need is when you're 16, you get your first car. All you need is duct tape and baling wire.
That's awesome, brother.
It's a repair kit for almost anything.
Yeah, boy.
And a lockpick.
I know. Maybe a wire hanger.
Yeah.
You duct tape the wire hanger under your car so you can get in when you lock your keys.
That's it, bro. That's your keys. I had flathead iron screwdrivers or my keys before.
I had a car that was so bad. One of my early cars, it was like it had been picked up. And I bought it at an auction, right? And so they made a key that would just barely turn the. So it was like the key would actually unlock like, 1 out of every 6 Mazdas or something. but
key.
There you go. One of the little pop out wing windows had baling wire holding it shut, but it wouldn't start half the time, so you'd have to push it and pop the clutch to get it started. And that was like such a great car. No, it was not. But for $500,
yeah.
Duct tape's a miracle tool. That's right.
I love how you have your comics behind you there, my friend. Like that's is that a leaning thing? Like where you have your comics set?
This display.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this. It pops up and down, so you can take it to comic conventions as well. So it's pretty good.
What?
Oh, okay, yeah, now I can see the wires.
Yeah, concertinas.
Oh my gosh, I see what's in there now. Yowza.
Just a couple of small cables.
Yeah.
Hang on, let's see if we go that way. Yeah, there's a couple.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so when are we gonna get you on Only Slabs?
Shoot.
You might not have even been introduced to Only Slabs yet, Dave.
No, not yet.
That's Rob's premiere show. The only problem is you have to be up early on a Sunday morning for it. That's probably the only disadvantage of it. But otherwise, brilliant show.
It's every week. My Saturday, your Sunday morning. We do me and a co-host of mine, Chris the Comic Vet, we have different members of the community come on, and roughly about a 90-minute show. They bring on usually about 20 to 24 of their favorite slab comic books, and we have a conversation with them about the books, what makes them special to them, kind of talk about them, the history on some of the stories behind the books, get to know the collector through their collection, so to speak. It's a great time. We just had our 136th episode today, I think it was, or was it one? Was 126? 126, I think it was. Yeah, because that's the end.
Been a lot of episodes.
Yeah, but
where would I find it?
Hang on, let's go
on YouTube. YouTube / @robs.fatstacks.
Okay, cool.
But we're always looking for folks to come on. Only problem is it's like I said, it's 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, my time. So that's 19. Well, we established what was 19 hours behind you.
Yeah, so at the moment when it's daylight saving for both sides of the world, it's 6:30 in the morning start. The worst time is when there's no daylight savings in either side of the world, then it's 4:30 in the morning. That's the horrible one. But I still happen to get up and still watch.
It might be easier to find under award-winning show.
Yeah, that's true.
I found it.
Okay, I put Rob's link in the chat just in case you had.
No, we'd love to have you on.
Cool.
In other words, Rob just goes, I see some big books. I want to see more.
I always like to see more.
But it's not necessarily like, as Rob said before, because sometimes people think it's a competition. It's about the personal journey, the story behind it. You can show all, $2 books that have just been released in the last, 6 months. But if there's stories behind it, that's the whole part of the show.
Yeah. Oh, there's definitely stories behind these.
Yep. Well, usually
none of them have been purchased from a unreputable source, shall we say.
I love it.
Well, we've done some weird stuff, right, Spidey? All right, Spidey, do some research for me. Let me wire you some money. Send that thing over here.
I've got my heat blower now, ready and waiting.
Oh god!
Talking about duct, you think duct tape will cut it?
Yeah, why not? At this point, who cares? It's always a competition.
It's not a competition, CJ.
Especially last week's episode. That was not a competition.
Oh god!
Because I won.
But Rob has had some people on the show, Dave, that have shown like an Action 1 and a Tech 27, and
we had Action 1 and Tech 27 finally on the same episode.
Yeah.
Now, granted, they were both like 0.3s, CBCS 0.3s, incomplete. With like a facsimile cover or something on it or whatnot. But I can't say that I own either one of those. So I, when they say low grade's better than no grade, it legitimately is when it comes to certain things. But we've had, and that's the only Deck 27 we've ever had on the show. At this point, we've had Action Comics a couple times.
Didn't Nerdy Girl bring a Tech 27?
Yeah. No, she brought Action Comics.
She brought. I remember she had an Action 1, but I couldn't remember whether she brought.
But she also brought in the 9.6 graded Startling Comics 49, which
is your Grail of Grail
my
book.
Grail book, right? Yeah, it just blew my mind. But
you don't happen to have one of them, do you, Dave?
Slab shaming.
You're not a Golden Age collector, or?
I've got a couple, but nothing big. Yeah. I'm sort of too nervous to dip my toes in that water. I'm sort of like,
whoa, buddy.
It's like it's fire at the moment, right?
It can be. I have some Golden Age books. I don't have as many as people seem to think I have, but the majority of the ones I have are ones that are fairly inexpensive to get because I wanted to have a representation of some of the basic characters. So I was like, let me get a Dick Tracy, let me get a Green Hornet, let me get a Shadow, the Shadow, let me get some of these characters, whatnot. And there's a lot of those characters, even Blue Beetle and whatnot, where you can get some of those books for very reasonable.
I think I got you a blue beetle, didn't I?
That was a Silver Age one. That was actually
that's right.
It was Blue Beetle was on the cover, but it was actually Space Adventures, where Blue Beetle's on the cover of that one.
Yeah.
That's the second Blue Beetle as opposed to the first Blue Beetle.
It's a good call, Wilbur.
What did he say?
I'm getting a restraining order
against
me.
But you can also get the problem with it is once you get interested in some of it, you can really find yourself in a rabbit hole of where it get carried away real fast. And that's been my problem with my love of the Atomic Age sci-fi stuff. It's just like some of the really great covers that you go, oh, that cover's so great. And all of a sudden it's like, yeah, it's great. And everybody else thinks it is too. And that's why now it's, $1,000 for a 2.0 or something. You're like, God damn it.
Those don't look so nice though, and so clean for their age in the cover.
Yeah, a lot of times they'll be low grade because of spine splits or pop staples or staple rusts and other things but the covers, the paper and the ink that they used for the most part was just a better quality paper and such, and they just lasted, and they last better, and so that's where you'll get those low grades, and they'll still just you look at the cover art and you go, God, how is that so low? And it's like, well, spine split. That really quickly limits. Doesn't matter how great the book is. You have a 1.5 inch spine split. That book's all of a sudden has a 2.0, 2.5 max.
Oh, you might be going to get shopped. Just curious,
brother.
what a couple of your favorite characters, heroes or villains?
It would be Captain Britain.
Nice.
But the Alan Davis version, not the original one where it would be Captain Britain. Another one, let me think. Moon Knight, obviously. Moon Knight's a big one for me as well.
Yeah, I think Moon Knight's been used a couple of times. I don't think Captain Britain has been used from what I can remember.
I'd be surprised if it was. It's Mr. Obscure.
He did a Henry Cavill as that character. And I think that's what you remember MadSpidey.
I'd love to see that if that actually happened.
Right? Yes. Now we're in for it.
You're not in for anything. I just came by to say hello and explain to people, that so they could understand truly what the essence of, owning Slabs is.
Look at me.
Exactly. It's all about the look at me. You're not going to compete on some levels with some of the. You're not going to do the detective. Some people can. Hey, there's people out there that might have.
Next week, Sabat and Ken, when he comes on. Last time he came on, he's got multiple vaults that he had to go get his books. I can't wait to see what he brings us. He is a super high grade ASM collector, where he's trying to get the #1 spot on the census. Type things where he's got everything he's pulling out was like 9.0 plus early sub 100 ASM books and stuff, and it was like,
is he going after that? Isn't there like a 9.8 amazing one on Heritage right now?
Yeah, curator
pedigree. Yeah. I don't know what he's going after, but it'll be fun to have him. It's fun to have him back on again.
I remember him
the
time.
Look at me is not only about the actual books itself; it's about how you show them off, how you talk about them. Like Rob will not say this because he's a kind human being, but there's been individuals where I'd rather watch paint dry than show me have their freaking books. And they have wonderful books. That's the thing. They have great stuff, but they're boring as hell. So
No
my
story.
goal when I make my first appearance on Slab Hub is to show
Only
off.
Slab.
For me, it'll be forever Slab Hub. Anyway,
Just so we're clear, Slab Hub was the name of the show originally when we started, but we had to change it not because of Pornhub. Actually, surprisingly, it was actually because there was a company in Texas named Slab Hub that does comic book pressing, and they gave us grief and whatnot, and I ended up having to change the name to only Slabs. And so we took from that because they were using the tagline 2 guys 1 press. We took the tagline 2 guys 1 show and added it onto the only Slabs as a little bit of a but
yeah,
just only Slabs works better. Anywho, man, what is this bottom row? You guys all afraid of showing yourselves? Video is a fickle medium. It's like a work meeting.
It is like a work meeting.
What are you doing behind there? Are you engaged? Nope, I'm actually making breakfast for the kids. And there's always a gang of bangers on Only Slabs. If nothing else, we have the main banger right at the beginning of the show as he twerks for 30 seconds.
There he is. Look at that pretty.
That's
face.
the guy I want to see. Forget TM and everybody else. It's all about Loowee.
I'm real, man. They're AI.
Yeah, I'm not real.
It would make sense.
sorry about that, guys. I had to go pick up my DoorDash. Hopefully, they didn't fuck up my order again.
Oh man.
But
that's
what I'm saying
on the card.
That's why he's trying to protect us.
When I actually do my first
Only Slabs.
look at me on Only Slabs, Only Slab, not Slab Hub, Only Slabs, but it's Slab Hub. I will make a point of trying to show off at least 80% of the books that I show to not have been seen on Slab Hub yet. That's my goal.
Oh wow! Good luck with that one. Either that, or you're going to show a lot of weird books.
Well, I didn't say they're going to be normal.
CJ does love obscure titles and obscure.
It's going to be like another Remy episode. Got it.
I never said they're going to be normal books.
Got it. Well, they can't all be Kool-Aid Man.
I promise I won't bring any porno comics. All right, I promise I won't do that.
I do believe you will be officially the first person that's going to come on that we've allowed that's a no-face content creator.
Don't worry about it. I'll bring Kool-Aid with me. He's got a face.
Oh boy, yeah.
But don't forget to send me the photo. I need to make the thumbnail.
I'm gonna send something. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to do it. With what your parameters were.
Just take it. Honestly, just take a picture, hold a book off to the side with that like that, and then send it to me along with the image of the blue face, and I'll take care of the rest.
Yeah, that's how I gotta find the blue face. That's the problem.
Yeah, just manufacture.
Well, you have it as an icon. I can screen grab that.
Don't worry. I'll take care of it. I'll do it tomorrow.
All right,
I'll send it over to you.
You know what else I have to do, MadSpidey? I have to refill the giveaway box. Holy cow! Today.
Yes, you do. That is. You did mention that this morning as well.
So every week during the show, we do 2 giveaways where we usually give away like 6 comics. But there's things in there for you to grab additional comics, including because I actually have right now multiple short boxes of comics stacked up to be given away. I've put in a few fat stacks where you get plus 10 draws. And today we had one of the guys who actually won from last week. He got his 6 books. He got a plus 10, and then he also got a plus 6 pull from that. So we ended up pulling quite a few books for him. And then on top of that, it turns out that one of the other, Dina, when she won, she's actually married to him.
Oh,
so it's all going. So at least I got away with getting to ship all that just to one location in a single flat rate box, which will almost make up for shipping to Australia. But I did pull a stack of books to replenish the giveaway pile.
Crikey.
Well, I've only got. I bought one along because I saw the giveaway last week, and when I ducked off the stream, so I brought something to give away, which is one of those.
Oh, look at that! Make it big, Spidey.
That.
Hang on, let's get it in shot. There you go.
Wow.
Yeah, boy.
So it's 3 books.
Goodness.
But yeah, someone can grab that later, and you let me know who I need to send it to.
Wow.
All right, Spidey. Should we go through what's going to go back into the giveaway box, the replenishment pile?
You have the main stage, my friend.
All right. So how about we'll start off with some 20-cent Wonder Woman.
Oh, I like that.
We'll throw that in the pile.
Red.
How about first Exodus?
Oh, there's the old hologram covers.
Yeah,
boy.
that's beautiful.
Hey, Kenny Bird.
Australia only.
Some
Please.
Oh, come
Marvel
on.
Premiere Man Wolf.
There you go.
Come on. I love those old Marvel Premiere books.
Yeah, boy.
Some Marvel Team Up.
Ow.
Isn't there somebody trying to go for a team up run?
Yeah,
Jim?
I think so.
Yeah.
How about a signed Batgirl?
Hey.
Koi Turnbow. Koi Turnbow.
Yeah, I was trying to work out who the signature was.
Jabba's Palace.
I love that book.
This is a lenticular,
Oh, Spider-Gwen.
and it's signed by Connie Randolph.
Hey. Connie.
Some Kick-Ass 3 signed by Dean White.
Look at that.
Yes.
We'll throw another one of those in because we pulled one of those out today with a bonus pull on the back.
Supergirl.
Flash.
Excellent. Gold boot.
We'll throw in some
Yeah, baby.
Web of Spider-Man Hollow.
Yeah.
I remember buying
Yeah.
them off the shelf. I bought them off the shelf when they came out.
I love it, dude.
So we're throwing in some hollows.
Is the Amazing coming up as well?
No.
Oh, yeah, I love that. I love that cover.
Yeah.
Hollow foil. How about a first Hulk 2099?
Yeah, brother.
That's cool.
Well, you can't have a Rob box without a 29.
Oh,
Yeah.
Polybags Executioner's song.
Yep.
With the
We'll
good
throw in a replacement Fat Stacks.
Boom.
Oh, God.
We know we got to replace the X-Force that pulled out of there. So we'll throw in a
You're still going through them.
There's a Deadpool card in there.
Does it have that
Probably.
Shatterstar card in there?
I don't know which card's in it. There's another
Yeah.
lenticular. So
Lenticular
Captain Marvel. This one is signed by Margaret Stoll.
It would be funny, Tate. It would be, but nobody would enter then. I'd have like 5 entries.
Signed by Greg Land.
Oh, cool. Nice. Nice cover.
How about some checkerboard Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen?
Yeah,
I love their checkerboard stuff back then.
Yeah,
The Weirdo Wedding of Jimmy Olsen. Special 100th anniversary issue.
Freaking weirdo.
I love this Scarecrow, Batman,
dude.
Detective Comics.
Wow.
The art on these Detective Comics, I just love them.
Cool.
Beautiful.
Oh, awesome, Marcus.
So here you go. How about some Superboy Legion of Superheroes? We'll throw that in the box.
Nice.
The Super Merman.
Oh, God.
Hey, Rob. How's the condition on that Legion of Superhero and Superboy? Just out of curiosity. I'm asking
these
for
are-
a specific reason.
They're like this one here is probably like a 4 or
And the
5,
rest, mate.
and this one here is probably a 5.55.
Okay.
They're-
The reason I'm asking because I come across a shit ton of those kind of books all the time, and I could never find one that's in high grade. They're like non-existent.
They've been read, that's for sure. But you know what? I'm giving them away. People will have fun with them. Here's a reprint.
Oh,
So
great
they,
books. 20-cent books.
Yeah.
If they complain about free free books and they can piss off.
There you go. There's a minor key.
Yeah,
That
boy.
only happens to me where people complain about that stuff.
Awesome.
This one's one that Louie's gonna freak out over. Boom.
Oh
Flash
shit!
TV special.
That is
Damn. Damn, that's awesome.
John Wesley Chip.
That's my Flash right there, baby. Oh my goodness.
Mr. Miracle #1.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
We'll throw in a blank cover there for Alpha Betas.
I like this blend covers.
Buffy the
Oh.
Vampire Slayer.
Some Buffy goodness.
Oh no.
Anybody like Daredevil?
Oh baby.
Buff.
I like Daredevil.
Frank Miller.
Nice.
That's Frank Miller one.
Yeah,
How-
boy.
Howling Commandos of S.H.I.E.L.D.
What the hell is that thing supposed to be?
That's like Goomba or something, or whatever, Moomba or Goomba.
And Dark Crisis Big Bang #1. So yeah,
Very cool.
that's what we'll throw in the giveaway box.
Very cool.
Matter of fact, I better pull it out now and start putting them in the box.
Watch your back.
Just in case anybody was like worried,
Oh,
DoorDash did not completely fuck up my order.
oh phenomenal.
Wow, good.
No, don't worry.
The
Don't
keyword
worry.
there was
TJ, I wasn't worried at all.
They somewhat fucked it up, but not. But at least it's put in the trays correctly. It looks edible. And it's
oh,
warm.
this is in there.
Oh, what the
Nice.
hell?
Look at
I
that,
know.
dude.
Oh.
Sir, it's good to see you, my man.
Oh, that's a good one.
Welcome, mate.
First Maverick.
What else is in here? That's not a big deal. That's a Spawn book. Who cares? Batman.
The missus would.
There's a nice remarked
Twig.
twig book. Yeah, remarked. Oh, there's a World War Hulk. Oh, first Doomsday in here.
Hey.
Oh, nice.
An early Spawn. Spawn 8.
Oh boy, that's an ASM.
And that's in the giveaway box. Like you got a first Doomsday.
Yeah. These are all
Yeah, boy.
That's fantastic.
First appearance of Jinx.
Nice.
And that's why you'll have when Chris is, obviously doing the show and I'm in the chat, we both say, what the hell is that doing in there?
More hollow foil.
Yes.
Oh, here you go. That's some nice old Justice League.
Nice. Oh, dude.
What else is in here?
Good
Oh,
condition.
yeah, that shit.
Oh boy, that's Rouse.
Nice.
Here's the big banger of the box.
Yeah, boy, it's coming back.
I just got a 9.2 of that.
Nice.
Yeah.
bro.
More Gunslinger Spawn. Let's see some. Oh, here's a Bronze Age Spider-Man.
Oh, come on. Get that out of the box.
Wait, did you actually send it out to get graded?
Ren and-
to Turok?
Ren and Stimpy.
Oh,
No,
bro.
I got it in my CBC Awards
Oh,
box.
thank God.
There's another Twig #1 signed by Scotty Young. What else is in here? More Scorched. We've seen that one a few times. Fantastic Four. Oh, anyone like a Scotty Young Youngblood?
Oh, cool. That's cool.
That was
Better
Facsimile.
than the Whitebird one.
All-Star Batman. Okay. Oh, there's some more Daredevil.
Yeah, boy, another Frankie Miller.
What else we got in here? Oh, how about bam, Age of Apocalypse? What?
Dang, dude. Factor X.
They had a little edge to them.
X.
Let's see. Oh, this is probably my favorite in this entire box. Boom. Star Wars #1.
Oh, you giving that away, man.
Propaganda style art.
Dang, bro. You love those.
I know. Those are awesome. Let's see. Here's another Alex Ross
Yeah,
Justice
boy.
Society book.
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
They're all amazing, dude. This Rouse.
Yep.
Some Deep Space Nine signed with the Robbie Fat Stack seal of authenticity.
Awesome.
No, I haven't heard your take on this yet. I don't know if you've watched it yet, but I know you're a huge Star Wars guy. What did you think of Rebel Moon?
It was okay. I mean, I could definitely see where it would be fit into that world, timelines of how it was adapted or whatnot. But, I'm anxious. I'm interested to see the rest of it and see how that goes. But it wasn't my I didn't think it was like amazing. But yeah, you see that Micronauts 1? What?
Yeah, boy. It's awesome.
Let's see what else
Is
is
that
in
the
here.
real one or facsimile?
That's a Whitman.
Yep.
Oh, even
There's
better.
Doom Patrol.
Yeah, that's a wraparound too, baby.
Yeah, this is one of my. I love this cover.
Yes,
I've given this away a few
dude.
times.
That's
I
George
got
Perez
that.
cover, isn't it?
Oh,
It's Jerry Ordway, isn't it?
Jerry Ordway. Yeah.
Oh,
There's
it's
been
Ordway?
there's been some statues made of that cover.
Yeah.
Didn't they reprint that on the new? There was the one where they had 700 variants of it, and that
Oh,
was
come
one
on.
of them.
Take that out of the box.
yeah, bro.
First Citizen Steel.
There you go.
Let's see what else in here.
Legend.
Oh, this is another one of those lenticular.
Yeah, bro. Deadpool.
So-
Oh, man.
This one's double signed.
Nice.
They never worked very well. Those ones. The Marvel ones were terrible, but the DC villains ones were really good. But the Marvel,
Yeah.
ones,
There's a
You
different
can see the
X-Men number
DC
one.
ones. Oh, nice, bro.
yeah.
Yeah, the Marvel ones, you couldn't see anything. You couldn't tell.
The
For a rate of choice.
That's the convention. One of the convention exclusives.
Yes, baby.
Another Invaders book.
Oh, come on.
Still only
Just get
35
one.
cents on there.
Oh, here you go. This was a convention exclusive, using the Transformers toys to make the cover.
Oh, that's so cool.
Now I know why you keep watching it, Simon.
Yeah, I'm trying to win all the bloody old books that he's just given away. In there.
But yeah, you come in and
Double
win all the
signed.
DC books today.
This one's signed by Rom V and Alex Sinclair.
Very cool.
So when you need to come and check out the boxes I've got here, there might be something you can just pull out,
Yeah,
especially those invaders.
yeah, I'm slowly trying to get an Invaders run going. I have a few.
Give him 50
but-
now.
Ooh.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, I want that one.
Invaders not a bad run to get.
Oh,
Awesome.
nice.
Oh, very cool.
I
That's
only
actually
have like
not a bad run to
3
get.
issues of Invaders I need left to finish my run.
People are asking you how much is your short box.
This is all just giveaway books.
dude, yes.
When the-
yeah.
Rob, which issues are the ones you're missing?
Oh, look at that. Oh,
Oh, baby.
Mary
the
Marvel,
first-
baby.
Yeah, that's the first appearance of her, right? The black.
I'd have to look them up. They're towards the end of the run. Let's see what else in here real quick. Almost done. There's another All-Star Squadron.
Do you care about condition?
I do somewhat. There's New
If you
Warriors.
got them for free, do you care if you got the about the condition?
I'd still be looking for them because I'm looking for
Alright.
upper. Here's another Invaders book.
Oh, come on.
These are in here because I bought the ones that are in here. I already have like these are triplicates because I bought like oh, here's the last book I'll show that's in here.
I love
yes,
Fuck's
bro. Yeah.
What is that doing in there?
that. Perfect.
Waiting for someone to pull it and go, what the
Simon, you got to come to Heroes Con, bro.
Oh,
Yeah,
look what came back this week.
You can take me off now.
Look what came back this week.
Oh,
Rob, I got a
nice.
shit ton of
Oh,
those.
yeah,
back
yeah.
issues.
Awesome, buddy. Awesome.
I got a shit ton of those
960,
issues, but
yeah, boy. Wow.
Super happy with that.
that's
I
very
will.
1.6.
but they're beat to hell.
Gosh,
The others didn't come back as good, and you can still see the spine tick. So it is a 9.6, but yeah,
Gosh.
I'm happy with it.
I got what is it the issues? Is it issue 7 where we get the first cover appearance of the second one?
Oh,
And-
Union Jack. Yeah,
Yeah.
7 or 8, I think it is. 8, the white cover.
Yeah, I got that one in a pence variant. I was very happy
Yeah.
to pull that one off. Yeah,
I haven't that pence variant of that. I'd love to have a high grade of that. I've got a 9.8 of that one. Good. Talking of pence variants, this was also in the lot.
yeah. There you go.
Yeah,
That's a
no-
great book.
Not a great
first,
grade,
uh,
but, you know,
first
still.
Baron
Not,
Blood.
hey, 9.0 is not bad for it's a
Yeah,
bronze eight book.
boy.
I mean, it's not worth a ton, but it's still
No.
who cares? It's not about worth always.
No, exactly. And the fact that it's UK variant, that
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about that book, Rob.
Woo.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Yeah,
that's
Yeah, number 8. Yeah.
yeah. I have both. I got That's one of those books that I ended up getting in both.
It's not a big run, is it?
It's 42 issues, I think.
Let me have a look.
Plus the annual.
Plus the annual, yeah. And
I
the
think I have the annual.
Well, there's the annual, and then there's also a king size, or a giant size. I mean,
right size, which is actually their first title, and then it switched to Invaders.
It's actually the last Schomburg as well.
Yeah,
the annual is.
Yeah, the annual is Schomburg. I think is that his last cover.
It's his last comic. Yeah, he had quit doing comics, and they convinced him to come back to do that issue, and that was it.
Yeah.
As far as
41 books in the regular
41. Okay, yeah.
series.
Nobody has been able to. Everyone I've talked to that's big into Schomburg, they've all come to the same agreement as I have on that, and nobody's been able to say otherwise. So,
yeah, that cover's great.
Wait, what's the argument on that cover?
It's not an argument. It's just trying to confirm that it's his last.
It's his last ever cover.
Yeah, his last ever comic cover.
If there is something, it's only a reprint. That was done after that.
Yeah, a bit like what they're doing with Michael Turner. They just keep bringing out all these new covers with Michael Turner art on it. It's like he's been gone for 2 decades.
Well, it's very similar to Frazetta. You know, how many covers have they been rehashing with Frazetta and works that he has in the archives? He hasn't made anything specifically. Well, he's been dead, but even before that, he didn't make anything for a long time.
Yep.
What's going on, Sean?
Nothing much. Just been opening packets of the Kirby cards. Finally finished the set.
Still going with them.
Yeah.
Did you get that X-Men one yet?
No, not yet. Still working on it.
Yeah, boy, come on.
So have you been able to make a full set yet?
Yeah, just finished the set literally as you guys were, as Rob was going through the books. Got the 90 card set.
Oh, beautiful.
Justin's gonna give you a hard time about it.
I haven't actually heard from him, so we'll see what happens after today, and maybe I'll get in contact with him next week.
I saw it's funny how we were talking about it, and then all of a sudden on IG, I start seeing people selling an X-Men 1, and I saw a 1.0 for I think 3.7 or 3.8 or something like that. So I'm like, if you can get Justin down to his,
I'm cringing how far down it dropped.
Bloody noisy birds.
Yeah, that is. I thought somebody was going crazy in the bedroom next door.
Crikey.
But 4,500, 4,000, whatever he's asking for it.
Yeah, he wants 4,500, but try to get him down a bit lower.
She ducked her head on.
It's a fair rate as far as where he's at. It's not bad.
My Computron is gonna die, you guys. So it was really awesome hanging out.
Where you going,
Louie? Besties, hopefully a happy new year for all you.
He got invited to a more interesting party, so he's leaving.
Last day, and you're early too.
Yeah, I should. I'm surprised I lasted this long.
You got a hot date? Tell us about it.
No, hell no. I got a hot date myself, baby. I date myself. I get myself comic books. I'm the best boyfriend to myself.
If you got a hot date, you're not telling us. You're keeping it to yourself. That's exactly what's happening right now.
Hell yeah, bro. I'm selfish.
She ready?
Yeah, man. It was really great seeing you guys, especially you, Sean. I got all my mates here. Very nice meeting you, my friend. Very cool giveaway what you got there too. And of course, Rob, you never let me down, my ASM brother. And my ASM brother from down under, I love you, mate. CJ, always a pleasure, good sir. And
Happy New Year, man.
I love you. I saw what you put in there, Rob.
That's a facsimile, of course. But.
That's so cool. Oh yeah, you guys hopefully have a happy new year for everybody. I have high hopes. I like even years. I used to like
high hopes.
Yeah, boy. Hopes.
Rob's gonna get hit up for pitcher next.
Yeah, man. You never know. Anything can be possible, baby.
That's right. I could draw.
Yeah, bro. Come on. I got your Spider-Man. I got a real Rob Spider-Man.
That's a very limited edition because there's not a
Yeah,
lot
bro,
of
it's better than life.
there's not a lot of me doing drawing.
Well, yes, hopefully happy New Year for all you guys. I love you, goons. You know how we do in the house of Lou, baby boo. Enough said. You beat me
Smoke
to it.
bomb. Smoke bomb.
Oh.
All right. Giveaway boxes restacked. Woo.
That's Spidey. Has anybody been watching What If season 2?
Yeah, I'm disappointed.
yeah.
I've only seen the first, I'd like to say 3 episodes, maybe 4.
Yeah,
I'm
as it
enjoying
goes,
it so far, but
it
apparently it gets better.
It actually gets more and more disappointing.
I got to
No,
see.
it doesn't.
I was like, yeah, I got to the Indian superhero episode, and then I haven't seen since.
I'm not thrilled because it doesn't feel like I'm watching What If.
No.
I want weird twists. I want like variations of real stories. It sounds like they're making it just feels like a completely different narrative, and they're all connected. What if it's not supposed to be connected? Every story is supposed to be individual.
Well, that's
Every
the thing.
story is individual.
Yeah, but yes, it is, but it isn't. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't want to spoil anything for anybody.
Well, I mean, the thing, if it's anything like the first season, you can see it's leading up to bringing them all together from the different multiverses.
First season was so much better.
Yeah.
You're the only person I've ever heard say that. Everybody else is saying that What If season 2 is the better one.
All right, disagree.
Because a lot of people aren't watching season 2 because of season 1.
Hey, Pops.
I haven't
This
even
guy.
finished season
I
1.
enjoyed season 1.
Season 1 got.
I did too, but sorry, what was that?
I said season 1 got to the zombies and I quit.
Well,
Oh, really?
you don't like the zombies? I
Not
know
a
you
fan
have a
of-
thing against
I don't-
zombies.
I don't-
know.
I don't like them, so I just said that was it. All right, done.
I like
That's
zombies.
The funny part of Marvel
That's
Universe.
actually one of my favorite episodes.
I hear that from several people, but for whatever reason, it was just, meh. I guess I'm just kind of burnt out from all the Walking Dead crap.
That's
That's
fair.
the thing. I'm a big Walking Dead fan too. So
So, what are we going to say, Dave?
I was going to say, CJ, do you, in terms of the Walking Dead, are you watching the new stuff that's coming out now? Like, it feels
I'm
like they're
trying
going
to.
back to
I
life.
haven't caught up on everything yet. Because life, I have things to do, but I'd like to catch up as much as I can. I've caught the first few episodes of the ones with Maggie and Negan in the city in Manhattan, which I like that whole narrative a lot. I haven't watched any of Dixon yet.
I saw a couple of episodes of Dixon, and that's really interesting because you're seeing a completely different country.
And I haven't really gone out of my way to watch Dixon yet because he was never my favorite character in that show.
Yeah. It just petered off for me. I think what was the one where Negan was introduced, and they just squandered that whole piece, and then I switched off for a few months or years even.
I did too, but the whispers really brought me back. I thought that was really well done in the show.
It was bonkers. Like they picked the right actors. The person that played Alpha, she was freaking nuts. The guy that played Beta was nuts as well. It was.
Oh, it was good seeing him come back because, like, he played Obi in Sons of Anarchy.
I really have to say that the love him or hate him, I'm not a huge fan of Robert Kirkman, but for some reason, everything he touches and goes to actual production turns to gold for some reason. We'll see if that trend continues.
Didn't Outcast get a TV show that didn't last long? And
It wasn't a bad show. It wasn't bad.
I didn't watch it. I just know it lasted one maybe 2 seasons.
I don't remember, but it wasn't bad. Invincible, great.
Yep.
I have nothing bad to say about that. Walking Dead, yeah, you had a couple of seasons that were a little low, but overall, I think it was a success.
Well, yeah, considering it had how many spin-offs?
and I wasn't a fan of Fear of the Walking Dead, but
they couldn't. Yeah, Fear of the Walking Dead they had this core cast and they just decimated them so far too quickly in my mind.
So much that they had to bring somebody from The Walking Dead into the show.
Yeah, that was like crazy. It's like, oh, this person's dead, but three seasons later, no, not really.
I've never ever watched an episode, not even one episode of The Walking Dead.
Oh,
I'm not massively a zombie guy.
Nor was I. And then I have to say that first season. I mean, again, if you just watch the first 2 seasons, if you can, and by the end of that second season, I guarantee you'll be like, I got to watch everything else now. Because
I like watching series with apocalyptic type of scenarios where you have survivors trying to survive something fucked up happening, and that's basically what Walking Dead is.
Yeah, because
I got to show up for you to watch.
It gets more to the story of the people's interactions than the zombies themselves.
Yeah, the people are more fucked up than the zombies are. The zombies are supposed to be the monster, but the real monster are the human beings.
Yeah. What is the line that Rick uses? We are the Walking Dead.
People are bad. They're not good at all. We're a really bad species.
Would anybody? Where are you, Cody? You America, Australia, Canada? Where are you based? That would probably depend
it
on.
Also depends, right? Like what books do you have to? I mean, you can get cheap slabs, but it's just again, you got to find the books that you love.
CJ, there's a show called The 100 that's a bit like that. Have you seen
Can you
it?
make Cody big for a second?
Oh, The 100 was good.
I want to see his face.
There is no Cody. He's in the chat, CJ.
Oh no, I'm who am I? Who's still on 35? What is his name?
That's Dave.
Dave, can you make your face big for a second?
Well, you want to have a look at the
yeah, I want to look at his face. Were you in New York Comic Con?
A couple of years back, not this year.
Oh, not this year. All right.
Yeah.
I could have sworn you looked familiar.
I've been to New York Comic Con a few times.
Really, really familiar. There was an Australian guy that looked very much like you that I was witnessing, and I went and did a lot of stuff with.
Do you go to other cons outside of just New York?
I have. I don't plan ahead, but
do you facilitate over there? Have you done like witnesses for over there for other cons?
I've done in Baltimore.
Yeah, that would have been it. Did you do Baltimore this year?
Yeah, I went to Baltimore.
That was me.
Wait, didn't you get like a really awesome piece?
Yes. I'll show you
an art piece. Who was it by? By Scott Hanna, right?
Jim Chung.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, there goes. Yeah,
that one.
Yeah, that was you. I knew it was
That's you. There you go. We do know each other.
Look at you.
It's a small world.
Look at that piece. That is a seriously awesome piece.
You poor bastard, Dave, having to meet CJ in the flesh.
What are you talking about?
No, he helped me. He was like, great. We were like,
I helped him cut lines. He did good.
Yeah,
CJ, I got a show for you to check out. And it's on Apple. It's on Apple TV, and I think you'd like it. It's called Silo.
I don't watch Apple TV.
Well, get a free month or however whatever they do, and watch Silo.
I'm not gonna do what you tell me. You don't tell me what to do.
You know what? Fuck you. Do what I say, or else I'll give you the backhand.
Fuck you and your Apple TV. I'm not gonna go get Apple TV.
Get it? You would for one, Ted Lasso. For another, Severance. For another, you got Shrinking, and another you got Silo. And I hear the Foundation's really good, but Silo's been fantastic.
I'm not a supporter of freaking Apple.
I'm not either. Like I don't have any Apple products whatsoever, but their television shows have been freaking on par.
I would be interested in Monarchs or whatever it's called, Godzilla, Monsters, whatever.
Yeah.
That's about it. I don't care about everything else.
Also, it has Tetris on there. That was such a great movie too.
I don't give a shit about your Tetris. You've told me a million times about that movie.
I know, because like I want you to go watch it.
I played Tetris as a kid. That's all I need to know. And the Russians made it. I don't care.
Is that the one with the Kingsman kid?
Yes.
What's his name? Taron Egerton or something?
Karen Egerton.
Yeah.
Dave, really small world.
Yeah. Hey, I was going to ask you. I remember you had those little small cards. Have you got them to hand? Those sketch cards?
I got a ton of them.
He does a lot of them.
Oh, honestly, I loved that. It just gave me such a good. I need to grab some of those just to do the same stuff because that was so cool.
I was able to get a ton of them from Baltimore, and then I got more out of New York. Really, really happy with what I was able to collect from there.
Yeah, I'm going to try and do New York Comic Con next year. Try and get out there.
Honestly, if you're going for the artists, the writers, the celebrities, fine. If you're going just strictly to buy comics and stuff, New York's not a place to go now. No, not anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be for me. I mean, Heroes is best for the comics, I think, but then also the creators. And then I'm going to do a lot of sketch covers like that, hopefully. And then
Baltimore's still a good blend, and they still charge a little less than New York, believe it or not.
Yeah,
New York's expensive. New York, Steranko was charging $60 a signature.
He's that price anyway. He was that price at Heroes, I'm pretty sure.
It was $50.
Oh, it's at 50. So you just have the New York tax.
Yeah, but you know what? You add $10 on everybody's signature, it starts adding up.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of the big names do that. Even some of the smaller names, they'll jack up their signature and commission prices and that for like New York and San Diego.
See, I don't mind that. The problem I have is when they turn around and they upcharge it if you're going to get a witness. That I got a problem with. You're not changing your signature in any way. Why are you charging more? Just because he wants to get a witness in Slab? That's his prerogative.
A few of them do that, right? Like remember, in fact, at Baltimore, right, they were allowed doing that, where it was like, as soon as you turned up with a witness, you're done for. Like it's another
most of them,
20, 30 bucks.
They want to charge you extra because it's being witnessed. Well, you know what? You're charging me extra. How do I know it's going to be worth anything more? Because you're signing it. In a lot of cases, it's not. You know, like what? How much more is it worth? Like Claremont signature is a dime a dozen. Everybody and their mother has a Claremont signature. It's not really worth much more, you know?
Have you seen the CGC submission? I looked at that, to the signing they're doing. I was going to put some books in, and then they've got all these horrible like remarks that they're doing on the books, and it's like, ugh, oh, no.
Oh, there was some bad ones, yeah. So there was actually a couple that they did the remarks so horribly, and then they got smudged. Because the people, I kept telling the people, do not put it in the bag right away. Let it air out, dry it out first. Even when it's signed with acrylic, I tell everybody to do that. No, they rush, they put it in the bag, it gets smudged. You just paid $50 for nothing to destroy your book.
I remember you telling that story of like, you know, somebody saying, no, wait, don't put it in. And then they just shoved it in and just went smush everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, that was with the Stephen Platt signature remark.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, I literally tell the guy, wait like 5 minutes. I'll wait with you. I'm not rushing. I'll wait with you. We'll go walk it over together. And the guy literally, it's like I told him, not only don't wait, put it in now, right away, right now. And he puts it, he smudges the hell out of it. The guy's handler, Stephen Platt's handler, started laughing at him. I'm like, stop laughing. That's not like, it's not funny. Like, you know, he's like, didn't he just tell you don't put it in the bag? And he started taunting him on top of it. I was like, come on, dude. I feel bad, but
was it just one book, or did he do a number of them?
He did. The one was with the big remark, and Stephen Platt is not cheap when it came to remark. I think it was charging $125 for a remark.
I've always wanted one of his originals, like getting original commission from him, but he is notorious for being very hard to get, and two, he's extremely he's like my 7 year story type sort of shit, CJ. You got to get him at a con, and he's got to finish it at the con if you want to get one.
I finally got my art piece from that one jackass over in
from June or whatever.
June, yeah.
Did you
But
get
he
more
did
than
a
what you
bang up
paid for?
job. He did a
Get more?
killer job.
So you got more than what you paid for.
Oh, absolutely. Doesn't change the fact that he's a poor businessman.
I saw your unboxing this week as well, right, CJ? In terms of that, those books that got.
They actually did the right thing by me, CGC. Yep, they're kind of the right thing. They said they credited me back the money for the grading of it.
Yep.
But they're not gonna give me credit to get it pressed and clean. So it's you know what? I should have got it pressed and clean.
Remy Q in the building.
So I guess it's a catch-22. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna send it back, let them press and clean it, and reholder it.
Yeah.
And hopefully it fixes the situation because that little dent just sits in my stomach right now.
Is it in the bottom right?
Do you even YouTube, bro?
What?
The question was, do you even YouTube, bro?
Sorry.
It's the best question in the world.
What's going on, Remy?
I didn't mean to kill the conversation, y'all. I apologize.
Oh, I'm good.
Hello, Remy.
Never a conversation killer.
Remy,
What's up?
how are the cattle?
They're doing fantastic.
Did you get any more statues and bags?
I have plenty. I have plenty to open.
Thanks,
Stay tuned.
Timu.
I'm still shocked that they come in bags.
Yeah.
That's China shipping for you.
What you have to admit, this because what you expected when you got that package, they obviously know what they're doing.
You're 100% correct. 100% correct. As hilarious as it was to see a bunch of broken boxes and everything, knock on wood, haven't had one figurine that was damaged yet. So
As long as you didn't care about the box.
Yeah.
Now, if you wanted to display it in the box, well, joke's on you.
Yeah, most of them didn't even come in boxes, but that was another thing. I was like, holy crap. What?
Yeah, it was the number of loose figures. That was kind of interesting.
I don't believe that it's going to be a problem with people wanting to grade these boxes and send them in to these toy companies for value.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think anyone's sending in any of those figurines for grading.
I mean, it'd be hilarious if they do.
Considering, when I started collecting these figurines, I was spending, $20 to $25, and I was able to whittle it down to $4 and some change per character.
Right.
Thanks, Timu. You keep your boxes.
That's right.
I scoured eBay, and there were plenty of characters that didn't come with a box, and they were still selling them for $30 or $40 a piece. So, yeah, I'm enjoying myself. I have quite the collection.
Question is, how much is Angel enjoying this?
She's not.
Her reaction is her reaction though has to bring Remy great joy.
It does, but at the same time, it's
her reaction brings me great joy.
Real. It is not. It is nothing for the cameras. This is a new level of what the hell are we doing? Like, but you know what? I decided I danced around it enough. It's going to embrace my collection. This is fantastic.
So the kids need braces, and this is what you're bringing home.
Yep.
That's what I was talking about before. It's all about the look at me. Doesn't matter what you're showing. It's the enthusiasm you're showing it
with. That's why I've taken so many good notes from you, CJ, because you really do. You've unlocked the secrets.
That's right.
People
I find it funny because we were waiting because Beck's like, oh, do you want to try and crash Remy's stream again? Saying I'm still on holidays. And I'm like, oh, we had too much stuff to do. So that's why I was just watching, on my phone in the car. And then she's like listening to it while I'm listening. And he's like, is he showing taco stuff again? And then she started saying bloody thanks Timu as well. It was fucking hilarious.
Dude, I mean, the way you delivered that, it's become a tagline overnight.
Yeah.
No.
I know Roscoe's clipped it. Or was it you that clipped it, TM? I know when I jumped on between the lines when they had the special thing or whatever like that, they had that clip of just the thanks Timu.
Yeah, I feel like maybe I need to clip it to use during only slabs when somebody pulls out a banger. Thanks. Nah, we already have one Remy clip. That's enough.
That would have to be
Timo needs to contact Remy and hire him for endorsements on those 2-second clips that they keep plopping up on everything.
I think for that one, Rob, that would have to be somebody that had a banger that they got for extremely cheap, or found it somewhere.
It'd be one we would use like when, I don't know, say Remy Q Studios comes on.
and it shows the first appearance of Spider Hall.
Thanks, Timu.
Probably when I'm showing off all my weird shit on you. There's a lot of team-worthy shit in my collection.
Yep. Zars, do you have any idea what we're talking about?
Sort of. I seen a bit of the opening of the statues, the little Asian girls scantily dressed.
That's a very interesting way to put it. Yes.
Yeah.
Where did Dave go?
He lost connection with his camera. So
what a freaking small world! I was just sitting there staring at him. I'm like, he looks so damn familiar. That's why I'm like, make him big. I gotta see this guy.
Very small. Yeah, he's done. He's like, I know, like the couple of times I've spoken to him, whatever. He said he actually does quite a few US cons.
Dude, really nice guy. Nothing like you.
Fuck off, asshole.
There's nice Australians out there.
Oh, there we go. Hang on. I think he got his.
He was a really, really nice guy, and
we got a
dude.
comic book
He was organized. He was doing a lot of signing and remarks and all the whole nine.
He's back
not
again.
dead yet. I bet you he brought his own bags.
Oh yeah. Hang on. I've still got these here. Hang on. Let's just grab them.
Guess what? They gave everybody bags at Baltimore.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh god. Very prepared.
Those are expensive bags.
Oh, he came in with everything marked off, the whole nine.
Yeah. Makes a witnesser's job a lot easier.
Well, that's why I just window bag them. That way I can get where I want, as opposed to those. I only really use those CGC ones when I have to send a book into CGC for when I'm sending a blank in, because they still require you to do a stupid window bag when they're going to pull it out to do the commission. Otherwise, I like to be able to tell them, no, you're going to sign right here, you stupid mother.
Al Milgram hated it, right? I gave him 2 copies of First Appearance of Spot to do. And CJ, I think you were the one that helped me submit that in as well. And he was like, I hate these things. He says, I hate them. I can't. Ugh. They're just.
Wait, who are you talking about? Which artist?
Al Milgram.
Oh, yeah. He was going blind. That's why.
Yeah. He hates these things. So.
Damn.
I had him do one more card for me when I was there. I think that's going to be the last card I had. I could see the deterioration of his work go down just over a couple months. That's how bad it got. He's getting old fast.
Yeah.
That happens.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I got an interview with him on camera, but I haven't published it yet. I should sort of put it out there. It was fascinating chatting to him as he was doing it.
Thanks, Marcus. I did send you the link if you want to jump on if you're free.
I probably do have to go in a minute as well, so I just want to pop back on and say thank you all for another great session. I might, if I get a chance later, I'll jump back in if I can.
Yeah, if we're still going, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, nice to I've subscribed, Rob, to your stuff as well because I for some reason I missed you on the last one. So
No worries. Hit me
on.
up if you ever want to come on the show. I usually book about like 2 to 3 months in advance, so it's
no
never like a go ahead and book me tomorrow. No, it's always like a sometime in the summer is good.
Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds good.
You're gonna want him. He's got some cool shit.
See you later, Trav. Trav's got to go.
All right.
See you, TM.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks for jumping on.
Yeah.
All right, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good.
Is it almost
Have a
time for
happy New
Spidey
Year,
Kicks?
everyone.
Happy New Year.
You
See you
too,
soon.
Dave.
Have a good one, Dave.
Bye.
Okay.
Another one.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what I do on the panel. It's no big deal.
Clear the room.
Yep.
Like
Hope
a-
y'all are ready for some Remy Q.
God damn, I cannot type.
So how you doing, Zars?
Not too bad, buddy. Yourself?
I'm doing well, my man. Very well. I'm happy that you're on here. I enjoy when you're in the panel.
Thank you.
Never enough Aussies on the panel.
Well,
You're
what's
damn
gonna be
right.
what's gonna be the next Temu purchase after you get all your women done?
I don't know.
More women.
There's
I
plenty
see
more.
it pops up on my IG feed like all the time, but they've got like you can buy like Dragon Ball stuff, you can buy Marvel stuff, you can buy like all sorts of weird and wacky stuff off Temu.
Yeah. The thing, I mean, the way that they do their, I guess their big discount or whatever is very gimmicky. But either way, if you're able to swing it, then yeah, go for it.
I remember I signed up because I was looking at something and never finished doing the sign up, and I get like 20 emails a day. You can get this discount. You have won this. You got this. And
congratulations, friend! Look at this prize, and it's like,
oh, pallet winner. You can win a pallet worth of stuff. And I'm thinking I haven't even finished signing up yet, and you're telling me I'm already winning stuff.
Yep.
Sounds like the new what was that other one? Was it like Wish or something like that? It sounds like one of their properties.
Pretty much.
Yeah, Wish.com was pretty good for a little bit.
I've been tempted to buy one just to see how they compare to the actual ones I get from the suppliers. Sometimes I think they're probably the exact same thing, just the company making them, selling them on the side.
Either that, or like when you go to like your markets and stuff like that, you'll see like a Superman figure and a Spider-Man box and like like that sort of shit.
I've seen that shit all around the world.
Yeah.
So it's great fun. You walk into a proper toy shop in another country and you see it on the shelves there.
Kookaburras are out.
That's because you're in the bush.
No, Barony is not the bush.
Yes, it is. If you got kookaburras in your backyard, you're in the bush.
No, they're actually on the light pole on the street.
The same shit.
What the hell's a kookaburra?
A
Kookaburra is a type of bird, a native Australian bird.
Like a cuckoo bird?
Hang on, I'll put it in the chat how you spell it.
It's not like a cuckoo bird.
No.
I thought they were extinct.
Well,
that's a dodo.
I wouldn't even be able to tell him what it compares to. What the fuck?
What they like?
A woodpecker or something animals? Like with the noise, maybe. I don't know.
Possibly, but maybe a crow, just different.
But they're a lot smaller than a crow, though.
Yeah.
Do they bite?
Nah, you usually can't get too close to them. Look at Remy go.
Oh, they're cute freaking birds.
But
They're
they
like
make
normal
that
birds.
that noise. It sounds like a very long laugh.
A laughing kookaburra.
They're like
meant-
normal looking
Remy,
birds.
it's meant
Like,
to be a cricket bat.
they don't belong in Australia. You got like dinosaur birds in Australia with the emus and the ostriches over there.
The cassowaries. Hey, Caroline. Well done, Caroline. Well done indeed. What's this? Guardians of the...
You're a bit early, Simon.
Thanks, lady.
Oh, they're carnivorous birds.
Oh,
Yeah, more-
now the Australia part of them is coming
They
out.
eat mice, snakes, insects, small reptiles, and the young of other birds.
Now,
I see.
now we'll show him the other version of a kookaburra, Simon.
Now it makes more sense. Now they belong in Australia.
Let's see.
They will accept handouts and take meat from barbecues.
Oh, you will love them.
They're eating snakes on this one.
They got like a spiky hairdo too. Feather do.
Well, I did do a like, because CJ keeps asking me to do like wildlife things. I have posted another short that I actually was feeding a wild cockatoo.
Well, thank you. I think
A cockatoo?
everybody wants you feeding your cockatoo.
That's right.
That's
Or three.
There was only one that was obviously has been fed before, so it came like right up to me, so I could hand feed it quite easily. The other ones were like banging around on the roof above; they wouldn't come down to be
Came
fed.
right up to you. The other one's banging around. Got it.
Am I throwing enough ammunition out there, or what?
Yeah.
Wait, what the hell? I just noticed TM's not here, and then he put a freaking thing in the private telling me "fuck me." No fuck me. No fuck me. Fuck you. All right. No fuck me. Fuck you. You understand?
Just got home from a dab bar, open mic night, and that was interesting. Okay, what's a dab bar?
Everybody tells me "fuck you." I'm gonna get Papa. He's the one that started it. Well, the fingering me and the freaking fuck you.
Oh, gone from cockatoos to explosions to fingering to also like what is this turning into?
It's a weed
Typical.
bar.
Oh, okay. So it's like something you'd see in Amsterdam, obviously.
Or
Am I the only one
a lot of the
that
states like that.
appreciates? Am I the only one that appreciates Spidey bringing in the element of animals into his show?
I've only done two shorts, but the funny thing is, like, Beck has actually started looking at going, like, finding tickets for like sanctuary parks and stuff. So actually, I do more of it.
I mean, look, Remy brings in freaking chainsaws and weird Chinese statues. You know, he does all that kind of stuff. So, you know, you got to step it up. Bring the gerbils and the cockatoo and all that kind of animal.
Wow, we're going to gerbils and a cockatoo. Wow, I've seen that film, and it's not exactly one for YouTube.
Yeah, we don't have gerbils over here. Sorry.
Hamsters will work.
You got to go to the one in the bush there. What's it called?
And now we're going into the bush, right?
Oh, you're not talking about the quackers.
No, there's the wildlife park up in
Hillsville.
Hillsville. That's it. Yeah.
It's the time, Nick. Apparently, we're taking a cockatoo into the bush.
Yeah, I heard. I was
With a clapper.
When you said a cockatoo, I was like, I got to get on and do that joke.
Or three.
I'll beat you two.
Well, hello,
How you doing, Nick?
Good evening.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing great now that you're here.
exactly a lot better now that you're here, sir.
First, Remy brightened up this place, and then you. Damn.
Yeah, I
It's
heard
like a
Remy.
twofer.
I heard Remy say
I got cockatoo.
And anytime he jumps on, he empties out the room. I just wanted to pop on just to say it's not true. It's not true.
Well, we did have a shining light earlier. We had Loowee on the panel for a short while.
Hey,
No, it really disturbs me that you wear that very well, Remy.
I'm still here.
Cowboy's back.
I brought you energy and electricity to your show, and this the way you talk to me.
I appreciate you jumping on always.
That's right. I came.
As long as you're not
to make everybody happy.
As long as you're not taking over the stream yelling at traffic lights.
Well, yeah, wait. You just wait. After this is done, I'm going to start my stream.
This is just a warning.
Yeah, he's just getting warmed up right now. When CJ does the stream, you don't know when that thing's gonna end.
Yeah, it's near. It's time for us to do our New Year resolutions, so we're going to be doing them on the stream.
Wouldn't it be
I
better
jumped
doing
on
it?
YouTube the other day, and he had an unboxing live stream, and I jumped in there, and it was like 6 hours stream.
It was six books, one book per hour. In a high call, I give the proper attention to each individual book that opens up.
I was like, how many unboxings do I have total that would equal 6 hours?
Well, listen, it would have been about 20 minutes shorter if I didn't get one screwed up submission. It would have been a little bit shorter. I got a little angry.
I would have thought you'd be streaming your tomorrow, like your New Year's Eve.
Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. I don't know. You don't know what life will. Maybe life will bring you another stream. I don't know.
Maybe I will.
Don't threaten him. Don't threaten him with a good time.
What is that? Your way to talk intelligently to me? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm trying to level with you.
How about you act like a human being and say hello, Comic Journey. How are you? How was your evening? How was your meal that you just had? That's what human beings do. No, you come in like a barbarian.
Most intelligent conversation we've had on here all night.
I saw the
Tennessee. That's what I get from dealing with people from the South. That's what happens.
2 seconds. I saw the most boomer shit ever at this dab bar. Okay, so this fucking couple comes in. They're probably like boomerish, 60s-ish, and they are clearly inebriated with the booze. They're fucked up, and they're like, "We want some dab bar shit." They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And this poor dude in his 20s tried to explain to these drunk ass boomers, you all, because you've been consuming something before, you probably should not partake in this. This is very concentrated and it will not, mix well. But like, you're a consenting adult or whatever. They know they fucking had to have it. And they drank this shit, and then both of them, dude, this lady called 911. Her husband passed out on the floor. He was laying on the goddamn ground. It was open night mic. And like, they had to get these people. The fucking EMS people came. All right. It was such a boomer moment. And they were like, what
some kind of anti-boomite? Well, what the hell's going on? You have a problem with boomers?
No, well, this is the problem that I have. It seems that the demographic that was born between 1946 and 1964, they're very confident, and yet they have destroyed all like social safety networks for the people coming after them.
It's called
no, that not all of them, because you have to remember, Lady F, we have 10 aircraft carriers.
Let's sigh. No, but they're just, it seems like they know a lot of things, and yet they're like responsible for posting some of the dumbest shit you've ever seen in your life.
Because they're old. That's what happens. Respect your elders. They're old.
Yeah. It was sad. She called 911 and like she couldn't even speak. I went to the lady. I was like, "Ma'am, would you like me?"
She's old.
I spoke to the EMS. I was like, he's like, can he choke? Is his airway obstructed? I'm like, no, he's sleeping on the
He is
ground.
old.
He drank too
He's
much.
having a
understand
bad
that.
trip.
He took a dab, and now his ass is knocked out. He's fine.
Because he's old too. That's what happens when you get old.
But
and
they
you
didn't want to
drink.
hear that. Yeah, but it's like they were having an open night mic with a lot of
They're
people
human
that were
beings
coming.
too. They
They
could
fucking
drink
ruined
and
it.
get old
They
and,
didn't
and knock out. That's
It was
okay.
pretty funny. It was like an act. It was like part of open mic. It was like the opener for open night mic night.
You know, I've seen plenty of little freaking snowflakes running around and freaking get drunk with their weeds and all that stuff. And I
I
call it.
inject it. I like to inject my weed right into the
That
arm.
doesn't freaking work out too well.
Their weeds.
It works out great for me. And I put it right into my arm
No,
veins.
not everybody's built like the Gen Xers. You know, I understand that, but I'm
not a Gen Xer. You're a Gen Xer.
Well, I know I'm a Gen Xer. That's why I said not everybody's built like the Gen Xers. So, you know,
True
I could
story.
understand. But you know what? I as a Gen Xer, I respect my elders, even if they're bumbling drunken fools. It's okay. They're old. They're drunk. They can live too.
No, it's okay, but it's just
The
like
snowflakes I can understand.
have a good time, but don't like fucking ruin shit for other people. Don't be a dipshit. No,
Hey, Austin.
At least they got a thick skin. The
Hey,
old people. Their old wrinkly skin could take a lot of punishment.
What are you talking about, dude?
Wrinkly skin,
Doesn't make any sense to me.
loose skin, and old balls. Gross.
Balls, gross.
They could take a lot. Those old balls could
Angry
take a
scrotum.
beating.
That was an Adam Sandler movie, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Angriest
Yeah.
scrotum.
I think that was
The
like
old guy
one
with
of
a
the-
5-year
was it-
plan. He worked at Hooters.
Wasn't that?
Oh,
Wedding
that's
Singer?
right.
The guy with the old balls. No, Big Daddy. It was Big Daddy.
Yeah.
Daddy. I like it when you call me Big Papa. Like that.
Lucky when you called me big.
Keep that to yourself later.
All right, guys, I got a question for
I'm
you.
not going to call you Big Papa.
Don't ask questions.
It's
What's the
related to
question?
comic book stuff. So
Far away, Mr. Nicky.
if you guys didn't know, I am putting out
Mystery boxes.
my round of mystery boxes starting on Monday.
$149.99.
Well, that's one of them. That's one of them. There are a few
So
different.
there's a big boy box too.
Oh, there are
So-
tears?
There are
And
tiers.
$349.99.
Let the man speak. He's
So
talking some brilliant
I am
stuff.
sitting here figuring out prices and values as of today. All right. So let's
All right.
say a book sells for eBay today. Let's say Amazing Fantasy 15 today sells for $1. Is that the value of the book that you expect in the mystery box?
What
It's
is it?
never what I used.
What the fuck kind of question is that?
So
there any
no,
other
I know
books
I know
sold?
exactly what Nick's driving at, because there's a lot, as I've said on many of my mystery box openings lately, there's many ways that people assign value to a mystery box. One of the common ways people do is they just look up eBay last sold. That doesn't take into account condition of the book, other weird, it was a weird auction that ended in an oddball time,
Yeah.
or even for that matter, that happened to be a variant that was signed by Stan Lee or something, and it sells for a super high value or some other weird thing. So it's one of the reasons that I discuss it. What I do is I usually, when I do my value on my summary, is I go to cover price and I'm looking at the history. I look at, okay, here's what this is. Okay, this is a near mint condition, but oh, look at that. VF just sold for, this week for $20, but this one here, the near mint, sold for $5. Well, I'm not going to assign it a $5 price. I'm going to do something that's equal to the one that was below it, or somewhere in the middle, where I look at the history and I say what's the most recent over the last 90 days type of thing, and try to assign value.
Yeah,
that
I don't do a lot. I don't do it like that. I just
It's
do
difficult.
it like this. I do it like this. Is it a keeper or is it not a keeper? Does it suck or do I like it? That's it.
But that's not. That's not for when that doesn't help him when he's trying to build a box.
I don't even bother with the price. I know what the price is. People do that all the time with the eBay. That's ridiculous with the eBay. Like, there's some moron went and bought it for $200 and it's worth $2. But
don't some people do the like if there's a big GP book in it, they'll try and cover that cost across the boxes as well, so that can be factored in as well sometimes.
Well, yeah, of course.
You got to work out an average of the book over a certain time frame.
You're going to spread out the
because
value.
you're going to have weird
boxes.
sales all the time.
Spreading out the
So what I'm doing
jelly.
is I'm finding like cover price will have a last sold on a book, and then I'll see a or recent sold on a book, and then eBay has another sold price for the same book. Cover price would have like a $17 fair market value for a specific grade.
Why are you concerned about this? Anytime I seen you, I bought a couple boxes from you. Every time I opened up a box, they're always covered and then some.
Yeah, but we're having a conversation. Just let him ask his question.
But I'm just always trying to figure out like a fair price. You know what I mean? I don't want to like my thing is I don't want people to feel cheated.
When you
I
look at,
I don't care about the money. I care more.
Why don't you average out the last 5 sales?
I do that too. That's a little bit of everything. Like if I see 2 last solds on eBay the same day, one is 17, the other one is 6. The cover price has no information. I'll add those both and divide them by 2.
Are we still
at least, somewhere. That's fair.
Are we still talking about Amazing Fantasy though?
No,
that's just a fallacy.
Because Spidey's after that book. I don't know if you guys know.
I'm going to tell you.
Usually, everybody's.
Are you going to put in any of exclusive books? Are you doing anything like that of your own exclusive or anything like that, or are they going to be all other people's comics?
There will be 7 copies of the Illuminati Salve included in some of them.
Okay.
I only have
hand signed by Nikki Pancakes.
They can be, but I'm
so that's where it gets tricky as far as the signing value.
It gets tricky
because you're assigning the value.
Well, yeah, those books sold for $40 when they came out. All right, my value on that book is $30. But honestly, that's not even going to factor in.
So what I say when you look at cover price, Nick, do you ever, beyond just the first pop up when it tells you last sold and FMV, do you ever click the button that goes into the recent sales data where you see the trend of what it's been? Because that's what I look at, because you can see you can then take that 90-day window roughly and go, okay, here's what it is. The median price is roughly about here.
There's just no one concrete way, and I'm trying to factor into everything. Like for the slabs, I'm doing GPA, I'm doing 90-day averages on those.
Yeah,
that I think is a pretty fair thing. And so it's, because you can have that one book that sells for crap one day, and then somebody would pay whatever for it.
Or they overpay, and it's I 100% agree with you. I mean, that's fair, and there's no perfect answer, but I think the fact that you are worrying about that, and
I always worry about that.
No, I know, but there are some people who don't. So like when you fret over this, like I fret over it when I do mine, right? And it's like that tells you that somebody cares enough. You're going to get a good box probably, because it's not just something being thrown together to get me some money.
Well, it's beyond being just honest. It's being a smart businessman. He's planning on doing this again.
Which is why I don't normally step up the way I normally to big boxes. But that's why I told Nick I want to be tagged, because I'm very interested in one of his big boy boxes.
I've never been disappointed with anything I've gotten from Nick.
All right, exactly.
And that's a lot. That's a lot coming from me. Every time I've opened up a box of his, majority is keeper books. Or if they're not keeper books, it's because I have them already, or whatever the case is. And that's not his fault, not knowing he doesn't know what the fuck I have in my collection.
Building you a curated box, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
And I don't curate, but I do take into account what I think people may like, and I may tailor it that way. Mm-hmm. I mean, I do have a lot of books here that I'm selling that I know I'm getting rid of. So if I know somebody wants a box, I'll be like, okay, well, Rob likes Spaceman and Bubble Helmet books. What do I have that I'm selling that I can get?
Probably nothing.
And I'm not just saying
but we get the point, though.
And I'm not just saying this to blow up smoke up your ass, Nick. There's a big reason why I've stopped a lot of the mystery boxes that I get. One, because I got a fucking room full of shit that I don't know what to do with. That's one thing. The other thing, one of the other reason that I've stopped is because a lot of these freaking companies, these unknown comics, these golden apples, these big time collectibles, all these companies, they turn around and they make the main focus of the book of the mystery box their exclusive book.
Yes, they get 3,000 copies.
Your $40 value, your $50 value, your $100 value you're giving that book, you're assigning that value. That's not a real value.
Yeah, well, they go retail value because that's what suggested retail.
That's what they're selling it. They're dictating that. You know,
and they don't sell it at that because the second they come out, they're selling them buy two get three free. Or
exactly. So for me, that's all bullshit kind of things. You know,
but here's the real question. Czars asked a question: would you consider shipping internationally if he paid? Now, for me, I usually say, well, you pay the difference in shipping. Hell yeah, I'll ship it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, tag me when you start doing them.
Yeah, are you interested in an $800 box?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's an $800 box.
$800.
That's
one possibly.
That one's going to be tough. I think that one, when all is said and done, that's going to be like 66% of what the value of that box is.
This will be a big.
If I buy this $800 box, can you just put an Amazing Spider-Man 4 in there for me?
I don't have one of those.
I think I might have to compete with Rob for that box, but
I'm actually not going to do the $800 box.
There are two
I'm going
themes.
down one tier.
There are two themes. There's a theme sort of kind of in one of the $400 boxes, and there's a theme in the $800 box. But I don't think anybody's going to be disappointed.
I got something. I'll be right back. I'm going to show you guys something. I opened up recently a box, and I got something in it, and I don't know what the fuck it is. Maybe one of you guys will tell me. I'll be back.
It's a clap.
Well, if he doesn't know, then nobody knows.
He's so weird. Let's talk shit about him while he's gone.
So yeah,
he hasn't muted himself, so he can still hear you.
More boxes, man. I'm excited, Nick. Get me all tingly thinking about it.
Why are you being weird?
You willing to hint at what the theme is?
I can't. I think Rob would enjoy the themed $400 box, but I'm not sure he's going.
Is the theme bangers?
The theme is
cheese.
Tom King. I'm interested.
Yeah, well, since Rob's a spec guy now, he might like the $800 box.
After last week's Monday mail call, yeah.
Oh, where did we just lose?
You're weird. Sure. You're weird. I heard that.
Yeah. He has connection problems sometimes.
Hold on. I got a whole
Australian internet sometimes.
I got a whole bunch of weird shit in here. Look, the guy gave me action figures in here. He gave me this thing.
Joe. Never heard of it.
Nezuko. She gave me a Nezuko. He gave me a Nezuko.
Nezuko.
I don't know what this is.
That's Demon Slayer. That's a very popular anime at the moment.
Supposedly. I don't know. You gave me these?
It is. It's very big at the
moment.
This
stuff.
What, your thumb?
And then you gave me Peter Pan.
Oh, it's one of the blockbuster.
Oh yeah, those are been
sodas. Yeah, they're all right.
Yeah,
they're only worth like $10, $15.
I don't know. And he gave me a soda with Dr. Fate in it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I didn't type that, Remy.
And then this came in. This was cool. Star Wars Insider. That was cool.
Cad Bane.
But the real stuff I want to show you that was in here was the comics. Like this stuff, I don't give a shit about the toys. But my
I got
kids
some
probably
comments
take
for you too after him.
and the toys and the cards, and he did give me Garbage Pail Kids in there. So
you are a Garbage Pail Kid.
Listen, I know that your pent up animosity towards me is because you desperately want to be with me and you can't, and you get really upset. Listen, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. I'm in New York, and I have no interest, okay, in relationships, okay? All right? Get past it. Find another guy. Damn! There's plenty of guys for you.
You're still a dipshit. That doesn't change things.
I'm a very desirable dipshit. Okay.
Yeah, I know. And I hate that you've rejected my love. I hate that.
Look at this. Look at this. That's like every guy that you get a hold of, like a centipede.
No, get rid of that. Burn it. Just burn it. It's Nick Spencer Spider-Man. Burn it.
All right, so this came in here.
Oh, what's that? Oh, it's the Greg Land.
Yeah, Greg Land.
Gwen verse.
I like Greg Land. He's good.
Charles Soule signed book.
Ooh, Raza.
This came in here, and then
oh, that's a McFarlane
gargoyles. There you go.
I love how you're
really difficult to see what you're showing us.
Show us the fucking books, mate. What are you doing?
I'm looking for something specific.
Wait, describe it. What the fuck is this? What are you just showing?
Damn it.
This is terrible. Do you even YouTube, bro?
That's not what I'm focusing on. I'm looking for something to show you in this box.
But in the meantime, you're flashing things across the screen so fast, and they
look, Remy.
Whoa!
Look at it.
Hey, what are those circles?
Yeah.
The headlights.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
All right, that's there. I don't know what the fuck that is. Well, this is cool. This look at this. Mad Balls. That's pretty cool. Mad Balls fighting garbage pail kids. I love that.
Can't be right.
Hold on. Spider-Man. Oh no, stay. It's all right. And then Spider-Man. The Goon. Goon is good. The Goon is good. And then some lady in a towel in black and white.
Sounds like Jay Anacleto cover.
It's very tasteful because the towel covers up a lot. So this Danger Girl, and then there's some Wolverine.
There's a lot of stuff in this box.
And then Spider Girl thing, and then you got Moon Knight. Ha ha ha.
Ooh, old school Moon Knight. That's
the
nice.
Web of Spider-Man.
Then he realizes the book's not even in the box.
And then this.
Shiny.
And then this.
Oh,
I like this. I like this.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know what it is, but I like Star Wars number 1.
Yeah, Star Wars number 1. It's a variant cover. It was an exclusive out of a store in Texas, I think.
Okay, so this is the one. It was all the way in the bottom.
I have a black and white version of it.
So look at this thing. You see this? It's a Poe Dameron.
Poe Dameron.
Dameron, whatever the hell his name is.
Sold twice.
Number 1. And some artists in our community drew this.
Sold twice, probably.
Put Moon Knight on a Poe Dameron? That makes no sense.
Don't hate on him. Leave him alone.
Now the guy drew this and he put it like he gave it as a giveaway to the guy that made the box. Now the guy that made the box, I don't know where the freaking his brain is. he doesn't know who he got it from.
Is there a
so
signature
I'm trying
on
to
it?
figure out who the hell this guy is. Does anybody have any idea who this artist is?
I think it's sold twice.
No,
It does look-
not with the TC.
No,
TC?
TC.
No, I don't know.
Top Cat. TC stands for Top Cat.
Tom King with a C.
Who would put a Moon Knight on Poe Dameron? That makes no sense. It does look kind of coolish, weird, but what the hell is it? Like nobody
Maybe he
recognizes
ran out
the
of
guy's art?
Marvel sketch covers.
Exactly.
I kind of dig
Bob,
it though.
you never seen anybody like this?
No, it's definitely something unique.
It could have passed for maybe some of Soul Twice's earlier work.
Yeah, no, I don't recognize it. And all I know, like I said, every time I ever hear TC, that was always Top Cat.
Y'all want to see something cool? Is that it? Did you show your shit?
No, that was me showing this so you could identify it. Identify it, lady.
It's your mom.
Do
All right.
something. What?
Lady F is dancing, but like she's got to go to the bathroom to show us books. Do it,
I'm
Matt.
really excited. So this thing, Secret Wars.
Oh, some
Finish
Secret Wars goodness.
Let me guess, it's the blue error.
Second printing.
Oh, it's not.
bitches.
That'd be the correct printing. Correct color.
Okay. Here we go. That's all
That
I
was
want to
it?
show. I'll show some other stuff, but
That
I
was-
haven't bagged and boarded it yet.
That was it?
This is terrible. Do you even YouTube, bro?
No, it's not it. You
That's
show
it?
your shit.
That is the most 90s Fantastic Four
Good for you,
copy.
Rob.
Yeah, I got a whole stack of those over here.
These came in here sealed, trick or trade.
I got a whole stack of them, brother.
But nothing's better than these.
Did Tyler send you more cards?
No, these are left over. Actually, I got more of them in here. They're left over from Halloween. I've got the giveaway at Halloween, man. They're left over. So I'll probably just send them to Remy's kids.
Oh my gosh! Merry Christmas.
He's just gonna take them. You'll just take them from your poor boys. JK.
And then you're gonna go on Temu and buy some more Remy.
Anybody know Camillas?
Thanks, Timu.
Thanks, Timu.
Crappy Camilla.
Hashtag taco horns.
Huh? It's good. Crappy Camilla. Who else? Jonathan.
That is
trying to find one of your names.
All I know is that is the most 90s Fantastic Four issue ever created.
Yes, it is. And it's signed, by the way.
Hollow foil, boob windows, big guns, pouches. It's extreme.
Well, listen, you can't go wrong with the little window boob thing that she has over here. That's it. All starts with that.
Window boob is the new under boob.
It's signed by who the fuck signed this? It's signed by Paul Ryan. Who the hell is Paul Ryan?
Oh,
he's an artist. He's a good artist. Fuck off.
Rest in peace, Paul Ryan. He was an absolute workhorse in the 90s and the 80s, and an absolute one of the nicest guy you'd ever meet.
Well, it's 1 in 2,500 signed by him. So that's
what killed him, was signing 2,500 of those.
Hey, didn't Paul Ryan draw the X-Men after John
Avengers versus X-Men?
Look at this guy.
Paul Ryan did every book imaginable in the 80s and the mid to late 80s to the late 90s. All those Spidey books, Fantastic Four, and all that stuff. He did nearly all of them.
This is a Lady Fantastic when she sucks the life out of the room. There you go.
If you don't want that book, you can put it in my box that I've been waiting on for 3 years.
Which one? The Moonlight?
Yeah, the Moon Knight.
Why, you like Moon Knight? Seriously?
Yeah, I don't mind some Moon Knight.
Do you have a number one?
I have his first appearance.
Do you have a number one of Moon Knight?
I'm just trying to think actually.
I have one. If you're
the one with the first appearance of Bushmaster. No, I don't think I have that yet.
If you're not that particular about the grade, I have one I could put in there.
You know, I'm a low grade guy.
I'm gonna jump off real quick. I'll be back on in a little bit.
Look.
See you,
Remy.
Happy New Year, Remy.
Thanks, Remy.
Thanks, Remy.
Remy.
Hey, Carl.
Hello, Simon.
Which one?
I found a fucking nugget today.
The better
Where did
Simon.
he go? Where did Simon go? Hi, Simon.
Hi, CJ. Hey, are you actually?
Hey, Sarah.
Am I what?
In that video with Naman?
What video?
He did the 100th whatever video, and it's got you in it but with a mask on. Are you actually in? Do you show your face in that video?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The only time I've seen your face was actually on a Spidey channel. One time I joined, and all of a sudden CJ, I was like, "Who the fuck is this guy?"
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Comic Journey written on the thing. I was like, "What?"
I never showed my
Comic
face.
Journey, or is that Lost Comic Journey?
Oh, you showed your face on the hunt when you were bitching and moaning.
You didn't see my comment from earlier, Spidey.
You did it inadvertently.
The awards is going to have the best
I
Comic Journey
highlighted
category.
it.
I don't show my face because I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable by how wonderful looking I am.
It's something. You make people uncomfortable, not for the reasons you think.
Oh no, don't worry about the number 8. I've got a number 8. That Moon Knight. Yeah, number 1 I don't have.
Well, I was going to give you the number 8, but if you don't have a number 1, I could give you a number 1.
Have you guys ever seen The Elephant Man?
That actually will make my life easier because I've been hunting down for some other Daredevil you asked me for, so I'll put you the Moon Knight instead.
The Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man. He's the Muffin Man.
I love that clip. I don't know. I said that real. They're in the hospital.
I like that one. I like, what is your name?
Oh, yeah. Tony.
Tony.
You, Tony.
You better not. I built that fire over there.
So what do you think, Rob? You think CGC is going to do the right thing with this whole scandal?
What scandal? Oh, the fucking CGC thing.
What is that? I haven't actually looked into. I've just seen people making videos about it.
I don't know.
Well, you know,
Cliff
The
notes.
shortened version.
The Cliff notes is somebody found a way to work the system by taking a book out of another slab, 2 slabs, one lower grade from a higher grade, and swap labels or whatever. Then submit it as a reholder, so that it wouldn't get graded again. It would just get the new thing, and then take the book that they cracked out and resubmit it to get another high one. And they would often do it with things like Mark Jewelers or something. So you get a lower grade Mark Jewelers and then label swap it. And then somehow
That's
in
so
the process,
dirty.
tell them, oh, by the way, you forgot to mark it as a Mark Jewelers. And they would then upgrade it. They would put the label and it'll be upgraded, and then they could sell it for a shit ton. That was that's the basics gist of it, and various other ways of doing it. But so look, CGC has done what they can. They've issued a statement that if you got one, you got them. They're going to try to make it. They'll make it right financially with you, because obviously they understand that they're somewhat liable by having certified these things as
well, they also have the word guarantee in their name, so
right?
That's kind of like, you know,
and so it'll be something that assures. But the ultimate name of the day thing, look,
Old Avengers.
it's a small number of books that are out there. As long as there's collectibles, there will always be somebody trying to work a system, especially and so they'll be out there. That's why it's important to, when you're getting these big books, to have some sort of, assurances, whether you're doing it, you're looking at the book yourself, whether you're going through someplace that has buyer protection or whatever else. I mean, obviously the more risk you take, the more that shifts to you. If you're just going to go ahead and spend, $8,000 on a book that you're sending somebody money via, Zelle, because you're trying to save a few dollars on taxes. That's, you obviously bear a lot of risk. So, but CGC said what they said. Look, we've hired an investigator. They're going to look into it. They'll get that report.
well, they're going to sue the guy to oblivion.
They're, they obviously they know they have some numbers that are books that they'll be able to go look to see if these all came from the same account. They'll try to take action against that person, blah, 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 blah. But you can't, at least they responded, and they responded to something that, even though they didn't say anything specific yet, which they really can't, they said something that makes sense. Look,
They actually did be very specific. They didn't speak as far as the individual themselves, but they did say how they're going to address it, that they're going to release the lists, which was really important.
Right. No, what I'm saying is that
how they're going to fix it, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying, right? But they have an investigator who's going to look into it, and they're going to look into stuff, and they'll make some change. Who knows what it is, but they'll make some change, and at some point they'll announce that. And aside from that, that's all you can do.
You want to make a bet at what they're going to do? I'll give my 2 cents. They're going to take a slab. They're going to take a slab like this, like they do already now, and they're going to put a hollow foil sticker right on the bottom, right on the top, right on the side, right on the side, and that's going to be their second way of protecting.
Like the old break the seal, break
until
the
that
warranty
gets
sort of thing.
tampered. Watch, mark my words. That's going to be their solution temporarily.
So whatever they do, if they do that,
they'll raise prices again just to cover.
There you go.
Really?
But if they do that, they'll always. But if they do that, CJ, what they have to do is they can't just put a hollow sticker on the inner well, because that's not the problem. They need to be able to put cross-reference it to the label, because the problem is that CGC's label is separate from the inner well, so you can crack and pull the label out without pulling the book out. So they have to cross-reference them, or they have to seal the label in their bag. I yield the floor in my remaining 2 minutes to Lady Fantastic.
Thank you, Senator from California. I want to show you the things that I got today. Okay, so I showed you animal panel.
A very heated
Floor
conversation.
does not recognize you at this time,
And
CJ.
now you want to show your
Floor
pounded
recognizes
animal.
Lady Fantastic. the
Reclaiming
esteemed
my
lady.
time.
Yes.
You read that, Lady F?
I haven't. So I read. I looked through it at the comic shop, and I looked at the end page. It looked like something. The art's pretty nice, so I need to read it. But I just got home. I bought it today.
I
Who's the artist
ordered
on
it
that?
or not, but
And I
heard
saw that Tom King, the artist, maybe Peter Gross or Tara Boveland. Tom King, I just really like, so I wanted to check it out and see what it is.
You did draw a nice little kitty cat.
Yeah, I like it. It's fun. And the interior art's quite nice. Also, I got this. This is Walt Disney's Cinderella. I need to find out what year this was printed because it says
that's a reprint.
cents. It's a reprint.
That's a reprint from 1954. I actually have the original one.
Well, I think it's a reprint from 1950.
Comic guy.
So because
if I wasn't lazy, I'd go and find it to show you.
Yeah, because in here inside it says 1950, but I know that it's not from 1950 because this says 60 cents and nothing was 60 cents in 1950. So this has to be a reprint.
No, that's definitely a reprint,
Yeah.
but it's a reprint of something from the 50s.
And it's a Whitman.
Well, even at 60 cents, so that's more like the 80s.
Yeah, yes. Well, 60 cents is like, yes, exactly.
It's a 10-cent book, basically.
From the 1950, it would have been a 10-center.
Yeah.
They had this for $2.99, so I had to pick it up. I've picked this up before, but it's just like, nostalgia. I got the second print too.
It was released. I have information for you. It was released in 1982 from Western Publishing Company.
This?
Yeah, 60 cents. Whitman is from 1982.
Ah, cool.
I was born in 82.
I was born in 84. I used to watch this movie all the time as a kid. And
you young bastards.
I identify very heavily with Gus the Fat Mouse. So just putting that out there. Yeah, and I turned fucking 40 on January 3rd. So I'm pretty much
that's only a couple of days.
Yeah, I know.
You beat me by 3 days.
Well, fuck you. I mean, I win. No,
my birthday's next month.
Okay, so there we go on that. Now, also I got a reprint of this. I've had this before, but I don't have it anymore since the prices shot up. So it's nice to have January 3. But thank you, Albor. So yeah, I'm savoring these last few days as in my 30s or whatever. They've not been that great, but I'm alive, so that's cool. 32.
Oh, more people.
Whoa, hold on.
Is that one of the books you need, Rob?
I think so.
It's Hitler and Thor on the fucking same. That's ridiculous.
What? Is it the first appearance of Hitler though?
No, that's like 1940s.
That's 32. Really? I have that.
Oh, 32, even earlier.
31 and 40 are the books I need.
31. I don't know what 31 is. So here's this. And
Lady, show that Cinderella book again.
All right.
Hang on.
Is the same one?
It's the same. It's the same picture.
All right. So
that's beautiful. It's the same picture though, just darker. But
it's from Walt Disney's Dell 272.
But
yes,
what
yours
year?
is the Dell 4 color. Yeah.
What year?
I'll tell you in a second. Look, I have it in the clear back.
And also, welcome to Taylor and Justin.
How's
Thank
the
you
back
for
of that
jumping on.
book? Is it like this?
Okay.
It's a comic on the back page.
Oh, on the original, it actually goes all the way.
Hold on.
Yeah, on the original, it actually is a wraparound.
Hang on. Flip it.
It doesn't have that.
No.
That's
because the Dells would have that. So you have the Dell 4 color.
Yeah.
This is the same cover. The image is the same.
Because you do. Dell 4 colors are cool.
Because CJ's a Disney princess.
Okay.
So yours, yeah. So the one that you have, CJ, was the Dell 4 color issue 272. That came out in 1950.
1940 copyright 1949.
It was it was
released
1950. It says 1950 in here.
It was the original because yours is a reprint. It was released
1950.
It was released April 1950.
This
the
is
Dell 4 color.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. And, I've got 2 more left. I picked up this because this is one.
So there's your reference.
I saw the Avengers when you were bagging and boarding. I'm like, yep, she's got some old school cool.
I love Captain. So I had to pick this one
That's
up.
a good one. That's one of my favorite covers from that time period. I think that's
Same.
Neil Adams.
Yeah, I love. Yeah, this is just an epic cover, and when I saw it on the wall, I was like, yoink. And then this one's hilarious. It's a little domestic violence.
Wait, they had that as a wall book?
They had that as a wall book. It was $45.
That better be like super clean copy for $45.
For $45. It is a pretty fucking clean copy.
Actually, that does look very nice.
It's extremely nice.
It's a nice copy, yeah.
So, and I've wanted it. I've never found it.
Kev.
And I said, yeah, I pulled the trigger on it.
Do you want it that says the only good alien is the dead alien?
I got a weird thing with electric chair.
All right. I think, CJ, this is actually a picture of you and I coming out of the tunnel of love.
No.
You are pissed at me. You punch me in the face, and I have a black eye. So this is Lulu number 5, volume 1 from 1948. Isn't that great?
Wait. Why do you look the way you look, and I'm upset?
Well, because
you're
you wanted Nookie.
I want to hit you harder.
Nookie, I shut you down, and you're pissed, and you hit me in the face because of it, and now you're just like blue balled.
But you see how see how nice in place you are? The way you're sitting with your hands.
I'm
like that?
happy. I
You're
shut the
quiet,
fuck
you're not
up.
yelling.
Yeah, you just told me one time with your fucking like.
He went for the grope in the dark, and
I don't want to interrupt, but hello Taylor, hello Justin, and
Hi, everybody.
Smoke Bomb.
So this is all I got. I was
Nice.
really.
Awesome.
This is from 1948, number 5. I thought this was great. So yeah,
That's a great book. I like
Thanks,
those
dudes.
old books.
Yeah.
how's those long boxes going, Taylor?
I just got through all of them with the first cursory kind of go through today. I pulled 2 short boxes with the books. I don't know what I'm doing. 2 short boxes were the books that are sort of the better books. But I mean that there's still quite a few. Like I've got about a run of Avengers from about a 100 to 400, run of X-Men from about 100 to 500, run of FF from like 100 to 400, run of Captain America from like 150 to 300.
We are similar in tastes, Mr.
Well,
Wyman.
I didn't. This is not taste. This is just.
This is
What
a
was
collection he bought.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry.
So.
I'll get it going, guys.
So, you know.
Well, as always, Simon, you're the worst.
Taylor, do you have
Have a happy new year, everyone.
Avengers
Take care.
100?
This time.
There was a very low grade vintage, like a low grade 100 in there. It went from 96 to 100, and then upwards from there. So yeah.
But
I don't know how many.
The other day when I told you, if you find even if it's a couple of them that are like something of significance, it doesn't have to be like a high key or whatever. Something of significance that's worth bringing back to life. I'd be interested in buying them because
I do. There are some low grade like mid to low level keys we could talk about, CJ. So.
And I'm gonna meet up with Jerry, so I'm gonna do like something with him. Like, so I want to gather a couple like weird shit, like fucked up comics, and
yeah, we can definitely talk. There was a Debbie Does Dallas comic in there. If anyone's
get the fuck out of here. I want it. That's mine.
Hang on, I'll find it. But yeah, I also on an unrelated note, I just went and saw the movie Poor Things. It is very good, very weird, and a lot of naked Emma Stone. So be right back.
Poor Things, is it set in the 20s?
Those really
No, that's Pretty Young Things or something. Oh, Poor Things is the one with Emma Stone, right?
Poor Things?
Poor Things?
Poor Things.
You're stupid.
Yeah, it's got Emma Stone in it.
I remember Porthos, but I don't
and Mark Scruffalo, and like it's a bizarre as shit movie.
Aramis and Artemis.
Hello, Justin.
Hello.
Is that real?
Hey, Justin.
Make it big. Make it big.
Air Cell Comics.
Is that number 1?
That's so funny. Yeah, give that to him.
Dude, I'm gonna buy that. I'll buy that one. I'll buy that one.
All right. It's number 7. So you'll have to find the first 6 somewhere. CJ.
Debbie Does Dallas 6
Oh, that's not number 1?
No, it's a number 7.
That's all right. I still need
So
content.
you might not understand the plot without the first 6.
That's what I'm always worried about is understanding the plot.
I'll wait till you go through all the boxes because you might come across them.
I did not. I went through all of them. I do have a stack of Penthouse comics like that thick, but they're not this. This is a whole different thing.
Yeah, but Penthouse is not Debbie Does Dallas.
No,
I need something
This
iconic.
is Golden Age then. 1948 is Golden Age, right?
Yes.
48 is Golden Age.
54 and below, right?
So
Listen, you're interrupting my Debbie Does Dallas talk right now. This is important negotiations that are happening. You understand how important this is? This is an iconic title.
From Air Cell Comics that I've never heard of. So yeah, it's a high grade. It's on high grade. It needs a press and clean and all that.
I actually heard of Aerosol Comics, like Aerosol with a CEL at the end, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yep.
Like Incel.
Yeah, they make all cringy kind of comics.
Yeah.
Just your favorite.
Holy hell, there are 18 issues.
Okay, now you're gonna make me go on a hunt to go collect this whole series.
Yes. Now, Lady Fantastic, the answer is 1956.
56.
Okay. Yes, the showcase 4 is the start of the Silver Age.
Unofficially.
Interesting. Good to know.
Some people will tell you that the Golden Age ends at the essentially 46, whatever, and then you have this Atomic Age, but Atomic Age kind of really is just an overlap subset. It's part of the Golden Age. Well, but Atomic Age goes to 58, so it overlaps the Silver Age and the Golden Age.
Both my parents were born in 58.
So I'm gonna, since I opened up that box and I was showing you this shit that came out of there. Hopefully, I find who actually drew that. But this is not how you send somebody packaging, okay? When you send somebody packaging, you write Comic Journey, where it goes to, but not where it's coming from, okay? All right? So
you always have a return address.
Yeah, of your own name. Both your names is going to say Comic Journey on both addresses.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. You don't do that because I've got
a journey.
Two times this happened to me. Somebody sent me these. Oh, it's a prank. It's like, oh, it's funny. Let's send Comic Journey a can of fucking spam, and they send it to me, and they put the same address as the return and the sending address. And then this guy that I actually bought a mystery box, he decides he's going to put my name as the return address on there. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Why would you like? I don't know where it's coming from.
So there's potentially reasons someone would do that. Obviously, one, they're probably they might be just trying to hide their identity, but that's the wrong way of doing it. By putting,
I PayPal'd the guy. I know his freaking name.
I understand. Hold on. If they were shipping it and they intentionally put the price as if they shipped the package or the weight, for example, way under, then the only way the post office has to track down to get proper postage would be to go after you. So sometimes people will do that as part of a scam to try to cheap out on shipping, post service. The other thing that comes up is actually when you start doing priority, that actually can be something that is technically it's against the law, because part of their postage rates is typically determined based on the number of zones it travels. So by listing it as that your return address where it's going, makes it sound like it's staying within the same postal zone. So the cost of shipping is cheaper than, say, if I were to ship it from my postal zone to your postal zone, where it would be much more expensive.
I could understand that. I could definitely understand that. But the guy said they're from freaking Florida. Like, what the hell? Like, people. I don't understand humans.
That's all you have to say is Florida.
That's it. Well, yeah, or you don't understand humans. None of us do. Let's move on.
But yeah, Florida. All you need to say was one word, CJ. Florida.
Oh, this guy was a freaking nut. I'm telling you, he gave me a great box. That box I showed you with all the crap, and I think there was a couple other things that I missed that went in there. $100. That was a freaking phenomenal value box for $100. You know, like a lot of shit I don't give a shit about, but for value wise, it was great. What is Crimbo? What the hell is a Crimbo mate?
I don't know. It's some new pommy version of Christmas or something.
The hell's Crimbo?
I heard Pete from Triple G say, do a live stream with the word crimbo in it. I'm like, what the hell is
Explain
crimbo?
yourself, Glenn. Crimbo. What the hell is this? Crimbo nonsense.
Something. It's like something to do with Christmas and something.
Hey, Justin.
Yes.
Did I say hello? Did I greet you properly?
Yeah, I thought you did.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Did someone say that you didn't?
No, I'm just trying to teach somebody manners of how they greet people when they jump out their stream. You say hello to everybody. You say hello. You don't say fuck you and yell at them and all kinds of things.
Wait! I'm suddenly being dragged into something, and
No, you're not. I'm just saying hello, like a nice human being.
Hello.
See? Did that hurt you? Did that hurt you to say hello to the man?
It did, because we saw the black eye that she got when you told her that she needs to.
Sometimes that's what it takes. A knuckle sandwich. That's what it takes sometimes.
What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah,
just remember, you can always order a pizza when you call 911, Lady F.
Oh man. Oh man.
All right.
So how's that New Mutants 98, Taylor? Is it
It's
reasonable?
probably about 8. I'm guessing it's about 8. Yeah.
That's probably out of my price range then.
We can chat.
Does it smell like cat piss?
No.
I want one of the ones that smell like cat piss.
I tracked down the source of the cat piss, and the cat pretty much exclusively urinated this sort of
on
Conan magazines.
Oh,
well, he
I
knew
thought
exactly
you
where
were
to
going
go.
to say Debbie Does Dallas. That's what I thought.
No, that was not bad either. But like all the box of like 7 sort of Conans were all fucking.
It's like Gary B, take this.
Yeah.
So the cat had preference to piss all over Barbarian.
Yeah, pretty much.
So how did you find this collection?
My buddy, his girlfriend's uncle, like basically, like they're getting evicted from their place because they're hoarders, and like, and like she just asked him if he knew he like comics, and they got a hold of me, and they're like, well, can you make a decision in a day? I'm like, oh, let's go see it. It was like a 45-minute drive, and we just went out there, and I'm like, yeah, all right. So he wanted 800. We settled on 7, and
how'd you carry it? That you got a U-Haul?
I've got a Honda Element. I took the back seats out of before I left the house, and then my buddy's got a Hyundai that he like was able to fit the rest of them in. So
how many
freaking books? 40 freaking
40 about 40 long boxes. Yeah.
Holy hell!
And nothing's bagged and boarded. So we're talking like 300 to 400 books in each long box. You know, they're not like they're full of like unbagged and unboarded books. So it's a lot of
workout.
It sounds like you're gonna make your money back.
It should do all right.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, like I there's some keys I can turn on and sell and like make my money back in a minute, and then I'm hoping I can like find somebody that wants to buy like whole runs of other books, you know, and I'll give them a really good price on it just to unload the run. So
it's too bad you didn't have a whole box of Baby Does Dallas, because you would have made
and I also have every shitty 90s image book ever made. Like titles you've never heard of.
Yeah, but I've noticed that like if you lot those things up, you can sell them on eBay pretty well.
Yeah, so
I'm about to start doing that, because I bought a collection that was just like long boxes of those image books, and I'm about to. I mean, I just sold.
I'll give you a little hint of what works for me. I've done it on eBay a few times, and it works a lot.
I just sold that for $15.
I think I've got the entire run of that bullshit book.
Yeah, $15 for this single issue.
Wow. All right.
I literally I put it in sets. Like I've put together sets of all image number ones from the 90s and the nostalgia pack or whatever the case is.
Nice.
And people will pay a little bit of a premium just because you gave them everything all together in one spot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Where you're giving them 10 books, they're freaking $2 books. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you could turn around and put 20, 25 bucks for all 10 books, and they'll buy them because they're like, I don't have to look for them. It works out well for me. Or my favorite artist, Liefeld. I put a Liefeld bundle together where I put Youngblood, Supreme.
Yeah, I could do like a Silvestri run or like, I got all these. Yeah.
people like that stuff, so you could do that, and they'll buy it all together in bundles, and they'll pay a little bit, like more than like $1 book or $2 book value on it because it's all there. It's a set.
Yeah, and that's what I'm hoping. Like, I'll find somebody that like really wants like a Daredevil from like 100 to 300, mostly complete run, or something like that, where I can be like,
well, you have all the Frank Miller issues in there.
A few. It doesn't have. There's no first Bullseye, and there's not like any and no first Electra, but there's a few of the others. So yeah.
Damn it! One of their first.
I know that's some of this stuff I picked up before I got there. So it'll be run fillers for a lot of people, but I figure somebody might be willing to buy the entire run just to not deal with having to hunt for the rest of it. Like
the price is right. You always know.
Yeah.
Those early issues are interesting. The ones that he's teaming up with Black Widow. Widow. You might be able to bundle all those together in one lot and then bundle the rest in another lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably have to sell them in like 25 book, like 10 to 15 book lots or something like that, just to. But it's just there's so many of them that like I'm not worried about selling them. I'm just worried about like the putting forth the time.
When you were talking about the Cat Pissed books, and you were talking about a Hulk run, I'm like, oh my god, he's got 181 in there. I'm gonna get a Cat Pissed 181 from him.
Oh,
I'm gonna get it.
79 to 185. So somebody pulled out the Hulk.
I was like, I'm finally gonna get it. I don't care if it smells like piss. I'm gonna figure out something.
Yeah, I know. But I do have the Hulk like from like 185 to 450 if anybody wants.
You have the last issue?
I don't even know what the last issue is. I might have to look and see what it is.
First Rocket Raccoon in that group?
Yeah, I do have that one. Oh, first, not the magazine, which is the first.
No, the first one in comics or whatever. Because that's another book.
Yeah, so
I think that's 194.
271.
Oh,
271.
Yeah, I think that's.
First Rocket's 271.
Is
171. 273, I think.
Yeah, it's not in the. I know it's not in the hundreds. I think it's in the 200s.
Is that late in the run? I'm getting a block. Well, 194 is the freaking first Taxmaster. I don't know why I just had that block away.
That's Avengers.
Yeah, it's 271.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It's a solid mid grade, So
if you're willing to break that up from the set, I'll buy that on its own too.
No, I've already claimed it. Shut up.
No, I'm sorry. I'll buy it. I'll buy it on. I need a copy of that.
Fuck everybody. I'll give the YouTubers deals and stuff because I like 90% of you. So
listen, I'll pay what you want to pay. Just don't freaking gouge me because then I'm
not a gouger, CJ. I'm from Wisconsin. We're much nicer than you New York fuckers. So
I'm a gouger for sure.
And just don't let Mark get in on the negotiations or the deals off.
No, Mark's going to negotiate for me for the books that I want, so then I get a cracking deal.
Yeah, all right.
Here's the way I look at it. If you offer me something, if I could blatantly and open everywhere, like if there's like 100 copies selling like for 20% less than what you're asking for me, then that's going to be a problem for me. You know what I'm saying?
But you're also a realtor and you're a shifty son of a bitch. I know this. So
don't worry about how I do my business.
I used to be one of you, sir.
What did I want? You don't want to be on the buying side of me when I'm representing the seller.
Yeah, I was a buyer's agent for a good number of years, so I get it.
Oh, I was a seller. Majority of my career, I've been a seller's agent. I love it.
Yeah,
love it.
I would love to, but like I just have pain in the ass buyers. Sellers agents.
Not so much anymore, though. Like
when you were talking about driving people around for hours, that was my life.
I don't do that. I haven't done that in years. Fuck that. I'm nobody's taxi driver.
Well, that's why I got out of
it. I had a douchebag couple that they. Well, by the way, let me pause for 1 second. Hello, Mark. How are you? How's your evening going so far? Okay, going back to what I was saying. I had this douchebag couple. Okay, so they had no intention of fucking buying anything, and I caught on to that after a couple of weekends. Their thing was, let's go see houses and have this dick, this guy over here drive them around. No, fuck me, fuck you.
Yeah, I had a few. I've had a few of those in my day. It's awful. They're like, oh, we have nothing better to do this weekend. Let's go look at places.
Oh yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah, that's why.
We're not ready to buy. We're just looking. I'm like, stop waiting.
That's why I always been an advocate of you want me to run around with you like an asshole as for buyers agent. No problem. You're gonna sign something with me, and if you decide to buy with anybody else, guess what? I'm gonna get paid anyway. How do you like that?
Sign an agency agreement right off the bat. Fuck yeah.
I'm not fucking doing that. Fuck them. What do we do?
Yeah, mine never does it either. You going too, Sean?
Why is she How do you do that?
Start getting ready for work.
I think it's because God loves me more than you.
Thanks for
They
joining,
want
Sean.
to put you on fire. That's why they're putting fireworks behind you.
Take care, guys. Bye, buddy.
Goodbye.
Take care.
But now that he's here, you can negotiate with him. You're leaving. No, he leaves. Justin, you had him. The guy wants.
Oh yeah, I guess I forgot that I should be doing that.
Sell it to him. He wants it.
I'm bad at this.
Hey, Justin.
Not only will you pay for it, they'll also send you a kangaroo and a koala.
The real question is, Justin, how is that Lego building working out for you?
Moon Knight 1.
Yeah, the Moon Knight.
You gonna have it all done by January 1st?
No.
Moon Knight every time.
Especially saying that's in like 10 hours.
Hey, he can still swing by Home Depot tomorrow. Get some workers. You guys could be building Lego.
Oh, I want to build them. That's the best part.
Taylor, I don't know if you got out of the business completely, but if you did, I don't blame you. Honestly, I don't blame you. I'm like this close. If I got the right opportunity to go into something else, I'm this close to freaking just saying, fuck this.
Oh, yeah.
Have you tried prostitution, CJ? Like the other side of it?
What's that?
Have you tried prostitution, the other side of it, where you're making money, not spending it?
Or my version of prostitution, which I like to call.
I tried, but the problem is, after I give my goods, they don't give me the money up front. I want the money up front, and they don't give it to me. They run away from me after they
put it on the dresser.
Always ask for the money up front.
Well, I'm a gentleman. That's the problem.
I'm gonna head out, guys. You all have a good night.
Not to make like a baby and head out.
Wait, what happened? You're mad now because we're saying hello to everybody like in a kind way? Is that what happened?
Bye, CJ. I'm gonna.
Bye. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Have a good night.
Happy New Year. I hope 2024 brings you all the joy and all the wonderments of the world to you.
Does it do anything? No, it doesn't do anything.
Take care, dudes. Be safe. Don't do crack.
Why's she doing this?
Nothing.
No, it doesn't do anything.
I would go for ROM 1 shop just because it's a first appearance. Moon Knight 1 is a fine book, but anyways, just to answer the chat.
No, so it doesn't do anything. No, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. What the? What? Well, I don't know how to do that.
Do what?
It's something StreamYard does now, but I don't know why. It only works for some people, not everybody.
I don't know. She does the grabby honkers thing, and then fireworks fall down. How does that work?
Yeah, I don't know. It works for some people, but not everybody.
Like that?
I think,
unless it's in the settings somewhere.
You gotta do this.
No, I think it's because you can upload now like GIFs as things, so I think you can upload it as a virtual background.
No, that's like something that someone discovered accidentally numerous times when me and Spidey have been streaming. Someone just did this and smiled one time, like when they were saying bye, and it's a StreamYard preset thing that works for a couple of people we've run into.
Hold 2 thumbs up for 10 seconds. Okay. So it doesn't work.
Now we're all morons.
How come my thumbs are crooked? They're not crooked.
So it doesn't work. Let's see if there's anything in the settings.
I have
for a minute.
Who could do the peace sign, and it did it, and like how Caroline did that, and it did it.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, I don't see anything in the
Wolfpack.
We all look like a bunch of idiots now.
No, looks like we're really.
I've only seen a few
advocating
people
for
do
peace.
it, but yeah, I don't know what it is.
Nick
Thank
left
you,
it.
thank you,
Now he says it. Bye, Nick.
After
Nick.
his
Happy New Year.
smoke bomb.
Happy 2024. Can't be worse than 2023.
I want to see Nick do it with his fingers, with his missing finger, if that works. Maybe that'll work. No.
Yeah, do duck face. Well, if the thumbs up doesn't work, I'm not going to stand there for 10 seconds doing a duck face.
Do 20 jumping jacks. Name five movies. Anyways, it's like
I don't like this game. So Taylor, are you completely out of the real estate business?
Yeah,
or-
I'm out of it. I do marketing now.
You hung up your license, or you still have
No,
it?
I hung it up. I didn't renew it. I was so
Really?
fed up. I couldn't
You
do
should
it
have at
anymore.
least had it parked it somewhere, just to have it.
I mean, I can always re-up it for the same amount of money. It's just have to take the test again.
Yeah, but you don't have to take the test over if it lapses too long.
Yeah, it's no big fucking deal. It's an easy test. So
It's not. It's getting harder and harder here in New York now. So
yeah.
I wouldn't want to.
I was so burned out and fed up, CJ. I couldn't do it anymore. So
You want to see burned out? I'll show you. I wish if I didn't have confidentiality situations to show you some of the shit I got to deal with.
I'm sure. I mean, same. I can't talk about half the restack quit either still, but
especially if somebody's like something like I deal with a lot of. We'll call them. They like to call they call themselves B-listers, but they're really like D-listers, like celebrities and stuff like that. Holy shit, the divas that these people are. You have no idea. No idea. The more high profile, the less demanding the person is. The lower profile, I guess they have a complex and they want to take it out on the fucking world. Pain in the ass.
Do you deal with Shia LaBeouf?
I wish.
CJ, you told me that you enjoyed being my real estate agent. You don't have to talk about me like this.
I would love to be a real estate agent over in California. I would shred those Californian real. I don't think there's any more cutthroat freaking real estate. I don't know, environment than here in New York.
You're probably right.
It's freaking ruthless. I feel bad a lot of times.
I mean, I'm a soulless in another way now. I just do marketing, so you know.
Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should become a freaking marketer. And that's it.
It's not rocket surgery.
Or maybe I should. Maybe I should.
Rocket surgery. That's a whole new profession I never heard of.
Yeah, exactly. If
I would like to do that.
If you can write a compelling listing, you can do marketing. That's all I mean.
What is the size of an appendix on a Saturn V rocket?
Hey, Matt.
It's like a clitoris on an elephant. There, Rob.
I always wanted to become a lingerie designer. Maybe I should go into that going forward.
Oh, Matt's here for the footlongs. He must have heard about the cockatoo.
Speaking of which,
out in the bush.
Anyway, really good movie. Poor Things. I can recommend it.
Poor Thing.
Yes.
Poor.
Yeah, Things.
Okay.
It's an indie film. It's got Mark Scruffalo and Emma Stone in it, and she's naked a whole lot.
I don't like Ruffalo.
It doesn't matter. He's not who you're looking at.
He's not cast to type in this. He plays against type, and then there's also Willem Dafoe in it, like because it's an indie movie, and you have to have him in every indie movie.
That's where Willem Dafoe's playing in Nosferatu next year.
I like Dafoe.
He's from my hometown. He doesn't admit it, but he's from Appleton, Wisconsin.
Here you go, CJ, just for you.
What is this? What the hell is this?
A cockatoo.
Hello.
Maybe even 3.
What shall we fix it up?
Eats it with his paw.
So what's your cockatoo eat?
You can see the other ones. Just gave him a bit of bread. Down around on the roof. They're not as friendly and as game as this one. He seems to be liking the bread. There we go. We might go.
Your cockatoo seem very well protected.
I like the way it works the pole.
I was going to try and
see. That's nice. Look how happy it makes people looking at the animals. You're feeding the animals; they're happy. Look at that content.
He's really good in it, Travis. I'm just ignoring CJ and his two cocks.
He plays a bad guy, like an asshole or something, doesn't he? In this movie?
Yeah, well, kind of a pathetic asshole.
I hate Ruffalo as the Hulk. I don't think he should be Bruce Banner. I want Edward Norton back.
I don't think that will be happening.
Can we have that happen? Can we just
probably
bring
not.
Ed Norton back? No.
How about the Aussie? Bring back Eric Banner.
A good hope. You know what? Banner would be better than Ruffalo as Bruce Banner.
Why don't we just cast Jason Momoa? Because everyone wants him as everything.
Because unless you're going to paint him green and make him play the part of the Hulk, he's not going to be Bruce Banner. I don't mind doing that. We could do Ferrigno style on him.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's what go back to the old school way of doing it.
That's right.
Good old body paint and
nice good green body paint.
I don't think that Momoa is who you want to play that role then.
I don't want Momoa to play any role. He's like acting like it's like a tree acting.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I don't want him to play Lobo. Everybody's campaigning for him to play Lobo. I think it's going to be the biggest mistake DC makes to be Lobo. Because let's say he did, I think he could probably do a decent job as a Lobo in that role.
I think stature wise, he's probably good Lobo size, like height and hair and
his demeanor and attitude
and all
as
that
an
sort
actor.
of stuff. But maybe not actor.
Yeah, but his demeanor and attitude as an actor could pull it off. He could play that role. Here's the problem: it makes money. Now DC is going to have to make another Lobo film and play it again. He's going to want double the money now. Not a good sign. You want to get a nobody, a no-name person, and let them develop under that role that can play the role. There's plenty of good no-name actors out there.
Peter Dinklage is the Hulk.
I mean, he's already the Toxic Avenger. How many green guys can he play?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, he can play the Grinch next.
What role is Dinklage going to play in the Toxic Avenger?
Oh, he's the Toxic Avenger.
He's going to be Melvin?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. He's going to be Melvin?
Yeah.
That's going to be great. No, that's going to be wrong, actually. All the little people are going to get nuts because he's supposed to get like chucked from one side to the other out the window. I don't think they like. I don't think you're not allowed to say midgets anymore, right? You're not allowed to say midget throwing.
You just did. So I guess it's fine.
You're not allowed to do that anymore. But if you're going to play the role right, you have to throw him out the window into the vat.
Instead of it being like at a gym where he's being picked on, it's just going to be at a frat party, just an event gone wrong.
Oh, that's awful.
I'm just kidding, man.
I don't think Lloyd Kaufman is going to stand for that.
Lloyd Kaufman's in on this. He's behind it. It actually looks good. If you're into trauma stuff,
I love Dr. Avenger.
It looks trauma, and even like when you see some of the stuff, you can see Easter eggs in the trailer, like when they show you the supermarket, like the window lettering for the advertisements on the windows in the old font for the Toxic Avenger, like DVDs and VHSs and stuff. So they're doing their due diligence. It looks fantastic.
I'm a real sucker for trauma stuff. So
okay, so I'm sorry to pause for a second because I know we've talking about this heritage sale that's coming up, and I've seen that 9.8 ASM.
Yeah, number one. Yeah,
but look at this.
Was it reholder?
Oh,
what the hell?
Shit!
Exactly.
It looks like a retirement plan in one photo.
That's the highest grade, right?
Yeah. That looks like a 4.0 that's been cracked and resubmitted. Wow.
Yeah, 9.6, unbelievable. Sole highest graded copy. Colors are stunning, especially for a book that fades easily.
And you know what? It is a very significant book, but the cover is great too. Like, you don't get that very often where it's a very significant comic and the cover like makes you feel like it belongs on a comic like that.
Like ASM1's a great book, but it's kind of a shit cover.
Yeah.
Oh, it's terrible. Fantasy 15 has a good cover. I like the cover on Fantasy 15, but Amazing Spider-Man 1, they wanted to push and get him popularity because of the Fantastic Four, so they threw him on it. It was a big clusterfuck of a cover. That's basically what it was. There's plenty of better covers. But I don't like Ditko's art. I know blasphemy. You don't like Ditko's art.
When it comes to Spider-Man, there are quite often people that are like, okay, I'm a Ditko guy, or am I a Romita guy, or whatever like that. Like some people like both. Some people have their preferences.
Either you're a Romita senior guy or you're wrong.
I like
I think if it wasn't for Romita taking over Spider-Man, I don't think Spider-Man would have excelled to the level they did. That's my personal belief. He pushed the art to another level. Ditko made it looked a little gangly. It didn't look right for me. I don't know. The Ditko art looks weird to me. It always did.
Well, that's a gangly teenager. That was accurate. I mean, that was
no, but he made all his characters look like that. Even his other characters look.
He had his own style.
Yeah, it was his style. So don't get me wrong. Like that's if you like that style, that's your thing. I personally, for superhero comics, I don't think that belongs in that.
I don't know. That Flash looked kind of gangly on Showcase 4. Just saying.
Yeah, well, he's wobbling from running so fast. That happens. You run as fast as he did. See how you're going to look after that.
It's a bit like Bagley though in the 90s. Like I grew up on Bagley's.
I don't like Bagley at all.
But like when Bagley was doing these run in the issue 300s and things like that, I loved his style. But when he started doing Ultimate Spider-Man, that's when he started going to that gangly look.
I actually thought his art improved once he went to the Ultimate.
Holy shit!
Over amazing. I did not like. Oh, what?
This is also in that Heritage.
Oh, first appearance of Garo.
Rob, did I tell you that Jerry's working on 2 of these right now?
Well, I saw one of them that he's been working on.
I think he's got one back already.
Yeah, it came back. I saw it. He posted it the other day. Last time we even had 9.2 copy was 15.
I wonder if this is coming from the same person. If they've got this sort of they've found some comics.
There we go. Again, this is a 9.6, none graded higher.
Are there any true first appearances in that comic other than Justice League as Starro's first appearance? All right,
I think. Mark, isn't it Starro's first appearance in here?
That's Starro's first appearance. Yes.
Yeah.
Does that qualify as a major first appearance?
Well, it does in its own right. He's been around a while, but
yeah,
Justice League though kind of outclasses him.
Yeah.
It's a team appearance.
I'm just trying to figure out, should that be in the same category as an Avengers 1?
Well, as an Avengers 1, absolutely, because Avengers 1 is a team appearance book.
And with no true first appearances. Other than the
difference is Justice League did it first.
Yeah.
Rewind about an hour back.
Honest, the JSA did it before
Society, yeah.
True, but I mean, of these 2 books, I'm saying.
Yeah.
But people think of the JLA instead of the JSA for the most part. The common person, let me say that, Mark, as opposed to the comic book enthusiast.
Hey, real quick, sorry to interrupt. Does anybody know
how much
shipping is for what the shipping charge is from Heritage?
No, I thought you were going to say to Australia.
No, sorry.
He's already agreed to covering that. So,
well, Heritage charges you what, a 10% buyer premium on it, or 20%?
Yeah, but then they charge shipping on top. I don't know. I've only ever bought one thing from them, and that was a long time ago.
I never participated in any of their auctions. Maybe I should just check one out, like just to see what it's all about.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, bidding on a few things, just to sort of learn the process.
Just dipping your toe in at some of the low end stuff.
When's this auction happening?
Like the one that's going, like the one that's going now has a bunch of like 9/8 X-Men books, right? That have 0 bids. And so
there's one from Mark.
Like,
is that 193?
No, forget that.
Is that
193? 193.
First Firestar.
Yeah, first Firestar in continuity, right?
That's right.
Show this one Spidey for Mark.
Yeah.
What?
Oh shit! Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
A 7.0? Yeah.
And that's an iconic cover.
Yeah.
They really love the yellow covers back then.
There are so many. Probably the most prominent cover color by far.
Probably
A lot of action.
Easiest
Yeah, a
color.
lot of action, a lot of Superman, a lot of detective. All had those like yellow covers in the.
Well, it's a
early
very
days.
easy color to print because you can print over it and not have to worry about registration too much, and it's like a one plate thing. So like, they loved it back then for ease and a lot of rate.
Apparently, that 7.0 is the highest graded unrestored copy of Superman 1 that Heritage has ever had.
Up until this guy that has the guy that's doing the documentary grades his.
Well, again, it's up the Heritage has ever had. There's only two. There are 2 higher copies on the census. But as far as Superman 1, they're saying Heritage is saying that the 7.0 is the highest non-restored copy they've ever had in their auction house. That is a bunch of insane.
Heritage, from my understanding, like I've spoken to a lot of people that have used it both to purchase and to actually sell their books. If you're going to sell those kind of caliber books,
right,
Heritage is the place to go to if you're going to do that.
You don't want to sell a book on eBay.
If you're doing those X-Men's like the one Justin was showing us, not the place. You can get burnt as far as getting value on them.
Yeah, sometimes those come up because they're part of like somebody will take a whole collection to them and say, here, just sell all this stuff.
And they won't take. I've spoken to the guys at Heritage too. They won't take anything that's. They won't even entertain anything that's less than $10,000 in value as far as a collection is concerned. And it's not. We're not talking about bringing a long box. If it's like a handful of books that are worth $10,000, they're not gonna even bother with the $10, $20 books unless it's like a huge deal that they're doing.
Why should they?
Well, they know they don't have to.
Well, it's more of a headache for them.
It's just clutter that they have to deal with because that's not the people who are coming to their auctions, right? The people going to their auctions are the people who
the high rollers, pretty much.
Yeah.
All your clutter needs come to Taylor Winder.
That's right.
I would never be able to find a deal like what you found over there for 40 freaking short boxes.
I mean,
everybody here in New York are savages.
Speaking of savage, did y'all see the big time collectibles naughty cover that they dropped today?
Yeah, I saw that.
All right, so I'm passing through. I saw that and I saw there's 29 comments. I'm like, God, that's a lot. And someone commented, anyone buying these needs some real kitty cat in their life. Immediately, BTC responded, "Thank you for your order. We'll make sure they ship discreetly."
Nice.
They said fair play. It's a bit much, I'd say. That's amazing.
Would you agree with that statement, Mark, that John just made?
I've tried to read a bunch of different JSA runs from various eras, and I find them all to be boring and convoluted. Sorry, TM. JLA is a more entertaining and accessible book. I disagree 1,000%, to be honest.
I agree with that.
I don't know what era of both that he's reading. They've been around for so long, so you could have hit like a boring era of JSA while getting a good era of JLA. But
I just find the characters.
Jeff Johns
I find
JSA
the team-
alone, like Jeff Johns 2007 JSA alone, stand leaps and bounds over most of the Justice League stuff, unless you go back to like the 80s and all that.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Grant
but
Morrison JLA
I
was
enjoy
pretty
the characters that are part of the JLA. Like a little bit better. Like I like Superman. I like I like.
Oh,
those characters.
don't show me that.
That's super duper fair. And for the most part, if you're just like saying which characters you prefer, you're gonna find me like preferring like more JLA characters over JSA. But JSA has something about them, just those Golden Age characters. The books come with actual like stakes, and it's not just like, oh, you have, I don't know, it's just a whole different feel. It feels serious. It feels a lot more serious somehow.
Justin, is that why you're asking about the shipping cost?
No, no.
You were gonna say I've just acquired one, but I'm not going to tell you about it until you see the video. I will deflect that conversation.
So, do you guys remember that newsstand Miles Morales book that I found?
Unicorn.
Yes.
Yeah. So I sold it, and one of the books that I got from the money was an ASM 3.
All right, that's very good.
Yeah.
You make it sound like you did a bad thing.
Oh no, I did. It was a good thing.
Rob the smoke bombed.
Well, you got upset that you got the 3. Isn't that what you were looking for?
Yeah, but Rob's known for months. I sent him a picture of it like months ago.
All right, so you're just being dramatic.
Smoke bomb back.
I don't know. Why'd you make it sound like something fucked up happened? Like somebody came and ate your freaking newsstand?
Because I know that it crushes two people here's soul.
Well, congratulations. Good. You got your
it's okay because we do it to him.
Congratulations.
I have done it to Justin on multiple occasions in 2023. So it's only
and
fair.
Here's the 2024.
But the difference
but
is
I only need
you
one
guys-
more.
you-
Then I only need the one, and then I finish the run.
Yeah.
And the difference
need a
is
few
you
more.
guys can afford it and you have more access to it. Whether as
I could have finished it this week, but the problem was that the book, because there's a book that's available for less than $7, but I just didn't like the condition on it, and I want a higher grade. But I was very tempted when he dropped the price down from 1,000 down to 700, less than 700, to move it because he wants it gone, and I'm like, that was tempting just so I could say
about it. It's missing pages, right?
Of course, yeah. It's a 0.5 missing page 12 and part of page 14. Most of those 0.5s are missing page 12. It's where the centerfold is, but it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, I really kind of want like a 2.5, ideally. So I'm going to hold out, but it was really tempting just to potentially not just to say I'm done, to finish off 2023 by having put the stake in that one, but
steak, yum.
And you have a number one. You have a number one, but it's
Yummy.
a pence, right?
Yep, right here.
Now, here's the thing: does it bother you that it's a pence? And would you want?
No, not at all.
Oh, you want it to be a pence?
I don't care whether it's a pence or not. The pence, if anything, was printed first because it was smaller run and had to be shipped overseas to be available for the release date before the U.S. copy, which was going to be run in higher production count and didn't have to ship as far for distribution to meet the street date. So I'm fine with it.
The only reason I ask because I know that you're a little bit compulsive, and the fact that you have everything else was American.
Doesn't bug me at all. The book is the book. It doesn't matter whether it's a pence variant or not. Now, if it was a Canadian variant, well, that's all. No, I'm just kidding.
Honestly, I don't really like. I don't know. I don't really have that much of an appreciation for a lot of the foreign variant numbers.
It's not really even a variant. I mean, it's the exact same book. It just happens to be they put local currency on the cover. That's it.
The thing that's good about the ones in England and the ones in Canada and maybe Australia, depending on if they printed it or not, is that it's actually English. That's the actually good thing. Because seen people throw up like German variants. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do with the German variant? I can't read German.
Right, that's completely different. This is just the exact same book. It's just that they printed the local currency on it instead of the U.S. currency. That's all.
The Australian reprints they have, especially in like the 80s and the 90s, it'll be like the Pence and the Canadian, be exact same book, just the price is different. But in the Silver Age stuff, they actually had companies over here like Newton Comics, Yaffa, and there was like a few others that they actually, it's almost a totally different book where the cover might be, say, ASM 1, but inside might be an ASM 10. And
that's how they did in Greece.
And then the cover, like the actual thing, is like made out of like newspaper sort of feeling material. It's like some of the old Phantom comics. There, it's very sort of textured and rough. But some of them look really cool. And there's been a bit of a resurgence in people actually collecting them, especially over here, because they're actually quite rare to actually find some of the older sort of Silver Age stuff in that sort of.
I've got that 9.6 Buck Rogers Australian.
Which
it's
will be like
that same. It's got that same newspaper print like cover that you're talking about. That's like I was like, when it came back in 9.6, I was blown away.
And some of them are even like black and white inside instead of color.
They are, yeah. But this one was because the Buck Rogers was
the old news strip stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it was news strips that were collected and then put together exactly. So they weren't colored to begin with.
Let's have a look. Marvel. Oops. Marvel Comics. Let's try Newton reprints.
But yeah, it's not a reprint though. That's Marvel.
Okay, so if we go images, yeah, here we go. So if we go share, present, share screen. Yeah, so this is like they almost look like the old like Dell 4 color type stuff.
Weird coloring, yeah.
Yeah, that's really, really strange and like just have a look at like the color of like Magneto and Beast and stuff. It's like totally different, but it might not necessarily be listed as like, well, this one it's listed as issue 1. So so done in the 1970s. Like the Amazing Spider-Man looks a little bit more, but just the colors popping.
That looks almost like the Marvel. What Marvel would do those they did their run of printouts. What do they call them? The
Black posters.
No, I'm trying to remember. Marvel did there's a whole bit. Basically, they took all the Amazing Spider-Man and they reprinted them.
Marvel Tales.
Yeah, Marvel Tales. That's what it looks like. Is a Marvel Tales kind of coloring almost.
Like have a look at that. Avengers 4. Like that just looks weird. But this is what they did.
Yep.
That's how you used to do it in Greece and some of the European countries, where they just completely alter the cover.
But yeah,
and good luck figuring out which story from what book is in what cover. That's the other thing.
Exactly. Like as I said, some of them are
have 2-3 stories in one book. Some of them actually cut the stories apart and put a portion from one book and a portion from another book in the same freaking comic. Believe it or not, I actually had some stuff that was like the original, the Greek versions of Giant Size X-Men 1, a few books like that, and they were all printed in the mid '80s.
I've got all the shitty X titles anyone needs: Exiles, Mutant X, X-Man. I've got runs all those now.
X Factor, X Force.
How did the new Mutant Journey turn out?
Mutant X.
What kind of condition?
It's about an 8.0. The 9.
Oh wow, good.
Yeah.
Are you going to PC it?
Probably not, because I don't really care about Deadpool at all. So
maybe me, but an 8.0 is probably a bit too much for my pricing.
We'll see. I mean, I might be a dirty
I would
whore.
be interested if it smelled like cat's piss.
No, the cat piss books were the Savage Swords of Conan. We'd established that. I found the source of the cat piss.
Is there any keys in those Conans? They smell like cat piss?
Yeah, the Conans. Yeah, I don't know.
You said the Savage
Savage Sword of Conan magazines all smell like cat piss.
You have number one?
No. We're talking like these were all 40s and 50s, and I owed those. I gave to my buddy because he helped me move, and he's like, "Can I get those?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't give a shit." So
if you had number one in there, I'd be interested in that.
I had number one, I might have pulled it, but no.
Cat piss and everything. Could you imagine Jerry? Like, because I want to do something with Jerry. I want him to take and take the scents out, the smell out, and all that stuff, and hand deliver to him. And like, I want to do a whole thing, a collaboration with him on this. Could you imagine him like what he's gonna be saying as the smell is gonna be going in his basement?
That's like too much New York for one stream.
Yeah. Because I got one book. I have one book that looks like a period stain is all over the back of Spotlight 6, the second appearance of Ghost Rider. I'm giving that to him to work on. We'll see. I want to do something interesting this year. This year, I'm going to change up my content a little bit.
Thank God.
Well, what sort of ideas are rattling
around?
What
are you thanking God for? That I'm still around for 2024? Is that what you're thinking?
Exactly. Because if I don't get another one of your like sparkling-eyed, grinning hugs and caresses that you gave me at Heroes last year again, I don't know what I would do with myself.
All right.
He's a hugger, if y'all didn't know.
No hugging.
Which is
for all
funny
the no hugging that this guy said, he hugged me a lot, but I don't necessarily give people the opportunity. I was excited.
No, it was a hugger, a freaking comic vet.
I think about that often, like how good of a hugger you are. Don't make it weird.
Well, you just did.
I didn't say anything weird.
And all of a sudden, now you talk about hugs, and then the other one's talking about his hot dogs again. What
That makes sense.
Matt's obsessed with hot dogs.
It's a natural segue. I guess I missed the whole thing, like why everyone not everyone, but why people are just talking hot dogs all the time in chats now. Like I missed the joke with it.
Well, you missed that, and then at Heroes Con, the thing was not hot dogs; it was pie. And Justin and Nick had. We know about the pie. We know about the pie.
My love for pie at conventions is very well documented.
Yeah, we know about your loving of the warm pie.
Yeah, because it's all sweet pies and stuff over there, isn't it? You guys don't actually have like meat pies is not really a thing over there, is it?
That's not a thing anywhere. Y'all just misuse the English language. That's all.
Meat pie is actually everywhere, just different variation. Meat pie is a freaking empanada. That's a meat pie. Every country has their own variation of a meat pie.
Your mom's a meat pie.
Hey.
Who said
that? I thought you said meat locker.
Who said that?
I said that, TJ.
How do you know she's a meat pie?
Well,
Is there something going on between you and my mom? I don't know.
Anyways, happy New Year's, everybody.
No, we don't talk about Katie. We don't talk about Justin's pie. All right. We just talk about his love for the pie. That's all.
It's true.
All right. So
Justin, do you have a go?
We keep his pie out of our mouths.
That's an Australian meat pie.
Justin, do you have a go-to pie?
I prefer the non-fruit pies, so like the chocolate cream, the peanut butter.
So I love pecan pie. Like absolutely love pecan pie. That's my jam.
Why is it
as you should? Butter and sugar is great.
Why is it pecan and not pecan?
Because that's how it's pronounced.
Because that's how it's pronounced. I mean, you can call it whatever you want. Spidey says shit like meat pie with a straight face.
I'm just saying, why is it pecan and not pecan?
CJ, watch this. Spidey, what do you call a chicken sandwich?
A burger.
You know how fucking crazy is that? You know what I'm saying? Say whatever you want.
The chicken.
We all at least agree that the worst pie in the world is a pumpkin pie because it's fucking baby food.
What? Yeah, get out of
like
here.
pumpkin pie. I'm not going to disagree with it being baby food, but I'm going to say I still enjoy it.
I don't like pumpkin pie. I like pumpkin. I don't like pumpkin. I don't have pumpkin soup. I don't like squash soup. What the hell is with the pumpkins?
Doesn't matter.
like-
Pecan pie is the best pie there is, bar none.
What
Yeah,
kind of pie?
I brought like 2 pecan pies home for Christmas. It was fantastic.
Although my dad, who grew up very much a pecan pie guy, he has kind of on occasion drifted over to make macadamia nut pie. So it's same thing, but just switching out macadamia nuts for pecans.
That might be a little too. I don't know how that would like. I guess if
I
you
like the
make
pecan
it, same thing
pie.
with the pecan pie. That sounds like it'd be super sweet.
All right,
Oh, it
so
is.
can I ask a silly? I'll ask a silly question for the non-Americans here. Besides the pecan, what's actually in the pie?
Butter and sugar.
Yeah.
Oh, is that all it is?
You want me to go get a piece and show you?
That's like 90% of it. It's basically a butter and sugar delivery system.
If you're up north and you're not a weirdo like Rob, it's pecan pie. But you know,
It's pecan.
It's
Like there's an A in it though.
That's
There's an A
basically what it
in it. It's not a
That's all
pecan.
it is. You're gonna eat it, you're gonna get diabetes. That's what it is. It's like a sugary syrup and a freaking.
Sounds like it might be something
butter.
nice to try.
who's the villain in Star Trek 2, Mark?
God.
Con.
It's not can. Con.
Con. There's no H. There's no H in pecan.
Pecan.
See, Dracula saying it's top 5 pie for sure.
I mean, I do love pecan pie, but also I have a deep-rooted love for apple pie too. It's just kind of, you know.
No cherry pie lovers here.
The Warrant song, it's underrated.
I'd rather have a nice peach cobbler.
Peach is good. Peach pie is good.
Peach cobbler with ice cream. There you go. That's nice.
No, fuck you with your pumpkin, and lemon meringue is also not pie. That's just like weird and. Yeah.
Oh no! Key lime pie is freaking the jam.
After Loki season 2, I don't want to ever try one of those.
I love key lime.
Smoke bomb.
Did anybody watch the What If season 2 that came out?
We were talking about that a little bit earlier. I'm
Still only
not,
up to episode 3 or 4.
I'm not that
I heard it was
pleased with
good.
the
I
second
have no plans on watching it though. I think I'm good with like the MCU, like ending with Loki. Like I'm very good with that. That was fantastic.
Wait, did you enjoy season 1?
No, not at all. I thought it was a shit show. There was like a good Doctor Strange story here and there, but
enjoy season 2 because I guess I'm in the minority. I think season 2 sucks compared to 1. It doesn't make sense. It's not What If. It's a different series altogether.
yeah,
And anybody that reads What If and knows what If is supposed to be all about, they'll understand.
season
What
1
If is supposed to be one-offs. This is like it feels like an ongoing saga story. That's what it feels like. Even though they're individual stories, it feels like they're all a saga that's building up to something. And What If it's
That's
not
what they
meant to
did
be
with
that?
season 1. They did all the little
Not if you think they did it like that in the first one,
connect it
they,
for the
they amped it up to another
finale.
extreme with this season 2.
Yeah, I just
Matt,
don't give a shit.
Too much
pronounced pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin.
pumpkin. Okay, pumpkin.
Oh god.
Lemon
Have you
meringue is-
continued on? Have you gone past
good.
episode 1 of Reacher yet, Mark, or haven't got time yet?
Reacher kicks ass. You got to see
Reacher's awesome. We just it's a holiday
You're
season, you know,
appreciate Reacher.
so we've been that's like one of the few shows that me and the wife watch together, and it just
Yeah, I remember you
holiday
saying that.
time. We just ain't had the time to do it without watching this.
That's
it's
a
not-
good. That's a good show to watch with your wife. So
Thanks.
she can understand how men do it.
Mm.
It's a very manly show. I like Reacher. Very old school. Very old school. Feels like I'm watching a 1980s action show spread out through a season.
Yeah, it just has that X factor. Of that's just cool as shit. You know, that's badass. He's a man's man for sure.
Yeah, they could have picked a better actor. The guy looks like a freaking monster.
Looks like a fucking house with arms.
Well, and that's the thing, like, because my parents have both read all, like, they're big, novel readers. They've read
Child fans.
all the Jack Reacher books, and Dad's not the biggest. I know Mark's not going to like this comment, but he's old, and not you, but my dad. He's like, oh, he hates Tom Cruise. He absolutely hates Tom Cruise.
As Reacher or as an actor?
All of the above.
Okay.
But he's like, oh, what's that fucking leprechaun doing playing Jack Reacher? He's supposed to be like 6'4" and built like a brick shithouse. We get Alan Richardson, perfect casting. He is the part, because that's what in the books he is supposed to be, like a big brick shithouse.
Yeah, Kyle said the same thing when because we were flipping through the Paramount Plus app, and she saw the Reacher movie with Tom Cruise. She goes, he doesn't fit that part. I'm like, no, he definitely doesn't visually. They wrote that part as a Jack Reacher part very well, and he acts that part very well, but he just doesn't look that part. Tom Cruise definitely acted like Reacher.
I love the movies. Like,
I really like that first movie a lot. The quality of the second movie is like the budget wasn't there, and it was like very apparent. Yeah. It's still a decent movie, but that first one was just like that ending with him and Robert Duvall like storming the construction site. That was so good.
I just love the scene of like the five guys surrounding him at the start of the movie.
No, you sure you don't want to walk away?
You're about to go down. You're going to run away, and you're going to piss yourself and run away.
Yeah, like they literally handled it, and they wrote it, and he acted the part just like he was no different. Like it was perfectly written as Jack Reacher. He's not 6'4".
Yeah. Here's the other thing. For me, I never read any of the Reacher novels prior to the Tom Cruise movie. So when I saw it, I'm a blank slate. I had no idea what I was going to be watching. So it worked beautifully for me as far as the way it was done. I agree with you on the second one. The budget wasn't there, but it worked perfectly for me.
You know what's crazy?
Now look what's being with the series. Now I'm like, holy shit, this is what Reacher's supposed to look like. You
know what's crazy is like how you said you watched it without any foreknowledge, so it worked perfect. You have these five guys that are willing to step up to Tom Cruise in a bar. Yeah, makes sense. But why in the fuck would those same guys try to pick a fight with Alan Richardson? Like, that's just dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes sense to pick a fight thinking, oh, we can beat this little guy up. Not Alan Richardson, you know what I mean?
But when you're like drunken hillbillies, you don't know any better. So they're gonna,
and especially in like the second season, I think it was in the first episode where like Alan Richardson just like walks up to the cop, undercover cop or whatever, sitting in the car, and just kicks the bloody front bumper, and the airbag just automatically goes off. I'm like, that is fucking awesome.
Yeah, you haven't seen any of that yet, right, Mark?
I thought that was in episode 1. Was that in episode 2? Was it?
I think it was episode 2.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Mark, you haven't seen any of that. Don't ruin it for him. He's
Mark's spoiled about a million things for me, so I can get one.
You're absolutely fine. You can't really.
It's not ruining the story. It's just a small little thing.
Why they're
you want to get a little bit of the element surprise in there because it's good. It's done well. But that scene you just talked about was a badass scene. I've never seen that. I've never seen anybody else do that. It makes absolute sense if you hit it hard enough, but badass. That guy
I think somebody actually mentions it later without giving anything away. Like, how the hell can somebody actually do that?
I want to be that Reacher when I grow up, but that specific Reacher that looks like that, that acts like that.
Yeah, no, phenomenal series.
He's a monster. And I just figured it out. He's the guy that also played Colossus, wasn't he?
No.
In X-Men?
No, he played Aquaman in the Smallville series, which was only like a cameo sort of role. But
he popped up in a couple episodes in the Justice episode, but he also played.
Is that what it was?
He played in Smallville. That was like 20 years ago. He played Hawk in the Titans TV show.
That's right. He was Hawk as well. Yeah.
He was in the Colossus in the original X-Men movie?
No.
So maybe it was Aquaman. I don't know. I remember him.
That who played Colossus in X-Men 2 and 3 was definitely not him.
I thought it was just a lot younger. I don't know.
No, that guy's like got some sort of like Russian-y sounding name.
That's the guy from Deadpool who's a different actor.
Spidey.
He was in Blue Mountain State television show when he was younger.
Bubs.
I know that's another one that people kept pointing out. Alan Richardson was.
Bubs with enough prep time, Batman could beat up anybody.
So can the kid from Home Alone.
Hey, Spidey, I'm going to disappear for a few minutes. Just go ahead and throw me in the backstage. I'll pop my camera back on when I'm going. I got to go do dishes and stuff.
All right.
What were you doing in the back screen, Taylor, with your hair?
Pooping.
I saw you I saw you poofing up. Were you like FaceTiming?
That's what it was
or something.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
And then I pooped a lot.
Oh, that's usually a good combination.
Yeah, it was necessary. I know.
So what do you reckon? There's any like Tales to Astonish or Strange Tales or any of that sort of stuff in there, or do you reckon that's a bit too early for what's in these boxes?
Yeah, no, I went through them all. There's only
okay.
The only Strange Tales that are in there are 3 issues, and they're the Adam Warlock issues, like 178, 179, and 180. There's like one Tales to Astonish, which is the first Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, nice. That's a good one.
Yeah.
A couple of those Thor's books I might be interested in if you're willing to break them up.
We'll see. The Thor's my baby as far as the character goes, so we'll see. That might
Daniel
be
Cudmore is the name of the actor. Sorry, the Colossus actor.
That's what it was?
Daniel Cudmore.
It could listen. It's like it's been for. Oh yeah, that doesn't look like him. No, it doesn't look like him. I don't know. Maybe I just had it like in my head something else. It's been a long time since I even seen that movie. It was X-Men 2, I think he was in.
Yeah, he was in 2 and 3. And 2 was just when Stryker raided the mansion and he was getting kids out. Yeah, that dope scene where they're tranking everyone. He just turns the corner and they look at him. They pull their guns up and he actually transforms properly, like the panels coming up, and they just light him up and it bounces off of him. He looks down, looks up, walks in the room, then they go flying out.
That was a great scene. Best scene of that movie was Nightcrawler, though, coming in like an assassin in the White House.
The only Nightcrawler ever.
I don't know why they didn't continue that same idea with Nightcrawler. He's the same guy that played in Star Wars, the Maul guy, the Red Maul, Darth Maul.
Darth Maul was Ray Park.
Yeah, wasn't that Ray Parks that played?
Yeah, Darth Maul was Ray Park.
He played Toad in X-Men.
Look, there's
Toad it was.
Yeah, Alan Cumming.
I guess people don't hate those 3 Star Wars movies from the 90s as much as they used to, with all the junk that came out recently.
Yeah, it's sort of almost gone to.
Yeah, I can show you how to get a
steak. Oh damn, he muted.
I don't know when you saw him. Like
honestly, I've been watching. I've been watching a lot of this stuff lately, like the new stuff that came out. Like I wasn't watching as it was coming out. Now I'm starting to play catch up. It's not as horrible as a lot of people were making it out to be.
Is it?
Like some of the Star Wars stuff that Disney made, like Mandalorian and
1 and 2 were great. Season 1 and 2 were awesome.
Well, I'm about to jump into 3, so I can't make.
Okay, within that.
Ashoka, I don't think was bad. I thought it was pretty good.
I liked Ahsoka.
Yeah, Ahsoka got me like excited to watch some Star Wars. It felt great.
Obi-Wan.
You really want to hate yourself? Watch Boba Fett.
I didn't think it was awful.
Obi-Wan should have been a movie.
Mandalorian season 3 was bad.
Can I get rid of this one?
The entire world gave up on the one that's supposed to be the best one there is.
Okay, I got rid of the bluey one.
Andor. Yeah,
I like Andor a lot.
I'm pretty sure it probably is the best one they've done. Just they didn't structure in a way to hook people like the.
Isn't Andor a bit more cerebral?
I've only saw about 3 or 4 episodes
more of a
Andor
thinking thing.
far,
That's what Rob was explaining. Like
it's just a spy thriller, so it's a lot of dialogue that plays out and stuff like that.
But that's what I was about to say. It doesn't feel like a Star Wars movie. It feels more like I'm watching Blade Runner or something.
Which there's nothing wrong with that. It's just it took them. I guess it like I gave up at episode 3, and I kid you not, everyone says it gets good after episode 3, which I don't think it was bad. It was just like I'm like sitting there trying to watch this, and it's putting me to sleep every time I look at it.
Well, that's the problem I have with most of the shows, even if they're good. I get narcolepsy. I'm like, I'll fall asleep.
Which is strange for an insomniac.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. I fall asleep for about 35, 40 minutes, and then I don't want to rewind to watch it. And then I get up and do stream.
What is it, Taylor?
He can stay up
That's
all
what
night and
happened.
watch talking to YouTubers, but can't watch a TV show. That's bizarre.
Yeah.
Because nothing puts me to sleep like YouTubers.
I sit there and listen to like talk shows and debates and lectures and stuff to go to sleep every night. I've been on a Theo Vaughn kick listening to, because like if you watch podcasters, they all talk to the same guests. You know what I mean? Whether it be Joe Rogan
He's
or
got the
Theo
weirdest
Vaughn
way
or
of doing the interview.
Michael
Theo
Rosenbaum,
Vaughn-
they all have the same guests, but you get a little bit different vibes from different hosts and stuff like that.
I like Rosenbaum. I like Bill Burr.
Bill Burr's Monday show is great.
Yeah.
Sometimes on Thursday.
Is Vaughn's whole thing? Is he purposely acting dumb, or is he really like?
Yeah, so like he's not dumb at all. He's probably one of the smartest people.
That's what
you've
I'm
ever
trying to
watched
figure
hold a
out.
conversation with somebody.
But the
It's
way he's
kinda
doing
crazy.
the interview, he makes it sound like he's like the guy will be like, giving him a full answer and stuff like that. It's like, like that, like what
No,
the
dude.
fuck?
Just go watch don't watch a podcast with him and one of his comedian buddies because they're just hanging
No, I've
out.
watched him do a lot of interviews. I've seen him do with what you call the scientist guy, the the guy, the black guy with the mustache,
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes,
Yeah, he's
like, I
a
love
terrible
that guy.
person to listen to interviews anymore because he does so many of them. If you've seen a couple of them, it's just kind of all the same. I think he's gotten too busy because, dude, I used to like back in like 2012 to 2016, like it was like the best time in the world to follow him on like his
Because
like
it's fresh.
he wasn't on like podcasts, but he goes around to universities with like Lawrence Krauss and Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris and all these people that are respectable individuals in their separate fields, and they would host like some of the most amazing panels and get into some just amazing stuff. And now it's just kind of he doesn't do anything but media now, so he's not like you're not getting much media anymore.
Going for the pop.
Yeah, it's all just scratching the surface of nothing versus talking about like, dude, you're an astrophysicist. Get into it.
Well, he's going now for like the cheap pop. That's basically what he's going with a lot of stuff.
Well, in the last couple of years, if you watch, because I still follow him, I absolutely love science, and he's one of the best science communicators out there. That's why it sucks that he's not communicating science as much anymore. But if you watch stuff like you really like hear what they repeat, you know what I mean? What's really like what they're going through, what he's struggling with right now is trying to connect with younger generations and get them interested in stuff. And he's trying his damnedest to do it. And I think he's kind of like sacrificed the meat and potatoes of what he does for a profession for that sake kind of thing. He's trying to be cool somehow versus making science cool. I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. Having followed
I look at it like this. The thing that's cool about it is he's not cool and he doesn't give a shit. That's what I like about it. Or curse in front of the kid. That's what you did.
I don't think
you're cool. You bring out the worst out of me and Taylor.
I try. What I like about the science talks is when they just talk science because it's super interesting. It's when they don't and try and be all pop star-y that's like I'm like just.
I like it when he's. I love it when he's as unapologetically nerdy as possible about what he's talking about. Where he does,
he's nerdy for one,
and he's arrogant about it. I love that aspect of it. When he's like really arrogant about it, like you moron, you don't know this. Like the sun is gonna burn us to a crisp, man. Like he does
the Star Talk that he did for years was awesome because he'd have guests like that. Those are the kind of like people are watching for that. So that'd be like mostly decent content. But you want to get into some of that stuff. Like I don't know if y'all know who Lawrence Krauss is, but he's like one of the world's leading theoretical physicists. Like he's the one that came up with like the whole. We're really like refine the universe from nothing theory to where it is right now, kind of thing. And he gives some of the best talks, and he's like was real close with Richard Dawkins, who's like one of the world's leading biologists for decades. And
wait, is he the one that is
public engagements you'll see?
Is he the one that's talking about the civilizations that happened millions of years ago on Mars?
No,
because there's one dude that's absolutely convinced that there was some kind of civilizations on Mars millions of years ago, and that the images we see of Mars have those spots where are very evident on the surface, kind of like pixeled out, so you can't see them.
Well, it's been absolutely 1000% proven. Like it's not even a conspiracy that all the photos that we have from Mars are extremely doctored, and NASA presented photos that they wanted to give us. Like that's been completely blown out of the water.
I'm
Mars
sure that
isn't
happens
red.
with everything we see in
Like all the
space.
photos from Mars aren't red and stuff like that. And like NASA's in like a weird place with the people that like hold their feet to the fire with that camp of people, you know. Like I don't even want to get into the people that like what kind of group they fall
Well,
into.
the excuse that the popular excuse of why they don't want people to know that there were millions of years ago civilizations on Mars is this the popular opinion or reason for not telling the society this, and there might be some validity and truth to this, that if they do, it will collapse religion as we know it. Throughout, like people will lose their thoughts of what they're believing in if they found out that there were civilizations like that millions of years. I don't tend to believe that. I believe that the people that believe what they believe, they're going to still believe it anyway, and they might actually have their convictions even stronger, because whether you're a Christian, whether you're Jewish, whether you're Muslim, whether you have your beliefs, and there's no specific time settings of when your beliefs should have been starting. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that depends on like how you practice your faith. Fundamentalist Christians believe the Bible to be literally truth. There's a lot of people that are like that.
Well,
if that's the
listen,
case, that
if
means
it's
you
literal
know
truth,
exactly
then
how
what
old
year-
the world is. You know the world is
Well,
approximately
if it's literal true, though,
6,500 years old.
think of it like this: if it's literally true in the Bible, okay, so what year did Adam and Eve go into the paradise?
Approximately 6,500 years ago. It's not. That's
You
not
know,
a mystery. If you
that's
believe the
not
Bible is
possible.
true, it's not a mystery.
There were human beings on this planet before that.
You know what Jesus didn't have? Smoke bombs.
Boom.
There you go.
No,
Thanks,
but
Tyler.
like I don't know
but
how
you know
much
that
I don't know how
it's
much
true.
you're familiar with the Bible, CJ. But the Bible has 2 points in it that it does a genealogy that breaks down this person begot this person at the age of this, and so forth and so on. Especially in the early Old Testament that Moses wrote, you know, the Torah, the first 5 books. You're given people's ages, like Noah's age at the time of death, Moses' age, Methuselah, all these people. So you know exactly when Christ died according to the Christian faith. That was 2023 years ago.
Yeah,
minus
that's been
32.
documented.
So you can literally, if according to the Bible, you can know exactly the approximate time.
Yeah, but
that
it's
the
people
universe was
writing
created.
dates without knowing. They're just writing dates. It's just like
I'm not questioning that. I'm saying for the people that are fundamentalists that believe the Bible is literally true, that's why you have what's called a young earth creationist. When it comes to being people, like you're either an evolutionist or a creationist. You're one or the other, or you fall under agnostic and you don't know. If you're an old earth creationist, that means you're like a Christian that accepts the evolution model. If you're young earth, that means you accept the biblical model that's based off of the genealogy laid out in the Bible, which puts the earth at 6,500 years old. And their whole little argument to this, because I listen to a lot of religious stuff, I have my whole life. I grew up very religious. It's all very fascinating. But if you look at the whole concept of like the Genesis story, Genesis 1:1, start right there. When God, like when he put plants on the earth, it didn't say that he planted seeds and waited for them to grow. It said he put them there. You know what I'm saying? So that's their counter argument, that he didn't create, like earth on day one did not look like just a piece of Play-Doh. He, like, in order for him to put trees across the earth on day one, those redwoods had to be planted in a state of existing that wasn't a sapling, is their whole thing.
Yeah, I get it, but it was written by people, and
It wasn't written by bishops. So bishops didn't exist at the time. Bleecker was written and wasn't, or not voted on. It was voted on by the Council of Nicaea during Constantine's run. And what it was, and it really does go to the whole concept of like wanting a little bit of crowd control aspect to it, because the paganism was like kind of the popular thing, and Christianity was this new age thing back then. And Constantine's mom was big into it. So they kind of like, with her sway, they kind of went with that one. The Christian text existed way longer than that. Like the Dead Sea Scrolls, unfortunately for a lot of the naysayers, they proved the validity of a lot of these texts to be like maintained over the 1,000 years, because the Dead Sea Scrolls that we didn't find until like the 1930s in a freaking cave in the Middle East, which have been carbon dated and proven to be like as old as they are. The oldest manuscripts that we have of the Jewish Bible, it cross references with everything else we have and shows that it has been maintained in its proper written order, even through the Council of Nicaea getting their hands on it. So that whole like concept that Christians have over like this is the divine word of God, that the word is going to last. Like people aren't going to be able to thrash it indefinitely where it's lost to man's tampering. Like people definitely tamper with it. Like you have so many different offsets, but it lasted those thousands and thousands of years, even through the Council of Nicaea getting hold of
the
it.
New Testament, who was it written by? By the apostles.
No, that's just the New Testament. Not even the apostles.
The New Testament was written by the apostles.
No, well, not all of them. Paul wrote the majority of the New Testament, who was one apostle. Like you get into the Old Testament, the apostles weren't even there. You know what I mean? Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible, including the details to his own funeral, which is interesting. You know what I mean? Like, how do you do that?
You been a live stream, whore bubs?
Thomas,
what's going on? Welcome.
Luke, I saw you on Hack's stream.
What about it?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are credited with writing the Gospels, but those are kind of looked at like with a different microscope. They're mostly accepted by biblical scholars, but the later ones are kind of deemed to be pseudo-polygraphal. Because if you look at them, like the earliest one is like kind of bare bones, then the next one adds to it, and every gospel after kind of adds more to the existing story, where it doesn't look as much like a perspective as it does someone just doing the retelling.
It's filling holes. That's basically what they're doing.
Yeah, so like the best example is if you look at this, like Matthew,
my favorite thing to do.
Most people don't. Right. Yeah, most people don't know, but Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is the exact same story told from 4 different perspectives. So if you go to the part in each of the books where they go to Jesus's tomb after his death, the people that go is different in every single one. It's never like it. Just every book adds another attendee to the last one. It's like a whole gang of people going.
Well, Thomas wrote other things that were a little different from the others. So
the Book of Enoch is part of the Apocrypha, which has been deemed by everybody who's biblical scholar all the way back as to look at as also pseudo-polygraphal. And it's not the only book. There's a lot of books where people who you got to think like in modern times, a great way to look at it is what if you look at the Book of Enoch and think this has to be canon to the Bible, then you'd have to look at something like the Book of Mormon and think that has to be canon to the Bible as well. The Book of Enoch is wild. Like it includes like the story of like young Jesus like being a little kid floating other kids around, turning people into goats. It also gets more into Solomon and casting out demons and stuff. It doesn't read like a historical text as much as it reads like a fan fiction, when you like, just to put it simply.
Who would have thought this was going to turn into a religious stream?
Yeah, the Dead Sea Scrolls include the Book of Enoch and all the Apocrypha. It was like the biggest cache of ancient biblical documents that have ever been found, like tons and tons and tons of jars.
It's definitely interesting the way it goes. Like one of my pet peeves, because I went to Greek school when I was a kid. That also was part of a church.
How are the Euros?
Excellent. So
I'm glad you actually pronounced that correctly. Is that, look at the
heroes don't need heroes.
The Gyros.
I saw the Dead Sea Scrolls in Israel. I visited Israel. I lived there for like a month.
Dude, that had to be awesome.
And it's really cool, but it's amazing like how many holes there are. Like it's all sprawled out in a big room. It's behind glass. You can see it from both sides. And there's just like entire sections that they line it up as best they can, like from what they think is there. And then there's just like entire sections that are missing. And you're like,
well, do you think those
what's
are
in there? Like, you know, like it just freaks you out thinking, man, there's so much missing. Be cool.
Well, here's theories. You know, are those sections missing by design, erosion, or by accident?
When they were found, they were extremely brittle. And there were already sections that had deteriorated too much beyond the ability to preserve.
Yeah, all of them had to be unrolled. That had been rolled and held, like sealed shut for like not like sealed, but just rolled in a little container.
Yeah,
a lot of them broken and stuff, and then they were put into little.
It's like almost like mummified them.
Yeah, and that's like if you think Golden Age paper is brittle, you think Marvel's paper stock is bad.
Papyrus. I think that's
It's
what.
all super interesting. You don't have to be religious to like appreciate like the historical aspect of all that. It is absolutely.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
very into religion, like
Ultimate
as far as learning
collectibles.
the history and all that stuff.
Yes, yes.
Like I've read like all the religions as far as like trying to get a better understanding of like how everybody thinks and stuff like that. But the one thing that used to drive me nuts when I used to go to school, I would ask like the teachers and the priests and everybody that's involved questions, and they would always answer me this, and it would fucking drive me crazy. They would basically turn around and say, "Believe and don't ask." Like, what kind of human being am I to believe and not ask? Part of our human nature is to ask.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Socratic method. You ask questions. That's how we evolve as human beings. We ask.
Yeah, I think that's false teaching that you're told to believe and not ask, because
So
the
that's
Bible
why all
itself,
the old school
Paul
priests
even
say-
wrote that you're supposed to study the Bible front to back, know it front to back, and you're supposed to be ready with an answer for anybody that comes to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like according to religion, according to the Bible, like it tells you that you should know these things.
Yeah, it should be, but I call all the old school priests. They want you to just follow and don't ask questions.
Well, that's
And-
priests, man. They're not, I mean,
and
I
give
can
your
offend a lot of
donations.
people with this, but the Catholic way of practicing Christianity seems like the most obvious, blatantly backwards to what the Bible
Greek
says thing
Orthodox, very similar.
I've ever seen. Like, you have like, I don't know, some of it, like Scientology is like one of those things that people make fun of like easily, and everyone's like, yeah, that's wild. Like, in my mind, like Catholicism is the same way. Like, when it comes to people that believe in the Bible as a holy book, I'd have a hard time seeing how people do that who don't lean more fundamentalist, at least the way that we use that word today.
I have a problem when the people that are supposed to be your teachers and your leaders commit horrible things to people, and as an organization, as a group, you collectively make the decision to protect them and guide them. And that's one of the things that happens in the Catholic religion with the priests, with all the
Yeah,
kid
that's
things
that to me, in my mind, that faction of religion is just a business, and it's ridiculously obvious.
Go to the Vatican.
They have their additions to the Bible. That's like a Bible plus religion. Like, we have the Bible, then we wrote our own stuff on top of it, and if anything conflicts with it, we go with our version of it. With like what and the whole like limbo, like making up limbo is ways just to like get people to pay more money, and like, they just come up with their own shit. Like, if you have a holy book, why are you writing a secondary? It's like with the Quran and the Hadith. Like, why are y'all writing the Hadith and like then standing like you have a holy book? Why are you letting people write this one to go with it?
Dude, they go into the Vatican and they've collected and amassed wealth that rivals the top Arab sheik that you could possibly find over there. That's the kind of money and that's all people's money, blood money that they freaking. They could go. They always want to talk about how they could help people out and like how they could be kind and stuff. Go take some of that wealth and take care of the people, your Christians that are following you faithfully and doing the right thing. Go help them if that's the case. I don't know. I got problems with that. Like, listen, my religion is a schism of what Catholic was. Like, it's the more old school version. It's Greek Orthodox, or the Eastern Orthodox and Catholic religion was all one religion back in the days. And they had a schism because politics and money and ideas and Byzantine and Rome. So they split up and they decided to go with it both ways. They got the same stuff that they're fucking doing, just a little different, The only good thing is every time we've caught a priest doing something the wrong thing in my thing, we ostracize them. They're outed. That's the only good thing I could say.
Bubs, I don't know if he's still there, but where else did you go when you were in Israel?
He's muted his camera and his
Jerusalem.
mic. So.
No, he went to where's Jerusalem?
Must have gone to Jerusalem, I'm assuming.
I just wonder if he went to like Jordan and too, because that's near there, and that's a place that I always want to go. Like, you have like all the stuff like carved into the cliff walls and everything, and like the giant doorways, like that are like, why are they so big?
I don't know. Israel is a very interesting place. Jerusalem, Like I would love to go there, go to Bethlehem as well. I don't know if there's actually anything to see anymore in those areas, but
You definitely
really
wouldn't want to be
interesting
going
place.
there now.
But that's the one reason I haven't made that trip, because I'm always worried about something like what's happening right now, happening at any given minute. And yes, it can happen any given minute.
When I went over there, as soon as we landed, they shut down the airport right after that because they had an attack at the airport, and they shut down the streets and everything got shut down around the airport just as soon as we landed. So, and had we not landed, they'd have had to reroute us who knows where. So,
did you go to Jordan while you were over there?
I'm sorry?
Did you go to Jordan while you were over there?
Yeah, we went to Jordan. We went to Bethlehem. No, we didn't go to Jordan because we were in Israel. We're 100% in Israel.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, like, a lot of times when people go to Israel, they take the opportunity to hop down to Jordan.
No, I don't think we did. It's been a long time.
I think you remember you'd have a hard time. Like, you know what I'm talking? Like, you remember in Indiana Jones when they're like on horseback going through the caves, caverns, they have like the what looks like building faces like carved onto the mountainside walls with a giant, like Transformers 2, when they go and they like point out like, oh, look at these buildings. Why are the doorways so big? We can fit in. And they like tied like alt history to Transformers being a part of it and stuff. There's just some really, really cool shit there.
Well, it's ancient. There's a lot of ancient relics still there, you know.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of it's beautiful stuff to see.
It's very similar to like Middle East, Mediterranean, going to seeing some of the old structures that are still left in a lot of those places. But honestly, that's like I've had a lot of opportunities to go to Israel, and every time I backed out. I never went because I'm like, you know what? I don't want to go now, like because the last thing I need is to go to a terrorist attack, and I'm stuck there for 2 months.
Spidey, throw that up real quick.
Yeah, there was a terrorist attack.
Last
while
Crusade.
we were there, the old city of Jaffa got attacked while we were there.
Yeah, this place that happens all the time. I got a lot of Israeli friends tell me all the stories. I'm like, you know what? I'll pass.
That's cool.
I would love to go there.
Yeah, that'd be very cool. Like I'm not big on like hot climates and stuff like that, and I'd love to see the stuff in Egypt, but I don't think I'd last very long out there in like desert and stuff. It'd still be cool to see. But something like that from like that's obviously in Last Crusade and things like that would still be very, very cool.
Yeah,
just
awesome.
to witness once. But
I would love to go to Egypt as well. One of the things that's been holding me back in Egypt is because it's in Africa and you got to take a whole bunch of shots and stuff to go there. I kind of don't want to do that, you know.
Yeah, and it can be real corrupt depending on which country you go to as well. Mm-hmm. And if they can get a hold of you, they'll do anything to extort money out of you and not let you get back.
Right in. I'll blend right in. I get dark really fast and
blend right in. Did you hear that? Oh man, I'm done.
I'll blend right in.
He said I get dark really fast.
I'll act like a mute.
The Greek comes out of him.
I'm serious. Listen, when I go down to Greece and I'm there for like a month, I look like you can't tell what I am. You know, at that point, like I get old, like I have that kind of complexion. Don't look at me now.
Growing up with a lot of Greeks, I actually had a lot of mates that were like that. As soon as summer would come, they'd start hitting the beaches and they'd literally look like an indigenous person, like within a month.
Yeah, that's how we get.
It's the olive Greek skin that just does it.
Yeah, it's and I'm dark complexion and all that stuff to start with, so I'll blend right out. I just won't talk, or I'll talk in Greek only, and they're like, okay, leave him alone. Like Greece has nothing to offer, and they know that there's no money there because the country's bankrupt, so they'll leave you alone.
Well, I'm about to hop off here, guys, and go lay down. Y'all have a good night.
Thanks for joining, Mark. Greatly appreciate it.
I'll see y'all tomorrow night at 8:30. Is it January yet over there?
It is almost 4 p.m., so we're getting closer to the New Year's Day.
Everyone's getting closer, but you ain't there yet.
But I am the second closest.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Daddy.
See you, brother.
Spidey, you gonna keep it running all night?
because I don't know whether you saw that comment that I put in the Insomniac thing yesterday or the day before. I'm like, can I run it for 12 hours and actually hit New Year's Day? I don't know
that's what
whether
I was asking you. Because if you are, we might as well just hang out here. I won't run a stream.
Yeah, well, that's what I was sort of like. That's what Papa said. He's like, oh, I want Insomniac to start, and I'm like, well, this is sort of turning into Insomniac because obviously you're here. Like Blake's jumped into the chat. I know Katie was here at one point. Papa dropped in. So that sort of crew is coming to that sort of thing. Like if I crash, you can always restart it on yours.
No, not if it's like in the middle of the
I'd
night.
like to give it a try if I could.
All right, so keep it going.
It just depends on obviously how many people we end up getting. If it's only just you and me, it might be a little bit hard. But
see, Bubs,
what am I, chopped liver?
Well, you keep jumping between two streams, you stream
See, if
hole.
you put a little color,
I
into
can't
Bob,
help it.
But
I don't know what you're talking about.
If we inject you with a little bit of melanin over there, and we give you a little bit darker, I could see you during the summer. You could pass for something. I don't know
Who,
what
me?
you get. Yeah, you.
Yeah, I
could
can
see
fix
some-
that. Hold on.
I could see
There
you
you
get
go.
some color and blend in with Middle Easterns.
Oh yeah, when I lived in New York, I was pretty pale, and then when I moved down to Kentucky, the heat, the sun, it all just cooked my skin and made me like 3-4 shades darker. So
You started getting your color back as a human being. That's the
my
problem.
natural color, like I'm sure whatever dominant region is in me, if I get to that, I'll turn that color and never turn
Well,
back.
what's your
probably.
background? What are your roots?
Puerto Rican, Peruvian, German, Norwegian, and Bayesian.
All right, forget about the German and the Norwegian because I don't. see
Yeah,
any
we'll just
blonde
forget
hair.
about those. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And Spanish. Spanish I have the most of.
I don't see any
Spanish.
blonde hair and I don't see any blue eyes, but it looks like you got the melanin in you. So I'm sure if you baked in the sun for about a month, you'd be like caramel color.
Yeah, I think we all would. Or dead.
No,
I
not
think
everybody.
some of us might just catch fire.
Not everybody. There's some people that got that perfect white skin that all they do is get red.
We call it a mongrel, Kelly, when it's a mixed breed.
Yeah. Yeah. I prefer to call it the best of all worlds. That's what I am.
Global
Cream
unity.
rises to the top. And if you don't believe me, come near me, I'll show you.
Spidey just grows
Bubs
fur.
is just part of the global petri dish.
That's right. You're welcome. That's right. I always aim for the middle. Yeah.
The Spidey's way to adapt is he grows fur. It turns into like a human kangaroo. He works out well that way. All right, since you're going to keep running here, I'm going to be back in a couple minutes, all right? No, not now. I'll be back in a couple minutes. No, not now. I'll be back in now. Not now.
Be funny if I just
In a couple of minutes.
just do that instead. Is he still there playing funny buggers? No, he actually did mute himself.
What did I say? In a couple of minutes.
Damn it. Yeah, you're like me, Glenn. Yeah, well, obviously, you guys don't get a lot of sun in the UK. It's mainly, doom and gloom and rain and stuff like that. Melbourne's well known for having 4 seasons in one day. But we still get obviously strong sun and stuff over here. So I can go from like pale to the face and the arms, obviously driver's arm and stuff like that. But you get the Aussie tan, where as soon as you go above the shirt line, it's like pale white.
We call that the trucker's tan. Or farmer's tan.
Yeah.
I guess the trucker's tan is just your left arm.
Yeah, well, I go like, it's hard to tell on the camera.
For
but
us,
yeah, my left arm,
would be your left arm, because for you, it'd be right arm. But yeah.
So my right arm will be darker than the other, but yeah. So yeah, Bubs has been a stream whore. He's jumping between mine and Hack's stream at the moment. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it.
I just don't believe that's true. Now, these accusations are
Do
completely
you want
unfounded.
do you want me to pull up the proof? Or have you actually jumped out of the other one?
Look, of all the things someone can pull up proof of, this I'm the least worried about. You do what you got to do. you live your best life, Simo. I'm not worried.
Oh. So what are your goals for next year, Bubs? Like I know I've heard Rob's and I've heard a little bit of CJ's.
Well, I mean, there's YouTube is its own hobby. So I could say one of my YouTube goals is to grow up, Bub's comics a little bit. I'd like to focus on Bub's vinyl this year. So I'm gonna grow that one up a little bit, my vinyl channel, and I'd like to get those pushing up. And then as far as individual book wise, I'd like to finish I have a couple of Golden Age runs I'm trying to complete. So I'd like to finish those. I'd like to finish my Strange Worlds run. And there's a couple of Weird Science I'm after as well. A couple more Wally Woods I'm trying to complete. So there's some books out there hanging over my head that I definitely want. I'd like to pick up a Dick Tracy #1. But more than anything, I want to pick up the books that I see that I'm like, hey, like I have a pretty sharp list right now. So as soon as I see the book and I know in my head what it's worth, then you get some good deals.
Because aren't you trying to complete a Planet Comics run as well?
Huh?
Aren't you trying to complete a Planet Comics run as well?
Yeah, I'm trying to complete that, but the prices are just bouncing all over the place right now on Planet. I feel like they're going to come down. Honestly, I feel like they're prime to start lowering sometime this year. So if they come down back to Planet Earth, then I'm going to pick some more of those up as well. And I need to get my press back up. And there's nothing wrong with it. I just moved things around and I hadn't got it available to me. So I'd like to reset up my pressing and cleaning. I clean here pretty much, but I have a pressing station. I need to get cleaned up and ready to receive again and send some more books in this year to get graded. And lots of reholdering. I'm looking forward to that.
Because
that's it. Thank you.
Planet Comics has got some big dollar books in there, or obviously number one, I'm assuming is pretty.
There's a
pricey.
lot. There's several of them that they're mostly because of covers and stuff.
Yeah.
But it just depends on also the grade too. So on some of them, once you get some of them, you have to get above a 5 before it gets pricey. Some of them, you have to get above a 2, and it's already pricey.
But Rob, me and you consider pricey different than others. I think when you look at it just realistically, books that I used to pay $100 to $150 for are now $300 to $350. Books that I was like, oh, that's a $400 book I'm not too sure about, are now $700 or $800. Yeah. And then all of the earlier ones are skyrocketing well over $1,500. And those used to be available somewhere around the $900 range. Yeah. So it's all just been bumped so hard that I'm trying to still pick and choose, and I'm getting to the point where I don't even want to submit them. Like I want one in a slab now, and just not because if I'm going to pay that price, like once I'm paying over $300 for a book, I pretty much expect it to be slabbed. Like unless it's a raw book that I'm just, there's lots of books I pay that and they're raw, but those are books that are usually $800 or $900, and I'm getting it raw and I'm willing to do the work on it. And send it in and get it slabbed. But a lot of books in that Planet Comics run, there are a lot of them coming up slab now. They used to all be raw, and now they're all coming through slabbed and at triple the price. So it's getting tough. So
yeah, you're pretty
I don't
much
know what'll happen with that run, but I'm going to keep after it.
Yeah, you're pretty much not finding anything less than $250.
I'm still purging books from collection a certain number. Actually, a big purge is coming up again. I'll do that this year, probably around March or so. I have a con booked in May that I'm going to be a dealer at. So the great purge, the great fall or spring purge will happen again. And I'll be purging a bunch of books, probably about 200 to 300 books from the collection will leave. Wow. And I'll sell those off in May, or a large chunk of them. Yep. Very exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll never get to that point.
What, to sell that many books off?
No, to sell any books.
You'd be surprised.
Well, I may get to the point. I need to get to a point at something where I noticed, like obviously I haven't scanned, like I've scanned everything in. Well, obviously I've missed some of the recent hauls, but I've scanned everything into CLZ, but I haven't scanned the doubles in. Like it automatically comes up saying this is already in your collection. So I just go, okay, cancel, and I don't bother going any further. So I need to at some stage see what doubles I actually do have, whether I just use them for giveaways or just literally just give them away. Like obviously some of the DC stuff I end up just giving to Simon, or getting to maybe just table with somebody at one of these small like comic fair things, and maybe just bring a short box and just see how it goes. Just just go like $2 or $5 or whatever, and just get rid of them. Even if it's a walk in, pay because like these small fairs, I'm only paying like $20, $30 for a table, or just share one and pay $10 or $15. If I can get rid of a short box, that's a bit more room to get stuff that I haven't got doubles off, I suppose. But
and some cash to do it in.
Well, if I'm going to be getting a lot of these books that I want to get, obviously cash is going to have to come from somewhere, because I don't have the disposable income being on a minimum wage, obviously. So it is.
What about statues? Like, have you thought about moving some of your statues?
It did cross my mind at one point, but I went through. Obviously, there's no doubles of those, but I don't know, because like I suppose there are still some odd Bowen designs collectors out there that are still trying to get certain ones, or because I do have a lot of oddball sort of ones. Like I do have, like I remember there's a Sasquatch mini bust that was done, and it came with
the Bowens, right? The mini Bowens.
Yeah, it came with a standard sort of base, and then there was a rarer base which actually had there was only like 50 of them made, and I've actually got an artist proof and signed version of it. So there's only like 2 of those in existence. So something like that would obviously, but it's such an oddball character though. Like there's no Sasquatch lovers out, or there might be, but
there's entire websites devoted to Sasquatch lovers. I don't know what you're talking about.
The character, not the other one.
Oh, not the character. Well, yeah, but still.
Yeah, like Mike's the same. Patently Go stuff. Easy to give away. Like I can easily sell or give away doubles, or like obviously I culled my books to only be Marvel, because I had a lot of random DC books and stuff like that in the collection. I knew you'd say that, Mike. Or maybe just One Piece. Yeah, I wonder what that One Piece would be. Like, there's no word of a lie. Like, if I sold my statue collection or my original art collection, I could probably get an AF-15 if I wanted to. But I went through so many years of collecting, so many like conversion. Like, I was buying Bowen statues when the Aussie dollar was below 50 cents. So all the trouble that I've been through and all the connections I made and the friends I made doing both art and statues, I don't necessarily want to give that up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a bit hard for me to let go of things. I know a lot of people can do it and go, I don't need this. I've enjoyed it. I'll get rid of it. I have trouble doing that. But, if you can do it, all the power to you. I just can't. It's always been a very hard thing for me.
It is. It's hard. It's hard to give up stuff that you love, but I don't know. I've got to where some things can pass through my collection, and I find that after they're gone, I don't miss them all that much. So it's okay,
And I always sort of had the philosophy of this. Most of this stuff is so hard to get over here. Like, obviously, I've got connections. If I've got the money, I can get it at some point. But I've strived and hunted and sort of saved up money to get what I have, that I don't want to necessarily just give that up to try and get something else.
Yeah, I get that. I totally understand.
What's this? Now that Steamboat Willie is public domain, do you think
funny.
Nice line of oh God. Hey Alex. And someone has a piece. Yeah, I have a commission, Scott, that was done by Derek Robertson, that has some new Warriors characters in it, and Mike is always trying to pry it out of my not quite yet dead cold hands. Most of my collection is just runs. Yeah, and a lot of those runs, though, Mike, there is obviously a lot of big books. Like your FF run, for argument's sake, a lot of big books in FF run. Obviously, New Warriors, not so much, but that's a labor of love for you. You know, obviously, people like myself and Rob and Chris and stuff like that have gone over one of the...
Keep your name out of your mouth.
Kept that, you know, obviously going after an ASM run is not exactly the smartest of choices, but I've been a Spider-Man fan since I was a little kid. So they just made sense that would be the main thing that I would go after. But obviously, you know, spreading the wings a bit with a lot of other Marvel titles that I enjoy is, you know, something that I'm doing. And some of them I'm collecting runs. Some of them I'm just collecting certain parts of runs or certain keys. But, you know, it is what it is. If I had Speedball in it, it would swim the ocean to steal it. No, it doesn't actually. It has Darkhawk and Night Thrasher in it. Yeah, everybody collects different. Collect what you want.
Yeah, that's what we do, right?
Sometimes we collect things we don't want because we think we want them.
Like JSX1.
Or you could be like a person like me that just
collects weird shit.
Just oh, this is shiny. This is weird. Let me get it. What am I going to do with it?
In saying that, you're collecting the way you still want, though. You like that obscure sort of stuff.
I don't know, man. I wish I collected more like a normal human being instead of the way I collect. Yeah, I end up compiling mountains of crap.
And you still like your X-Men run and your Hulk run and all that sort of stuff as well. So
I do love them, but it's become like X-Men. I'm actually starting to become very, very impartial to now. I might literally just hold on to the first 200 issues or so. Or cut it off at the where Jim Lee or Silvestri ends, and that's it. Like maybe up to like 300, and that's it, and then be done with it and get rid of the rest. Because I can't keep collecting this stuff. Like there's too many freaking titles. You can't. There's no continuity. At least if there was like a full run where there's no breaks in the numbering, I would feel like right now my compulsiveness is getting really like over the top right now because of the fact that I don't have this series and then I don't have the series. And which series came before this one? I have like 200 freaking X-Men #1s and I don't know which series they freaking belong to. And because it's a variant of this and it's a variant of that, and I can't deal with that. Yeah,
do you have a complete X-Men run from 1 to 200?
I had a very, very healthy run of X-Men 1 to 200.
Did you collect the early reprint runs?
Yeah, the from 66 to 93. Right? 60. No,
did you collect those? So you have those as well?
Almost all of them.
I just noticed that a lot of the early X-Men collectors will skip that portion.
No, I like them. I like them
because
I don't mind reading those. Like the earlier ones. Like some of them I have slabs, so I'm not even reading them at this point.
Right.
And but then the reprints, I don't feel that bad about. And they have different covers too. That's the other thing. I like the covers.
Yeah, some of them have unique. Some of them have completely unique covers. Others have just like a color variation on the original. But yeah,
I always remember the Frankenstein issue.
Like and the Spider-Man Along Comes a Spider issue is very similar.
I think there's a couple of them that Neil Adams actually did in that reprint.
Did the redo cover on? I don't think so.
Wait, who was it that did a couple of them that actually looked good?
I forget his name. There's like 2 artists that worked on those reprint covers, but
there was one guy that did a couple that stand out in that run. I can't remember now off the top of my head, but for the most part, I have them. Like the most expensive ones that I'm missing right now from that X-Men run I'm missing number 4.
Okay.
I'm missing number 2. Number 2 and number 4, I'm missing. I am missing number. Which one is the one with freaking 101? 101, I'm missing. Those are the most expensive ones that I'm missing. Everything else,
Phoenix. First Phoenix. Yeah, I'd love that book too.
And that's not even that expensive. 101. I just can't stomach paying some of the numbers that they're asking for the high grade ones.
Yeah, that one.
There you go.
You can just,
If
you
I
can
find
just
one that's
chuck that in Simon's box to send to me. Thanks, Bubs.
no,
I've got a shirt to put in Simon's box.
as soon as I find one that's in a decent grade for like $100-$200, I'll buy it. You know, but I'm not gonna pay more than that for that 101.
So Heroes then is the you might come.
You know
across
what?
it.
I had an opportunity to buy one at Heroes, and I shouldn't have passed up on it. I should have just grabbed it and been done with it. For $150, it was like a 4.0. I would have been done.
I'd buy that in a heartbeat. If that was $150, $200 over here, I'd buy that in a heartbeat over here. But
I would have been content with it.
Never seen that book lower than about $500 over here.
The thing is that my eye was on getting something else when I was down there. I wasn't going for mainstream books until I ran into freaking Rob. And then he got me freaking, now I got to get something big. I got to come back with something, at least something significant, some kind of key. Every 2 seconds he's showing me, oh, I found this. Like, I don't want to be the only one that leaves without getting something cool. All right, now I'm going to get some, because I was collecting my weird shitty
peer pressure at its greatest.
While I was there, I was collecting my shitty weird books that like nobody has ever heard of, but I knew about them. I liked them. And then he's like, oh, I found this and I found it in Avengers. I'm a fucking guy. Now I'm not going to be the only guy that doesn't come back with one. So I ended up buying something like what did
I do say collect what you want.
Yeah.
Don't listen to anybody.
Yeah, and you also say that there's no competition. There's always some competitive flair that's happening in everybody. Yeah, at some point, when you see everybody else around you getting stuff, you're like, "Fuck it, I gotta get something too." I'm not gonna be the only one.
Don't listen to anybody. Especially don't listen to Rob. He's just a fat wall behind a great man. How does that go?
Just a fat man with a fat stack of comics and a fat.
That's the one. Yeah. So don't listen to his short stack. Just go ahead and do what you want to do. I think that's. I'm paraphrasing, but I think that's.
But I did.
It's not a competition when you've already won.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Will say this, I did
like what I said in the comments of that only Slabs.
That's right. It's not a competition when you already won.
Mm-hmm. It's over. It was over before you woke up this morning. That's what we say.
Everything is relative.
He freeze? Oh, there he goes.
Everything is relative.
Scott, you're gonna get something a little bit more than just 2 pieces. What I've done, so I think you're gonna like what the end result is.
Is it a cocktail?
Yeah, I had they had gotten a couple art pieces for me during the charities, both with Mission and from whatchamacallit, Mission 22 and from C3. And I started getting creative with like something that I did with a wheel spin to add some more thing, and I added more work on top of me. But either way, I think they're going to be happy with the final results on there.
Yeah, I got to try to work. Oh, that's what she said. I'm trying to work on. I want to finish off. I'd like to get it. I think this year, I only have like 2 more issues of the Dell 4-color Flash Gordons that I need. So I'd like to knock that out.
The American or the Australian?
These are the Dell 4-color, so they're American.
American ones.
Flash Gordon. They're the problem is I've kind of stuck on certain grade range and stuff, and it's like Bubba's was saying with Planet Comics. Sometimes it's these sci-fi books are becoming like there's a bit of a resurgence in it. It seems, and we're seeing some of these prices.
You know what else? I just remembered I need from the X-Men run, which for some reason is pricey. I don't know why. But I refuse to pay the price that they're asking for it. That's why I haven't bought it yet. Freaking number 50 of X-Men with the Polaris cover.
I love that cover. But
I love that cover too, but I'm not paying $500-$600 for that cover.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Because that's the second appearance of Polaris. It's not the first. The first is
exactly.
49.
It's not even the first appearance. It's a beautiful
it's the Hulk 180, 181 all over again.
No, it is a beautiful Steranko cover, but I'm not going to pay that kind of money for first appearance of Polaris. Who gives a shit about Polaris? You know?
It's the Steranko stuff, man.
Well, what the hell?
It happened on those Cap America books I was picking up. It's like you're picking up these 9.2s for like $100, and then all of a sudden you get to the Steranko, and it's like, okay, 8.0, $300.
It's funny, yeah. And you want to hear the funny thing about those early Captain America, those early hundreds? I collected most of them by accident. It's part of collections that I bought. It's really funny. They're not a high grade. They're all like mid grade and around that range. But I don't care. I just have them in the collection.
None of this is what we're looking at.
Now, how particular are you on the grades on those books?
Well, none of these are the books I'm looking at.
Yeah, these are the Australian reprints and stuff like that.
But in general, the Flash Gordons that you're picking up,
the Dell 4 colors, I've been getting like 5.5 and higher, 5.0 and higher.
So that's your bottom line 5?
Yeah, I don't want. Yeah, I don't want anything less than 5 on those.
Okay, let's go to the. Let's go. I always like to go highest price first, just for curiosity to see. Oh, what's a large splash page?
See, this is my mentality when it comes to grading. Okay, when it's a key book, like a very important book for some significance to it, I either want it in high grade, or if I can't get in high grade at a reasonable rate, I'm not going to overpay to get it in mid grade. I'm going to get it in a low grade for as cheap as possible. Why? Because the low grade books, every time there's a new high on one of the high grade books, the first books to follow are the lowest grade books. And I've noticed that happens every single time.
There's I've talked about this several times. There's a nexus of price and value that occurs on these books. So especially on bigger books, though, you have obviously the high dollar books, the high grade books that become high dollar and can become so exponentially just because they are premium books. The low grade books, those have a lot of price compression where there's not a lot of difference in price between some of the grades, simply because that's where a lot of your collectors who, your everyday collectors who just don't, they have families, they have other obligation stuff. So a $200 to $800 book is a very big book to them. And so you have a lot of compression in that range. And then you have this value range where you'll find where all of a sudden, the difference in what you can get on some of these books. Like when I was looking for my, my Luke Cage, and I'm like going through and I'm okay, yeah, anything above an 8 was like super ridiculous. But there was a range between a 7 and an 8 where you seem to get a lot of a pretty high grade for only a little bit more in reality than say a 5 or a 4. Mm-hmm. It might be only another $100, and so which is a 20% increase potentially, but the price difference, maybe maybe I wait another paycheck and I can swing a much better book than that. So it's just a matter of finding for yourself what you want, whether you want the cheapest I can get, or you want to try to find an excess of value, or if you want a premium.
The other thing is I know if I get something that is of high desirability, like a significant, I don't know, name your first Kingpin. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. ASM 50. Okay. Yeah. That's always a book that's in high demand, right?
Yeah.
So let's say you get one that's in low grade for like 2.0 or 3.0 of that. And the going rate is $350, $400 at that level. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm just pulling them out of my ass right now. I
understand.
Okay. If there's a new high that's going on right now on the high end books, all of a sudden all the other books follow, right? Mm-hmm. Now the ones in the middle, they might move a little bit. Now the ones that are at the bottom, like that 2.0, 3.0, let's say the going rate was at 400. It's not hard for me to be able to put it on eBay and get 450, 500 for it, with people bidding on it and wanting it, because they're willing. Somebody that's at a 400 mark can possibly swing a 450 or 500, and they'll buy it because they're squeezed out of the higher tier books, higher grade books. So the low grade books, if you're putting in an auction type of situation to like upgrade, like that's how I do it when I want to upgrade my books. I'll put in the low grade book, get as high as I can in the auction type of platform, and then I'll swing and get the bigger book at my pace when I'm ready to go get it. And it always works out better. I always get more money as far as a return, like as far as a percentage return on my lower grade books than on the higher grade books. It's a weird kind of connection that I've been able to make with
like as Rob's been saying a lot lately, like because that's why he's been looking at like the mid grade stuff, because everybody who's on a budget is going for all the low grade books, so all the market is there. And then you do have your people that obviously go to the big rolls, that go for the big high grade stuff. Nobody's really going in the middle.
I'll make it.
No, there are people. There's a lot of people in the middle. There's buyers at each different level. There, it's everybody. There's different people who buy at different levels. And like I said, some stuff I'm low grade. Some stuff, I'm gonna be higher because I have a certain price range where I have a comfort level where I will spend on a book. And in certain levels where it starts to become more difficult for me to spend that kind of money. And then there's a certain threshold that I have yet to spend that I'm not prepared to spend. And so it's really easy for me to, if I see a book at 100 or 200, it's a book I want. It's very easy. If it's $1,000, that's a much more difficult pull, And so there's a nexus. So when I'm looking at stuff, it's like a question of, okay, what do I have? First of all, what money do I have available? How much is this a book I want? And then finding the grade I want. How does it present? What does it do? Everybody's going to have their own thing. And yes, you might get, if you bought a low grade book, you might get a better ROI sometimes on it on a big swing, but same thing could be true on a mid grade book, depending on what you paid for it. Well, if you find that nexus of value, like I said, everybody should find what they want, what they're comfortable with, and spend within their budget.
I'll give you one of the weirdest things that I didn't expect when I got to Golden Age was that they would have the idea between a key and a popular book.
Mm-hmm.
Like just the idea that there were certain books, one or two maybe per run at the most, that were the most sought after and the most popular of that run, with no key value attached, no first appearances, nothing you could like catalog in a key finder app or whatever the hell they do. Just really, and you'll see things like CGC will put classic cover on something, so the idea that everyone just agrees that this book is the best looking book from that run. It's the most dynamic cover. It's the best representation of a certain artist. And everyone just agrees that that's the book that you want. That's the book. And that just always kind of like, well, not always, but when I first got in, it was hard for me to wrap my head around. I'm like, but why this book? And sometimes I happen to like another book better. I'm like, yeah, but I like this one just a little better for whatever reason. I'm an outlier. I like this book better than the others. And they'll be like, oh, but this is the book you want. I'm like, well, all right. Well, then that changes my budget, like Rob's saying. So for me, I'm comfortable spending X amount of dollars on a different book, and now that's in my price range. And you guys want me to spend X times 2 on a book that everyone else agrees looks better, and I don't. So it's kind of weird.
See, I collect my golden stuff very, very differently from probably both of you. I have 2 different criteria that I follow when I buy golden. One, visually it has to be appeasing, which I think most people go by that as well. You want to have a really cool looking cover or something that's really like,
unless you're working a run.
Yeah. If you're working on a run, you get a couple of dogs and you pay up for them. It pisses me off.
I don't do runs in the Golden Age, but so I do random books in the Golden Age, unless it's an easy run to put together. Like if it's like 5, 6 issue, 10 issue run,
like Captain Tootsie, all 2 issues.
There you go. Like something like that I could live with. So that's one criteria. Visually, I have to it has to be, 1, reflective of the era it's coming out of, and 2, it has to look good for me. The other thing is, I like extremely obscure shit. Like I like to have a book that, like, you go into another 100 collectors, nobody even seen the book, never even knew it existed. I like those kind of books. Like,
how do you determine that a book is a book that no one else has? Like, how do you determine that for yourself?
Because if I haven't seen it, the odds are 9 out of 10 other people haven't seen it either.
Okay.
Apparently,
I've seen a lot of shit.
He's been to war, man. He's seen everything.
As far as comic
you
war,
wouldn't believe the shit he's seen.
No, but be honest, you know, I've had a lot of comics go through my hands over the years. Like I've seen a lot of shit, you know what I'm saying? And like every so often I find something like, what the fuck is this? And then I turn around to somebody else like, what the fuck is this? They're like, I don't know what the fuck it is. And then I turn to Papa, what the fuck is this? He's like, I don't know what the fuck that is. He sticks middle fingers at me. And I'll do the same thing with Bubs and like that freaking Moon Knight art that I just showed you before on a Poe Dameron freaking cover. What the fuck is this? Who drew it? Now I want to know who drew it. Like I like shit like that in my collection. I like stuff that it is like oddities, like stuff that like shouldn't exist but exists.
I just picture now the Little Mermaid only with Comic Journey shaking his head. What the fuck is this shit? All over the fucking place. I've never seen this shit ever before. I want to be the guy that has nothing you've ever seen before.
And I also like extremely politically incorrect books.
Well, Golden Age is your wing nut there, friend.
Love that. Love that. That's why one of my prized Golden Age books that I have is Man Comics. I love that freaking comic. Forget about the fact that there's only like a handful on the census, and the fact it's actually high grade for Golden Age.
Most Golden Age books, there's only a handful of any given issue on the census. I mean, there's not. It's a rare book that you have more than 100 copies on the census.
Well, this one has, I think, 12, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got a couple books where there's less than 20. I've got one book in my collection where it's the only one on the census. But
I love that. I love it. Like that's like as soon as somebody else grades it, I'm gonna be devastated and I'll get rid of it. Like I like having the only one.
I need somebody else to grade it just that way they understand how cool the book is I have.
I'm very different. I want mine. That's it. Nobody else.
But I'm not, like I said, I've said it earlier, but I'm not. People misjudge and misconstrued my Golden Age collecting, right? First of all, I don't have a lot of Golden Age books. I have maybe enough that I could do an episode and a half of only Slabs. It makes up a very small percentage of my collection. When I started doing Golden Age books initially, it was just I wanted to have a flavor from the era. So it was like, I want to get a Dick Tracy book, and I want a Green Hornet book, and I want a Shadow, some of these classic Captain Midnight. And it was all about getting a cool cover of a character that was a classic character from the era. And that's what it was about for me initially. And it still is for the most part, with the exception of the Atomic Age books. That's where then that's where I do cover. That's really about the only Golden Age books I really still buy at this point is the sci-fi stuff. When I see something that I really like, and if it's a good value, then I go over. But obviously, as you guys have seen, like this, anybody who's watched my stuff this year, I really have only gotten a couple of sci-fi, Atomic Age books this year. The vast majority of my pickup stuff has been Silver and Bronze Age keys and stuff. And, obviously I fell down a little rabbit hole with Bronze Age horror books,
Yeah, it's frustrating. If that's what you're trying to say, it's frustrating to watch your channel. I agree. Because you and I have almost near identical, I think, taste in Golden Age. And then but we don't agree at all on the rest of it. So I see you open up a box and it's like 99% everything but the Golden Age stuff that we agree on. I'm like, what is he doing? Wasting his money? He's got to get that. What is he doing? It's so frustrating, but I'm glad you're having a good time. And I pick up a lot of different stuff too.
I did get that Mystery in Space 1 though.
You did, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, the guy has been. Yeah, I just even posted the other day, yesterday on in a Facebook group, and the previous seller's chiming in. He's like, he's hating himself for having sold it because
that happens.
He sold it initially thinking he was upgrading it, and the book he was going to upgrade to is no longer available. So now
Oh, did he make an offer at all? Or I mean, not that you would, but
I don't care. No, he kind of said something about like I kind of regret selling this. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's tough to hear that. All right, moving on.
Watching
Yeah, I understand.
Rob's unboxings, because the thing is, because he's a diversified type of collector, I don't know what kind of stuff he's going to show me at a time. Like there's some guys that they're going to pull out a Golden Age book. There's some guys that they're going to pull out a Bronze Age book. There's some, what I'm saying, some people what their styles are or what their niche is. Rob is like a mixed bag. Like you don't know what the fuck he's going to pull out, and that's actually part of the enjoyment you get out of those videos, when not knowing what the hell he's going to pull out. He might pull out a modern book out of nowhere. He might pull out, even though I don't give a shit about the modern books, I appreciate the fact that he has like his eclectic type of collecting.
Only you, Scott.
I did pull out those Spider-Man books. I'm a speculator now. Thank you,
well, I don't know anyone who collects golden other than you. I know you're the only I'll only start over. You're the only person I know who collects Golden Age and mystery boxes, because those two things are like the odds of getting a Golden Age book or something like that you're after a mystery boxes.
I don't consider myself a Golden Age collector. That's the difference.
But you have a Golden Age collection.
I have.
He's a dabbler.
I have some Golden Age books, and aside from the fact that a lot of the sci-fi stuff I like in the Atomic Age is there. Again, it's such a small percentage in reality of it's what I really love, but it's really a small percentage of my collection. And so I don't consider that, my main thing really. I mean, I'd love to, I'd love to get finish. I am actually probably about 70% done with my Mystery in Space run, which is
and see, like for me, like while I'm collecting Dick Tracy, I'm collecting the Harvey run. I'm trying to complete the Harvey run of Dick Tracy, but I'm stopping at the Silver Age. So as soon as the stamp shows up, I'm done. And then I'm going to work my way back through 4-color, because it's the same run, right? It's number continuous. So I'm going to stop and start going backwards. But I'm not collecting anything with no Dick Tracy with a stamp. That's the way that I put a container on it, that I stop it.
He's back again.
Hey, Simo.
Yeah, no, I'm not. So for me, for my Mystery in Space, it's like volume 1. So issue 1, starting in the Atomic Age to issue whatever 120 something that goes into the bronze, late silver, early bronze age. I've got, so most of what I have left is in the 20s to 30s. So it's the late 50s, early era time zone that I'm still pulling on. And that's because those are the ones that, like we've talked about earlier, where those books that you used to be able to get for like $40 a piece in mid-grade condition raw, now the people who have them, if it's not Harvey E, it's $120, and if it's Harvey E, it's $200 for the raw. Right?
That's so ridiculous. I was at Collector Summit in Dallas last month.
He was there
and
too?
His was the only booth nobody was shopping. And I went, and I'm like, oh man, that means I gotta look, right? Because there could be, and I actually did see a couple of books that were close to Earth, and I'm like looking through it, and I'm like, man, I'm gonna buy a book for the first time. I'm gonna buy a book from Harley. I just felt it, and I went through every box, and I couldn't find a reasonably priced book.
Well, we've told you that he used to come over here. He used to come over here for conventions, and he'd always bring ginormous books. Like he'd have
that's what he's got.
He had nice books.
Who are we talking about?
He's got the books you want. The problem is he knows it, and he likes his books, and he charges accordingly.
Yeah, remember when Harley used to come to those?
It's one thing to charge accordingly, and another thing to charge price not to sell.
Harley Yee.
Yeah, the big fat Asian dude. That's
I remember that guy. I didn't. Yeah, but see, when he was around at cons, I didn't really know how to go bin diving back then. I used to see him, but I didn't. I was scared back then to bin dive.
But he'd come to an Australian convention where like
I didn't know he was.
We all know what we
Australian.
No,
Is he not Aussie?
No, he's American.
He came from America to sell comics.
Multiple years. He came about 5 years in a row.
I remember the guy. Yeah, like he's kind of like balding, sort of Asian dude, was he?
Yeah,
I remember that guy.
He'd have like an AF-15. He'd have an FF1, a Spider-Man 1. He'd have
Harley Yee's Rare Comics.
Maybe that's why I was scared, because I saw those books and the prices.
That is just all he is. It's a collection on display. He doesn't intend to sell a single one of those books. It's a collection on display. That's all it is. He just takes it around the world, showing it to everybody.
I heard
he'll be in California. He'll be on the East Coast. He'll be.
I'm not buying from him.
Everybody knows.
Yeah,
he's always at the
all the time.
But I just laugh because I'm like, I'll look at the books and go, nobody's going to come in and drop 20K for a book in Australia.
His transportation costs have to be ridiculous because he goes to a lot of cons all over this country, and just transporting those books back and forth has got to be, even if he has like boxes like on the East Coast and boxes on the West Coast,
I'm stashed all over the world.
Right. Even if that's
storage
the case,
lockers filled to the brim with overpriced books.
I mean, I know that at C2E2 when we went to that, I did buy a couple books off of him.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, I have bought a couple books off. But I did a bundle.
I wouldn't have minded. I've yet to come across enough books to be like, okay, let's.
It was all raw MIS books out of his bin, and I think maybe I got one of the Captain Tootsie books that I got. But there was like 5 or 6 books that I managed to get from him as a bundle, and we worked out a cash price type thing that I was happy with. But otherwise, every other time I've ever gone to his place, it's just like, yeah, it's fun to look, but you just know that, well, and sadly, I do most of my looking probably at San Francisco Fan Expo because he's one of like 4 guys at the comic book dedicated vendors at Fan Expo in San Francisco. So
honestly, he's a difficult guy to put a deal together with. Like, he really is. Like, anytime I've approached him about, like, try to talk serious business to pick up something, dropping 20% off a book that's already marked up at 140% is not helping me in any way.
Yeah.
Well, he's not there to help you.
Well, we're here to help each other, right?
I don't think that's what he's there for.
Well, what is he there for?
He's there to show off, to show his goods and let you all.
Because I've asked him, I'm like,
make you go like, oh wow, he's
flexing
stuff.
Yeah.
I've straight out asked him, I'm like, is this like, do you put up booths here to show your comic golf to do some other kind of business? Like, I don't understand. Like, what your purpose is. You have the prices overpriced. I'm not going to sit here like one of these assholes with the apps and show you, hey, this is what it's going for. This is what you and I both know what the hell it's going for.
Yeah,
and that's what he's banking on coming over here. Like, I haven't seen him for a few years, but he's banking on people over here going, oh, Australians won't know what the price is going to be. I'll put 20K on this book and see if I can get some sucker to pay for it.
Yeah, but you know what? How many comics do you have to sell to cover the price of the trip, the storage?
Yeah, that's my question. It's like he's losing money every time he takes his thing somewhere and nobody buys it.
To go to Australia,
one book and he's good.
To go to freaking Australia.
It was about 4 or 5 years in a row he would do it. And then he dropped off because obviously he's like, they're obviously not biting over here. I'm not gonna do it anymore.
He probably gave up.
Unless it's all for an aura or some kind of appearance for a grander scheme of business that he does. Maybe he sells a lot of stuff on.
You guys all know him, so he's obviously built a name for himself.
You know him because you can't miss him. He's the fat dude that's always at the freaking Harvey Yee. That's always at the freaking booth. He's always there.
CJ's just said he's the fat guy, but MadSpidey has to go. He's the fat Asian guy. Why can't he just be a guy, MadSpidey?
The other thing is what they'll do is a lot of places because he does go to all these things is when they have these various cons and they list vendors, he's one of the showcase vendors that people will talk about. Say, oh, we're guy so and so is going to be Harley Yee's going to be here because that's like puts you on the map that he's got good shit. He's apparently out of the near Illinois.
Oh, I thought it was a New York guy.
Well,
No,
I'm
he
looking
had
on a
just-
so I'm looking on a map that just came up, or I don't know how. Look, I'm speculating here because I don't know if this map means anything or not. But you can go ahead. So this is the short box live coming up, and they put all the vendors that are coming, and they have Harley out here.
Maybe that's where they're sending him. Maybe as soon as he gets there, they're going to fire him back over there.
I could have sworn he was a New York guy.
I don't know.
I could be wrong.
Berlin.
It won't be the first time.
Yeah. Anyways.
Oh shit! So
I'm
he
gonna
was
be
at Comic Con this year because you made a post about it.
Yeah, see, I didn't go to Oz Comic Con this year. I don't think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, his posts are
Didn't
like
you
a
go to
mixture
that
of,
twice? Didn't you do like a Christmas edition off there?
Yeah, they do Christmas now as well.
Oh yeah, I did the Christmas one, but I didn't do the
mate, the
regular one.
I didn't notice him this year though, because this year's Oz Comic Con was out of control. It was shoulder to shoulder.
Oh, no shit,
You just
Biggie.
wanted to get out of there.
Good job.
So-
Good job for Stepo.
Yeah,
got a
got a
Batman
Batman
one. So Harley is Detroit, Michigan, where he's out of.
Oh, look at this guy. He's even posting food posts from Melbourne. There's some dumplings and some chicken feet from Melbourne.
Wonderful.
Chicken feet. In three,
So is
there
he
you go.
Detroit
I've seen
guy?
him at conventions in 3 different countries and only ever got one book from him.
Well, he's posted a photo from recently from Berlin.
I'm struggling to think if I've actually ever bought something from him. I know that I tried to buy
I
something.
never have. Like I've gone and looked at but in saying that the years that he was here that I saw him there, I wasn't heavily going after books as much. But I still would go and have a look and go, oh, I need that book and I need that book and I need that book. But I wasn't actually buying as much. But I just looked at his prices of his wall books and went, no fucking way.
Price never scares me. Honestly, like I've gone to a lot of guys that are grossly overpriced on their walls and stuff like that. And then I go into their bins. And for somebody, like it's funny how some people they focus on certain books or certain keys or certain trends, and they're like overpricing all that stuff. And then you overlook a lot of the other stuff and you get great deals on other books. I've done that a lot of times with a lot of these guys where like, you know, they're focusing on what's the flavor of the month, and all of a sudden I got myself the first Iron Fist for like dirt cheap. You know, like stuff like that happens all the time, you know, but
yeah, admittedly, I didn't even look through his boxes. I just looked at the wall books and went,
What happens if he's the type? There's a lot of sellers here that are really overpriced, but once you start buying books off them and you get to know them, then they start giving you the discounts. Do you reckon he's like that?
The smart guys do that.
Tim's
buy a few books and he invites you out for chicken feet.
No, here's the thing: a smart seller, a smart businessman, they know how to sense if somebody's legit or they're an ass clown when they're coming and buying stuff from them. So, like, if they know their customer's legit and they know what they're doing, they're gonna go out of their way to take care of that customer and make sure that they come back multiple times throughout the years to them. You know what I'm saying? But the problem is a lot of the sellers out that we have, they're not businessmen. They don't understand. They don't understand how to like funnel business and like continue to grow on what they already have. They think everything is a one and done. I got this guy once.
They don't see a possibility of repeat business.
A lot of guys are like that. Not all of them. The good ones, you keep going back to, and you know them by name. They take care of you. You take care of them. You don't nickel and dime them when you're making deals because you know they're going to take care of you every time. That's smart type of way of doing business.
Yeah, like we have a seller, and that's what Simon was saying. Like we have like obviously a core group of the main just comic sellers. There's a guy named Bruce that a lot of people are like, oh, he's always overpriced and blah 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 blah.
Wait a second, there's a guy in Australia named Bruce.
Yeah, exactly.
Call me Bruce.
Is his wife Sheila?
But everybody sort of looks at him and goes, okay, he's overpriced, but he's just basing books on FMV pretty much. But what he does is I've been buying off him nearly every show, and my percentage of discount has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger as the shows go along. And that's the repeat business side.
The reason Bruce rubbed me the wrong way, because the first time I met him was at Zaz's show, at Sean's show, and I was interviewing vendors. And I asked him, I was like, hey, man, can I interview you just about your store and stuff? And he goes, what's it for? I was like, for YouTube. And he goes, no, thanks. And I was like, all right, can I just get some footage of your shop then? And it was an awkward beginning. And then I spoke to Sarah. Sarah bought her first silk from him at Vic Market, of all places. And then after that, I started just saying, hey, Bruce. And then he's always like, oh, what's your name again? I'm like, Simon.
He's not good with names, but he's good with faces.
Yeah. Here's a big problem that a lot of sellers do, and I don't understand why they don't do that. They don't get a lay of the land before the convention starts. If I was a seller and I'm working at a con, I want to get a full understanding of what everybody else, how everybody else around me in that con is pricing. You know, if everybody's like basically going, let's say FMV, and they're basically saying we're going to go 5% up, 5% down.
Nobody's coming in there and pricing their books there at the convention, buddy.
That's yeah, but are they really taking a good look at what everybody else is selling at? I don't think so.
I wouldn't care. I'm there to sell my stuff at whatever I can sell. My cost may be different than the others, but
well, you know what? Depending on what you're offering, if you're having the same exact book and everybody has a certain set price, and you decide to charge 20% more than that, and you're crying about why it's not selling at the end, then it's your fault for not understanding that.
You're probably not selling it at anywhere near market then. Yeah. So, but yeah, it is the whole thing. I did get your reference though, Simple Simon. That is a great movie, and its sequel, They Still Call Me Bruce, and those are really big chopsticks.
Well done.
These are not nunchucks. They're really big chopsticks.
Which movie is that?
They Call Me Bruce.
I don't remember that movie.
And early
it was
80s,
like it was the early 80s, mid 80s comedy. You know,
I didn't actually remember enough to actually even get the reference that you gave me. I just remember the movie.
There's a scene. Where like he's like got a set of nunchucks in his back pocket, and the cops are talking to him and whatnot, and they're like, "So you can't have nunchucks or something." And he's like, "These aren't nunchucks. These are chopsticks. I'm a really big eater." And he grabs like a whole chicken leg with a set of.
Oh yeah, they call me Bruce. They call me Bruce, and they still call me Bruce.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Good old, early.
Sounds like something goofy that I would have watched.
Yeah, good old 80s parody sort of martial arts comic sort of movie.
Yeah, it was video store fodder when you got to the video store too late, and you didn't know what else to watch, and but you had to bring home a couple movies. So you went through the comedy row and found any old thing. Yeah,
I remember when I was a kid, there was actually like a section. Whoa.
That's 1982.
But that was just for Bubs.
There was a section that was dedicated to Bruce Lee movies, like, as in like Bruce Lee wasn't necessarily in them.
Yeah,
but it was starring Bruce Lee or Bruce Lie.
Yeah, with the L-I.
5 E's.
Or L-I, not Lee.
Yeah. Bruce Lie. Yeah. There was like a whole section full of that stuff.
Apparently the whole movie's available on YouTube for you there, Journey.
I gotta check it out.
How good. I love when I actually I think of an old movie from when I was like a little kid, and you can watch the whole thing on YouTube. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Love it.
Starring Johnny Yu
on YouTube the other night.
Sorry to see if there's anybody in here I recognize as a name, and the answer is no.
You know what the best thing? Can you remember? You know the Bruce Lee movie that Game of Death. That was the last one, right? So when they reshot that, right, and they got just another random Asian guy to play him, there was a shot of him in the mirror, and they actually what they did was they had the angle of the back of the guy's head and the mirror, and they actually stuck like a cutout picture of Bruce Lee's face on the mirror to line up with the. That's what they did. I can't believe. And people probably fell for it back then. That's how crazy the world was that they got away with that sort of stuff back then.
Didn't have high resolution.
Listen, I remember they were coming out with a bunch of phony baloney Jackie Chan films too. So like they imitate a lot of the
Yeah, there was Jackie Chung.
Really?
Not Jack. Yeah, there was a Jackie Chung as well.
No relation.
Has anybody ever seen this comic?
No.
SSB2.
What's it stand for?
I picked this up in a bunch of books that I got.
Small son of a bitch.
And it looks funny as hell. It's got a parental advisory on it, but it's in a poly bag. I just realized I took it out of the plastic. It's in a poly bag. I don't even know what the hell it is. SSB2. Now I want to open it up. Well, what am I going to do? Am I going to destroy the value if I rip this poly bag open?
Well, it's going to go from a $2 book to a $1 book.
I don't know. Maybe this is worth gazillions, and I don't know. But I don't know.
If you open it up, you can sell it as seen on MadSpidey's channel, and it'll go back up.
Oh, that actually would work out really.
It'll go back to $2.03.
I don't know. It is a funny looking cover, though, right?
That symbol sort of like reminds me of like a logo or something.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I like the parental advisory that has in the back, and then on the back, it's got in like.
Is that it? Is that it? Is Lisa right? Satan's sodomy baby. It sounds right. Of course, Lisa would know.
Satan's sodomy baby.
That would sounds right up her alley.
All right, that sounds appropriate, I guess.
Sounds right up your alley too.
Open it.
Let's see some sodomy action.
I mean, is that a thing? Like when I was growing up, when something came in a poly bag, it was taboo to open up
that's
the
not
bag.
true. That's not true. What about that one with the cards? Sometimes they just had stuff in there.
Oh yeah, it was taboo. You do not open up the freaking card. You keep it with the cards
okay.
As a collector, and everybody had to get 2 copies: one to open up and fuck up, and one to keep in the bag. Or if they had a unbagged version that didn't come with all the shit, like how they did with Death of Superman and all that stuff. You remember they had the unbagged one, the normal shitty one, and then they had the other one with the deluxe, and it came with a poster and an armband.
And then obviously there was all the X books with all the cards. There was the Midnight Suns crossover that had the part posters. You put make the big poster together,
and you had X Force that came with the 5 different cards, and it was taboo. You did not open up that fucking bag. If you opened up the bag, you destroyed the value. That's how it was back in the days.
Rob heard X-Force 1 and he thought he'd rock back up again.
No, I just got done feeding the dog and grabbing myself some of these Reese's Nutcrackers.
Oh.
I'm sure Rob remembered those days, right? You remember going and getting those polybag books, and it was like a no to open up the polybag. Like, no, you do not open up the polybag. You
Ultimate Fallout in a polybag.
Yeah, it did. Ultimate Fallout 4 came in a polybag.
Really? Then how come no one has it in their polybag?
Because it came out to get graded. It was a clear. Sorry,
went down the wrong pipe.
It was a clear polybag, but people take them out and they get them graded. But that's why then there's a lot of people have issues trying to get 9/8 because there's a polybag crease on the book that's notoriously difficult to get out. Because
that's not on the book.
no, because what happens is the polybag, they see, there's a seam in the bag, and then and there wasn't a board or anything behind it, and they'd stack them, and so then that presses into the book.
Okay.
And then you can't, it becomes this big long crease that you sometimes can't press out. But anyways,
but CGC made that a thing where you need to take it out of the bag.
Well, they would take it out of the bag too. Yeah, but no, I remember that keeping it in the collectors would keep them in the polybag. Sure, that's why you have a lot of polybag books around. And I still, to this day, will sit there sometimes and struggle with that myself. Should I take it out of the polybag or not? And I'm like there's most books, it doesn't really matter. There are a few books though that if you keep it in a polybag, where some people care more about it that way.
There's years and years of brainwashing.
But look, I don't really remember it though as much because remember I didn't start collecting books until comics until 1992.
Well, that was the prime of the bags.
Was it?
The poly bags, yeah. That was when the X-Forces were coming out and all those crossovers.
Midnight Sun stuff was that
I
time
think-
as well. And
Well, Midnight Sun's like a book I don't think anybody cares about, right? The Shadow of the Bat, nobody seems to care about. The X-Force one, some of those ones where they can include cards in them, I think somewhat people care. The Death of Superman book, I think more people like it in the black poly bag than like it out of the poly bag. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, I'll tell you the book I have, Spider-Man 1, I've had one that was in a poly bag that I had removed when it was graded. The other book that I have that I've struggled with the most actually has been, it's called Spider-Man Venom #1 is what it's called. It's actually just a reprint of ASM 300, but it's in 3D and it came with 3D glasses.
Oh, yeah, I know that one.
And, I've kept it in the poly bag simply just because the 3D glasses are there and I don't want to lose.
See, that's something that I wish that CGC would find a way to make work. When a book came poly bagged, and in order to give it a universal blue label, it came with those glasses. It came with that poster, that card. They should have a way to encapsulate the book with those items in the case somehow. I don't know how they could figure it out, but they could figure it out.
You'd have to block.
They grade the glasses separately.
The only way that they could do it is first of all they'd have to put it in blocking the back of the comic because there's no other place to put it unless you encapsulated it separately. And then yes, like Simple Simon said, you'd think that they didn't have to, as part of what it came with, you'd have to grade it.
That's true. So grade it.
I remember I bought issue 1 of Gen 13 and I didn't realize it was the 3D version I bought and it came with the glasses, so I read it in 3D. I think I read it on what did Wack used to do? The silent reading. I'm pretty sure I read it on that with 3D glasses.
Nice. And now you're the glasses guy.
I've had a few books that came with glasses. I actually recently came across one book that I didn't realize. I thought it didn't come with the glasses, and the glasses were actually attached to the inside of the book. When I opened it up, I saw in the center pages.
Yeah, you had to tear it off.
You had to rip it off. I'm like, no, what the fuck?
I remember some of those books,
and that probably also made so that way that book's another one would be very hard to get a good grade on because those then would be weighted on top of those glasses. They would have a certain thickness that wouldn't be the width of the entire page, and as those stack and go, because that's what a problem I have with like Ghost Rider 2099 #1. I don't have one slabbed because it has cards inside of it, and the weight of all those stacks, the cards are only half the page, so there's this crease that goes up the middle of the book from the weight of those books being stacked on each other when they were shipping and stuff.
So finding a 9.8 would be very hard then.
I've not seen one, but also I admittedly I have not gone really in depth searching for one. It's more one of those passive things that if I saw it, I would become very interested in it. But I just know that all the raw copies I have found there's no way that they would be graded 9.8, and I don't know that you could press it out.
So I thought you were trying to go for the set of 9.8s of all the original.
Sure, but there's still question debate as to whether or not Ghost Rider 2099 is part of it. He came out later, almost a full year later. Is he part of the original? I don't know.
You and your bloody milk thing, Simon.
That's another subset of Golden Age books. There was a set of 3D books that came out in the 50s. I've never seen one that came with the glasses that you're supposed to look at it in. I don't know how they came. I'm
sure they came with the glasses, but the glasses got separated over the years.
Yeah, but were they attached? Were they in a bag? How were were they handed over separately by the seller? Like when the seller bought the book, Did they get a stack of glasses too to hand out with the book? I don't know how it worked. That's what I'm trying to figure out, because I've actually had a couple of these 3D books that have come across my hands, but I've never seen the glasses that were supposed to be with them.
I think I actually had before I did the purge myself, I think I actually had a couple of horror books. I think I actually had some like some Nightmare on Elm Street books.
There you go. Hoarder's Heights is there attached to the books.
Oh, they were attached. Okay, so like what I was talking about, where they in the center pole, you had to cut it out or something like that.
Yeah, I think I had one or two Nightmare on Elm Street books, and you had to go to like the centerfold, and there was like a white card that they were attached.
Yeah,
to
and pull it out
with the big serrations, and you had to actually tear it off. Just
So that's how
I
they
think
did
the
it in the
back,
50s.
the back end of the book was 3D.
So that's how they must have done it in the 50s too, I guess.
Speaking of
never
which,
seen-
how good was 3D TVs?
Yeah,
That
that
was
worked
the
out well.
stupidest gimmick.
I've still got one, but there's nothing to watch on it.
I just remember, like, I thought to myself that, first of all, remember when it came out, I was just getting out of the TV business. I think as those were coming out, and I remember thinking, I don't want to be. No one's going to want to buy these things and have to watch with a set of glasses on and stuff. And then like I saw them, and when I saw of the demo material I saw, the 3D on those TVs reminded me of 3D Viewmasters. It was like a series of two-dimensional images layered in is what I saw.
disagree. I think it's because when 3D was a thing, and that was including at the cinemas and things like that, the fucking dickheads who made the movies, they didn't. Like, I'll give you an example. I went to Avatar at the cinemas in 3D. It was not a great 3D experience, all right? But my favorite 3D movie, believe it or not, is Harold and Kumar's Christmas or whatever it was, because they went and filmed things that would look good in 3D. Like there's a bit where they're throwing eggs towards the screen. So, you feel like things are coming at you. When you're watching everything else, all it is a depth perception. So yes, you can see some depth in the image.
And that's actually what I prefer.
So I watched
I'll
Destination.
let you go, and then I'll tell you why.
I watched Final Destination, one of them in 3D, and there's a bit at the start. It's the one with like the car race, like the NASCAR race or whatever. And there's this bit where this little bolt falls off the car, and it goes clink, clink, clink towards your face, and it goes straight into your face, and you're like, whoa! Like it was cool. But when I watched Avatar, it was just scenery. It wasn't doing it for me.
You see, and for me, I think that's the better experience, because when stuff comes out at you, it's gimmicky and it's cool at times. But the problem with it is that it often tricks your mind. You're in that your mind sees it as out here in space, but in reality, it's here on the monitor. And so what ends up happening is as it travels towards you, theoretically, I would see it. My eyes will shift to focus on it. If I start to look at that item directly instead of looking at the screen, then it becomes blurry. Whereas the depth of field objects, because I'm just looking at the screen, they always say stay properly in focus, and it's much better. Just also anything with fast movement, I don't like in the 3D. So like to this day, when I go to the theaters, if something's available in 3D, I will skip the 3D because I don't care for it at all.
I need to get this Final Destination DVD that Biggie's talking about. They had multiple choice. Never heard of that. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, when one of the things when HD DVD and DVD first came out, there was a whole thing about multiple choice. The porn industry was, of course, the biggest people to employ it initially, and it was supposed to be like all the rage. Like they were going to make these game movie, choose your own adventure type movies and stuff, and it never caught on. But they would basically have things set up as different camera angles that you could switch during a scene. Or
there was, so I remember when I was in high school on the PlayStation 1, the first PlayStation, my friend had virtual sex with Jenna Jameson, right? And it was the weirdest game. So it had like videos built into it, but you had to choose the right order of like, I guess, pleasuring her. And one of the options, it blew my mind because I'm like 16, 17, whatever it was back then. It was lick the heel of my stiletto. And I was like, what? I don't even know what that is. So I click on it, and there's like a tongue licking like the heel of her thing. And I was like, this is crazy. I was like, this is the craziest game I've ever played in my life.
My favorite 3D movie, though, Nightmare Before Christmas in 3D. Yep, you knew it was coming. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something. I
like Tron.
Whether you like them,
Tron.
I watched that in 3D too.
That,
I saw that cinemas in 3D.
That 3D is pretty. I miss 3D TVs. Like I used to have a 3D TV.
That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
He still has.
Yeah, I loved it, and you can't find them now. I mean, they basically don't exist anymore. So.
I'll sell it to you, bub.
I'll take it. What size is it though? What size is it?
55-inch, baby.
It's close. I mean, I have to size down than what I got now, so I don't want to do that. But they do make like 3D projectors, so I'm thinking of doing a whole thing for that.
So, do you remember? So LG came up with the TV where they had this thing where if you played split screen video games, which doesn't even exist anymore,
right?
You had two sets of glasses. So one set would see player 1 and one set would see player 2. We used to have this demoed in our store. So they would have like this square glass. So there was like player 1 and player 2 on the same thing. And you would like go from one to the other and the car would change color because it's actually one's showing screen 1 and one's showing
that's
screen
cool.
2. Yeah, but that didn't really catch on. Because there's no such thing as split screen gaming anymore. It's just like, what?
Not hardly. Yeah, couch play is pretty much dead. Everything's online now.
Back in the day, nothing better than having your mates over. You get the multi-tap on the PlayStation and having 4-player game action. That was the best.
Quad screen. I remember playing like James Bond Nightfire on quad screen and 4 players at once. That was fun.
Yeah, you used to play the sports games or like wrestling games and things all 4-player. That was the best. And that's the only multiplayer games you can really play now is like, FIFA or NBA or something like that. You can't play driving games anymore. Like split screen driving is just gone, and that sucks, man.
Yeah, sucks. Mario Kart.
Yeah, I was gonna say Nintendo's the only console that caters for lounge or living room gaming.
Couch play, we call it here. Couch play.
We call it a lounge room, all right?
Yeah, you guys lounge around all over the place. We lounge on couches.
That's what I'm doing.
I miss 3D TVs. I'm gonna get a projector someday. But like I was looking, I was like, how often am I going to use this after I set this whole thing up in my living room? I got a drop down projector and a drop down screen, and I'm going to use this twice a year probably.
You gotta have lights.
They're not even making 3D movies anymore.
Every night. So. Come on.
Well, remember the Nintendo 3DS, the one that was that was like literally like that was a trip. That technology needs to get better because that's like the next step. I feel like because when I saw that, I was like, holy shit!
Why are they going to focus on that? They've gone to VR, buddy.
Yeah, it'll come back around. Yeah. I think it'll come back around later.
Do you remember the movie Gamer with Gerard?
Yeah, Butler.
There's the bit, so they've got a futuristic. So everything's in the future there. So their TVs are 360-degree TVs. So it's like a circle that you sit in the middle of, and you look all around. But there's also a bit at the end where he sees a baby, and he goes to walk up to the baby, and he hits the screen because it's actually inside the TV. Like that's what I'm waiting for.
Oh, my hot pockets are burning. I'll be right back.
Hot pockets, they still exist.
No, he's
pizza roll.
He's just going over to the other stream.
Yeah,
I'm not going on the other stream.
Is he really?
I gotta shake him. I'll put him back. I'll be right back.
No, Bubs ain't going on anyone else. I mean, Spine Ticks. I think I've seen Bubs on Spine Ticks before.
No, he was on Hack's channel, HAQ.
Oh, that dude. I know that dude. I won't say him anymore.
Wow.
What are you doing tonight, Spidey? You're on the drink. Spidey never gets on the drink. Just so everyone knows, Spidey never gets on the drink, but he's on the drink right now.
Yeah, I thought, fuck it, why not?
Cheers, mate.
Around. It's Canadian.
I bought like a fat steak to cook for dinner tonight. Grass-fed.
Fat stacks of steak?
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna talk about it around Rob because he'll put me to shame, but I try.
You gotta cook it on a pan? What the fuck are you doing?
No, there's nothing wrong with cooking it in a pan if that's how you're finishing it.
Oh, so it's got to go on the.
No, if you're gonna cook it indoors, right? You gotta your steak after you've seasoned it and let it dry marinate for at least you know, at least for an hour or so.
At least for an hour. So are you? So there's a.
I don't
theory,
like a day, 24
you're not
hours.
supposed to take it straight from. You got to leave it out in room temperature for a while, right?
Right. So you take it out, you season it, you put it on a rack so air can get all around it, and you leave it out for at least an hour, right? Okay. And then you can put it inside of an oven at like 275 degrees.
Oven.
And listen, and you're slow cooking it, right? And you cook it until it gets to the temperature that you want, your doneness. So 130 degrees, right? Then you take it out and you let it rest for like 15 minutes. So it finishes coming up to temperature, it comes back down, it reabsorbs everything. Meanwhile, then you go and get your skillet and you get it really hot with your butter and your garlic, whatever you want. And then you're putting the steak in it just to sear the outside edge. This is what's called a reverse sear. Your steak will be done completely through the temperature that you wanted it. And all you're doing is about 30 to 60 seconds burning that crust on the outside edges of the steak to have it. It's phenomenal.
I've never done it in the oven. I always just get the pan super hot, chuck it on there for each side for not very long. Last time though, the steak was a bit thick, so I thought it was done, and then it was full rare, which is fine. I ate it, but it was a little bit more rare than I normally would get.
Yeah, the reverse sear method solves this problem, right? Where if you put it in a normal thing, whereas you sear it first, in theory, you're trapping the juices inside.
What temperature was that again in the oven?
Like 275 degrees Fahrenheit. So we have to convert that to Celsius for you. Sorry.
Celsius.
About 160.
Let's see, 275 F2C. 135 degrees.
How long, sorry?
Until the temperature gets, you're going to probe it and let it cook with the probe.
So I need to have a thing.
A probe, ideally, yeah. You're going to cook it to like 130 degrees.
Okay.
Yeah,
do you keep that in there while it's cooking?
I do because I have probes that either have wires or that are wireless.
Well,
Bluetooth.
we sell one at my work now, which is like a Bluetooth and shit.
Yeah,
so it can like notify your phone and say, "Oh, your steak's."
That's what I do.
Rob Fat Stack says your steak's ready.
Yeah, I set it to medium, and it actually it'll give you a 5-minute warning that it's coming up to temperature, and then it'll tell you that take it off now, let it rest, and it's done resting. It'll tell you all those different things. Yeah,
we'll try that method one day.
Yeah, you can even Google it, reverse sear method.
Can I put it in the air fryer for a short amount of time, or does that not work?
You could cook it in the air fryer at the lower temperature and then sear it. You still want to sear it in the pan.
Yeah, okay.
Because the air fryer, really, when you run it and you're running it basically in the bake mode or whatever, it's just like any other. It's like a small oven.
Spidey, this is that piece that I was waiting from June.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I figured I'd show it to you. Like,
wait, that's a commission?
Yeah,
that is really nice.
Sean Carlson did this to me, and he, because of like the delays and everything like that, he did a whole wraparound.
Oh, well, that looks sick.
Which is really cool because you got the blur of him running from one side to the other, and then he got
reverse flash there. That's awesome.
He did a really, really nice job with this.
I'll take it. Thanks.
How much did that cost? How much did it cost, AJ?
It says put it in his box.
Oh, you want to take guesses? How much it cost me?
$150.
Well, with the extra time it took him, $250.
Well, the extra time was given because it was an apology for having taken so much time.
Still got to pay for the markers, man.
It was $100.
$100? That's good.
Oh,
yeah.
Well done.
I'll give you
Well
$150. There you go.
He never did a sketch card cover before.
That's
awesome. He's only done like full size 11x17 for people.
You telling me you've got the first sketch cover from this dude?
Pretty much, yeah.
Congratulations, mate. That's fantastic.
He does like very fine art. He's a convention artist. Hasn't had any published work yet, but like in comics. But he's done a lot of graphical advertising and stuff like that.
A lot of them start in that field.
Book illustration, fantasy.
They're the
art.
guys you're going to get. You got to find those talented, unpublished guys who have good prices. That's what you want.
But you know what? It wasn't supposed to be. It was only supposed to be line art that he was doing for him. I gave him He's like, you can use one color. I'm like, you know what? It's funny. I went. Izzy was right by him at that convention, and he was selling sketch covers. I'm like, listen, I need a sketch cover. I found the Flash. I'm like, all right, Here, I'll give you the flesh. It's yellow. Use red. That's your one color that you're gonna use, and we're good. Guy went over the top. I'm very, very pleased with the work that he did. Like really, really pleased. Over the
What
top.
have I always told you? Patience pays off when it comes to original.
Yes, but it still doesn't justify like the unresponsiveness.
Yeah,
Spidey,
and for shipping, that drives me the craziest. Like you guys do art for a living, and you can't put it in a proper receptacle, put it in a tube, something.
Oh, they don't know. They honestly they don't know. Here's another piece that I got from Jason Flowers. I don't know if you guys know who that is. He does a lot of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle work. I hate turtles, so he's got a
do it in the front.
So he's got a sketchbook that he made for himself to sell on Whatnot and conventions. It's called I Love Turtles. So I made him scratch out the love and write hate over it. And I had King biting the shit out of a turtle over here. So that was pretty fucking cool.
Spidey, you know that the commission I got for Sarah's birthday, whenever it was, last year or the year before,
from Neil.
Yeah. So she's just kept that in the sleeve that he sent it in, right? So she was at home before, and she finally put it into her folio book. And when she took it out of the black paper that he sends it in between, a little sketch card fell out, and she didn't even know. So
Yeah, a lot of them are that add like little things. Like he put like a little sticker of his art on there as well.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's cool, huh? So she found that, just fell out of the thing. So I think I need to get a piece from him so I can get some sketch cards.
Just so you know, like as far as price wise, this I actually got for him for $70.
It's good.
Yeah, there's a guy, Showtell Arts. I had do a piece. He did a great Gwenum for me recently, and part of his, he was like, I think it was like $100 or $125 color, and it was included in addition to the sketch cover, included a bonus card of your choice, sketch card of a different character that you wanted. So like I had him, he did an Adam Strange for me on a sketch card.
That was really, really nice.
Yeah.
Really, really nice piece.
So you had that Brazilian artist Simon that did that for you.
Yes, he did a bunch. So he did like 2 sketch cards for my commission as well. He said, I always do sketch cards for my commission. So who do you want? So I was the thing is, he won't send to Australia. So that was the problem. I messaged him recently. He said, hey man, have you figured out how to send to Australia yet? And he was like, nah. I was like, okay. I guess you won't be getting any more work from me then.
Yeah, I had somebody I reached out to who said he was, I don't ship to America. I'm like, oh.
So he sent it to America for me so I could get someone to send it to me, but then I had to pay. He discounted postage to the US for me because of that, but it cost a lot to send it here from the US. It would have been cheaper to go for it. It doesn't make sense. What do you mean you can't send it from Brazil to Australia?
I've had heaps of art pieces sent directly.
Some people just don't want to be bothered. That's the other thing.
No, he tried. No, he really went to the effort. So he actually kept giving me update. He goes, I went to the post office, and then he went to another post office, and they all said, no, we can't do Australia. This was kind of during COVID, though, as well. And then he's like, it's all good. I'll find this agency to do it through. And then he was like, hey, dude, I've tried everything. No one wants to send to Australia.
I do know that shipping into Brazil from like here, for example, is extremely difficult. Brazil has some really difficult shipping issues. And I don't know if it's a government thing or if it's their postal service or what, but I know that when I used to ship stuff for business, that was all, whenever it was like Brazil, it was like, oh, fuck.
The other thing that trips me out is that some countries, I send you something and then you have to pay tax to pick it up.
Yeah. So
Canada's bad for that, man.
Didn't I pay tax for that? Like, what?
So yeah, so they're, because they, depending upon what the value of stuff there is, you'll have that on stuff. Now,
I just said, so the guy who did the artwork for our last CD for my band, I want to send him the CDs and everything and a bunch of T-shirts. And he goes, hey man, it arrived, but I've just got to pay. It was like $80 whatever they have over there to pick it up. I was like, what? I was like, I paid $100 to send that over there.
What did you declare the value as?
Not fuck all. The CD's what?
Did you declare it as a gift or?
I would have declared it as a gift.
Because I don't know. Sometimes that's an issue, but I know like if I ship stuff to Canada is the worst.
They get funny like that too with the taxes.
And even if I write it if I write it as a gift, and it's less than like $100, sometimes they waive it, but sometimes they don't. I know that like one of the guys had a real problem with the C3 stuff. We had an issue because of customs brokerage fees and whatnot. And I was fighting with UPS because I was really pissed because first of all, I know, and I shipped it at a higher level that included customs brokerage fees. And they kept saying, whenever I was arguing with them, they kept saying, well, the government taxes. I said, no, I'm not arguing with you about the $6 in government taxes. We'll pay the $6 in government taxes. I'm arguing with you about the $15 you're charging to get it through customs when that was included as part of the higher level of UPS stuff. You know, it was like pulling teeth, but they're
I just don't get when you pay for the postage, everything should be covered, shouldn't it? This is how much it costs because this is all the thing.
That's
depending upon what you're shipping, depending upon what kind of goods you're shipping, the declared value, whatever else. Different countries have different import rules and taxes.
So, Bob, when you fucking send the comics to me, right? Please don't put the value too high because Sarah copped that. Sarah got her book graded from Tyler. Tyler sent the book and wrote value was like $2,000 or some shit like that. Gets to Australia and they're like, UPS are like, hey, by the way, you owe us $500 to pick it up. And Sarah's like, what? And then we somehow I didn't even know how it happened, but we negotiated and she ended up only paying like 100 or something like that. But still, what?
I mean, I had to guess at the value. I mean, you have to put a value. Like you have to put something.
And Spidey was like, dude, if you guys don't pay that money and if you take too long to pay that money that they said you've got to pay, they will then take it to this place where your shit gets auctioned off. How's that shit legal? Like, how is that legal?
So what do you want me to put on there? Nothing?
Well, no.
Dollar?
I don't know. Fucking. Just put cover price value, all right? Don't give me your aftermarket value.
That's generally what I sell.
What if they get lost?
Insurance is
shipping, then
I've
my
never had
insurance claim is going to be for like $100.
I've never.
No, but Bubs, your insured value on the package is completely independent of your declared value for customs and brokerage.
Okay. Whatever you want, Simon. It's your shit.
But I think we've established that in Australia, it's what $200 or something. We said as long as you're,
it's under 200, please.
It's if it's marked, if it comes from like a retail outlet. So say for argument's sake, if you get it from eBay or Amazon or one of the big wigs, they'll put like the goods and services tax on the actual like part of the payment. But if, say, a private person is selling it, if you're sending it from a private address to a private address, you mark it as gift. It doesn't really matter. It's like what the declared amount is. But if it's, say, a business, if Rob had a business account and he sent me a box and he declared it over $1,000, because $1,000 is the threshold, but it has to be converted $1,000. So. If he sends me a box from a business account and it's, say $2,000, we have to pay 10% on that.
What about individual to individual?
Individual to individual, if it's marked as gift, I think it's the only thing I'm a little unsure of. If it is a high dollar thing and it is insured as a high dollar item, you may still get stung. I've never come across that yet. But I know when I got some art from the UK a few years back, they sent it through UPS, and that was about $5 or $6 grand worth of art. And they literally held it to ransom because I didn't know about it at the time. This was on the thing, and they're like, "Oh, okay, well, it's like you got to pay the 10%." And I'm like, "Okay, well, it's like $500 or whatever it is."
Curious to ask, I wish Zars was here right now because I'd ask Zars if he got billed anything for the C3 shipment, because most everything I send out, my personal stuff I send out as I mark it as gift and declared value pretty low. But the C3 stuff wasn't marked as a gift. It was marked as just as goods because people had paid for those goods.
What was it denominated amount still under $1,000 though?
Yes.
Then he should have been all right. He probably didn't.
Right. Well, I was saying he could verify that. Like, because I know, like, when I was talking to, that was a concern when I was shipping it to the stuff that was going to, I forget his name, but a guy who's in Sweden, because I was shipping art, which was different because that's a different classification than when I was shipping comic books, right? Comic books sent out as like newspapers and journals and shit. Whereas the art was a bitch to figure out what the hell to put it as. But I just, fortunately for that, I just said, hey, look, you know what? Since in case they're going to make you pull a receipt to prove what it was, I just took one of the art pieces he paid for because they were individual transactions and put that as the declared value for the entire package and said, you can now you just pull that one receipt. They don't know that one receipt's not for multiple things and it's a donation to comics cancer. So
Rob, can you still insure it properly even though it's a gift that's being sent out? All right, so
yeah, because I can insure it. Like I said, the insurance is independent. Insured amount is independent of your declared customs value. Now, it could cause flags if somebody, go, well, why'd you declare the value at 100 and you insured it for this? Doesn't matter. I fucking paid that level amount of insurance. Fucking deal with it.
Or why are you sending a $5,000 item as a gift? I think that's what the red flag might be.
Yeah. Guy. Why can't it just
because he's my fucking friend? That's why.
Because the last time he was in America, he really gave me a cock or two.
Luckily, I can replace every book that Simon is having me send to him for $100 total. I'm not too worried about it. I'll insure it for $100.
I actually have some books.
That I kangaroo ride when I came to Australia. That's why.
First Aliens, first Predator. Come on, man.
I got a stack of red.
Just a yard sale away from getting that book again.
I got a little short run of Red Hood and the Outlaws. So I was thinking about sending over for you. I know you're Red Hood.
The worst shipping I ever got railed for.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, because I don't have that. I've been trying to, and you can't get the trades anymore either for that.
All right. Well, maybe I'll throw them in Mad Spidey's box when I send it over. Is noted for you.
Yeah.
The worst.
Send it over.
The worst absolute shipping that I got railed for
reverse tier method
was this past summer. I sent a 9x12 envelope with I had some paperwork in there, and they charged me $120 to Greece because it wasn't on the mainland, because it was on one of the islands. They decided, hey. And it wasn't like one of the Mickey Mouse islands. It was like a big island that I was sending it to, with like a real city and everything. They didn't give a shit.
Yeah, I'm dealing with it right now.
And it took 2 weeks to get there.
2 weeks would be nice. So I have a package I'm tracking. I sent to my employees in Romania. I sent them some stuff for Christmas, right? And I shipped it out on December 4th. It should have taken about 2 weeks to get there, according to the lead time. It arrived in Belgium. Was it Belgium? I think it was. It arrived there on December 10th, and then it sat there until yesterday. It finally left there and went to Bucharest. And it still has to get to Cluj. So it's going to be like another couple days before they even get it. It's like, I'm like, this freaking thing's going to have taken over a month. And then most of that time was just sitting in freaking Belgium. I think, maybe it wasn't Belgium. It was some other, I don't know. But it was sitting in one of the freaking European countries, just sitting there idle for freaking 20 days.
Well, hopefully it was nothing perishable.
It was some seized candy. So it's not, I mean, it is and it isn't. But
Europe, candy,
freaking Europe.
Yeah, Dagger, you have to be on first name basis with all the customs people. Freaking now, you've been getting all kinds of stuff.
Not as bad as DVH though. He gets his stopped at customs every single time.
Well, anything I ship him, yeah, just about. It was funny. The C3 stuff that I sent him, no, it went through no problem. That's been the only package. The Christmas gift I just sent for Badger, they opened it up. So everything except for the C3s, and I don't know if maybe it's because all the other packages, what they have in common is they had food items as well. So I don't know if they're opening up all the packages that have food items in it just to validate that I don't like include fruit or some other weird shit in there that parasites and.
Wait, do they open up all the packages that go to Australia?
I've never had. I think I've only I've been buying stuff from overseas for probably 20, 25 years at least. And I think I've only had like the amount of times it's been open, maybe I can count on one hand.
I've had about 2 or 3, but I'll tell you what, one time I had a package open. One time I had a package open. And it was a porn DVD.
Nice.
You must have got some nice responses from people.
They didn't care. They just moved it on.
Yeah,
Not biggie.
Still, no biggie. Happy New Year, mate.
Yeah, that's I don't know, but here in the States, we don't get it because the taxes for us are set up. The system is really set up for purchasing within country, and most of the the federal government doesn't have a sales tax. So all any sales tax on goods is at this individual state level. So it's generally, if it's not something that's purchased domestically where the stores are collecting that and stuff, the onus is on you as the individual. You are required to self-report when you do your taxes. So if I purchase items, a bunch of stuff from Australia, from a retailer, not from an individual, but from a retailer, and had it shipped to me, that there were no taxes collected on it by that selling company when they were shipping it, then it's my responsibility when I file my taxes to self-report those purchases and pay taxes on them at that time at the end of the year. It used to be a thing that it was a bigger deal in the early days of the internet. Usually with the whole thing, people would go buy online because you'd buy from a store that was in a different state and they wouldn't collect sales tax, and then you wouldn't report your taxes. Or if you were like me, you said, oh yeah, I bought like $230 worth of stuff, and even though you bought thousands of dollars, just saw it, oh, he reported, all right, let's move on, type of thing.
That's why they did it here.
Nothing. But
we never used to happen here. Like it's only been in the last, I think it's 10 to 15 years is when they actually implemented it, because we actually couldn't order from Amazon.com at all after this happened until they actually fixed the problem of actually adding the 10% GST onto it. But before that, you could buy $1 million worth of stuff as long as you pay obviously the shipping.
Yeah, they've been put the onus on those retailers to collect it, which is what happens here. All the states now have to collect each other's state's taxes if you're selling across state lines and stuff.
But yeah, the government basically like, oh, we don't want money going outside the country. We want you to buy inside the country. So if we put a tax on stuff coming into the country, we can get our like 2 cents worth sort of thing.
Well, it's not just that. It's not just that. It's also if you have a normal state or government sales tax, they still want to get they don't want you buying stuff from a different revenue stream where they don't get the tax on it, right? You're still consuming.
Basically, they throw the ownership onto the retailers to collect their money and do their job for them. That's basically
right. Well, because they're a little bit more honest than you and I are.
Well, they have no choice because they got a paper trail,
right? Which is easier to,
especially if you're a public company like eBay.
If we had to track every single thing that you bought throughout the entire year and do all your sales taxes, oh God, that'd just be ridiculous. Although I'm still a big proponent, I think that the United States should get rid of the income tax and instead switch to a complete usury based tax, because then it doesn't matter how you get your money. You still get taxed based on how much you spend. If you consume more stuff, you get taxed. You spend more, you spend more on taxes. You don't buy as much stuff. You don't do that. You get encouraged to save money.
It's an embedded tax that's already in there. Well, it makes sense.
You want to all of a sudden supercharge the economy because there's a slowdown, lower what the sales tax is for a little bit. You want to get a premium for higher stuff. Great. Cars that cost over $100,000, you get an extra tax. You buy a yacht, it's a higher tax rate. You buy an aircraft, it's a higher personal aircraft, it's a higher tax rate for the rich, right? Whatever.
Yeah, it's a luxury tax. That's all.
Yeah. But then you don't have to deal with all that weird personal income tax stuff we have today, which is weird.
Because you've got that weird thing now that was only implemented a couple of years ago. There's $600 threshold thing, which I still don't know what that actually means. Like if you're a seller, sort of thing.
Oh no, so that has been delayed again.
Oh, okay.
So this was something that was put out. So if you were selling your own personal item, selling stuff, right? It used to be the threshold was like $2,500 or something like that, where above that you had to declare you would get through third-party marketplaces, whatever. Then they'd send you tax forms. You'd have to explain that and to potentially pay taxes on it. And then they said they were lowering that. It was going to come down to $600, and that was going to be a big issue. But they delayed it. Because they realized that's going to hurt everybody. And then they just before this year, because it was supposed to go into effect, it was supposed to affect all the sales from this year, but they just announced that they were delaying it again. And so they weren't. So everything that we've sold this year, if you thought you were going to have to pay taxes on it, if you'd gone over $600, potentially you may not. I mean, you're still, if you were genuinely selling stuff and making a profit off of stuff or anything else, right? You're still technically supposed to self-report and pay that, but you're not necessarily going to get sent the tax forms from that from the third-party platform or whatever.
Coincidence that we're going to tack into an election year and that's being delayed?
Well, it's been delayed multiple years now, but
I'm just saying, do you think it's a coincidence?
I don't know if it's that or you got also the other half of the government, that's trying to get rid of the IRS practically, and they're not going to have people to process that stuff.
I would love them to abolish the IRS. That would be fantastic.
I think that they're just realizing it's a stupid amount that doesn't make sense, because what it does is it takes a person like me who you're selling of your own person. So if you're genuinely selling like a garage sale type thing, right? Or I'm selling a couple books, but I'm then turn around buying other books as a collector, right? I don't get the ability to write off as a collector under the way the taxes are right now. I don't get the ability to write off losses from my collection, but I also don't have to pay taxes on if I sell something for more than what I bought it for. I don't if the whole thing is that I'm turning around and I'm investing that back into my collection and something else, I don't have to worry about paying taxes on any of that shit. But under this other policy, you were going to have to, the onus was going to be on you to prove that you were reinvesting this money or doing all this. So it's a very complicated thing that was going to cause a lot of people to have to pay, just basically who couldn't prove all this stuff, to just have to pay extra taxes. And who does that affect? Oh, probably people like this guy who, got hurt by the tax cuts because they put a cap on how much you can write off. And so if you donate a lot of money, it doesn't matter. Or you're in a state that taxes on the tax. You get, anyways. He didn't pay taxes.
Yeah, but at least you got your paperwork in place. You know who it affects worse? Your average common person that doesn't really keep good paperwork, and so they're the ones that are gonna get clobbered at the end of the day.
It hurts because I do my own taxes, so
because you see it.
Well, it's painful. It's a pain in the ass. I'm really on the edge of almost wanting to hand it over to somebody else to do, because it's gotten so complicated.
It doesn't feel any better. It doesn't feel better after your CPA does the things. It says, listen, pay. What do you mean pay? No, pay. That's what you're going to do. You're going to pay more. But I already paid. No, you're going to pay more. That's how it works.
I know.
And that's how I don't, because the way we sort of like, obviously, like I'm horrible, absolutely horrible when it comes to maths, especially. But the way I sort of say, like the way it's done over here is like it's literally like I get an accountant to do it because I'm not, as I said, not that good with numbers. But all the tax that we get, like obviously income, tax gets taken out of your superannuation, which I think you guys call a 401k or whatever you call it. Mm-hmm. Tax gets taken out, like everything tax gets taken out of. So when you actually do your tax return, it's like, okay, you paid this much tax this year. These are your deductions. And literally 9 times out of 10, this is what your tax refund will be. And that's it. Like I hear some of you guys like, I got to pay $20,000, $30,000 in tax. And it's like, what the hell?
Yeah, because here's what happens, right? So I pay, they take money out of my check all the time, right? And I'm having them take extra out from what the normal standard deductions are, right? And my wife gets, but because our combined income is at a certain level, we will be at a higher rate or something, right? But then also they go, oh, but then you also they assume a certain amount of standard deductions. But I get taxed, and this is where we get more complicated because we have multiple government agencies taxing you, right? So I'll have the federal government taxing me, I have my state government taxing me, and they're both doing it. The state government's doing both they're taxing me for earning money and they're taxing me for spending money, and then they tax me for owning a property. So they're really a snake taking it. And it used to be the federal
and
government
taxing money, and they're taxing money that's already been taxed. Yeah.
And then the federal government used to say, okay, well, any money that's taken out to pay other taxes, state taxes, you don't have to pay taxes on, so you could deduct that. But then when they did their most recent round of tax cuts, they said, we're going to put a cap on your personal deductions for a couple at like $20,000. So if you live in the Midwest, that's fine. If you live in a place like where I live, where your property tax and the interest on your income on your home are more than $20,000, then you don't get to deduct everything. And then anything that I do for tax donation purposes that I used to get to write off, all the money I spend on C3, I don't get any tax benefit for it whatsoever. It's just so like when they made that change, my taxes went up like 25% during the Trump tax cuts.
Let's be honest. It's a punishment for living in a blue state.
It was, and so it's just really bizarre the way the whole system runs, and it's not even it doesn't make sense. They don't tax people evenly. It's a really convoluted, messed up system. And you get like, oh, but you'll get these credits because you have these dependents, but only until they're 18. So like I have dependents that I'm paying that I can declare, but I don't get any credit for them because now they're over 18. But it's like,
yeah, it just sounds like every time I've heard somebody say, oh yeah, I've had to pay like, as I said, like 20,000, 30,000 thing. And I'm like, we're always, when we do our tax return, we're usually getting money back. Like obviously, as I said, like it's the old sight unseen sort of thing. Like everything's getting taken out.
There's a lot of people here who do that, and they have like extra taken out. Now I purposefully don't. Like I'm not in the purpose of lending the government money interest free. So I would much rather, I want to get it as close to them, them taking out what they're taking out to be as close to zero at the end of the year, or I would rather owe them a little bit, right? The way it works for me right now, especially last year, because the state, I get a healthy refund from my state, but my federal government, I usually owe significantly, but I take the state income tax return and pay the federal government with that, and it wipes itself out pretty much, or very close. So at the end of the day, I want my total tax liability at the end of the year to be as close to zero. I don't want a big return because that means I have lent the government money at no interest. And that's silly. If I want to lend the government money, I will invest in treasury bills and let them pay me interest.
And God forbid you're an independent contractor, you're gonna get a bill at the end of the year. Every single time. Every single, like a bill, like a nice, healthy, hey, you seem pretty successful this year. Have a success tax. You don't want to call it that, but that's basically what they do.
Yeah, I've seen that argument, Dagger, and I'll tell you that those arguments generally don't hold up in court. I've seen a lot of people who've tried to do those arguments before, and they end up in big trouble.
Hey, Rob, do you are you able to declare and take anything off because of the colleges? I'm around the corner from that.
So if you have invested money in a 529, then the money that you take out to pay tuition is tax free. Any earnings that you made on that money. So if you invested $10,000 and now it's $15,000, as you pull that money out, that's all interest free if it's being used to pay for tuition. Also, any U.S. savings bonds that you have invested that you cash for the purpose of paying for college tuitions and whatnot, that also that interest becomes interest free. But essentially, for the most part, no. You get to pay the universities the money, and you get some tax statement that you can list it on there, but it doesn't. There's no financial benefit really to us, especially in a blue state.
Yeah, nothing basically.
Yeah, because I get a statement. Mostly the biggest things I get a statement because it's each kid has scholarships, and that scholarship money is potentially taxable. So you have to show that that was being used to pay for tuitions and stuff.
Wait, taxable to who? To you?
It depends. So if you declare them as dependent, it's taxable to you. If they're independent and not being declared as dependent, then it's potentially taxable to them.
Yeah, but if you can't deduct anything, what's the benefit of keeping them as a dependent?
So again, the way it folds in stuff that it depends on who's paying the tuition. You can log your tuition expenses and stuff. I'm not an expert on it. I've done it. I just fill in the blanks on the chat thing. But essentially, there's no big benefit to you, but it's a better benefit to them. They don't get that scholarship money doesn't get declared as income for them.
Got it. Okay.
Good for them, Dagger. That's great. There's a virtual Nerf battle about to go off here. I feel like I'm underarmed.
Hello, Remy. Good evening.
Where you been, Remy?
Good evening.
Good evening, Remy Q Studios.
How's everybody doing?
What you been
How
doing,
are
Remy?
you today?
This is terrible. Do you even YouTube, bro?
Look at this fucked up cover. Look at this fucked up cover. What the hell is this?
It's cover by.
Obviously, no, he would have got it in a mystery box. He wouldn't have bought that.
Was that dolls?
Yeah, it looks
Look at
like
this.
dolls.
There's like little doll people. Then they pumped Captain America with a lot of estrogen, and they turned him into plastic dolls.
What you got wrong?
Yeah, it's an Avengers 4. Oh, look at this guy go.
Nerf guy.
Hashtag Nerf guy.
Where'd that come from, Rob?
Holding stock, baby.
Yep.
I don't have a Nerf gun. Now I feel like out of place.
Yeah, I don't have one either.
I can see Rob modifying that in a way where it helps him cook. Like he turns it into like a sauce squirter. Or something like that.
It shoots out spices, pepper, salt. Yeah, just.
I would love to see Poke and Joe get his hands on one of those and see what he could do with it.
Yeah.
I just want to be cool like you guys.
Well, I'm not cool. I don't have one. I'm not going to get one either.
Yeah.
I'll watch you guys. I live through you.
I have enough hobbies. I don't need another one.
Nerf.
Well, if you want to go the cable route.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Holy, look at this fucking guy. Look at this.
I feel somehow inadequate.
Because we're not compensating for anything with this.
Yeah, look at the handle compared to the gun.
Oh God, that's ridiculous.
That's just an assault cannon.
Who would he go to? Rob Liefeld for the design on that one?
Yeah.
There's no pouches on it.
No, it comes with a bandolier, I'm sure.
Best $12 I ever spent.
Yeah.
And yet over here they're probably like about $200.
This seems pretty cheap for
you
a
can
hunk
pick
of
up
plastic
cheap
that
Nerf
big.
guns. Like people on like Marketplace and stuff will be getting rid of their kids' Nerf guns for like dirt cheap.
Yeah.
That this one,
This
right?
was
I
kinda
paid
small.
$100. I paid $100 for this Mandalorian one. Over Boxing Day sales, it was clearing out for $50.
No joke. During the pandemic, or I don't know. I'm not allowed to say that. During that time period that we remember, I was a Nerf arms dealer for a little bit, and I made a lot of money. It was crazy.
Modified or unmodified Nerf dealer?
Unmodified, but I basically I laid out like 100 blasters in a warehouse, and I just took pictures of like different sections, and I was like, have your pick, like
I
X
have a good
amount for
question
this
for you.
amount, and I mean I made a killing on it. It was
I have
crazy.
a question. Why did you have 100 blasters in the first place?
Because he's a Nerf guy.
Well, no, at that time I was buying them to sell them. I was
you
flipping.
were flipping them. You were buying.
Yeah,
you were a dirty Nerf flipper.
Yeah, I would pick them up, and I could buy them either individually or by weight. So like some of the and it was actually pretty slick. So like some of the ones that use flywheels, they have batteries and stuff in them, and I would like take all the batteries out and just toss those. And so I buy it all without batteries. I'd save money that way.
So
And
you
then I
openly
flip 'em.
admit you admit to it that you were a dirty Nerf flipper.
Yes, I was a dirty Nerf flipper, 100%.
Right.
And I would advertise for kids' parties and all kinds of stuff, like pick up your Nerf blasters, and people would come and we'd load up.
Out of curiosity, did you ever once put your Nerf guns all into a little pen and then try to like encourage them to go into a certain area and become a Nerf herder?
Oh god!
I'd imagine Remy would have some room that's just like his,
He has like a Nerf armory.
Yeah,
He has a bunker for all the real stuff and a bunker for the Nerf stuff.
The chickens have their own Nerf guns. What are you talking about?
You have your pick, or you can go more of the Nerf route.
Don't get me shut down, Remy.
I learned all the bad words that get you shut down on YouTube, by the way. I haven't used anything on your stream yet, but I reserve.
All of my live streams kept getting flagged for not suitable for ads, and then you just place the review and it passes fine. I just don't know why it keeps flagging my live streams. Always.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that I learned. I kept getting blocked, and I kept getting like red flags on my channel, and I learned that I need to use the term unalive instead of another term that means the same thing, just in real person language. The K-I-L-L. I can't use K-I-L-L. I need to use unalive or something like that.
What if it's on a comic book?
Doesn't matter.
No, but if you send a review, it always passes.
No, not always. Not always.
There was
Sometimes
one time
I get a 2-3 day hassle by them, and they'll let me go at the end, or they'll just tell me, "Hey, too bad. Our thing saw you, and we didn't tell." And they don't tell you the reason why. I found out from another person why.
It never tells you why. It just says this is deemed not suitable for ads, and you're like, okay. And then you request a review, and then after like a day or two, it's just like, oh, your video's all good. It's like, yeah, well, how about all the clicks I got during that time you banned it? Like, so get this.
You're talking about for monetization.
Yeah. So
sorry, us unmonetized channels.
Pulling the whole video off.
I thought it was your 500 subs. You'd be way.
I don't have the watch hours. I don't have the watch hours.
How? You get fucking thousands a week on this show.
I don't have the watch hours.
That's okay.
So you don't get ad revenue. You can only do membership or super chats.
So my last Oz Comic Con video, my cosplayer one, I was pissed because I uploaded the night before, and lucky I did because I scheduled it, and then it got flagged before the video launched and said, "Oh, this is not suitable for ads." I was like, "What the fuck? What did I do?" And Sarah's like, "Probably because you said the word terrorist." Again, monetize is all good. And I was like, "Oh." She's like, "Yeah, probably because you said that."
Sorry, we can't have that type of talk in this chat. Spidey, I know you weren't going to do it. I had to do it.
So I went back and I edited the video, right? And I just censored out the word terrorist and made like a cork sound. And then
he just keeps doing it. I don't know what the hell his problem is. I don't know why he doesn't get what's going on here. Do you even YouTube, bro?
It's all right.
He's-
Us plebs that are
he's-
not
he's-
monetized. We might want to get
Try it again.
monetized one day.
I just
I
had
understand. I'm
the
not trying to
word-
mess up your story.
I just had the word bad guy flash up on the screen. And then I uploaded it again with that, and it got flagged again. So then I put through, hey, request a review, and it passed. But I was just like, man, like, that's crap, because like that's like my most viewed videos are my con ones. And it's just like during that time that you get flagged, you don't get monetized for it. They're not going to back pay you for that shit. You know what I mean? Not gonna make
Did you
it,
have
but-
music going on during it or something? Or
No. So it wasn't the music. The music, if the music gets copyright claimed, I get that. But like it wasn't that. It's not. So and like I said, every one of my live streams is getting flagged after I finish the stream. I'll get the little thing not suitable for ads, and then I request a review, and it's like, oh, it's all good. I'm like, oh, thanks.
That's weird.
Very similar.
I've never
to
had
what
I've
I
never had
get.
that issue. Knock
Sounds
on
very
wood.
similar to what I get. I get immediate. This is the first thing that comes up, and this happens sometimes during my streams. I get a notice saying suitable, unsuitable.
Can you tell when I started Spidey's Outback?
Well, I was gonna say, I thought you'd be well over by now, because these streams go for fucking half a day,
No,
and you get
only,
like
only that much. So that's 365.
What's your average a month in watch hours?
I don't even know what average monthly is.
Because you should get at least 700-800.
If you go to the studio, and
I'm on
it
the
gives you
studio on my phone.
no go to just the dashboard.
Dashboard. Yep. Watch time.
Yeah, you have the watch
Watch
time hours.
hours.
I guess about 400 hours.
It's in that top right corner.
Yeah. So you talk about so it says watch time.
Yeah.
It takes me back to that same screen again that I was at.
So if you
before.
click on it and go on a
No,
month,
you don't have to click. Wait, you didn't have to click on it.
209. That's it for 1 month.
That's it. Well, that's for this month, isn't it?
Yeah,
but
but
that's for this month.
you must get so many hours just from this
Yeah, that's
stream
what I'm
alone.
saying. Considering you do one lengthy live stream,
Yeah, but
every
how
week,
many people watch it?
So when I it gets a lot of
Apparently,
views.
that's the problem.
It's like a few hundred.
How many views do you get?
You get a few hundred.
Does he?
I'd say 200 to 300 views each week, at least. Because when I hit 1,000,
They don't watch it
I was
long enough.
about-
That's the
I was
problem.
about 1,000 hours away from thing when I hit 1,000 subscribers, and I didn't do live streams much. So I started doing like 3 live streams a week, and then I hit it after like maybe a month.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting. Well, he's getting like 200 views, but it's like how many people are? How much time are they actually watching on it?
Yeah, what's the average view time on your streams? If it's 15, 20 minutes, that's pretty good still.
Yeah, but then everything else he's doing is getting like
all the
40
pre-recorded
views.
stuff it's not getting as much.
Yeah, so can you go to one of your go to content?
Content.
Because live streams is what basically
Go to your
got me
content
my
section.
watch hours like well before I even hit 1,000. I was well ahead of the
Content tab on the
watch
left,
hours.
buddy. Content
Content
tab
what?
on the left. The content tab on the left above analytics, and then go to live tab at the top. Yep. And then, so what's that? 209 views. Is there an analytics option there that you can click on?
You have to go down to the analytics down, actually on the tab on the left, and then you can go to your.
Oh, you have to go to the separate
content
view.
within it.
Okay. Sorry.
And
I
then
should
you
go
can-
back on my
then you
studio
can
and show
see
you all
like
my
his
red flags.
So then he can see his live streams and.
You know what's
Your,
man? I saw the analytics once of like a real YouTuber who gets like millions of views, and I was like, holy shit, like $210,000 just for one video. Jesus Christ.
So like if you go, so Spidey, go back to top. You're in analytics. Okay, click on live.
Click on live there.
Yeah, and now you can slide. If we, you can see your
Average
average
about 15 minutes.
14 minutes.
That's still
not
good. Like,
horrible.
let's
That's
say
not
200.
horrible.
Exactly, that's good because every 4 views is an hour, and you're getting 200 of those. That's not bad.
I'll tell you. I tell you
but
how
I
that
didn't
compares.
calculate it that way.
The only problem is, sorry.
I was gonna say on my lives, it's 19 minutes, so it's like not that much better. And you'd
Yeah,
think
but here's
I-
the difference.
and I
Spidey
always
has
think
15 minutes of a 5-hour stream, and that's the difference. You have a 1-hour stream, and you're getting 20 minutes.
Right, I know, but it's I'm going like I'm only getting 20 minutes out of it. It's just I always think that people would watch more than 20 minutes of it, but
You go back to mine.
Dude,
Now you got me curious to look at mine because I get a good replay value.
I just like I've heard that like if it's just a regular, not a live video, just a regular video, anything over 3 minutes, you should be fucking proud of yourself. Because if people who don't know you are clicking on it, they couldn't give a shit about what you have to say. So if you can get those people to pay attention, that's when you're winning.
My regular videos have an average duration of 6 minutes.
What does research say?
Oh wow! I'm gonna get $23.29.
So if we go,
I got my third payment the other day after like almost a year.
Oh god,
my
that's a big graph.
YouTube sucks.
So it's at 18,000 views. Yeah, so 1.6k hours. What's 143? Hey, my Aussie Possum one got 813 views. I've never had a short that goes viral. I don't do that many anyway. Content. Oh, there's
what do you consider viral when you say viral?
Like a couple of thousand at least.
That's
like
not
viral. For me, yes.
Yeah, viral's like hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I mean for me, like I've never had anything go over, like for a short, never go over 1,000.
Hey, you know what? Have Simon show up and
my channel analytics just gave me an alert and told me that Japanese, Korean, and Hindi results are not available yet for the like why do I care about these audiences? Like it's
because some video. So when I was I found there was one point where all of a sudden India was a high view count, and it was because every time we did a shorts that went off and got like thousands of views for like it was always Harlequin shorts, and that's when all of a sudden my view in India's would go crazy.
You know what Indians like? Wrestling. Anytime you put something wrestling, they go freaking bonkers off of it. Like on Instagram, anytime I put like a wrestling clip, like whenever I go to a live event or something like that, like it's like all of India comes in, watches that clip for some reason. I don't know why.
You're paying them, TJ.
What?
You're paying them.
I wish.
No, CJ wants his porn bots back.
I wish I had my porn backpack.
Yeah. So it took them long enough to get rid of them.
I think somebody got rid of them, but it wasn't me. I wanted them to stay forever.
I don't think I ever watched a live stream that didn't at least get a porn bot at some point. But yeah, I haven't seen them in probably 12 months at least.
Yeah, because they've moved on, mate. They're all on IG now. I'm getting all these fake accounts looking at my stories.
They left
and their
me.
accounts
Why
will be
you
like, come F me and stuff. I'll be like, oh,
porn bots.
not a
Why
real
you
account.
leave me?
Check your IG, mate. They're probably all over your IG now.
My live durations average review 22 minutes and 29 seconds.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but again, your live streams go for about fucking 9 hours.
That's true.
You've got the longest live streams of it. I can't believe because like back in the day, it was only like a late timers like you, CJ, and Jigs Kingdom. He goes late a lot. So I'd see you guys on at like 6, 7 p.m. here, but once it gets to like 9, 10 p.m., I'm like, those guys are gone. And you're fucking still there sometimes. I'm just like, how?
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to go have a shower and go straight to work. I haven't
How
slept.
the hell? Do you really go straight to work?
Sometimes.
Yeah. He's done it quite a few times.
Out of control. Fuck, mate. I used to do that when I was like 20.
Yeah.
But
the one thing that I found that's driving me crazy lately with my live streams is that they're not like if you go back and you play them, I noticed the live chat wasn't playing back. And they changed something where like all of them by default, like you can have it in the settings to play back the comments, but it automatically applies basic filtering for withholding potentially bad comments. And somehow that blocks all comments. So it's like I have to go into all my lives after I've done them, and go into them and set it to no filtering in order for it to make the live stream comments available again during the playback.
Can you change the setting? Because when I watch lives, by default, it's top chats. You have to change it to live chats to see everything. Because you guys will you guys will bring up like a comment. I'm like, why don't I see that comment? And then I realize, oh, I've got to change the live. But that's how many comments am I missing that are like just filthy?
It's really it's screwed up this way the system works. So like it's not very friendly as far as, especially if they know that you're using a third party like StreamYard, they make your life difficult purposely, I think.
And you used to, I remember once doing like the live streams. When you got out of it, you said, okay, end session or end stream, whatever, and you go back to the dashboard. Sometimes it used to say, oh, do you want this with the option to replay with a live chat? So you had to actually click on it to actually do that, but it doesn't do it anymore.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
if you
now
watch the replay that day, it won't be there. But if you watch it like a day or two later, the chat should be there.
No, but that's what I'm saying is right now I have none of them were showing anything. What I had to do is I had to go back into the individual one. I have to edit the video and then go to comments and then make sure that it's not, and you double check that the comment live chat was enabled, which they are. But then you have to go to the filter for filtering potentially profane language.
There's also another problem.
By default, you have to set it to none. It's like no filter whatsoever, and the chat comes back.
There's another problem to that though. Like if it's already wiped you out from having the live chats, and you try to do it after the fact, I call it. It won't give you the like it makes them disappear for. At least it's done it to me where they disappear forever.
No, these are archived. They were there. They're archived. It's just whether it displays it on playback. And so once I've re-enabled it and gone, I had to do the edit in bulk, and then I've gone back and I've tested a bunch of those old videos, and the live stream comments now are all back on them. But it's like having to go in. There's two different settings that you have to check.
I definitely have to go check again because, like, for some reason, I thought I did that, and it will never brings it back up.
Yeah. So here, let me turn off this dark mode for a second, so it's easier to see.
Ooh, dark mode.
And then I'll share.
Hey Remy, did you know you have a Nintendo on your hat?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a Nintendo; it's a controller.
Nintendo.
So if I go if I'm in my channel, right, I go to my lives, right. I found the easiest way to do it is if I either check on it or check if I'm doing it in bulk, select edit, and then go down to comments. And it's like, is the comments be able to show it back on? Yes. But what happens is, here it is, comment moderation is set to basic. I have to go and set it to none. So don't hold back the comments. And then once I do that, I can then update it and acknowledge I understand what it could do. And then it'll update and make it available.
So in other words, yeah, there could be a pile of, F's and C's and S's and whatever in there. So you might get flagged for it later, possibly, but not at that point in time. It'll just show up the live thing if somebody wants to rewatch it on the rewind.
Well, it sucked. It made it so that way because I didn't realize that at first. Like last week's video, the year in review, anybody who was watching it, they couldn't see if they didn't watch it during live, and it was fine for this purpose for the giveaway because we gave the giveaway in the live chat. So I mean, anybody who watched the rewind and didn't see the live chat, they had no chance to enter the giveaway. Only the people who were watching it live at that time got a chance to do it, which was fine because normally our giveaway is for the live viewers and not the rewind viewers. But
so I thought you had to put the comment in the comment section, not in the live chat.
No, it was you had to put it in the comments after the video, but we announced it. What you had to do during the live chat only. We didn't. There was nothing afterward. There was nothing in the video that was announced, and there was nothing else that told you to do it. So if you didn't read the live chat where we said, here's what you need to do, unless you just saw other people hitting hashtag only slabs and entered it just for giggles. There was no way for you to know.
DJ's with you, CJ. He misses his porn bots as well.
I know, man. I'm really upset. I'm devastated. Bring him back for 2024. What's Link's doing up this late? He's never up this late.
I literally just saw he posted something in the.
Isn't this like this date night or something?
He's really partying, mate. He's partying for the new year.
Oh, and saying that he did pop into Spidey'S Outback last weekend, so because he just had a night in last weekend, so.
I see. Lynx is becoming a night bird.
I don't think he'll jump on now though. The missus is probably asleep, so he probably doesn't want to wake her.
Why is this? It's still playing basic.
How many people are in the chat right now?
12.
12. What was the high of the day? Use this use this stream as a gauge going forward as far as how.
I think the biggest number I saw was 22 or 23.
Yeah, 22 or 22 when I first.
Yeah. What's that? And that's not horrible for a Saturday night. It's not bad at all. There's a lot of competition, so to say, on a Saturday night.
Spidey's a mainstay now.
Absolutely not.
Spidey.
There's no competition. There's just other people out there.
No, that's what I'm saying.
You got some of the ticky people that are doing streams.
No, Spinetix is done. They tapped out 7 minutes ago. You got Beta Ray Jim. Beta Ray Jim's doing his auctions, which always do well.
You got Brian McClay that does his Saturday night thing.
You got the Geeky Puppet Show. They're pretty tough to deal with.
You're not competing against me tonight. So you should be thankful. You should have freaking 10 gazillion people. What the hell's going on? Where is everybody?
Yeah, Spidey, could you please thank CJ for him not doing a live stream right now? Just
he's only doing it out of pity after the fuss I made last weekend.
No, absolutely not. I figured that you're going to be on. You saved me the aggravation of doing a stream by myself, and I'll just hang here until I get bored, and then I go to sleep and let you hold the bag of the stream. It's much better this way.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be going for another 6 hours to try and get to New Year's Day. So
why not?
I think I'll tap out before then.
You're not.
I got a mediocre steak to cook soon.
What are you, quitter? Is that how you're teaching your audience to be a quitter?
No, it's just very uncomfortable.
I think you should prove a point. Even if we all get off the stream, you should stay up another 6 hours, even if there's nobody in the chat, and stay by yourself and talk by yourself until New Year's comes.
Leave a bottle of Listerine in front of the screen.
That's right.
Do a super rust trick.
I got it. Yeah, but did you see the one with the egg?
No, I don't think I saw the one with the egg.
You actually, at the end of the stream, if you stuck around for the fucking 6 hours, at the end of the stream, he smashed that egg with a Thor's hammer.
Remy style.
You actually gave me a reason. I'm going to stream tomorrow.
Does Remy just pull shit out?
I will not be smashing any eggs.
How does Remy just have everything within reach?
I'm going to stream a New Year's Eve stream. Build up to the countdown. We're going to do a countdown. Like 10, 9.
How long are you gonna? What time do you reckon you'll start it?
I don't know.
Maybe better to start at 6 in the afternoon or 6 at night or something.
I don't want to do that because there's a lot of other streams going on, and I don't want them to feel like I'm gonna really I'm doing that on purpose to freaking mess with them. But I'll do it at one point. Some people I do it on purpose to mess with.
Still going through.
Yeah, I'll do it. I did it last year, so I might as well do it this year. Maybe. I don't know. It works out. I don't have a girlfriend right now, so it works out good. So I'm able to do it. Next year, maybe I have a girlfriend, and so maybe I won't be able to do it. Unless I get like a really weird comic nerd girl, and then she'll do it with me.
Interesting.
Or you get a regular girl, she'll do it with you. But that's a different kind of do it.
Too many hands on one screen.
A cock or two.
I can't wait to find like a really nerdy girlfriend that's like super hot, and then bring her on and show her hands off and her bazooms at the same time. It'll be great. It'll be freaking awesome.
Somebody's got high hopes.
I'm already interviewing strippers for my Whatnot channel to show off my books while I'm selling them. Maybe I'll find a girlfriend there too. Who knows? No, furry's done. No more furry girls.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here. Again,
where are you gonna go?
We expect he's gonna go cook a steak.
Yeah, I'm gonna go cook a mediocre steak that Rob.
What kind of steak? What kind of cut?
It's a Scotch fillet, grass fed. Yeah,
Grass fed Scotch fillet. What can you translate, Rob? What kind of meat is that?
It's a fillet.
Oh,
like what? Like a sirloin kind of a thing?
Scotch fillet.
We just call it fillet over here.
Like what? Like a thin?
We're not fancy.
I'm trying to figure out like a Romanian steak kind of a thing.
It's like a boneless ribeye.
Oh, ribeye.
It's a boneless ribeye.
Okay.
So bone in, it's still a ribeye steak, but in Australia and New Zealand, a boneless ribeye is known as a Scotch fillet or whiskey fillet.
Well, that should be very tasty.
A little bit, even if I overdo it a little, it's still soft. That's why I like it. I used to always have a porterhouse, but if you overdo a porterhouse, it's not nice. If you overdo a Scotch a little bit, it's still nice.
Well, porterhouse, part of it would be because part of it is filet mignon and part of it's New York strip.
Yes,
I would prefer the bone in there, but it sounds very tasty. Ribeyes are always my favorite cut.
It used to be mine.
What's your favorite now?
I've really become a big fan of New York strips. I still love a good ribeye. Don't get me wrong. I find that the way that I cook them and season them, I get a little bit better beefy flavor from the New York strip.
Maybe I'm so sick of it because every freaking place under the freaking moon over here has the New York strip. It's like a staple. Like even the diners, every place has it.
But I get bone in New York strips, of course.
Oh, that helps. But so I kind of like. I feel like it's like, to me, I've eaten it so much, I kind of don't want to eat it anymore. Kind of thing.
There's
Wait.
Simon, as always.
Tell us how you're gonna prepare it.
Medium rare, but rare's okay. I'd rather
put any kind of seasoning on it, like
I normally put some onion powder, garlic salt, and some smoked paprika. That's what I kind of normally. It's my go-tos. Okay.
And you feel this paprika gives it that extra kick that you want?
I don't know. I just put smoked paprika on everything
for color.
Yeah, it's good for color, definitely.
Okay. All right.
Interesting.
Will you come back? Will you come back and show us after you're done?
Would you?
No.
Would you consider not using garlic salt and instead using either sea salt or kosher salt?
I do have regular salt. I don't know.
Not table salt. I don't want table salt.
Okay.
It has to be large. For table salt is only good if you need to throw some salt in your water for salting pasta because it dissolves easily because it's small grain. In the case of cooking beef and steak, you want a larger crystal. So you want kosher salt or you want sea salt with like a grinder is best for that.
Okay. I'm gonna get some sea salt. First day of the new year. Tomorrow.
And as far as pepper goes, by the way, if you put black pepper on it, don't put that on before you cook it. You put that on afterwards because you don't want the peppercorns to char. Right.
Yeah, okay.
And that's one to grow on.
All right.
Serve that with a nice whiskey. A peppered steak with some nice whiskey. Muy bien.
This is why people say smoke
very overrated. The
You're going to be stuck here
is way overrated.
Right. I'm going. Happy New Year, everyone. I'll see you in 2024.
You say smoke bomb and then you exit.
All right.
Happy New Year, Simon. No, I'm not
Nerf
doing
guys forever.
Well, you're the worst. I hope your steak's not.
All right. See you guys. Have fun.
Hey, before you go,
Hey,
One more thing.
I personally think the pink Himalayan is overrated.
I do too.
I'd rather get a nice coarse sea salt, and that's it. Like that works perfectly.
Yeah, I actually use most of the time. Most of the time, I actually use a rub, my beef rub that I make. That's got a mixture of. It's got some paprika and it's got some onion powder, like he's saying. And it's got kosher salt and it's got a little bit of seasoned pepper that's mixed in there. And then afterwards, I'll put coarse ground pepper after it's done cooking.
Hold on, you just blew my mind. Seasoned pepper.
Yes, it's
a pepper seasoning itself.
So it is a seasoning, but seasoned pepper includes some other seasoning mixed into it.
Okay.
I buy it. I go to restaurant supply store, and it's one of these things. It's like discover. There's two different ones that I get. There's one that's called seasoned pepper medley, and there's one that's seasoned pepper. And both of them include black pepper as well as a little bit of crushed red pepper and some other peppers in there, as well as the seasoned pepper. Also, I think includes a little bit of oregano and a little bit of onion and garlic mixed into it as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've been very happy with its results.
I need one of you guys to translate millennial to Gen X for me. What the hell does HBP mean?
No idea.
I'm black HPBP. What the hell does that mean? I don't do good with initials.
I don't know what you're looking at.
Lisa's last comment. The hell does that mean? HBP.
High blood pressure.
Oh, okay.
Oh, how the hell was they supposed to know that?
All
right, now I know something.
That's fair. I had high blood pressure, then I take drugs.
All right, it's easier to say high blood pressure than HPV.
Well, it's easier to type out HPP,
and that's not
only
a
if people know.
thing.
Only that's just yeah.
She just wants me to struggle. That's why she does that.
No, nobody does it just because of you. I know you think it's all about
nobody
you.
wants you to struggle, CJ. Nobody does.
Hold on, I'm gonna go grab that. Hold on.
What's wrong? I'm gonna go get.
You want me to show you my? You guys want me to show you my latest book that I'm speculating on to make gazillions with?
Yep. Right. Look at me. Look at me.
Look at me. Look at me. Codename Babushka.
Claim.
The Conclave of Death, #1. I have 1 copy. I have 2 copies. I have 3 copies. I have 4 copies. I have 5 copies.
Well, how much? I want 1 copy.
Copies.
I want 1 copy.
And I'm gonna get a whole more big crate of them. All babushkas.
Okay. So can I get 1 copy? How much?
Well, the cover price is $3.99 on here.
All right. And what's your spec price?
Okay. So, using common community logic and mathematics, we multiply this by 10, divide it by 2, and then add another 20, and it comes out to about $60. Okay?
60.
Yes. But here's the thing. I will put it in a nice Mylar for you, and it will look nicer.
And a clear backing board.
That's right. It'll look pristine.
Well, now.
So I don't want to advertise for anybody. So there you go. There's seasoned pepper, and what it includes is it's black pepper, red bell peppers, green bell peppers, oregano, parsley, celery seed, and mustard.
Taking sponsorship deals now, MadSpidey.
So there you go.
All right, seasoned.
And that's what it looks like.
All right. I will try that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. For cooking, for seasoning meat before I cook it.
So Remy, did I build up your FOMO?
No, but actually, yeah, you did.
Did my Did my Mylar tickle your fancy?
I think you had me before the Mylar.
All right, there you go. And you know, it's a negative space cover. Yeah, you know how that works.
But you know how spec works. You got to say why you are specking on it.
Why? Because it's red.
That's a
That's
piss
why.
weak excuse.
CJ said so.
It's a red background, and it's got a black silhouette with white hair. How many comics have that? Not too many.
All the ones from Vault that were no.
Yes, but those don't have the name Babushka on it. This one does.
True.
And it's
What do
only
you
a
think about
coat name.
Dijon mustard?
No,
I don't like that. I don't like putting like like wet raw stuff on steaks.
Yeah, no.
With a name like Beefit, I'm disappointed.
I'm not giving you a BJ freaking Papa. maybe Babushka will give you one.
He's not going to give you the BJ, but he'll give you a JB.
It's possible it's a Papa book. It's possible. You know, anything is possible. I don't like the wet, like you know what? The closest thing I'll have to like some kind of wet kind of like covering on a steak, I've had it a couple times. It was okay, like a blue cheese kind of a crust that they put on sometimes on the steak. I could
compound butter.
Well, that's the best way to do it. You know, but I've had it. You know where I've had
what
it?
What did you say?
Tomato sauce.
You guys have any Bobby flavor around
you?
I told you it's an Aussie thing.
Get out of your own stream. That is just insulting.
I got it.
Thank you. Oh my
What's he put
god!
ketchup on his burger?
He's the tomato sauce. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
I told you it's an Aussie thing. Like we put tomato sauce on everything.
Oh my god, my ex mother-in-law used to do that. I used to freaking yell at her every time we went to a restaurant. I'm like, you're embarrassing me, damn it. With your
Aside from compound butter, unless it's a chicken fried steak, which you can smother it in white gravy, okay. But otherwise,
hey, there's Hector Ortiz, the man who won all the books this morning.
that's right. He's got dude, Hector. He's got.
What's your back?
There's Hector's box.
Oh shit!
All ready to go on out.
I hope he's in the US.
Oh my god! Yeah, he is. Thankfully,
but I
looks
have had,
disgusting.
No, it's not. It's not done like. It's not done like that. It's used as a side. It's like a dipping sauce. It's not covered. You don't cover it.
No. You know what you dip your steak in? The bloody juices that leaked out of it.
Yeah, the juice of the beast.
If a steak has blood, I will not eat it.
Well, I'm sorry. All animals have blood. The hell kind of animals do you eat? They don't have blood.
Ones that are cooked properly.
He wants them overcooked and dried out.
Oh, you like them gray?
I like well done. I don't want to say red.
No wonder you. Oh God. Get.
What's the purpose of eating a steak if you're going to eat it freaking gray? What's the purpose?
I've just made Rob have heart palpitations.
Fucking idiot.
I don't like it bloody either. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a rare guy. Like I don't like it like super
in
rare.
saying that, I ate more chicken than I ate steak. So
you know, I won't eat it like if it's moving.
Tell
on
about
the
the chicken burger. Tell about the chicken burger.
It's called a chicken burger, not a sandwich.
Fucking guy, he eats them gray. Hey, listen, if you were 90 years old, I could understand because the old, like back in the days, like pre-World War II people, they used to burn the shit out of their steaks because they were worried about dying from like old meat and stuff like that. I get that, but you're a young man. I don't understand why you would want to burn your food.
I'm 2 years younger than you, you moron.
Exactly. You should be as modern as I am and eat your steak the normal way.
So do we have to go through this again? All right, let's go. Here we go. So present and share screen and there and there.
The hell's he
See?
doing?
Chicken burger. Zinger double tender burger, zinger burger, Burger combo, zinger, bacon, and cheeseburger. See,
Which they dingo burger? They got those two over there.
Zinger burger.
A dingo burger.
You're a dingo.
A zinger. You know what a zinger is? Oh my god, you guys don't even know what zingers are.
Zinger burger. Zinger's the hot burger.
No,
supposedly.
no. A zinger is a cake pastry from Hostess. It's
None of that made any sense to me either.
Here.
Holy, that's why you put ketchup on your freaking steak, because it has no color.
The old zinger burger.
That's a zinger.
I don't like those. You like those, Rob?
I don't think I've ever seen those.
Yes.
I'm more
You said
funny
back in the
bones
day
for
when it
that.
was like the Peanuts gang was doing them, and he had to look out for the zinger zapper.
Yes, those are the best.
I'm more
I
of
might
a
go buy
Suzy
some of
Q
those right
kind of guy.
now.
Is that the same
You guys
company
ever
that
had a
makes
Suzy
like
Q?
the what's the name?
Twinkies?
Twinkies. Is that the same
Yeah.
company?
Oh,
Okay.
sure. Well, don't get me wrong, right? Cupcakes, ding dongs, ho hos, zingers are all basically the same, more or less thing. Just
Not a Suzy
different.
Q.
It's the best.
Suzy Qs are different.
No, that's not Hostess.
Well, that's why it's different.
And Zinger didn't used to be Hostess. Zinger was a different company at one point. Like I said, it used to be all the Peanuts gang stuff, and they had the Zinger Zapper and stuff. And they are essentially very similar to the Hostess products, but had the extra layer of frosting on top. But then Hostess acquired them, and now it's all together. But yes, I know a lot about stupid snack
Who
cakes.
makes Funny Bones?
I don't even know what Funny Bones are.
The ones with the peanut butter in them, man. Come
Never
on.
heard of those.
Funny Bones.
We don't have them out here.
The snowballs.
Snowballs
nice.
are good too. I like them.
Do you have
Coconut.
snowballs over
See,
there?
I was
suppose
always a fan of Little Debbie's, so
Snowballs are,
Okay.
Are they the
I
same thing as what they are here, though?
I see what you're talking about. The Drake's Funny Bones.
yeah. Oh, the Drakes. Okay.
Yeah, Drake's Cakes Funny Bones.
Oh, they're excellent.
I
I could eat
they
a whole
don't.
box of them.
I have never seen them out here in the West, but I see them on Amazon. But
They're delicious.
they also have Devil Dogs,
I don't like those.
which are not hot dogs. In case Matt is watching.
He's lurking.
these are my jam right here. All Debbie snacks.
All of them. All of them. Nutter butters. Those are good too, actually, Katie. I don't mind the Nutter butter.
Nutter butter cookie. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of I enjoy the Nutter butter.
Oh my gosh, look at this thing. Oh man.
God bless America.
Listen, we've got to be the only country that shoves this much artificial shit down our throats.
Is that what you call a snowball over there, or is it
No.
something different
No,
altogether?
don't
Snowball
Google what a snowball is.
Oh, God. We're not good. If I've learned anything from CJ's streams, I'm not googling anything that might come across as wrong.
Well,
I
there
think-
is a snack cake called a snowball, but be careful when you start googling snowball.
And it comes in white or in pink.
Yeah, because it could mean something else.
Oh, it could mean a lot of things. Look it up, Spidey. You're gonna enjoy that.
Chat GPT. Hey, I want to go snowballing.
Oh man.
You should know from Clerks. They're pink and spongy. Yeah.
And delicious. And
You
delicious.
just got to be careful when you ask for them now. That's all.
Well, you don't ask for it. You just look for them. If they don't have it, you don't ask.
But I've sent them also. Like I sent you some of the Hostess pies, didn't I? Like the apple pie.
No, because I said I probably wouldn't eat it. I'd probably give it to Beck. I know you sent him to DVH because he loved
Yeah.
them.
Oh, he loved those damn things.
Yeah, those are snowballs right there.
Yeah, so that looks sort of similar, like similar sort of like concept, I suppose. But
Yeah.
just ours are full of marshmallows.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The problem
They have,
I
like,
had
you know,
was
coconut over the top and stuff.
apparently
Yep.
the last set of pies I sent to DVH, he couldn't eat any of them though, because like the Hostess ones, he was able to eat them, and then I got them this last time. I was trying to get a variety,
or something, isn't it?
and I got some other brand, and there was they used I think milk or something because he's vegan. I think it is.
I thought it was. I thought it was a gluten.
Gluten is Mrs. DVH.
Okay.
Miss Von Hoot is gluten, whereas he is vegan. Or I'm pretty sure is what it is.
You know what I ate not too long ago? That was a blast from the freaking past. A Klondike bar.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even know they still made them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the crunch ones.
They're delicious.
Yeah, we have one something different, an ice cream sandwich that's different out here. It's San Francisco based. It's called It's It, and it's it's two oatmeal cookies that are have ice cream between them and dark chocolate all around them, and the best one is it's cappuccino flavored ice cream in this oatmeal cookies with this. Yeah, It's It. Those are they got a variety of flavors of them, but
well, we got a lot of those like around here. Like the what do they call them? Moon pie. Like it's like a moon pie.
This is ice cream.
Yeah, with ice cream inside. Yeah, they make them here all the
the moon pie's got like marshmallow.
Moon pie doesn't have ice cream in it.
It's like a moon pie with ice cream inside. That's basically what it is.
Because a moon pie is not licorice. Ew.
Ew. Who brought up the licorice?
This is for Remy. He likes some of the Daryl Lee products.
Oh yeah.
So we got they got some weird stuff, but
those are the blocks.
These are the blocks.
I still have the blocks.
I thought you tried one of the blocks and you liked it.
So I'm intimidated by the blocks. That is.
You know what else I had during Halloween time? I raided one of my nephew's Halloween bags, and I got a York peppermint patty. I was like, "What the fuck?" I didn't even know they still made those.
Oh yeah,
they got lots of ones.
I got a bunch of assorted peppermint patties, essentially here from See's Candies that are left over because they were my emergency. Oh, quick! The neighbor came over with gifts that I didn't know that.
The size of this. This is intimidating.
Blew my freaking mind.
What, 200 grams?
Peppermint cream. Look at these peppermint cream filled.
Ew, chocolate covered toothpaste. Is that real?
Is this real? Yes, it's real. This is not. It's not toothpaste. These are cookies.
Lisa said there was chocolate covered toothpaste.
No, this is.
Have you tried them before?
Oh, those are
Remy?
Fake peppermint patties.
Have you tried them,
These
Remy?
candies.
Which one?
It's not York's.
The one that Rob's got.
No.
These. He probably had this. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to know whether they were like our peppermint slice. Did we send you peppermint slice cookies, Rob?
No, sir.
No, I think we were a bit worried because we know that you like the more plain sort of stuff. We didn't know whether you like peppermint type stuff.
Those aren't cookies though. Those are like it's basically
this is chocolate over peppermint cream.
Okay.
So it's dark chocolate. Some of them are dark chocolate. Some of them are milk chocolate with peppermint cream filling.
Yeah, because like ours, it's like a thin version of a Tim Tam, but it's got the peppermint cream as just one of the thin layers in between.
Listen, Lisa, I didn't say it was my favorite. I just said it was a blast from the past. That's all I said.
So you just break it up in little squares and just eat it in little squares.
Yeah, they're not little squares. Look how thick this thing is.
What is that? Like Dutch chocolate? What is that?
No, it's an Australian.
From Australia.
It's Australian company.
Bullets. Ooh, that broke off easily.
It never breaks off in a.
That's why I use the knife on those things. Like on the Cadbury's, I just go over and I use the knife, especially the ones that have the caramel in them, because I don't want it leaking all over the place. I'll use the knife.
Yeah, you've got to be really careful with those.
Thanks, Spidey.
Thanks, Australia.
Cadbury's are good. Like honestly, I like Cadbury's a lot. Like especially like you said, out of the country, they taste different.
Yeah.
The only one that's the anomaly is Nick, because he loves the caramello one, so the caramel and chocolate one or whatever like that. And he goes, "Oh no, the one from America tastes better than the one from Australia." Like, you're the only person. You're the only person I know who said that Cadbury from your own country tastes better than one from Australia, where it's made.
I think it's just so used to his tastes of what he's been eating for his whole
quite
life.
possible.
You know, like, listen, if somebody eats shit their entire life, they're gonna tell you it tastes good. You know what I'm saying?
It is true. My wife grew up eating pasta sauce from a jar on noodles and thinks that that's spaghetti.
I won't do it. I won't eat the freaking jar shit.
And she'll cut up some like polska kiblaska or hot dogs or something and call that spaghetti. Yeah, no.
I might as well put ketchup on freaking spaghetti while I'm at it if I'm gonna put it in a jar.
Yeah, or put tomato sauce on a steak.
That's right.
And I have done that when I was a kid because I was by myself and I couldn't cook anything. I put freaking ketchup on freaking spaghetti. It was not good. Don't do that.
But as we've discovered, ketchup is different from tomato sauce. Obviously, same principle. Because I think Robbie said it's something to do with the sugar content or something.
Well, there's tomato sauce and then there's
tomato sauce is an element of pasta. Sorry, what was the question?
No, just the difference between
ketchup
and tomato sauce is like a
tomato sauce. Tomato sauce is just tomato sauce, whereas ketchup is there's other things that go into it, but it's garbage. I mean, ketchup has no meaning in life except to one day grow up and become barbecue sauce.
You use ketchup in your barbecue sauce?
Yes, I make a ketchup-based barbecue sauce where it's ketchup and brown sugar and bourbon and
no molasses.
No, I use brown sugar and bourbon for my sugars. I've had spaghetti at fancy restaurants, and it's no great improvement over Prego.
You know what I've been liking a lot lately? The Southern style rubs that they use on barbecue and smoke stuff. Like it's like a mustardy, tangy taste. It's
a different. Yeah, there's a Memphis and stuff. Vinegar base, mustard base.
Yeah, I like the vinegar based for some reason. I like that a lot better than the sweet.
So, what do you put on a hot dog, Rob? Do you put barbecue
mustard?
Sauce?
Mustard.
No ketchup.
No, ketchup doesn't go anywhere near a hot dog, you bastard.
Mustard and sauerkraut. And if you got the ability, you make grilled onions and you put them on top.
I'm probably just mustard, but let's see. Barbarian says the spaghetti at restaurants is no great improvement. You cannot get in very fancy restaurants. Haven't been giving you good stuff. I mean, I make my pasta sauce from scratch. We cut down and stew down the tomatoes and all this stuff. It's hours and hours to do it, and it is phenomenal. Also, the problem is they probably actually use when recipe calls for like a tablespoon or a clove of garlic. That's probably all they use when you should be doing 100 times whatever the recipe calls for when it comes to garlic.
Wait, you've never had sauerkraut in your hot dog?
No.
Really?
I don't like sauerkraut.
Oh.
I'm very simple. Hot dog, mustard, that's it. Now, I'm not a big hot dog guy. I much prefer to have, usually if I'm going to have similar to that, instead of a hot dog, I upscale and I usually have like linguiça or an Italian sausage as opposed to just a hot dog. But then again, I'm still just mustard. That's all I need.
Well, Katie, you're a keeper for making your own sauce, so that's good.
Yeah, make your sauce from scratch. Absolutely, that's what
that's a criteria.
It's a lot of work. Yeah, it is. It's so hilarious. It's like I remember
it's not that much work.
Well, it can be, but I remember just watching the look on people's faces. Like when I used to cook for my son's Cub Scout group, right? And I remember when I released what the menu was going to be for one of the evenings, we talked about that we were going to have pasta and we were going to have a marinara because that could be a side dish for the people. We were doing smoked tri-tips was the main dish and the pasta with the marinara was a side dish for the people who were eating meat, but it also became the main course for the people who were vegetarians, right? And when people saw me we were unloading the food to the kitchen and they saw me pulling out flats of tomatoes and onions and stuff. And they're like, what is all this? So this is for the pasta sauce. And they're all, what do you mean? You're not going to be just opening up jars of sauce? I said, no. We're making this shit from scratch, baby.
That's how we start with the tomatoes.
Yeah, there you
If
go.
it's not fresh from the garden. It's fresh from the garden. However many weeks ago or months ago we did this.
Crush them. That's how it works.
It's a process.
Nice. Yeah.
It's not that tough.
The only sugar he uses is the sugar in the wine.
So you're telling me you've never had a pastrami on rye with mustard and a little bit of sauerkraut on it?
So up until recently, I didn't even care for pastrami because it was ruined brisket in my mind. Now, recently, I have changed my opinion, and I don't mind some pastrami, but out here we don't do rye. It's on sourdough, and I do it with mustard, but I don't do sauerkraut. No.
Try it. You might like it.
I could, but
a little bit.
When I go to the sandwich shop, more often than not, I'm going to order the turkey and salami instead, anyways. But
it goes well with corned beef too.
Corned beef is another one I don't eat. That's another ruined brisket.
I'm not a big fan of corned beef. I prefer the pastrami. You ever had pastrami made out of camel?
Out of camel?
Delicious.
I've never had anything made from camels.
Delicious.
Not saying it's not, and I don't have a problem with it. I've never come across camel.
What the hell is Ixie? Wait. You show us that you're Ixie again.
It's IXL.
No, it said Ixie, and we saw that. Show us again. What is that? Marmalade.
Oh, I know marmalade. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I know marmalade because I read Paddington Bear.
Ah.
Was that a wine cooler? Both Remy and I, we instantly thinking Bartles and James here.
Yeah. they drink it like alcoholics. So like, yeah, let's drink tomato sauce.
No, it's a squeeze bottle, so you just go like that over your sauce, over your steak.
That's
wait. So did you say you put that on a steak?
That's horrid, man.
As I said, like Rob, you would struggle. Like going to restaurants, it's a different story. Obviously, going to restaurants, like if it's a proper sit-down meal, they're not going to put ketchup, tomato sauce, whatever, or anything on it. But if you go to like a pub, or a bar or something like that, that has counter meals and stuff like that. Oh, do you want tomato sauce with that? You'll get asked for it everywhere. But normal restaurants, not so
And you know
much.
what? I'm going to give them this look right here.
No, you barbarians. I would say, no, we don't do that.
They don't get quite as big as the ones.
We don't put ketchup on freaking steaks. Unless it's a horrible steak and you're trying to mask the taste of it with even worse taste of ketchup.
I get it. You know what? That's like the same people out here. You go to a place and they go, "Would you like steak sauce?" And steak sauce is tomato based. A lot of those with other flavorings and stuff in there. So, I mean, there are people who do it, but they're dead wrong. And generally, whenever I get asked, do I want steak sauce with my steak? I look at the waitress or the waiter and I go, fuck no.
Lisa, you're right. Pickles do go with pastrami, but I don't like them on the pastrami sandwich. I want it separate. I want to take a bite of the sandwich and then bite out of the pickles. Bite of it like that. I like them deconstructed.
Yeah, well, one day MadSpidey knows he's got to come here in July for the real barbecue, and he'll understand real quick that everything that he's grown up knowing in Australia was never a barbecue. That was just somebody grilling some food. Introduce him to real barbecue.
But I can't handle hot sauce though.
You don't need to have hot sauce.
No.
Look. So here's the way when you cook, sauce is a condiment. If you need sauce on your food, then you fucked it up. Okay. So I don't put sauce on the food when I cook it.
What about you have it as a side?
It's on a side. Yeah. Even then, sorry, let me rephrase that. There's one item that I do sauce, and that is if I'm making my fire wings. then yes, we saw some. But you would know if I was serving the fire wings. We warn everybody. I think we're legally
which
obligated.
I probably wouldn't be able to eat.
Right, we're legally obligated to at that point, really. But the regular barbecue sauce I serve is just a sweet heat. It's no spice. The only pepper that goes into it is a little bit of cayenne, so it's no hotter than something that's labeled mild at your store. But it's countered by the sweetness of the brown sugar and the bourbon. So most people.
When you mentioned bourbon sauce, I'm thinking I'd be interested in that as long as it's not too spicy, hot sort of thing.
Oh no, it's not spicy hot. It's just perfect. Kids want bowls of it, so just so they can spoon it and eat it, because it's like eating a fucking wonderful candy.
Remember when the fad was Jack Daniel's sauce? Everybody and their mother was making Jack Daniel's sauce and all the chains.
We got that over when we got TGI Fridays come over here. They brought that over here. It's like, oh, you can get a Jack Daniel's steak or a Jack Daniel's chicken or a Jack Daniel's this and that and whatever else. I'm like,
it didn't taste anything like Jack Daniel's. It tasted like freaking liquid. That's what it tastes like.
I don't know what they did to it, but I mean, I've done stuff where I've sauteed onion, some grilled onions in a pan in Jack Daniel's or something. But
what's a jerk sauce?
For jerk chicken,
it's Jamaican. That's good.
Yeah, Jamaican. Yeah,
good stuff.
Oh, okay, I've never heard of it.
Made my ham with bourbon this year.
Jamaican
interesting
patties.
I've done. Usually, when I use ham, I've never used alcohol. I've always used cider as the fluid to steam the ham. But that's interesting. I don't see why not. But
though in saying that, if I get over to Heroes, I'll probably be looking for the closest KFC or Macca's.
We have lots of those, but we'd introduce you to Popeyes and change your mind about what chicken can taste like.
Yeah, and when you go to KFC and ask them for a chicken burger, they're going to slap you.
Yeah, they go, we don't have those. Sorry, we don't have any burgers.
A lot of nuggets.
They're going to slap you with a chicken burger. That's how
Well, we'll take you to KFC and we'll get
chicken
you
burger.
Oh, go! I said no. MadSpidey, we're gonna order off the secret menu. He would like a double down.
Double down, baby.
Yes.
No bread.
America, God bless America.
We had something that was, I can't remember what it was. It was like two patties. Or two chicken patties or whatever like that, and cheese and some bacon and some sauce or something in the middle.
That's it.
And you got it in a wrapper, and you had to eat it like a burger.
Yeah, what the hell's wrong with people? Oh, let's have, you know what's better than eating a chicken sandwich? Eating a chicken sandwich made out of chicken. More chicken.
Beautiful.
Chicken.
It was so good.
Chicken sandwich.
There it is.
Holy crap!
Look at it. It was so delicious.
That's the pinnacle of gluttony.
I can't remember what
Did
it was.
you ever
called.
have
I
one,
don't think
CJ?
It's called a double down though.
So it's called.
I can't eat that.
Why not?
It's too much freaking chicken. I want one patty inside two pieces of bread, and that's good.
Okay, well they make that. Today you can buy that like that. It's between that's like a King's Hawaiian roll. Then they put the chicken patty and all that other stuff.
Yeah, it's called something else.
But the double down is still available as a secret menu item. Because the elements are still done, but the double down was the king. I don't know what you're talking about.
I remember when it came out.
It's low carb.
It appalled me looking at it. It's like a monstrosity to what the hell?
I thought it looked delicious, and I went there and I saw it, and then I was like, "Yeah, I'm fat enough to eat that."
Yeah, I saw Jesus, and I said, "Yeah, man."
It's funny actually that we talk about this because like when Beck and I were driving around this morning. And she's like, "Oh, if you end up," because we were having a brief discussion about Heroes, and she goes, "Well, if you go to Macca's, you and Remy will be fine because you'll both do special orders at Macca's, like ordering it like without pickles or without onions or whatever that sort of stuff."
Yep, I don't like any of that stuff.
Just ruins
no
the
ketchup.
burger.
No order it. No ketchup.
I'm not a fan of that stuff. Like it's like me eating. Hey, you know what's better than a hamburger? A hamburger made with two burger patties instead of buns.
Oh,
wrapped in lettuce.
It's got egg and beetroot. Oh, that's we used to call that. What was it called? Was it a McFeast or something like that? I think it was. I think it was something like that.
They make those wraps made like that. That's the. I never understood this.
Sorry.
The lettuce wrap. They make a lettuce wrap.
Yeah,
instead of bread, you're gonna eat lettuce. Like you get lettuce inside the sandwich anyway. So
let me tell you. So CJ, because I am a person that like will order that on occasion, there's two reasons. First of all, as somebody with diabetes, sometimes you, in order to eat that, that's what you have to deal with, right? Is you have to cut out some of the bread and the carbs. But I will tell you, when I would eat those for a while, there are certain burgers and stuff that I've had where they taste much better, especially if you don't use if you use a whole head of lettuce, it's ridiculous. But just a little bit, I'll tell you, you get to actually taste the burger, and it's not masked by the bread. So if it's a good burger, I can actually find, especially if they're using cheap bread, that it ends up tasting better. But
I don't know. I just prefer to have the burger on the plate without the bread. Have some lettuce on the side.
I see what you're saying. I see. Yeah, you could do it that way. There's some places out here that do burger bowls. Essentially, they just all put it in a
hamburger steak is what he's calling it.
Yeah, hamburger steak.
It's a hamburger steak.
I get it. That's fine. Sometimes I just like to. When I go to Carl's Jr., I do like it lettuce wrapped. It tastes pretty good, I think.
It's a burger without a bun. That's basically it.
Yeah, it is 100%.
There was a time there.
A burger steak is something different. It's a chop steak. That's something a little bit different. They make that.
It's not different enough.
No, it has other type of spices.
You're watching Food Talk here on MadSpidey's channel.
It's larger.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
That's right.
I need to clip that one.
They had for a while. McDonald's had the Big Mac wrap, and it was just a Big Mac burger,
half of one burger patty,
half of an actual patty thrown inside a wrap with some salad dressing and.
Well, it was essentially half of a Big Mac put in a tortilla. Yeah, it was good.
It was good.
My thing now, actually, sometimes if I'm indulging and having that, I'll get a Big Mac. But I'll get like a cheeseburger and then throw away like the middle bun, throw away the other buns, just put the extra patty in there. And
they've been doing over here. They've been doing a Big Mac with chicken patties now, so calling it a
chicken Mac.
Yeah, Chick Mac or something like that.
What they really need to
do. We've had a McChicken here forever.
I'll tell you what McDonald's needs to do if they want to, because the Big Mac is their big seller. It's a big profit piece because it's really got two little itty bitty patties inside of it, and a lot of bread, but it tastes good. They need to make the Mac XL or the Giant Mac, and what it is use the two of the quarter pounder patties instead of those little 16th pound patties that they have.
They're making me hungry. I just ate.
That's what we do around here.
You guys have the Angus beef patties in Macca's?
Anus beef?
Angus.
Sometimes
we won't be angry about it. Just tell us about the anus beef, and we'll leave you alone.
I personally prefer the quarter pounder. Like I can't. But by the way, if you're gonna do that and throw away the middle piece of bread that's in the Big Mac, you might as well just get the double cheeseburger and ask them to put in
Mac sauce.
Mac sauce. Yeah.
Some places won't let me, or what ends up happening is usually the only times when I do that, it's because when I'm using the app, there's a special where I'm getting like the Big Mac for free or for 29 cents, where it's cheaper to do that than do the other. But otherwise, yes, I would normally order instead, like they have what's called the Daily Double, which is a double cheeseburger but comes with like lettuce and tomato and other stuff on it, and it's far cheaper, and it's essentially the same thing. I'm all about hacking the menus.
Wait, a Daily Double? I thought that was on Jeopardy.
I know, but they have a product called the Daily Double tier too.
Where's that? Show us the Daily Double.
See, there's the thickness of the Angus.
He's on their Macca's on the Australian site, but
that's the Angus. That's a fake site.
Anybody remember the Arch Deluxe?
Yes.
I like that hamburger.
Oh, hang on.
Still like it? They probably still got a few on ice.
There's some chicken burgers.
I didn't think that was
Chicken burgers.
Chicken burgers. I didn't think the Arch Deluxe was so bad. And then
what about that areola wrap? I like that. You guys ever get any of that garlic areola? I really enjoy that.
Aioli?
What? It's right there. It's the wrap. The third one on the you missed it. I like that garlic areola.
Mighty McMuffin. What the hell's that?
Yeah,
is that bacon, sausage, egg, and What?
Canadian bacon.
So
Ham.
bacon, egg, sausage. So cheese.
2 rashers of bacon, a sausage pat. Okay, so it's bacon, egg, bacon, and sausage.
Yeah, but
I hate
that
McDonald's
bacon's
bacon.
Canadian bacon, right? I mean, that's not real bacon.
Yeah, I
No,
hate McDonald's bacon.
It's Australian bacon.
What's that made of? Koala ass?
Every time I go to McDonald's, I order an egg McMuffin. I always have them substitute the Canadian bacon for regular bacon.
I just get.
You're probably on a blacklist of many McDonald's, is what it sounds like.
It's a standard option to select substitute on the app.
Wait,
is that what you tell the manager when you ask to speak to her?
I don't have to.
It's a standard substitution.
It is. It's right on the app.
Onion rings. You guys got onion rings in your McDonald's?
That's only a new thing.
Yeah.
With
You have to be a new customer to get it.
With barbecue sauce. There you go.
We don't got onion rings over here.
Chicken sandwiches.
Burger King has onion rings.
Yeah, they have to because their fries suck.
They changed them.
Yep,
They
and
don't suck as
suck.
bad as they used to.
Now all I ever do is eat their onion rings instead because that's the only thing that's worth.
Sorry, show me the sauces. I want to say the sauces, Remy. Show me the sauces that you get with the nuggets.
The Great Liberty.
I want to say about like 10 years ago, McDonald's
What
had
is it?
introduced
Tangy
some like
barbecue,
gourmet hamburgers.
spicy
Do you guys
buffalo.
remember those?
Yeah.
One that had like
honey mustard,
Swiss and mushrooms and stuff like that. You guys remember those like gourmet burgers?
Yeah,
you could make
absolutely.
at one point?
Yep.
I like the one
try
with the Swiss and the mushrooms. I don't know why they stopped making that.
I want to try the honey mustard sauce.
Oh, that's pretty good. I actually like the sweet and sour sauce with my fries.
I like hot mustard sauce. The one that they have that's like spicier.
They're like
Really
mustard just in a Aunt Jemima bottle.
No, it's called
Is that
hot
what's
mustard
hot and
sauce.
spicy for you?
It's nugget sauce, but it's called hot mustard. Really good.
Nugget sauce. Is that like Nair? What's nugget sauce?
Kind of like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Rob's calling his
interesting
lawyer
how
right
it can be the same thing, but culturally different.
No, they have honey mustard as well, but there's another thing called hot mustard.
No, I'm talking about like burgers and whatever. Like I know if you go to Macca's in Japan, they've got a lot of weird stuff over there. There's
Listen,
something quite common stuff, but weird
in
stuff.
some McDonald's you could get pizza. There's a McPizza. I think in Mexico they have something else in there. Like I don't think it's a taco, but I think it's like a burrito thing that they have in the Mexican ones.
The weirdest Mackers I had ever been in was hey Journey, did you ever go down to the one by the World Trade Center that had the piano in it? Did you ever been there?
Years ago, like long, like we're talking
I wonder
about,
if it's still there. I mean, I feel like I haven't been there in over 20 years, but I wonder if it's still there. But there was a McDonald's that had a piano in it, and a guy would sit there and play the piano for you at McDonald's, and they also would serve you your food, which now some of them do, but back then there was always, you walked up the counter, you ordered. Now you walk up the counter, you order, and then they would bring the food to you, and that was like the only place that they did that.
it was like a promotional thing purposely. They did during those. Remember when they had that stupid Moonhead guy that was playing the piano? They made that McDonald's like as a prototype for other McDonald's to do that.
Because it was going to be a late night McDonald's, open 24 hours McDonald's.
Mac Moon. That's what his name.
Lisa said that closed 10 years ago.
Don't you have
Damn.
24-hour Maccas over there?
Yeah, they do. They have a limited menu. Like they don't serve everything.
Oh, okay.
Lisa said they closed that 10 years ago, Journey. We should go over there, hold hands, and play a little piano ballad.
That's right. We should vigil to bring it
used
back.
to be. Yeah. Oh well.
I don't really go. Honestly, I don't go to McDonald's that much. It's not my favorite thing to go eat. I'd rather as far as fast food joints. I prefer the fast casual places. Like I'd rather go to the Chipotle or something like that rather than the McDonald's and stuff like that. McDonald's is I'm in a rush.
The Moon Man.
I got nowhere to go. I got to go through the drive-thru to get my food to get out.
Agreed.
So I'd like them to try and bring some more American fast food chains over here because you get sick of McDonald's and KFC and or obviously Hungry Jack's, which is your Burger King. You know, like
no, Burger King is your Hungry Jack's.
Taco Bell sucks ass.
Yeah, well, whatever.
We invented that shit.
See, Taco Bell only just hit here. Like in the last
my
couple
god, it
years.
sucks ass.
When it hits, you know it, don't you, man? As soon as it hits, hell yeah.
I'm not a
Once
Mexican
upon a
food
time,
person.
it was decent.
It's like a
I'm not
freight
big-
train.
I'm not a big Mexican food person, so I've never.
Well,
actually
good,
been to
because there's no
Taco
Mexican
Bell.
food at Taco Bell. You can buy it at home.
It's some kind of hybrid.
I don't
know
know.
what the fuck it is.
It's like Chinese food for people who aren't Chinese. Like this is Mexican food for people who aren't Mexican.
Yeah, it's like going to Panda Express for Chinese food.
Not yet, sicko. Another 5 hours.
Holy shit, Taco Bell's the worst.
They say you just rent Taco Bell.
I wanted to bring
You
a
don't buy it, you
Popeyes
just rent
over
it.
here.
Love
I wanted
it.
to bring a Popeyes
I love it
over
too.
here, White Castle over here.
That's a guilty pleasure of mine. The White
What's another
Castle,
one?
I know it's like the
In
worst
and Out.
one.
I want I want an In and Out over
We
here.
don't
as
have
well.
it. We don't even have
Need
it.
a
You think
cookout
you
over
deserve
there.
an In and Out? How about bringing one to New York first?
No, you don't want it. Jesus, guys.
But
In
I
and
never
out.
try something. For
I
somebody's never
understand that
tried.
everybody thinks that In and Out is this amazing thing because Californians talk great stuff about it because they're idiots. And I'm from California. Okay. The
We can't listen to you. You're one of those California idiots.
In and Out.
You've lost all credibility, sir.
In and Out's burger is okay. Their fries suck major ass the second that they cool more than 10 seconds. The only thing that they got going for them is that their menu is simple. You want a single burger or two burgers or two patties, one patty or two patties. And then they have like some billion secret menu options that you can have them do stupid stuff with.
What's in a standard In and Out burger then? Do they just have like one standard burger? Do they?
Yeah. Their standard burgers, meat, cheese, their sauce, which is kind of like their burger sauce, which is kind of like a mac sauce. And then you want your onions raw or grilled.
Can you get it without onions?
Yeah. You
Okay.
can get it without that.
No,
Let it-
they tell you, look, you can have raw onions or you can have grilled onions. But motherfucker, you're taking some onions.
Yeah. And then
You
lettuce and
can't just
tomato-
go out here with
and
no
then-
onions.
And lettuce and tomato. These are all the options that are on there, right? And it's on a bun. They make it fresh. Nothing's sitting there in a pan in the hopper for you, right? It looks good. The burger tastes fine. It's nothing to write home about. It's just fine. But the fries are absolutely dreadful. Like I said, 10 seconds after they're out of the fryer, they make the potatoes. They make them fresh, and you can see them take potatoes and make them into fries. People go, "Oh, look at how fresh they are." Doesn't matter. They still taste like crap. They don't.
First of all, good French fries need to be double fried. That's good French fries.
I got 2 words for you. 5 Guys. Best fast food burger chain ever.
How does In and Out compare to Five Guys? Because I've had
Five Guys takes longer than a quick In and Out.
You can't drive
Have you-
with Five
have you
Guys.
seen-
That's the only thing. You can't eat that in the car.
No.
Five Guys.
Have you seen?
gotta sit down for
Well, you can't eat In and Out in the car either unless you're parked. But if you've not seen,
I don't know how flexible she is.
When
but
when an In and Out opens up, there's people waiting 2.5, 3 hours to get there in line.
Those
Just
are
to order their
idiots.
food.
Those
But
are those
no.
California idiots you told us about earlier. Don't you remember?
So I have both. I have both Five Guys and I have In and Out here, and I will eat at Five Guys every single time over fucking In and Out.
What about is it short stack or something stack or something?
Oh, Five Guys. Have you not been paying? It's your own stream.
I'm
Pay
thinking there's
Five
another one
Guys.
that I've heard. There's another one I've heard of.
Five
Shake
Guys,
Shack?
burgers and fries. Shake Shack.
Oh, look,
That's
that
good
Five
too.
Guys
That's the
opens in Australia.
Shake Shack is very good.
There's a Five Guys in Australia.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I don't like.
And the fries are all cooked in peanut oil and fresh
And
fat.
you can
Oh.
you can get malt vinegar for their fries.
This is what I don't like about Five Guys. You go there, you order a hamburger, and let's say you want fries, okay?
Where is it
You
in
order the
Australia?
fries, they put the burger in there, and then they take the freaking scoop and they chuck like a million freaking fries all over your freaking thing. Get
The only
grease
man
everywhere.
who complains about getting extra fries.
I don't want grease everywhere. Like grease is everywhere after that. Like what
They
the
wrap
fuck?
the burger in foil, so who cares?
I don't
Shit,
care.
CJ, you
I
complain
don't
about
like
fucking anything. You would complain about anything. If your fucking ice cream was too cold, you want to see the fucking manager. It's ridiculous.
MadSpidey, the great thing about In-N-Out or Five Guys also is their menu is very simple. It's like they have a fucking burger, a single patty burger and a 2-patty burger. And then they just say, you can have, here's all the toppings we have. Just put whatever toppings you want on there.
Yeah.
You can have everything. You can have everything or you can have nothing. It doesn't matter. It's the same cost. Here you go.
So I can do my special orders.
Yeah, and you can watch them cook it because there's only 5 guys working there. I don't know if any of you geniuses ever figured that out. But and you go into a Five Guys, there's 5 guys working. There's 1 or 2 at the front counter. There's a cook, there's a fry person, there's a dressings person.
Now you're gonna be able to go to Five Guys. You got one in Melbourne.
Yeah, you go to Five Guys and there's 5 people working. And it's awesome. It's just they move it so fast and the
really
food's
tasty.
so good.
And their hot dogs are tasty too, believe it or not. And
Never had their wiener. Who's wieners? Five Guy wieners?
Yeah, they split it right. They split your wiener right down the middle.
Wow,
it's very tasty.
I say choose as many toppings as you want. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here's another.
You just get the bacon cheeseburger and get whatever toppings you want on it.
That's what I get. My
Here's
wife
another
gets the little
thing that they
burger.
do. I don't know if anybody ever tried it. I actually tried this. They do grilled cheese. Yeah, but
but I'm not gonna order a grilled cheese there.
It's on the kids menu though.
No, it's a regular menu item. And
No, I think it's on the kids menu. Go ahead and look. Go ahead and look. It's on the kids menu, isn't it?
Well, no, it's a regular menu. I call it. It is. I call it a very oddball way they make it. They take the actual hamburger bun, and they grill it on the inside of the bun, the way they would do it for a regular burger. And then they put the cheese on the the sesame side, like the outside of the bun. So they turn like a hamburger bun into a grilled cheese. It's tasty because I guess it gets all the juices from the burger and stuff like that. It's kind of tasty. I don't know. Not the number one choice, but not awful for somebody that
I'm going there. Get
a vegetarian or something.
The grilled cheese is there for the
There's
vegetarian.
only 5 guys working there. What are you talking about? That's all lies. It's all lies, Mark.
The name is from Five Brothers.
No, there's 5 guys working there. There's one at the counter. There's one guy cooking the fucking burgers. There's another one cooking the fries. There's another one doing the dressings. And then there's somebody sweeping or some shit out front because there's an extra guy.
No, you're full of shit. Because
There's 5 guys there.
Five Guys has a lady at the freaking fries. So that's not a
So
guy.
it's 5 guys and a gal. I think I've seen that video. Go check it out.
That was a pizza place. That was
all there is.
that was a TV show. 5 guys at a or 3 guys at a pizza place or something.
What is HP sauce? HP original.
Hewlett Packard. They have a Dell sauce, but it didn't go over real well.
Who knows? But we expect a report back now, Spidey, on
Papa, what were we supposed to look at?
We used to here in America when we go in there. When you go in and place your order, when you sit down, there's free peanuts that you can scoop yourself some peanuts and sit down
in the shell
while you're waiting for your food to come up.
Yeah, roasted in the shell peanuts.
Yeah, this is not a restaurant you should go into if you have a peanut allergy, by the way.
Yeah, or if you don't like extra fries in your bag because you're afraid of a little bit of fucking grease on your fingers, don't go if you're that guy.
I actually like the fact that they're unapologetic about their allergy policies.
Look, here's the 5 guys and a gal. Yeah, absolutely. Under the caption, it says 2 hands to hold the meat. That's what it says right. Says it right there. What a mouthful.
That was a cockatoo and then some.
Yeah, absolutely. That's almost 3 cockatoos.
Hey,
one of them's probably sweeping.
I went and got another drink. There was some cockatoos out in the backyard.
Was it really?
So next time you go to 5 Guys,
have a busy afternoon.
You go to the 5 Guys and a gal. You ask them to split your wiener, and you'll have a great meal over there.
Oh God,
beautiful. All right, so if In-N-Out is not as good as 5 Guys, then I'm not missing out on anything. Because
let me tell you what you're really not missing out on. Forget the morons in California. No offense, Rob, but I'm talking about the morons you referenced earlier, not yourself, of course. It's a different class of person, obviously. But what about the people in Texas who think Whataburger is worth anything? That stuff is terrible. That's got to be the worst
I've never had Whataburger.
overhyped fast food restaurant ever.
It is.
Because every time you're like, oh, we got Five Guys, somebody else is like, oh, we got In-N-Out, like, oh, but we got Whataburger. I'm like, you got nothing. That thing sucks.
Whataburger is like the Waffle House. It's open fucking late when you're drunk. It's a place to go to get some food.
Like White Castle.
That's all it is.
Like White Castle, basically.
Oh shit!
Yes, like White Castles.
Cockatoo.
I'm looking, Papa. I'm looking.
Indian miners. They're annoying.
What are they doing in Australia?
Migrating.
Their kids. If their kids should be working. What's that? What's going on?
Hello, Kyle.
All I gotta do is answer the question.
How you doing, Kyle?
Hey, Kyle.
How are you?
Yeah.
I'm fantastic.
Are you sure about
that? Yeah, I'm
we should all take a vote, shouldn't we, Kyle?
Yeah. You guys have any good hot dog places around you?
Where are you at, Kyle?
At my room. I'm in my room.
No, I don't mean where you at right now. I mean like what area are you in?
Oh, Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, those are 3 locations. You're not fooling me, sicko.
they merged. They made a collage.
That's 3 locations. Oh, that's the holiday Christmas party. They do that once a year. Everybody in the damn county comes.
All right, guys, we need all 3 shifts to show up.
Yeah, everybody show up at once. We're gonna Dirty Santa. We have the Dirty Santa party.
But Shake Shack,
Dirty Santa, anything like a Dirty Sanchez? What?
Yeah, it's just like a little hairier, but yeah, it's the same thing.
I still like.
You know what, Lisa?
At least you get a gift at the end.
Papaya dog is not bad at all. I don't mind papaya dog at all. Or Gray's hot dogs. They were pretty good too.
So what's the thoughts on Carl's Jr.? Is that crap?
Wait, hold on. Let me talk about papaya. CJ, what's the one on 86th Street and Lex? Maybe
Gray's.
It's Gray's, but I love that one.
Yeah, Gray's papaya.
Man.
That's the one that they had in Fools Rush In. Remember that movie Fools Rush In with Chandler from Friends?
I only remember Selma Hayek. A couple of parts Selma Hayek was in.
That's the same one, the same place.
Is it? I would miss a bus for that. I used to catch the bus right outside there, across the
it was awesome.
Like a block down across the street. And I'd be like, I don't care. If I was online for Gray's Papaya, I just fucking missed the bus. I ain't give a shit. I'll catch the next one.
You're cheap. It's like
like $3 for a hot dog and a drink. And it was this big.
And a good drink too. Like you had 3 drinks.
And they were tall. They had like the orange drinks and the fucking
mango
fruit punches and things and mangoes. Good stuff. Anyway,
Spidey, I'm a fan of Carl's Jr. I think it's one of the better restaurants with a drive-through as far as burger joints go. I think it's if cost isn't an object, because it's also one of the more expensive ones. If cost is an object, I'm just going the best burger I can get from a drive-through, at least where I'm at. Carl's Jr. beats the other guys hands down.
No, what
are we or Hardee's on the East Coast?
Yeah, Hardee's for us.
There's a sit-down like restaurant at one of the shopping malls here that's actually got it, like literally 5 minutes away from Beck. That's actually got a Carl's Jr. And I've always said, "Do you want to go and try it?" And she's like, "Oh, I don't know what it's whether it's."
I like their burgers. I also like the fact I don't care for their French fries, but I like the fact I can get fried zucchini there, which I do like.
Do you have to bring the zucchini yourself and ask them to fry it up, or is it on the menu?
It's on the menu.
And they got really hot women. That
I don't know anything about that.
Junior exclusive for the zucchini.
No, they don't
I didn't know about that.
You don't have fried zucchini at Hardee's?
No. In fact, they changed their meat after COVID, and now it's like gray slab of nasty. Like it's not even real beef anymore. at Hardee's. It's fucking terrible. I can't eat it. I
Wait,
got
wait,
sick
hold
eating it. It was like a rubbery pot.
They shaped it in like a star.
Yes.
Too.
Yeah,
Hold
it's
on,
like
you-
they had a slab of some sort of thing and they just cut like little
They
circles
took a
in it.
cookie cutter and they went.
Yeah. Exactly what it's like.
John
gross.
Stout agrees with me, anyways. Mad Spidey. So
All I know is this: every time I see a commercial, there's a hot chick biting a burger, and juices are flowing everywhere.
It is.
That's not-
Yeah, but what's happening to the burger?
It doesn't happen in real life. There's not hot
No,
chicks.
they do put a lot of sauce on their burgers. That's
Didn't they have Kate Upton as the model doing one of those?
They had-
and
they
I
had-
think they might have had
They had every
Sarah
hot chick in
Underwood
the
do
world
one.
do a commercial for freaking
and
Charles
Jessica
Gilbert.
Simpson for a while. Yeah,
We don't have
Yeah,
any
they
over
got
here in New York.
There's the
You don't
anus,
have,
anus beef again.
well, they got their.
Yeah, there's some of that.
burger.
That's the original anus beef.
They
You don't
have their-
want that secondhand anus beef. You want the original.
Yeah, they have their
first
thick
hand.
burgers, but I usually go with just their famous star or
Hawaiian
superstar.
anus.
The superstar.
Hey, there's
rather.
the low carb anus beef.
Yeah, the lettuce wrap. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
So what I do like about their Angus beef ones, or the thick burgers as we call them here in the U.S., is that they come with red onions instead of the white onions. I usually would get the superstar, and then I ask them to substitute red onions for the white onions because
I like the Western bacon cheeseburger.
Well, this one
Burger
says
King
onion-
has a
onion
similar
rings.
thing. They call.
Yeah, that's my
Western
wife's
burger.
go-to. It's the Western bacon cheeseburger.
I like that.
So you
pretty
said
good.
they're a little
Jr.
pricier than
gave me,
everybody else, right?
Yes.
Is- how does it compare to Five Guys burgers? Because honestly, Five
Well,
Guys
no,
is
it's
pretty
more
expensive.
from a price perspective. It's in line kind of with what you would expect at Five Guys.
Okay.
From a flavor perspective, I
chicken
think
tenders.
it's just Five
It's a
Guys is
little
probably a
ball
little
game.
bit better, but from my perspective, but I like them both. It's just kind of
Okay.
they have a different. Each one of them is different in how. Oh yeah, they got waffle fries too. They're both different, and so it's just kind of like what flavor mood I'm in. Would kind of depend upon which one I go with. I can really get a bigger burger though from
They have
Carl's.
curly fries here.
Because the amount of burger
Yeah.
you actually get from Five Guys, it's pretty small for the money you're paying.
It is. Yeah, this is.
Yeah,
gonna
but the
be-
flavor is outstanding, and they
Yeah.
give you those extra fries, which you don't eat because they're too greasy, and that makes up for it too.
I will tell you something though. Shake Shack burgers, I think, are a little better than Five Guys.
Never had a Shake Shack one.
Oh, they're excellent. Excellent.
The only one I have here is at a mall, and I don't go to the mall, so
Are you on some sort of watch list?
no, I don't like going to the mall. There's people there.
Is it because you're on a watch list?
No, it's
And you
because
don't
there's
like-
people there, and I don't want to deal with people.
But are you like legally bound to not interact with certain people?
No, it prevents me from going crazy because people are stupid.
You go to Shake
Yeah, I
Shack,
heard about California.
You go to
Hardy.
Shake Shack and you order the burger that has the hot peppers on it, the hot red peppers. Oh my god, it is
Spidey
it
doesn't
is
eat that.
excellent.
I don't eat hot stuff. I know, 'cause I know. Hot Ones actually did like a limited menu or whatever. Like I like watching Hot Ones, but obviously I can't do the spicy sort of thing. But
At least I
wait,
think
hold on.
most of the market is closing down. I've seen the most
Simon,
closing down.
Simon, are you drinking whiskey from a beer can?
No, it's not.
Is that just the ginger ale?
no, it's Canadian Club and Dry.
It's a mix.
So-
It's pre-mixed.
soda?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
yeah. A lot of people get tripped out by it because we have a lot of like pre-mixed cans, bottles, and stuff
Cocktails
like
in a
that.
can.
No,
Canned
there's two
bottles.
of them in the backyard, but I don't know if they're in his can.
Well, you had
You have a
wine
cock or two
cooler
in your
the-
can?
in the cabinet, so
It's kind of like Seagram's. It was Seagram's, one of those mixed drink things.
that's what he had in the
Yeah.
cabinet was a Seagram's.
Yeah, they do some of that.
Canadian Club. You can get like Jim Beam, Jack Daniels, Johnny Walker,
Pre-mixed?
You know,
Wow.
all pre-mixed. Smirnoff. You know,
Wow.
any of that sort of stuff.
I used to love
I've
Boston
seen
Market.
in
I used to
Europe.
love their meatloaf sandwich, and they had meatloaf and cheddar cheese and lettuce and hickory smoked ketchup, which is
Yeah.
not barbecue sauce. It was hickory smoked ketchup. It was freaking awesome. But I
would look
had
at
got
that.
sick a couple of times at Boston Market because sometimes they undercook their food. I think is
I
what
would
it
only
is.
eat the only thing I ever eat there is the rotisserie chicken and their cornbread.
The last time I went there was
Oh,
a
that
few
sounds
years
good.
ago.
Their
and then I
cornbread
got
is
rid
good.
of One of the best things that they had was some of the sides. They had the green beans with the garlic and the stuffing and all that stuff. They got rid of all that. They got rid of all that. Since then, I'm like, I don't want to go back. Sonic is overrated.
It's got a suppressor. I can make a small little.
Take that off. They'll be able to hear you down the street when you fire it.
Sicko Sonic
You know, the
is
stock
way
will come off of that
overrated.
too, Rob.
Well, it just folds.
Well, no, but it's
YouTube
removable.
guideline says you can't show any modifications
Like
of
that?
firearms.
Yeah.
On live
Honestly,
streams.
Sicko, I
And then
think
you can swap it out with other ones. Yeah. See, now you got a pistol.
I think milkshake is the only thing that's good at Sonic. I don't.
My
I really
milkshake
like
brings the
anything
boys to the yard. Oh wait,
Damn
sorry.
right.
Damn right. Is better than you.
Damn right. Oh, you're supposed to say the rest of it.
I don't know it. That's all
I
I
can
know.
show you first, but I have to charge.
That's right.
I am an old man, so the fact that I knew that much was amazing.
I appreciate you giving us your pronouns on that, Rob.
Yes, no problem.
I go by old man. Thank you.
And an old bastard.
Old bastard. I'm just a great man in front of a fat wall of comics with a short stack.
Sometimes dirty old man.
Oh man, take a shower this year.
What I used
Or
to
it's
get
too
at
late.
Boston Market, I used to get the ham at Boston Market, and I used to get, I think the turkey I got a couple of times, but I don't know.
I liked Boston Market back in the day, but I
I'm
know
not
they
sad.
did go downhill quite fast. Yeah.
Well,
Great concept, though. Great concept as far as meals are concerned. You feel like theoretically, if it's clean and they prepare it properly and cook it properly, it's a nice, cleaner fast food meal to eat.
Well, yeah, you could get a meal for because you could get like the family pack stuff. Like you used to be at one point you get like 2 rotisserie chickens and the sides and stuff, and you could feed your family for like $40.
That was the wettest damn chicken you ever got, though. If you didn't pack that thing home like on a fucking level, like it would just spill all over the bag. You get home, there'd be the bottom of the bag just be chicken juice.
That's the same way at Costco too, though.
God, bless America.
But you know what? At least you felt better about yourself after you finished that meal normally, instead of eating like a McDonald's or whatever the case is. Now you don't even have that fucking option.
Hey CJ.
Well, I still have a Boston Market here, but we'll just go to instead. You just go to like I said, Costco or the supermarkets. All have rotisserie.
Everybody's got rotisserie now.
Yeah,
I see them all closing over here. Like all the Boston markets are closing one after the other. I don't know.
CJ, did you ever eat at the Thruway Diner in New Rochelle, like in that area off 95?
It's possible. I used to run deliveries for my father when I was younger, upstate. So it's possible I've stopped there a few times.
I miss the diners that had like menus that thick and with just everything you could buy. It was color coded tabbed menus, you know, where you
They
just
put too many
feel like
things on the
Italian
menu.
tonight. You'd open up, be a whole Italian menu.
Those are awful. They need
gave you the
Some of
yellow
them are good
pages.
though.
Yeah, but you don't
Some
know
are
what to
good.
order because they had too many things. How can you be good at all this stuff?
Well,
'Cause they are.
Yeah, they just are. They're just the cooks are that good. If you go to a good one, if you go to a bad one, you're right.
All I know is that all the stuff that's gone with the Boston Market, I can go to the local Safeway supermarket and I can get the rotisserie chicken. I can go right next to the deli counter and they got potatoes and stuff already done and salads and all the
And a big
all
gulp.
this a big macaroni and cheese, whatever the hell, it's all ready to go. I can get it scooped into containers and bring it home. And
I went to
good
Honey
go.
Baked Ham today. Have you guys ever been there? Do you guys have one of those?
No.
It's kind of like a Boston Market, but it only has like pre-sliced turkeys and hams and stuff, and they have full size too. That was pretty good.
Bubs, the key to it has
But I
to
still
be
have Sizzler.
Greek owned. You got to go to a Greek owned diner, and you will get everything that's good.
Sizzler left here about 10 years ago.
Sizzler. I didn't think that was still a thing.
Yeah, Sizzler left most places, but I still have one in my town.
You know what's funny is so you guys who live in real coastal cities, especially, you know, like Red Lobster is like the shittiest seafood place you could ever think of
Absolutely.
in your town. Like
Yeah.
it's just dog shit.
It's
like
no,
it's
there's
like
one,
the
there's
stuff that
there is
shrimp
one place.
shit on a
There
plate
is
instead
one
of
worse
shrimp.
place. One worse place is Long John Silver's.
Yes, but that's fast food.
But
But,
it's
like
meant to
an
be
actual
fast food.
restaurant that claims to have real seafood, and like Red Lobster is the shittiest place you could go. But when you come to the interior of the country,
It's
fucking
fine
Red
dining.
Lobster is amazing. It's
Yeah,
so much better. It's
out
just
here,
awesome.
All anybody talks about Red Lobster is like, oh, I like their biscuits.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I like. That's the only thing I like.
And it's
Cheddar
like,
Bay biscuits.
yeah, no.
But when
sorry.
you go away from the coast and you get to the interior, Red Lobster is like fucking fine seafood dining because they don't have any fish making their way that
yeah,
far
you don't
into
have,
the
you don't
country.
have the good fresh fish that we have.
Yeah,
Like,
so the
we go
best
to-
fish you can get now, the best fucking seafood in the interior of the country, Red Lobster, and they're charging for it too. It's twice the price that it is over in New York, and yet but the food is 2-3 times as good. I mean, that stuff they're serving in New York is like the last shit they could find at the fucking fish market. They're sweeping the floor and they bring that in.
Is it really that good, or is it because you just don't have anything else that you're like, yeah, it's good?
No, well, look. So Lisa's mentioning City Island. I grew up right outside City Island in Co-op City. So Lisa, I'm from Co-op, if you didn't know. So I grew up right there. So we used to go to City Island and hit up the bars and get some awesome seafood. Just fucking, I mean, the whole island smells like seafood. So as soon as not always cooked seafood, like the whole island smells like fish, basically, but it's great stuff. And so it doesn't compare to that. It doesn't, you're not going to get a baked scrod, like the best baked scrod you ever
we
had.
just got some brand new
it's
fresh
good.
Dungeness crab in the other day. When they had it on sale, $4.99 a pound. My wife brought home a couple fresh Dungeness crabs, and that's what we had for dinner. That was great.
Heck yeah, that sounds good. And you'll never get rid of them. That's what I hear. It's near impossible to get rid of the crabs once you get them.
Especially if you get them on your cockatoo.
Yeah, for real. Is that true, Spidey?
No comment.
No, just a quick internet with five guys for you, and that's it. All right.
City Island's always been known for that. A little under the radar. Freeport, you got some good places if you want to go on the island. If you want to get some really nice lobster rolls, go out Montauk.
Oh yeah, or like some of the best seafood I had was in Norwich, like Mystic, New York. Some good stuff up there.
I'll take you to the piers at Fisherman's Wharf, or take you over to Monterey Bay. Oh, good stuff. Or actually, even Discovery Bay. There's some great seafood up along Discovery Bay, especially if you like clams.
Yeah, I like the baked clams. Where they put the breading and everything inside, and they put it back in the shell. Those are probably my favorite. New England style baked clams are my favorite.
Oregano, that's the way you got to have them. That's beautiful. Those are the best.
Isn't that good?
Nice bucket of mussels with and garlic butter sauce. Yeah,
that's what they used to call me in high school.
Steamer.
Bucket of mussels.
You sure it wasn't steamer?
Bucket of
it was later. I mean, after working out, everybody's a little steamer. Yep.
The best seafood I've ever eaten, like the best restaurant experience as far as seafood I've ever had, was when I went to Hawaii. Some of the freshest freaking fish and stuff like that, and seafood I ever had when I was over there. And that's
you got a message for CJ?
Easy, Papa. No messages. Fuck you. All right.
You just pointed to his most recent pop he picked up. That's all. Leave him alone.
No. He pointed at Spidey, not me. No. Fucking guy.
Hey, Lisa's not far from Co-op. Where are you at, Lisa? Where are you from? I'd type it, but I'm too lazy. Just hijack the chat for 12 seconds instead. Fuck it. Y'all can hang. Spidey was trying to end this fucking thing 5 hours ago, and you bastards keep keeping him up.
I'm all right. It's only 7:30.
Harchester. Oh yeah. Well, I was riding the 6, man. That's what I rode the 6 train every day at Pelham Bay at the end of the line. Pick up the 6 train and ride it down.
And for the non-US people, what area are we talking about? What state are we talking? New York?
North Bronx, I guess you'd call it.
New York.
Bronx.
You're talking New York.
Yeah, New York City. So I get on the 6 train and Pelham. I have to ride a bus. Let me tell you, fuckers don't know what it's like being in fucking New York City and having to get to school. It took me an hour and a half one way to get to high school, and it was like I get on a bus or I take a gypsy cab to the train, and then I took the train down to 125th Street and had to transfer it to another fucking train, and then take that to fucking Harlem, 116th Street, and then walk 5 goddamn blocks or catch a bus to get to school one way. all
It's
while
funny.
avoiding muggers, all different colors, shapes, and sizes. From the time I got from the north of Bronx
Why did you
down
go
to
to-
fucking
why
Harlem.
did you
Anybody
go to
that's
school
not from
that's
New York is
closer?
not going to know what a gypsy cab is. I can guarantee you. Anybody here other than Bubs know what a gypsy cab is?
A gypsy cab is a cab that's not on the books.
Yeah, that's right. That's
It's
what
on
it
the book.
is. That's what it. Don't be an asshole. That's what it is. It's close enough. Yep, I'm with you. Everybody
It's-
piles in, and they all pay like $1 or $2 or $3.
Yeah, it's the fake TLC cabs.
Lisa, are you from? Did you I went to MCSM. Is that where you went, Lisa?
And the question is,
Did we
why
go to
didn't you
school together? Get out.
Why didn't you go to a school that was closer?
Why didn't I go?
Yeah, why didn't you go to a school that was closer?
Because the school that was closer was shit. The school near me, the only thing it ever excelled in was rapings and muggings. The school that was near me.
Did you go to a private school? Did you?
No. But in New York, you kind of like apply to high school the way you apply to university or college and other places. So you apply. I like took a test. I applied and I did a bunch of fucking essays and shit just to apply to get into a high school. And you get in, and then you got to get there.
That's
Like,
weird.
Ours is more like,
Unless you went to Bronx Science.
So if you're if you're near, like, whether it be a private or a public school, if you've got like 2 or 3 high schools, or whether they be public or private, and you live in that suburb or in that area, you're most likely to get sent there or try to get into there instead of going to, unless you're like, got a bit of this and you want to go to like the top private school, high school or whatever like that, then you have to apply and you have to know somebody who knows somebody.
Well, they were specialized schools, so it was a school for science and math, so you had to take a bunch of classes to get in, a bunch of tests. But it was like Bronx Science. It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't technically whatever they call those schools. I forget now.
Ours is very simple. You live here, you go to this elementary
Brooklyn
school.
Tech and
If you go to
Science.
this elementary school, you go to this middle school. If you went to this middle school, you go to that high school. That's the way it works.
No, now the school did have a rule. They had a rule like Simo said, where you had to pick. They had to take, I think, like 20% of the school had to come from the neighborhood, but other than that, everybody had to test in and take. So it was a weird mix because 20% of the school, they was banging. Like it was not. You had all these nerds, and then you had like 20% of the school was just running the halls, lighting fires and shit. I mean, it was pretty wild. It was a good time.
We had a good specialized school here in Jackson Heights for the arts. They learned a lot of stuff. What was it?
What was the name?
Whatchamacallit? I forget what Louis Armstrong.
Okay.
Louis Armstrong. So it was a really good school. I actually had applied. I got accepted, and my parents go like this: "No, it's inconvenient. Go to the shitty school." That's what I got.
I think that Bronx School of, what do you call it? Bronx School of Science or whatever.
Bronx High School Science. Yeah, Bronx Science.
That's where Tom Holland went for like a week before he did Spider-Man.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
My brother went to Bronx Science.
I saw it in an interview. He was talking about like he actually like they gave him like a fake name and obviously persona and stuff like that. He went to this school to like get the American high school experience before he actually did Spider-Man.
Why wouldn't he put it like
the Bronx School of Science or something? He said apparently it's for like really smart kids.
Yeah, it's Bronx High School.
I don't know how Bubs got in there, but anyway.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I went to Manhattan. I went to Manhattan Center for Science and Math, but Bronx Science is pretty famous for. It's a specialized school, but it's like 90% Asian kids go there. Like almost all of them.
Thanks,
it's
Rob.
really well. All right, see you, Rob.
Happy New Year.
Yep. Boy, he's lucky to get to see me before the end of the year.
Everybody that was in junior high had to take exams, and in order to see if they qualify. And there was a tier. It was Brooklyn Tech, Bronx Science, and then Stuyvesant was on top, right? Of all of them. Yeah.
You're so rude.
Is that Beck or one of the cockatoos?
Nah, Beck just pulled up, and then she's sticking her
She
finger
didn't
up
have
at
to
me.
do that. I mean, you guys know each other for a while. You've probably both been tested. You could just finish. What now?
Same to you, Rob.
Yep.
Thanks
Hey,
for
Rob.
joining, brother.
Happy New Year.
No, because her older sister's away, and they've got cats that stay in the house, so we've been feeding them for the last couple of days.
Man.
So she's gone over there, and she just come back. So, and then she saw me peering at it because I'm on the front porch. This is my new nice little spot here.
Are you off the ledge?
Yeah, off the ledge onto the front porch.
Congratulations. That's
It's
stepping
where
up.
the dingoes can get to him there.
Yeah, soon she's going to let him eat inside. We'll see.
There's no dingoes. There's the only dingoes are in the zoo.
Wait,
you guys,
all right.
Remy?
Remy.
Take it easy,
Why?
everybody.
Why are you doing?
See you next year.
Happy New Year.
Thanks,
nice.
Timu.
Well done. Where'd you get that?
I want to see who's going to do the first quiz.
Timu.
Really? I missed it. Was it? Did he show it on his channel?
It's a whole thing at the moment. Like he did.
All right, I'll subscribe to him. What's his name?
No, seriously, you haven't caught wind of his Timo unboxings?
No, I missed it.
Oh, jeez, you guys see it.
I'm a pretty busy guy.
Just to see the crap he gets from there and how it's wrapped.
I have to check him out.
He did like a 20-minute video of like the whole, like it's literally came in a bag from China basically, and this ginormous bag had like I think what did he say 18 or 19 of these like little anime girl statues, and he's been on his Let's Talk About It live stream every week. He's been doing he's been showing a bit more detail of them.
He's been horrifying his wife with them basically.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure Angel's about to punch him.
Angel's like, don't show that, and he'd be like full taco shot right in front of the camera.
And he's like pulling up and down the little dress. It's like adjustable.
Sent me a 4X hoodie. I don't know anyone that big. I don't know if my New Year's resolution falls through, Lisa. You can send it to me.
Send me a 4X hoodie.
You're gonna try and get fit like Simon supposedly gonna get fit this year.
Simon needs to get fit. He was a pretty good looking guy before he got all rounded in the face. He needs to do something.
Do you guys have any resolutions or anything that you're gonna do? Any goals for 2024?
Who, me?
I don't know. That's what isn't that what we're supposed to say? It's the end of the year. Like, what are we gonna do?
7.5 hours in. I don't think anyone gives. Yeah, I'm gonna do all kinds of stuff.
I'm gonna exercise and I'm gonna eat right, and then I'm not gonna do it. That's my resolution.
I tried to do resolutions a long time ago, and then I never keep them more than about a month, so I just give up on them. The only thing that I want to try and do is grow my channel a bit more and have like comic book goals, and that's all. That's the only thing that I actually
So
have.
what is your goals?
Comic book dolls?
What are your goals?
Mine are just simple ones for the channel. I want to be able to get which I've hit somebody up for, but due to certain circumstances, it's probably not going to happen. So I might need to ask somebody else.
Handy? Handy? You didn't say what it was. Is it a handy?
No, an intro and an outro for my
intro, outro. Okay.
For my pre-recorded videos, like just like a 10-second thing or whatever like that. I hit somebody up, but they've had some recent stuff happen, so I'm not going to bother even pursuing that anymore. But obviously, maybe try and hit somebody else up because I'm not good with computers. So
why don't you try Fiverr?
Fiverr?
Yeah, Fiverr.
What's the hell's that?
Fiverr is like a freelance, video production, marketing, and all kinds of crap. Just whatever you could think of. And you pay $5 and they make you an intro.
You go
get $5, they make you an outro.
In Bangladesh makes you an intro, an outro. You're done. It might have 5 heads on it, but
I think well, that's what I only thought like community wise it'd be better because they'd know me a bit better and know what I'd probably like or dislike or to put.
Dude, it's an intro. They got 7 seconds. You're not that special. They just want to show your face, a couple of shit that you show up, and
asshole. Anyway,
what does it say? It's 7 seconds. Like an intro, if it's longer than like 10 seconds, the intro's too long. Like everybody out there with fucking 35-minute intros, you need to calm that shit down.
Like mine? You don't like my intros? You don't like my intros?
Do you have pre-recorded content?
Sure, I do.
Yeah.
I'll have to check it out. What's his channel name? Somebody drop the link. I'm going to sub him up.
Lost Comic Journey. No, just joking.
Lost Comic Journeys.
I'm joking. Oh. Anyway, so it's just simple things like that. And I know it's only a small goal, but I'd love to hit 600 this year. Like obviously everybody's going to go, I'm going to hit 1K this year if they're at like 500 subs. But
don't let Beck hear you say that. You want to hit 600 this year? Are you kidding me? She hear you say that? What are you, Wilt Chamberlain? What are you doing over there?
I'm ready to go, guys.
All right, Kyle.
Happy New Year,
Kyle.
Happy New Year, mate.
Thank you again for the.
You're welcome, buddy. I'm glad you enjoyed it, mate.
I like his
Take care of yourself.
Birds on his
Happy
wall.
New Year.
See you. Happy New Year.
Happy New
Happy
Year,
New
mate.
Year,
Take
Kyle.
care.
I just noticed on his wall he's got like little birds and what is that?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
No, it's not Batman. He's got like a little bird silhouettes going on.
No, it's not. It's Batman coming swooping down with a cape.
How do you know
Not
that?
a bird. Because I can fucking see.
It could look like a bird to me.
I can't help what it looks like to you. I'm telling you what it fucking is.
It looked like a bird to me.
It's a fucking Batman.
A bird.
Anyway,
Batman.
It's
yeah, so intro, outro, and hopefully hit. Like I'd like to hit more than 600, but I'm trying to be realistic. It's taken me
Why? Why do you care?
Almost
about
3
600?
years to get to 500. Probably to get in the next year to get to 600 would be nice.
So my question is, why do you care about 600 specifically?
I just set myself small goals, not lofty goals. That's pretty much it. 'Cause I'm at in the 520s now, so it's only 80 subs.
Okay.
So I'm not like one of those people like I'm going to hit 1K this year.
I'm going to help you with your goals. Okay. And it's by helping you with your goals, you're going to achieve all your other goals by doing these things. Okay. The first thing is when you're recording your videos, you're going to press 2x. You're going to press 2x on your verbiage.
I'm not doing it.
You want to speed it up a little bit.
I take it back. I have seen CJ's pre-recorded because the first time I saw that fucking 2x shit, I was like, are you kidding me? Like he's hard enough to understand sometimes when he's not going at double speed.
Man, I'm full of energy. I'm trying to help you with my energy and
yeah. I know some of my videos can go a little bit long, but in saying that,
okay.
The algorithm
how about we start with this? You're doing a video. You're going to talk about something. You don't need to spend 10 minutes telling us about what you're going to tell us about, and then tell us about it. Just tell us about it.
Hey, CJ, my favorite parts are when he tells us how he's not going to tell us about it. Like a lot of times I do videos and they're old about other things, but I'm not going to do that this time. If you want to watch those, but you don't have to watch those. We're gonna watch this, and here's what I got. But I showed it before. If you want to watch that, go back to my channel and do that for like 10 minutes. And you're like,
exactly.
Where are we at?
Get into it. Just get into it.
I love it.
And I've been told this before, whether it's true or not, but the algorithm notices 10 to 12 minute pre-recorded videos is like the window that you want to try and stay around, apparently.
Or then dance for like 5 minutes. That's more entertaining than you telling us about what you're going to tell us about. Do something. Grab a cockatoo.
Okay, be specific then. Like, don't be a dick. Like, be specific about me telling you about what I'm going to tell you about. Like, what do you actually mean?
Like literally 90% of your videos, you're giving us a summary about what you're going to tell us about, and you're spending about 5 to 10 minutes telling us the summary about what you're going to tell us about, instead of just saying, hey guys, we're going to talk about this, and then jump right into it. You get what I'm saying?
I still got to tell but you're not talking about like the story part of it.
No, you're giving us a narrative and a story about what you're actually going to say for about 5-10 minutes, and then you actually tell us what you're planning on saying. You get what I'm saying? Just
kind of.
Hey guys, this is a video about my art experience with this person. and get right into it instead of saying, "Oh, well, I'm going to tell you about this experience," and like what Bubbles was just saying about oh, and I have done this in the past, and no, just jump into it, both legs.
Or like sometimes you'll literally say, "All right, I'm going to show you this Bowen bust. I'm not going to get into it. I've already done this before on who Bowen was and how these busts were made." So basically, the short story is, and then you fucking tell the same fucking story about Bowen busts that I heard literally 3 days ago on your last video. I'm like, holy shit! Here he goes again.
I asked the question to community members. I'm like, do I need to do the whole spiel of the Bowen story? And the general consensus was that, like, if somebody has never seen one of these videos before, they need it.
They're wrong. They're fucking wrong. Don't ask the mob a question. You ask someone a question, and you don't ask the mob a question. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. All you gotta do.
A handful of people in YouTube that I understand, that I trust.
Here's what you gotta do. Make a simple video, even if you've done it before. After you get your new brand spanking new intro, make a simple video that's roughly 10 to 12 minutes long about what Bowen busts are. And you can show a couple, but you don't get into deep about any one of them. It's a simple video of what Bowen busts are. And then every time you do the video, you put a card in at the top and you say, and if you want to know more about the history of Bowen busts, click this video. And then you continue on with your video showing your actual bust. And then there's a little card. And if someone's like, I don't know what a fucking Bowen bust is, and they give a shit, they'll click it. And if they miss it, you get a second to watch, because after they watch your video, they're going to start it back over so they can find the card and they'll click it. So you get 2 watches.
If I can work out how to do that thing.
YouTube does it. It's a quick little, it says, do you want to add a card? It's in your final production. You want to add a card, you put it on there. And then you link your video. And you can leave it there like every fucking video.
I do the ones at the end. But not the
no, that's different. That's the end thing. That's the end cards. This is the in video card. It's a little banner that pops up at the top of the video, in the top right corner of the video.
I don't record things on StreamYard, if that's what you're talking. If it's in StreamYard.
No, when you upload it,
it's on YouTube. I just said it was on YouTube. Hey, I'll show you how to do it sometime. When you get your intro and everything, I'll help you with it. I don't mind to help you. It'll take 10 minutes at the most. It's shorter than explaining what a fucking Bowen bust is 3 times a week. I promise. Fucking promise.
Once a week.
And trust me, I'm not telling you to fucking break your balls about it and stuff like that. I'm telling you to make it better, the freaking video.
I'm breaking your balls a little bit, but I also want to help.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid of constructive criticism.
You got a lot of stories about a lot of the shit you buy, and we want to hear it. But I don't want to hear it twice in the same video. You understand? I want to hear it once. Boom, boom.
Good stuff. And some people work better off scripts. I'll say that too.
I'm always off cuff. I don't. Everything's one take.
I know that, but some people work better off a script. So sometimes.
So you're telling me to get a script?
I'm not telling you to get a script, but if you're opposed to scripts. If you don't like scripts at all, sometimes it's good to do a dry run of the video. Pretend the camera is rolling. You can record it if you want, but you don't have to. And then try to do the video, and knowing that you're not going to ever watch it or keep it. Just try to do the video, and you'll think of things to say. And then when you do it a second time, it's still you. You're not scripting it. You're not writing it out. But you'll be like, oh, yeah, I meant to say something before, but now I remember, and I'll say it now. And it'll be a little cleaner because you'll know all the things you're going to say about it. So, it doesn't have to be necessarily scripted. It could be. But sometimes it's just good to shit it out there and then reel it back in and shit it out again. And that second shit out will be half the time. Like, it'll take a 20-minute video and turn it into a 10-minute video just from you not going, all the way through, because you've already said it once. You're just repeating yourself. So, and it's still you.
Or at the very least, have like a couple of bullet points in your head or written down in front of you that like I have to hit this, boom, 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 boom in this video, and that's it. Like, I don't script anything. When you could tell, I don't script anything live or unlive. But at least I have it in my brain. I know what I want to hit. You know, so
I have all the information obviously in my head. Like obviously, like sometimes when I, on the odd occasion, I'll do like a mail call with some books that I've bought. I might not necessarily remember the key aspects of the books. So I'll actually have like an old, like, like backing board or whatever like that, and like write on it like,
that's a good idea.
Book ABC, first appearance of him or whatever, and I'll have that. So sometimes you'll actually see me sort of like look down a little bit, and things like that, because I'll necessarily not remember all that.
That's good to do.
When you're unboxing something, what is your strategy, and what are your what do you want to accomplish when you're doing that unboxing, and like feel the people left with when after the video's done? Like,
I would say for the first 10 seconds, he's just saying, "Don't drop the fucking knife. Don't drop the knife. Don't cut myself. Don't drop the knife." That's what he's thinking for the first 10 seconds.
That would be hilarious.
That's not a knife. That's a knife.
You see, that would be absolutely hilarious if he's like not even moving his mouth and he has like a narration like in his head, like he's thinking, "Please don't drop the knife. Please don't drop the knife." That would be funny.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going for humor on his channel so much.
No.
Other than incidental.
I've always,
that would be hilarious, though.
It would be hilarious, yeah.
I've always like said, if I was going to do this, I'm doing it my way. Like, I love the constructive criticism. Don't get me wrong, but
what is your way?
I do it one take, and I just do it like I just
listen. Those are two different. You want two different things. You said this all started with you saying that one of your goals, which I'm sure you regret saying it now, was to get to 600 subs. And CJ asked you, why do you want to be at 600 subs specifically? Like, what's important to that? And then you're saying, well, I just want to do everything my way, and I don't give a shit about what anybody else has to say. I just want to do it. Well, then what the fuck do you care about 600 subs? It's one or the other. Either you're trying to produce a product that people are going to enjoy and like, or you're just doing whatever the fuck you want your way. Because they're not always going to be the same thing. You can't be like, I'm me, and you all gotta fucking love me. And then be like, well, if just more people could find me, they'd love me. Then maybe you got a marketing or an advertising problem.
More the fact of that I didn't want to do it like I want to do it organically. Like, I'm not going to be doing like what all these guys are doing like now with the shorts. Like, they're getting like Durs and Trev and all those guys. They're at like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 subs within 12 months because of the shorts. I was never going to be like that. I'm just like, I'll just be a snail channel with small goals to just slowly increase.
Okay.
And do it that way. If I never hit 1,000 subs, that's fine. But I'd like to. I've always said, as long as I get a few subs here and there, and now and then, it shows that I'm doing something right.
All right. Do you agree that whatever I do on my channel, I do it my way?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. However, I am cognizant, and I do understand that I need to be somewhat entertaining, not only to the people that are watching, but to myself as well. If I'm not amusing myself when I'm making the videos, and I'm having a hard time doing it, and I'm not happy doing it, guess what? It's going to reflect on the people who are not going to be happy about it. So I look at it like this. I'm going to do it my way, the same way you want to do it your way, but at the same time, I have to also be understanding of what's going to leave people with something of value. My way of giving value to people is to aggravate the fuck out of them so much that they want to watch to hate me. That's my gift to the community. Okay. All right.
Gift.
Yeah, that's right. It's my gift. You're welcome.
Whether I suppose maybe more just sharing my collecting, like, hashtag look at me, whatever. But it's just my collecting journey, what I already have collected and the stories behind it, and what I'm getting in the future and the stories behind that, if there are any.
Hey, I'm just trying to help you do exactly what you said you wanted to do. You want to get to 600 subs, you want an intro, you want a nice outro, that's all good. And you said you're trying to hit 10 to 12 minutes, and right now you're at 20. So that's all. I'm saying cut out some of the shit that you've already said, make a nice video, a nice 10 to 12 minute video, put the card up there so that you know you don't have to say it. You can just say and check out the card link below. If you can't figure out the fucking card, link it in the description. Say there's you can check out my video on Bow and Bus. Here it is, right? And then move on. That'll cut out like several minutes, as you know, of explaining the whole Bow and Bus shit, right? And then when you're done, and if that's not enough and you need to shave a little bit more time, just try doing a dry run through once before you record it, and that will tighten up your presentation. It's still all you. It's still very organic. It's just a dry run will tighten up that presentation just a little bit. I'm not saying rehearse in front of a fucking mirror with your shirt off. I'm just saying a dry run, and then exactly.
You want to avoid redundancy. That's all.
Yeah,
you'll get from 20 minutes down to 10 minutes in no time flat, and you'll probably see your subscriber count raise because of that. So,
unless your
tighter,
goal
more polished,
and your objective is to be as redundant as humanly possible, and you just want to aggravate people by telling them the same thing over and over again, then that works. Then double down.
Here's the thing, though. You know how there's only like one Michael Bublé out right now? And then like before him, there was like Harry Connick Jr. And then before him, there were a few. So my point is, you only really need one person droning on in that style. And we already have CJ. So you don't have to use your channel to argue. We only need one CJ is the point. He's doing it for all. Like he's carrying the load for the whole genre. Doing a great job there, CJ.
Glenn, you're right. I do love not abusing myself, amusing myself, not abusing myself. Abuse myself.
I bet you go through a lot of white t-shirts there, CJ.
Yeah, well, sometimes I abuse myself on freaking. I don't know why I put myself up there for the freaking live streams. Half the time, I'm like the punching bag for everybody. Comes on there, like then Papa comes in, he's middle fingers. Then another guy, fuck you. I'm like, everybody, fuck you this, fuck you that. And I'm like, what the fuck did I do? I can't.
Or the hello thing.
Oh yeah, I'm done.
No more hellos. No more hellos.
Fuck the hellos.
Hello,
everybody with the hellos. You go into the chat. You're trying to listen to the chat. Everybody all of a sudden, hello. I said hello to everybody. That's it. I'm not gonna do individual hellos. No more hellos. That's it. I come in. I say hello, everyone. That's it. Gentlemen, gentlewomen. Gender
what makes you think that they require you to say hello back?
Because apparently
you can just say hello chat, and then that'll be
I get Instagram messages from people after telling me, hey, are you mad at me? How come you didn't say hello back? I'm like, what the fuck is this? With your hellos and hellos back.
First of all, I'm sure you're greatly exaggerating the number of DMs you receive of people that are upset that you may be upset with them regarding the hellos. That's the first thing. If you got 3 in the last week, I'd be shocked. The second thing is that maybe it's because you give an air of being semi-psychotic and they're afraid of pissing off a nutbag. You ever think about that? So maybe they're like, oh man, if I don't want to be on CJ's shit list, who knows what kind of fucking horse head he's going to send me. So that could be that.
See, listen, before I made my hello policy clear and public, people thought I was angry with them. They just thought I was pissed at them. I'm like, no, I just don't do the hellos.
So to the uninitiated, they would probably send you the DM. Now they'd be like, that's just CJ.
Now they didn't understand.
Right, that's good.
No more hellos.
I appreciate that. Well, you're doing well then. You're getting yourself out there with boundaries. Well done.
They're clear and understanding of my.
Yeah, everybody knows what's going on.
So now we know what agenda Spidey has ahead of him. How about you, Bubs? What are your goals for 2024? What would
I'm
you
not
like?
Stepping in that horse shit pile. Are you kidding me? No, that's a dingo pie all day. I'm out.
So you're complete. You feel content. You don't need to change anything for 2024.
You said you wanted to grow your vinyl channel, like focus on that as well.
Yeah. We already did this 4 hours ago. Yeah, I'm gonna grow my vinyl channel. What did I say? Rewind the tape. I'm gonna grow my vinyl channel some, and I'm gonna buy comic books that are on sale and are just deals I can't pass up. And the rest of the money I'm putting in a honey pot, and I'm gonna buy a spider at the end of the year.
And will you continue to shit on CBCS, CGC, and EGS equally?
No, I give extra bullshit to EGS and the CBC awards. Those two things I give extra shit to. Everything else, all the other acronyms are on equal playing field. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll join you in your crusade with the CBC awards.
Yeah, the CBBS awards. Yeah.
Because I'm done. I'm done.
I know.
Yeah,
I
didn't win, so I don't care.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your journey, CJ, of being an extreme like little girl fanboy over it in the beginning and wanting to be everybody watch me make my picks and going all the way across the psychosis spectrum of these assholes and all of them fucking assholes and I can't fucking stand them and I'm boycotting the goddamn thing. Everything, a full range of content from love to hate. It was amazing. What a journey.
Yeah, but you also forget all my backhanded compliments along the way.
Yeah, but you know, those are there, but still, you know.
From the beginning, I had a few comments, you know.
Why don't you like
I love these things. I love these things, but you suck.
Like, I don't. I just don't.
Is it AGS? Is it AGS?
I don't know what the fuck it's called. I don't know. It's okay. You look. There's a in the new version of the comic book community, there is a overwhelming urge to support one another, love one another, reach out to everybody, and it's a big love fest, which is great.
Really?
For most of them, yeah.
Show me this community. So
they're showing. Look, they listen to you. That's a lot more love than most people in your physical world will do.
Listen, when you yell at people, they listen, whether they like it or not. You're gonna listen.
Yeah, but they don't have to send you the fucking link. And that's different than the outside world where you're just screaming at a fucking taxi cab. You know, nobody invited you to that. This you're getting invitations, so they like you. So but the point is that if you have like everyone's like, hey, let's support this guy in this side hustle. He's going up against the big two or the big three or whatever you want to say, you know, and that's fine, but I don't necessarily buy into that kind of stuff. That's not me. For me, to me, you present a product that I can't live without, and you're going to get my money. You present me a product that's as good as the competition for a lower price, you get my money. You present a product that's as good as the competition for the same price, but you have better customer service or you have some extra thing about you, you're going to get my money. If you present to me a product that's inferior to the competition and costs more than the competition, then I'm in no hurry to give you my money. And that's what EGS is doing. That's all. I said they suck and the owner was
you know what?
Lisa.
You know what? I'm going to reserve my opinion fully about them until I actually get a slab of theirs in my hand. And then I'll give you my full example of what I feel about them.
Yeah, I'm not giving them their money.
Is that fair?
That's fair, but I'm not giving them the money it takes to
I didn't say how
see
much.
what I've already seen. You know what I mean?
Say how much. I said maybe I get it through a trade. Maybe I'll get it in a bundle of comics. No, I'm serious.
But here's the thing: it's an inferior product because it has no market value.
I never had any plans of buying any PGX thing, but through collections that I bought together, PGX books were in there. So
PGX has an inferior product as well because of its market value problem. It has CBCS and CGC have market value. You can argue about whether one's distinctly better than the other for every book or not. I don't care. But they have market value. And no one doubts the grades.
If I'm going to grade something of value, you better believe I'm going to go through the big, more than likely CGC over CBCS.
Right.
Because I want to get my retain my value on it.
So anyone who's offering a service or a product that does not include that market value is an inferior product. And that includes PGX and EG, whatever the fuck it is.
EGC or whatever.
EGC or whatever it is. EGS. So those are inferior products because they have no market value. And that's the primary reason for a third-party grading system. Is not for the presentation of the book or so that you can know about the book or the encapsulation or the protection. The main reason you have it is so that people can agree on the integrity of the grade and buy and sell that book based on an agreed or relatively agreed upon value and grade of the book. And EGS is not providing that. And so for that reason, that's their main function, and they're not providing it. So therefore, they're not really competing with the other ones, and I'm not sending them any money because of that. So,
didn't EGS start off as a slab it yourself company?
No, they were just buying Slab It Yourselves and putting security tape on the edges and selling them as a graded book.
I think I have an EGS.
That part of it, I'm not gonna fault the guys. Everybody has to start somewhere. You know, if he took like a Mylar sleeve that was sealed with a grade on it, that's a way to start. You know what I'm saying? As far as being a grader. You know, it's not only about the encapsulation; it's about having some kind of desirable. I think the biggest problem with his outfit is it's a one-man shop. That's a problem.
Well, that's like Halo. Halo over here is like a 1-2 man band. That's why there's like obviously long waits. There's no real like. The only reason why some Americans like Halo is because you can't get something that you can't get over there. It's something a little bit different. But in like resale value, it's going to be like an EGS or a PGX or whatever.
I'm gonna be morbid for a second. I'm gonna be really morbid for a second. Okay, knock on wood. I don't want anything to happen to the guy. I've talked to the guy Tony. He's a nice guy, but knock on wood. Okay, you send super expensive books, thousands of dollars worth of books to go get them slabbed by him. Okay, and tomorrow, knock on wood again, he croaks.
Yeah.
You feel bad for the human being that passed away, but you also got all your stuff there. What happens? I don't feel you might never get your stuff back.
I feel that way about PGX too. That's a very, very small operation, just like 3 guys. You know,
Is
it's
that
very small.
Is that a valid thing that I just said? Now you're
Of course, it's valid.
A lot of people are going to turn around and say, "Hey, Journey, you're a fucked up dude." Well, how could you say that? Because life. That's wow. That's
you're touching on a completely different aspect, which is, you know, the safety of your collectible from start to finish.
Well,
and whether it's because somebody croaks or somebody misuses a piece of equipment, doesn't really matter. You're talking about it. Do I entrust these people with my collectibles? And the fact is that the company is too new and too small to entrust your collectibles.
Where's the fail-safe?
Yeah, there is.
In CBC, there is a fail-safe. In CBCS, there is a fail-safe.
Sure.
Where's the fail-safe in all
shit could still happen. You know, the grader could die on top of your book and just its guts explode on top of your Hulk 181. That could happen too.
Oh, absolutely.
So it could happen, but you have some confidence that it won't happen.
But will I get that book back with his guts in the slab? Because that could add value.
Yeah, I've had hair in my slabs before that. And they're all kinds of different colors and shapes and sizes.
Was it of the pubic nature or of the other nature?
I don't know. Anytime it has that little end of it where it looks like it got ripped out forcefully, it concerns me.
Yeah, well, you know, listen, because depending on which region it comes from, that's where the value comes in.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
but I got to crack the slab to make a weave out of it. I'm out already. I'm done.
Well, you're gonna have to grade the hair now.
You know, it's interesting you say it because I do find that some of these slabs are getting a little old, a little long in the tooth. And I wonder if the condition, like if you go to like mycomicshop.com, they talk about the condition of the slab. Does it have scuffs on the inner well? Is there a piece of debris inside? Is there hair inside? Whatever. And that matters to someone. If someone was going to buy, you know, 2 books, of course, right next to each other, and one doesn't have debris in it and one does, and it's noted in the sale, then you're going to buy the one that doesn't, right? I mean, naturally, you're going to do that.
I think Rob was telling me that, like, because when I helped him get that Golden Age Submariner book from over here, there was a lot of like moisture damage in the back, and he said something to do with like the inner well. It was an older slab, and the inner well is obviously not as like vacuum sealed or something as what the newer ones are. So obviously there's that sort of thing too. That obviously if you have an old slab that may not be sealed properly anymore, you can have problems later on down the track.
Yeah. And I can take my 9.8 right here. I can take my 9.8 Batman Adventures 12. If I sit this in a fucking windowsill or even outside for 2 weeks, it's not a 9.8 anymore. I don't care what the label says. I don't care what the fucking slab looks like. The book inside is going to be wrinkled. It's going to be moist. It's going to be messed up. It's going to be cooked. So, huh?
I've seen plenty of faded 9.8s.
Oh yeah, it'd be faded.
Some
Absolutely.
bleached.
So I mean, it is what it is. You know,
And shops do that all the time. Shops are stupid. Like there's some shops that go and put them on displays and on walls, clearly by the window where the sun is beating on them all fucking day, and they don't think, hey, I need to either revolve these books around or pull down a shade. I need to do one of those two things. No, they keep it in the freaking sun, and I could see over months the same book is getting bleached over and over again, and they refuse to even. I even pointed this out. I'm like, dude, you're destroying the books by keeping them out. I gotta display them. I'm like, then display them in the wise way. Don't freaking. No, I don't care. I'm not buying your stupid shitty book anyway. But you know,
I'm sure they love hearing you at the shops, CJ. I'm sure they just love. They've got a picture of CJ up at all his local shops, and it's just a pair of hands. And they're like, this guy, you'll know him. You'll know him by his knuckles. When you see this guy,
they
call him Knuckles
Journey. One guy caught wind. One guy caught wind that I actually have a freaking channel. He caught wind. He's like, how could you talk about me like that? I'm like this because you suck. That's why. You're lucky. You're lucky I didn't call your shop out in particular and tell you
that happened to me. That happened to me. I there was an event at a local shop, and I went to the event. And I invited a bunch of people over, like from the YouTube comic community, before the official comic community was coined. But you know, we had it was that community from that year, and people came around from all over, and we all went in as a group, and the event was run kind of rough. It was kind of shitty. There's definitely things I could have done better. So in my review of it, in my video, I said there were things that could have been done better. And I said a couple things. And I also said the shop's pretty good shop. It has two owners. One of the owners I really like. The other guy's a little bit shady, but for the most part, it's good. And I didn't say who was who, but you would know who is who if you ever went there. And the next time I went in the shop, those guys were so fucking pissed at me. And they were like, I can't believe you show your face in the shop again. I was like, what did I say that wasn't true? I said, tell me one thing I said in that video that wasn't true. And they're like, that doesn't matter. I'm like, yeah, it fucking matters. It matters that I told the truth. And you don't want to hear it. And you don't want to change it for now. Well, you should have told us, in person, not put it on there. I was like, I was doing a review of the event. This is how the event went. If you're telling me the event went otherwise, let me know. I ain't got shit to say about it. So that was it.
Well, I'm surprised you didn't add to that. Would you have changed if I had told you before the video? And they would have gone, no, I'm not changing nothing. But now that it's public, are you going to automatically go, why didn't you give us a chance to change?
Yeah, and their answer to everything was, well, it's really hard to run one of these. I'm like, that's fine. I'm not saying it isn't. And I'm glad you ran it. And I said that in the video too. I'm glad that they had it. I hope they do another one next year. But here's the truth. I had like 10 people come in, and we were all pretty pissed by the time the day was over. So the review could have been much worse if I had just used some of the anger I had as opposed to just, saying what I had to say. I could have been yelling what I had to say. But whatever. But that happens.
One guy that I was talking about, I didn't even say his name. I didn't even say the shop. But he got upset that I said, I go into this one shop and you have this fat fuck that sits at the fucking register all day. He doesn't get up to help anybody. He doesn't even say hello when you walk into the freaking thing. He sits there and plays his video games next to this freaking thing. And then when people are asking them to go pick up something from a wall or something like that, they act like all inconvenience. And then they're crying, pissing, and telling me all about how business is bad. This is what happens. And the guy, he took offense to that for some reason. I don't know why, but, it's true. I'm like, how about you freaking walk? You have a shop. You could walk laps around your freaking comics and get some exercise while you're doing that. You don't have to be a fucking fat fuck and sit there and play your fucking video games while people are asking you to do shit and be like, oh, you're inconvenience me. Yeah, because you have so much other shit to do. Oh, I'm running a shop. I have to work. Oh my God.
I don't know. And that's why when people say support your local comic shops no matter what, I'm like, nope.
Not no matter what.
That's not true. No matter what. Support shops that have treated you well and that you have a good relationship with, and be honest about what kind of shop that is whenever you're telling people about it. That's it. That's my only responsibility.
I will go out of my way to support local businesses and to try to do my part to help them going. However, if they're running the business the right way, you know, and they're generally trying to make a run out of it. You know what I'm saying? I will do that. I will, but don't fuck me. Don't fuck me. You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna go in there and every time I go into your shop, you're fucking me, don't do that. Because now I'm not gonna fucking support you. I'm gonna piss on you at the same time.
It's prime example. Like, I know Bubs has seen a few of Simple Simon's videos, and he mentions a particular comic shop that he hates and he won't shop at, and and blah 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 blah. Whereas I've been shopping with them for probably since I was a teenager. Like, not constant, but like obviously the last probably decade or more, it's been constant. But I used to always go to their shops and buy comics and stuff like that. Yes, there are some things they could definitely do better, and that's just being constructive. That's not being an ass or bagging them or anything. There are things that they could do better. But have they ever done myself or Beck wrong? No. They've always looked after us, done the right thing. If there's something that's like, oh, we put this in your, in your to pick up thing, your pull list or whatever, do you still want it or not? And most of the time we're like, yeah, well, that's actually another Spider-Man book that I was going to order. That's great. Or it's another Spawn, cover that Beck wants. Do you want it? Yes or no? That's fine. But yes, I have heard of a lot of bad stories from that, but they've never done us any wrong. So there's no reason for me to not.
Here's the thing, though. Here, hold on, CJ, because I have something to say specifically about this. I was watching a video just last week, and Simon, exactly like you just said, and Simon was shitting on this shop. And when I say shitting on the shop, I mean it. Like, he purposefully names the shop, coughs their name out, talks about how they suck multiple times, and then says something like, oh, well, I don't want to, if you like the shop, that's fine. But basically trying to say that if you're part of the Samaro verse or whatever the hell he's calling it these days, but if you're a follower of his, no follower of his would ever be caught dead in this shitty shop. And I don't like it when he does that. I'm just saying I don't like it. Obviously, he's free to do whatever the fuck he wants in his own channel, but I don't like it when he does it because, first of all, he's standing in someone else's shop while he's saying that half the time. And anytime you're doing that, you're making it seem like it's us against them, which isn't fair because that person never has an opportunity to tell their side of the story. Yeah, now, if you're going to say an experience that you had with that shop, fine. But to just casually and catty reference them 3 times a week and how much they suck and not even give the story or say exactly what happened, that's just being shitty for fun. And that's kind of what he's doing with that shop. And I think that he is underplaying. He needs to stop doing it, is what I'm trying to say. He needs to stop doing it. It's kind of okay that he was doing it before. He's a smaller channel, but he's getting more well-known. He's getting bigger, and he needs to elevate the professionalism on how he treats shops just a little bit. I had to learn to do that, and how I treat shops, how I treat vendors, how I treat like the things I say about artists even. I have some videos up where I have actually fucking bashed some artists that I thought were shit. And now these people are in my DMs, like the artists. They're like, hey, I really like your channel. I'm like, well, you must not have seen episode 7, because I fucking trashed your ass, So it's like, at some point you reach a certain level of exposure where you need to be a little more careful with what you say and realize that the things you say could have a negative financial impact on some people who are just fucking living their life and never outwardly tried to hurt you. And if someone didn't outwardly try to hurt you, you shouldn't really be outwardly trying to hurt them. And I feel like that's kind of what he's doing right now. He may not realize it or realize how strong of a sentiment it comes across, but that's what's going on.
No, you're 100% right about that. You don't want to, like, here's the thing. You might have a bad experience with an individual shop or something, and that could be unique to you. Maybe the guy that just doesn't like hippies with the red hair. Who knows? I don't know what this situation is, but I'm just saying that it's individual to them. At the same time, it's a little malicious to go after somebody's livelihood just because you don't really clash, or you have always the option of not going, or you could tell the story and say there's a shop out there that this happened, which I do all the time, but I don't really specifically go. The only time you'll ever catch me actually specifically call somebody out, like name names and that kind of thing, if somebody actually blatantly try to rip me off. Like blatantly try to rip me off, and I've caught them ripping me off or ripping other people off. Like blatantly rip me, like steal my money.
But it could be enough just to say after you tell the story maybe once. It would definitely be enough after that to say I had a bad experience with that shop. I don't do business with them, and leave it at that. Fine. Besides which, for Simon's own intent to grow, it really doesn't make sense to, like, you ever worked somewhere or went somewhere that you liked and somebody else says it's shit all the time. Mm-hmm. It makes me not want to like that person. So he's losing subs, or at least he's not gaining subs because he just keeps mentioning that he doesn't like that shop.
Well, I don't know if that's the case, but the one thing is,
I would say so.
It clashes with his character. He's a very upbeat person overall.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? People would come to expect shit like that out of me.
Yeah,
because I'm me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It doesn't really clash with my character to go into something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But with him, he's an upbeat dude. He's a really he's a good, happy, like when you're watching his videos, you're expecting like high energy, upbeat kind of videos to happen. You don't expect him to go down that road. Not that he shouldn't, you know what I'm saying? If there's something that's bothering him and something like that, he should talk about it. But
but it's not something that's eating away at him and he's just got to tell the story. I don't think.
No,
I think it's just a habit at this point. He has a habit and he thinks it's funny. And I think it's got to the point where it's not really funny anymore.
The other one, Lisa, not me.
Yeah, the one with the red hair. The one that has pink and blue hair.
Yeah. But in a side note too, it's a lot of it's outside influence for him with this particular shop. He's only shopped there a handful of times and he's had a couple of bad experiences. You can't do an overall thing. Like, say, okay, I shopped at this shop this one time and I had a bad experience. That's a review. If you keep bagging them when you've had very limited dealings, that's not really.
Sometimes all it takes is one time.
Continue to bag all the time. Sarah's had a few more than him. She's had some good experiences and some bad experiences. I've dealt with them for 30-something years, and I've had a few weird experiences, but overall has been perfectly fine. And I've been content and happy with the service and what the product that they deliver.
But here's this. Sometimes all it takes is one really bad experience, and that's it. You don't.
Sometimes,
I'm not.
Yeah, but you got to get over that if you're going to be broadcasting it on the internet every fucking 3 times a week.
I agree.
You can't be like, oh, I can't get over this experience. Well, then just don't mention it.
I didn't notice.
Like, it's not like someone.
That consistent.
Look, if someone asked him 3 times a week, hey, what do you think about this shop? Tell me live on air. Then maybe he would have a reason, but he's bringing it up on his own. Like, he goes out of his way to mention how much he hates that shop. I don't even know that fucking shop. And if I ever step foot in that town, I'd be like, oh, that's a shop Simon hates because they're fucking scammers. Like, they don't deserve that reputation based on one bad experience with one guy who happened to be blowing up on YouTube these days. That's not really fair.
And that's why I said, like, a lot, it's not necessarily personal, but he's getting outside influence as well. Like, obviously from, Sarah's had some good, some bad. He's had a mate at work that's had, he dealt with him for a while and he's had a couple of bad experiences. So some of it's outside influence, and that's what's sort of probably driving it to keep going and keep mentioning it. But as you said, for somebody like me to mention it, nobody's going to see it. But little side note, like if we go to a con or a small fair or something that's like me, Beck, Simon and Sarah, they're like, some people do recognize, oh, you're that Simple Simon guy, the hashtag lickworthy guy and stuff like that. He gets recognized. I don't, and I'm fine with that. But he gets recognized. So as Bub said, he's starting to get more notoriety, and he will actually, it's starting to become a proper influencer where people, his word can hold some weight. Whereas my word is just like, oh, it's just some dude.
Listen, I would tell you something. All of our words could hold some weight with somebody.
Yeah. But some can be more than others.
But if it doesn't affect the bottom line, then the shop's probably not going to give a shit. If it's just some asshole complaining, then it's an asshole complaining. But if it's an asshole complaining who has the ear of multiple assholes who will also complain after never using the fucking service or the shop or whatever, then that's an issue. You know, but it goes kind of both ways, because like right now there's a product out there that everybody's been reviewing, right? And I talked to this company, and they sent me a message, and I ignored it for 3 weeks because I didn't know what the fuck it was. It went to my whatever spam.
Talk about the capsule.
Right? Yeah, so I went to my spam folder.
I did one of those too.
And I've seen all these videos, and honestly, it's right in my wheelhouse. I've done pretty much reviews on all these types of products as they've come out, right? So I'm like, all right, well, I'll do this review. And it was before the reviews started coming out. So I guess they were still shipping. And I sent it, they're like, oh, we're full. We don't need any more reviews. I'm like, okay, fine. Which was totally fine. But then I'm like, well, I'm thinking about buying one and doing a review anyway on my own. But honestly, from what I see at other people's reviews, I don't really care for the product that much. So should I buy the product just to give it what's likely going to be an okay review and not a great review, when everyone else is just busy sucking their dick? Because if you hadn't noticed, it's a pretty big dick sucking fest on that product. And I think it's such a lot. Maybe I should change my tone, but it seemed like they're all jerking them off because they kind of donated to C3. So, and I think with that donation,
review, but
I didn't catch yours. No, but like with that donation seemed to be something of an expectation. So everybody is getting these things and saying how wonderful and great they are, and they were giving away as gifts and prizes. And to be honest, I don't have one in hand yet, but from the reviews I have watched, I'm not super impressed, especially with the price. And
that's where I hammered him on the price.
Did you hear Rob talk about it? Like, he was going to do it until he actually, because he's a contracts guy, he read the terms and conditions. There was something in there to say that they could use your video to any extent they want for advertising material without your consent. And Rob said, "No, I don't want to do it." Then don't.
I didn't get any of that. Like, I'm a little different from everybody else that got them, because I actually had a conversation with them at NYCC. I was going to buy them, and they're like, "Here, we'll give you a couple." I'm like, "Fine, that's great." And I told them I'd actually like to have you on for an interview so we could discuss your product. So, you know, and I will sometime in the beginning of the year. I'm going to discuss it. I'm going to tell them the positives and negatives and see if they're going to do anything to fix them. You know what I'm saying? Because is there a place for this product? Yeah, there's a place for it. I like competition. I like having options in life. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But to pay $9.99 for this is very expensive. If they could bring it down to around that $5 mark, I think it's
five is even a little bit high, I think. But yeah,
but you know what? It's better than a top holder.
Top loader.
Yeah, it's better.
Aren't they like a lot cheaper than this? Like the Gator Guard stuff and all that sort of thing. Isn't it the same sort of thing, or is it different?
Gator Guard's about the same price, and it's, from what I can see, it's far superior. But it's just different. It's a different product because it's
expensive. No, the Gator Guards are going for like 15 right now, aren't they?
Yeah, they might be. Back when I was buying them, they were like 22 for a 2-pack.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
They may have gone up some.
Yeah,
no, but it's a totally different product. I mean, that's
don't get me wrong. It's a good product. It's a nice product, and this is a nice product for what it is. I like the fact that you could put them in short boxes. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. However, I'm not going to spend $10 a pop to fill up a short box with this product. You know, it's not fiscally, it makes no sense.
Yeah, I agree.
It makes no sense. It is a solid product. It's a nice looking product as far as putting it in the case and stuff like that. But I'm not going to hang that on my wall. I said, I have no reason to hang it on my wall. I'm going to put this on my wall. You know?
It's not pretty enough to go on a wall.
What's the one that actually looks like a frame? It's like you're like putting a case inside another frame. That one.
That's the BCS showcase, and I actually compared the two.
Because that looks ugly to me.
BCW, yeah, they are, because they're very plastic looking, very cheap looking.
Yeah, they're cheap.
And also, what about? And can you fit a bag and board in those comic capsules?
Only if they're modern.
Yeah, fuck that.
If it's a modern book, you could do it. If it's not a modern book, you can't. And so that kind of sucks ass.
Yeah.
that really kind of sucks ass because, you know, and the other thing is, I don't want to put a raw book that's so
valuable. You don't want to touch a valuable raw book and take it out constantly and floppy that fucking thing in there.
Here's the thing: if you watch the video that I did, I did the opening of it and pulling the back off and the whole thing. I did it real time. Like, I mean, I spit it up a little bit, but like but only like 1.5 times. Like, I struggled to open it up.
Yeah.
And then I put it on. I put it on the wrong way. You know, it's not stupid proof.
I don't know. I'd feel like I'm being an asshole if I buy it with the intention of probably giving it a negative review.
I have a few products that I'm going to be reviewing that I bought. I didn't get them for free, but I tell this to people: you want to send me something for free? Go ahead. Just be ready for an honest review.
Yeah,
but it's things like the showcase I bought.
Yeah, I bought those.
Well, then I get a free one for BCG or whatever the hell they're called.
BCW.
I didn't get a free one from them, but I'm going to review it. I bought a whole bunch of stuff from Comic Pro Line, the one in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the stuff is good stuff. Some of the stuff not so good. I'm going to review them. Yeah.
All right, guys.
You guys heard my spiel about the bags and boards.
No, don't get started on that again.
We'll start.
No.
All right, guys. I got stuff to do tomorrow. I'm entertaining. I got all kind of shit going on.
Oh yeah.
So sorry you guys couldn't make it to the party. You never sent back your invitations, whatever.
Well, you never sent me one.
I know, but that's why you didn't send them back. Doesn't matter the reason you didn't send it back. Just matters that you didn't send back an invitation saying that you were coming.
Well, that's a fraudulent invite. If you never sent me an invite to pretend like you sent me that, you should have said, "Hey, Journey, I was going to invite you, but I didn't." It's better that way.
I got the invite. I just didn't get the plane ticket.
There you go. You're supposed to. CJ was supposed to come pick you up. I guess he didn't read the email properly. Listen, Spidey. It was good to have you. CJ, come back anytime. I appreciate you both for joining me on Simo's MadSpidey Outback Punch a Kangaroo Day. It's great stuff. Happy New Year to everybody. CJ in his Hanes tidy whitey t-shirt there. And what are you wearing? Does it say Knob Goblin? What does it say? All right. And
Green
the
Goblin.
Knob Goblin t-shirt for Simo there. Appreciate always liking the good appearance from the Knob Goblin. All right, guys. We'll catch you later. Lisa, it's been a pleasure. I didn't know you're from Parkchester. That's awesome. Sickatron's getting a free hoodie, and all kinds of great other people have been in. John Stout's around. I appreciate you all. We'll catch you next time on MadSpidey's Outback Steakhouse. Good night.
Good night, Bubs. Happy New Year.
Of course you can, Sicko. You're always welcome. You could have jumped on earlier if you wanted to.
Like 2 hours ago. 5 hours ago.
I've chucked the link in the
8 hours
Insomniac
ago.
chat a couple of times.
8 hours ago, he could have jumped on. Anybody could jump on. That's why we said we're just going to keep it running here instead of running in Insomniac.
I don't think I'll last till midnight, but I've lasted 8.5 hours, so I've done really well.
I guarantee you, if you got Sickle with you, you'll last all night.
I'm starting to fade a little bit, actually.
Really? Maybe it's all the chicken burgers and Pepsi that you're drinking. It's bringing down your energy.
Trying to give myself a sugar boost.
Coffee will do it. Cigarettes and coffee.
Yeah.
Breakfast of champions.
Well, I just had some Vegemite toast. That might give me something.
Oh, jeez. Did you seriously? Do you really want the Moon Knight?
No. I remember I said, if you've got the number one, yeah.
I'll send you. I just recently got another copy, so I'll send you. I'll send you one of my copies.
Oh, no, that'd be great.
And I'll stop looking for your Daredevil. All right, that'll make my life a lot easier. I'll just send you the Moon Knight.
I've noticed lately, whether it's over there as well, But because like there was two main, besides a lot of the early Daredevil books, the two main Daredevil books I was looking for was 131 and 168. So first Bullseye and first Daredevil. I was able to get first Bullseye earlier this year, but I've noticed that because that was always more expensive than first Elektra, but now Elektra seems to have jumped again.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I used to run into that book everywhere.
I remember you saying that.
I used to run into it everywhere. As soon as you brought it up to me, every time I look at it, either it's missing in the bins, or they got it like at a ridiculously high price. And I'm not gonna pay for it. Like whether buying it for you or for myself, I can't stomach to pay like ridiculous pricing on a freaking raw.
Well, I'm happy like over here Australian prices. I'm happy to pay $200 or $300 for the book. But I haven't seen anything under 500.
You would pay that much for that book?
That's Australian pricing.
But still,
that's what I'm dealing with.
Yeah, but it's still expensive. Come on, man. For that book, that's a $50 book.
I wish it was a $50. If it was a $50 book, I would have had it.
$60 book. Like, what the fuck?
I'm not. I know that I'm not. I don't want this to come across the wrong way, but I don't really like buying like the priced variants. I prefer to have it like all the same. I know that's being a bit OCD. I in saying that, I do have some Aussie variant books. Obviously before comic shops became a real big thing when I was in my teens, that's all you could get was you go to the local newsagent or paper shop, whatever you call them. And that's all you could get was Australian price variants. But then obviously once comic book stores become more prevalent, you could get the US stuff and things like that. But yeah, I'm not big on that sort of stuff. I'd rather have.
I don't hunt the price variants, and I don't have the same kind of appreciation other people do for them. Now, if I come across one and I add it to my collection as an additive to what I already have, that's fine. Like in other words, if I have the American version and then I find the UK version, well, okay, that's fine. There's a novelty. I have two of them in two different versions. Okay, fine. You know?
No, I've got 131 now, Lisa. It's 168 that I'm chasing.
Go about the Elektra.
Yeah. So it's and that's the thing. Like if I was over here and they had a US normal version and a UK version, and there was like, say it was like $100 book or $120 book, I'd rather spend the $120 and get the USD one than get the UK one. But if we're talking like what Rob did with ASM 1, and he found a pens variant, and it was obviously a lot cheaper than buying, a US.
I wouldn't do that. If I was Rob, like in my person, from my aspect, I wouldn't want that.
Yeah, I personally would be a little bit.
Have a problem with it.
Yeah, I'd be torn between it. Like if there was a little bit. 168 at $7.50 auction. Okay.
An auction, but it hasn't finished yet though. The auction.
Yeah, and I've got to factor in currency conversion and shipping. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd be torn at that sort of level. Like if it was okay,
that's the reason I would feel torn. Because of that level and that pricing that it's at, if I'm going to pay that kind of money for it, it kind of would bother me not having the original, the universal book, so to say. You know what I'm saying?
But if it was, say for argument's sake, if like in a perfect world, which we all know never going to happen, say ASM 1 becomes a $5,000 book. Every day, all day, never fluctuates at a 4.0, just for argument's sake. So say at a 4.0, it's like a $5,000 book, but in a pens variant, it's a $4,500 book, and it stays like that all the time, and it never.
For $500 difference, I buy the American book.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like at that, it's like where is your breaking point of like there's a book I really want.
Now, if you're telling me from 5,000 to 1,000, different story.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like, where's your breaking point of like, I still want this book if it's exactly identical except for that pence or dollars. If it's exactly the same except for that, how is it going to differ?
And here's the thing: once I do get that book, in my mind, it won't be my forever book. That's my placeholder.
Yeah, that's your trade bait if to maybe get what you actually want.
That's my placeholder until I get what I want to get in my. Because here's the thing: if I didn't have, like the way Rob or you have, the entire run of the ASM, it might not bother me as much. Because I have to say I have an ASM number 1 as part of my collection. Fine, that's great. But if I have 1 through 10, 1 through 20, 1 through 100. And they're all the American version, I want number 1, especially number 1, to be that American version.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? Like, but that's my OCD. That's my like, I want them all to be like, the same set. Because
I'm a little bit the same. Like, I have a lot of OCD problems with certain things like that as well. I know, like, throughout my collection, I have some Australian price variants, not out of any, it was lack of knowledge, obviously, at the time, and lack of, variety or accessibility, whatever you want to put it. I have some UK pants variants floating around in my collection as well, because I didn't know any better. Obviously, now I know better.
I didn't hunt by them. By accident, I actually got some of them. Some of them I didn't even notice until I went home. I'm like, oh shit, this is the freaking pence. Oh, whatever. Or I bought a bundle of books and there were a couple pence in there. All right, fine, that's fine. But again, all right, I got X-Men number 1. I like the fact that it's the American number 1.
Yeah.
It would bother me if it was the pence. Because I got so many other X-Men's that are all the American copy. Like it would disturb me, the fact that they're not all the same set. Like I'm not as disturbed about the grades. Like a lot of people like I need to have exactly this grade and over on every single issue, or whatever. I'm not. I'll let them fluctuate. You know what I'm saying? As long as they're presentable, clean copies, even if they're low grade, as long as they're presentable, clean copy, I'm fine with that. But I want them to be all the same set. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm. You want to hear my level of disturbing? Like I got sets of books that I have newsstands and I have the direct copies, and it pisses me off. It really, really pissed me. Hey, Simon, we were just talking about you with your red lustrous hair. I call it. It bothers me that I have like 1 through 10, and then
half are like newsstands and half of them are directs.
2 out of the 10 are newsstands, and then the rest are direct or something like that. Like,
it's not. I've never bought into the direct bloody news. I don't give a crap if it's a direct or a newsstand. I just want the book.
I'm not a newsstand chaser. I do acknowledge that the newsstand in some cases garners more value. I do acknowledge that. I don't resist that notion, especially if you go into the late 1990s and early 2000s. Those books are pretty damn rare to find as far as the newsstands are concerned. However, I want them all to look the same. You know what I'm saying? So it would bug the fuck out of me if I don't have that little Spider-Man head at the bottom of all of them. And then, if they're all, and then one has the stupid lines.
We've already discussed this, Simon. You needed to be here like 10 minutes ago.
Will I accept them? Listen, like I said, if there were an added thing to what I had, like let's say the X-Men number 1, I have it. If I somehow came across a pence to put by its side, all right, that's kind of cool that I have them both.
Yeah.
All right, because now I have the original and I have a variation of it. Okay, that's fine. But will I go out of my way to go and hunt it? No. Rob did do something that was kind of cool though. He had gotten he went out of his way to find an Invaders with the first what's his name?
Union Jack.
Union Jack. That was a pet
in a pants variant, yeah. And that's a little bit like if you actually want the true first appearance of Psylocke or Betsy Braddock, it's actually only in a UK book. It was never actually in a US book.
She's like Deathlock.
It was
not
in
Deathlock, Death's Head. Sorry. She's like Death's Head.
It was in a Captain Britain book, was Betsy Braddock.
Mm-hmm. There's a few characters like that. But that's different, just like Judge Dredd. Originally started in Britain, not here.
Yeah.
You have the first US appearance, and then you have the first overall appearance. That's different.
Yeah.
Different. I'm not talking about those kind of things. I'm talking about the same book. Just with a variation in price. It's a variant. That's basically what it is. Happy New Year, John.
Have a good one, John.
All right, you'll see me tomorrow.
Yeah, I think when you're talking, I'd like to say it's 3-figure book, but we'll say 4-figure book for the time being. I think if you're going to be spending 4 figures on any book, you should be buying what you want, not like just settling, say.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
It's not necessarily like, for some people, $1,000 might not be a lot of money. But for most general comic collectors, $1,000 is a lot of money.
I feel the same way, and that's why I'm being as picky as I want to be right now with the Hulk 181.
Yeah,
I want to get that Hulk 181, and I have no problem settling for a book that's a lower grade. I have no problem with that, as long as it looks clean and looks nice. It could be a low grade as long as it looks right. You know what I'm saying? So let's say I got a beautiful Hulk 180, and the defect is the coupon is missing. Would it bother me? Yes, it would bother me. However, I could live with that. That doesn't bother me as much as if the cover was all mangled and fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a trade-off for me.
What about like missing like a back cover or?
No, I wouldn't want that. Unless I'm getting it for a few $100s. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, sicko? Unless you're talking about getting it at a ridiculously cheap price, and I get it as a placeholder or trade bait. I don't.
If you came across like one without a back cover and and it was $500, you'd probably buy it just to have it as a placeholder. Maybe.
Probably, and I still be a little hesitant because $500 is still $500. You know what I'm saying?
What's Batman 181? What's the significance of that book?
Batman 181 is the first Poison Ivy.
Ah, okay.
Isn't that or the first Batgirl?
I'm not as knowledgeable with the DC. I know it's a decent book, but I don't know.
No, first Poison Ivy, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, Ivy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice book to have.
Oh yeah, it's a great book to have. Yeah. But here's the thing: that's a book that, if you get it without the pinup in the middle, you can get a lot cheaper.
That's an incomplete grade too. It'd be a green label, wouldn't it?
It doesn't affect the story.
If it's slabbed, obviously.
Well, you get a green label if you have the missing coupon from the Hulk 181 too. So, how you call it? But that missing pinup, you could get it a lot cheaper without the pinup. But is it as significant or not? I don't know. I don't know. I would want that one complete because it's not that expensive a book. And if I need to spend another $100 or $200 to get a complete without the missing pinup, I'd rather do that.
Yeah, and then it all comes down to, like we said before, what's your threshold of difference in price between getting something that you could probably settle for and something that you actually want at the end of the day. So it's like, you said $500 at like a $5-6 grand book, you may be able to settle. $1,000? Most likely not.
Now, if you tell me a true Grail book, because Hulk 181 is not a Grail book. It's a Bronze Age Grail from that era. Like as far as if you take the Bronze Age and say, what are the Grail books from the Bronze Age? That's one of them. And that is probably the top one. But overall in comics, it's not on the same level as Amazing Fantasy 15. It's not on the same level as Fantastic Four 1. It's not on the same level.
Say, so what would be the situation if you were looking to buy a Hulk one?
There you go. Now the Hulk one is a tough book to find. It's not in abundance. It's an expensive book to start with, and that's the kind of book if I found with a missing back cover, otherwise complete, just missing back cover, and I got it at a price where I feel comfortable enough pulling the trigger, I would buy it. And I would be content with that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I might not find another one at that price point again. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Especially, when you start to talk high 4 figures, possibly even 5 figures.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, then you really got to.
I wouldn't pay 10
You
grand.
might have to settle.
For the Hulk one, I wouldn't pay 10 grand for a missing back cover. But I would pay 4 or 5 grand.
I honestly don't think you would find anything even close to complete for 5 grand for a Hulk one, to be perfectly honest.
They have sold at that 5, 6 grand. They have sold, but there was defects like a missing back cover, maybe missing pages, maybe this. I don't want the missing pages. The back cover I could live with, but the missing pages, I want the innards to be all complete.
Yeah.
That for me is more important.
Whether it's me,
it'll be 0.5.
Me, I want it front to back complete. I don't care if it's ripped and torn and shredded and chewed and whatever. As long as it's complete, the Marvel value stamp, that doesn't worry me because, like as I said, like my 182 has got no value stamp, but that's not affecting the story. It's still a complete book except for that little thing, but I just say that as if there was a little bit of a chunk taken out of the back cover. It's like the same sort of thing. If it's like that, then I'm fine.
I'll give you a perfect example. I have a Hulk 182 that I bought raw with a missing stamp. Okay, I bought it for about $50. And I said, okay, I'll buy this. I'll give it as a placeholder. About a year later after that, I came across another one that was slab complete, 7.5. Now I'm done. Now I have my 7.5, and I have that placeholder book, which eventually I'll probably either slab or sell like that raw and apply towards something else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I could live with that because of the price. If I paid $200 for a book without the stamp, I would be pissed for that 182. Same thing applies for a Hulk 180. I have Hulk 180 with the missing stamp. Would I pay $1,000 for that? No. Even though it's in beautiful shape, it's missing the stamp. It's no more than a $400 or $500 book.
Yeah, so I think I paid. I either paid 180 or 200 for my 182. That was about 6 months ago, but that's like cheap as chips for over here.
And I think it's mid-grade, the one you got, right?
It's a 6.5 or a 7.
Yeah, and you also got it slabbed already.
Yeah, but obviously it'll be cracked eventually. But it's
but you have to put a premium on that. It's already been graded. It's already been slabbed. I'm saying if you found the same book raw, you probably would have paid 120 for it, 100 or so, more or less. So you didn't pay too much more than what you pretty much paid what it's worth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You got a fair price for it at that grade,
especially for over here. Yeah.
Now, if it was with the stamp, you probably talk about double the money at that grade.
Yeah, I still need to like me personally, I'd love to have the triple. I'd love to have the 180, 181 because Wolverine is one of my second or third favorite character apart from Spidey.
You know, the funny thing is, I like Wolverine. Don't get me wrong. I like he's one of my most enjoyable characters from Marvel.
You're more of a Hulk guy, so.
But I wanted more to complete my Hulk run.
Yeah,
that's what's pissing me off. That like one of the big books from that Hulk run that I'm missing. I'm not talking about the first 6. I'm talking about the 102 and on.
Yeah,
you know, after Tales of Astonish, because I only just touched the first 6.
Do you have any of the original 6?
I have number 6 and 2 copies of number 6. Believe it or not.
Oh, okay.
You know, so I'm gonna get to them all one by one. But I'm focusing on finishing that other run first.
Yeah. You're not doing the like what some guys have done just the Hulk portion of Tales to Astonish.
I have a lot of it. If not, I might have all of it. To be quite honest with you, I have. I might have the entire Hulk portion.
It's about what 30, 40 books.
Yeah, I might have. If I don't have the entire run, I'm missing maybe a couple issues. No, that like, but I didn't go with the intent of buying them over time because I'm a Silver Age guy. I like whenever I see affordable, good price copies of stuff like that. Tales of Astonish, Tales.
I'm exactly the same. I love those books.
I'll pick them up, and through like accumulation, I ended up building that run. It wasn't like I'm like I need this issue, I need this issue. I have multiple copies of certain issues because
I think I might have an odd double here or there as well that I probably need.
Because the thing is, I'm like I have this, but this is a better condition one. So let me get that, and I'll figure out what to do with the shittier one later. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because like I know that you don't really you don't want to sell your comics or anything like that. I have no problem. Like especially now my mind frame right now is I have no problem getting rid of stuff I don't want anymore. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to give it away because I spent good hard-earned money to buy it. So I'm going to try to recoup whatever I can from it and replace it with other stuff.
Yeah. I think like it's worked for me in the past where, like obviously like some of the doubles that have been sort of significant that I've acquired, whether through
or trade,
like through like obviously buying them or through mystery boxes or whatever like that, I've actually used them as giveaways for my channel. And that has worked to obviously, that's a little bit of the lazy way to grow your subs, but I've sort of done that in the past.
The other thing is how many are going to give away.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like I just did the
unless you're a very wealthy person to give away shit on a daily basis,
or which I'm not. Like that Legion loot box, for argument's sake. Like I'll only be keeping probably 2 or 3 books out of about the 30 books that were in there.
Yeah, but
because it was nearly all DC or stuff that I didn't want. So now I'm like, what do I do with it?
Channel is also a membership channel that you charge a subscription. So you don't have a channel that you charge a subscription. So you're not making any money off your channel. And in essence, I'm not really making any money. I just told you how much I'm making. I think I told you I'm making $23.20, I think, or something like that. Like, is that money to be able to do like weekly or daily giveaways or whatever? It's not, it's
So I'm not doing that, but I'm just sort of more thinking of that I am starting to accumulate a little bit of books that I don't want, and it's that quandary of like, do I use it for sub bait basically? Do it let's do a road to 600 or a road to 700. Do I try and go to a small comic fair and just try and sell them at dirt cheap just to piss them off? It's just that thing. Like I used to just give my spare books, like my DC books, just to Simon.
I look at it like this: you could do a couple of things. You could do a little of that if you want to, as far as doing giveaway here and there. That's good. That's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, you could turn around and literally find other people that are like-minded either in your area or like through mail and trade them. You could do that. Or you have the option of going eBay and just putting them on the market in eBay and see what you can get. Nothing wrong with that. You don't need it anymore. Somebody else might want it. What's wrong? You paid for it at one point, either through, all right, you got it in a giveaway, but you know what? You're paying monthly subscriptions to be part of that channel, which got you that giveaway.
Yeah, that's right.
So in essence, you did pay for it.
And it literally took me 23 months of getting to actually win one.
And how much is your subscription every month?
Oh,
$5?
Yeah, I'd say it's $5 American. So it's probably like $8 Australian.
All right. In 23 months.
Yeah, so it's like $200.
Yeah. So
if I can get $200 for the books, then I'm even.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or trade for a $200 book that I really want.
Either way, you're doing something with it that's better than having it in your collection unneeded, or unwanted, or unloved. You know what I'm saying? Sickle, he's a big Venom guy, right?
Yep.
Sickle, you there? You listening to us? You've been quiet.
He's got no Venom on though, so he can't really be sicko.
Well, he's a big
I don't
Venom
know what
guy.
happened to my tooth.
Is there any character that you don't like? You have zero appreciation for comic,
like a
title,
or that I just
no,
have
you
zero
just you have no interest in. It just does nothing for you.
If somebody gave you a book of say somebody gave you a Superman book, you're like, I don't read Superman, I don't like Superman, I'll just like that sort of instance.
Or Submariner they gave you, or whatever.
One thing that comes to mind, and I've had like 10 to 20 really good opportunities to pick this book up for a really good price. And that's Silk, the first appearance of Silk.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know
You have no
anything
interest.
about her. Just doesn't
So you're like,
have any heart.
unless you're going to be reselling it or trying to make money on it, you're like, I may have had a good deal on it, but it doesn't interest me, so I'm not going to bother.
You have no interest in it whatsoever.
Even as a resale, like I would be more interested in selling something that I really hated because I wanted to get rid of it. Like I don't know how to explain it, but Silk.
No, well, I think we get
zero.
it. Yeah.
There's other things.
Well, the point is, that I'm trying to make is
Deadpool. I don't really like Deadpool.
All right, Deadpool.
So he
You have
starts
no
pulling
interest
like
in
a
it.
negative.
Doesn't do anything for you, Deadpool.
But
right?
I understand it. I understand other people like Deadpool, and it's likely that I'll pick up Deadpool stuff to trade. Like if I'm like, man, I see that going for way more than $20, and this guy wants $5 for it.
All right, perfect. So let's say let's say by hook or by crook, whether it was given to you, you bought it for dirt cheap, it fell on your lap, whatever the way it happened, you got yourself a first appearance of Deadpool. Okay, it's a valuable book. Okay, you could give two shits whether it's in your collection or not, right? Because you're not really big on Deadpool as far as your personal collection. Anything wrong with trading it or selling it off or getting it into the hands of somebody that actually wants it?
I think lots of people are looking for Deadpool right now,
and it's a collectible book. It's a cool book to have in your collection, regardless.
I'm chasing that book. I have been for a long time.
I mean, if that book came across and fell in my lap, like I'd be excited because I know that like MadSpidey, Comic Journey or MadSpidey is going to be really excited because I can pass that deal along to them. No one's talking about Silk. I'm not sure if I picked up 4 copies of silk first appearance for $20 each, and I wouldn't even know who to give them to. Like
See, I'm the kind of guy, like of those kind of books. Like if it came to me at the right price, sure, I'll take it and I'll pack it away. I'll put it in my collection. Will I chase it? No. That's the way I look at it. You know what I'm saying? If I find, like you said, like if I found it for $20, guess what? I'm gonna pick it up. I'm gonna stick it in my collection, and if it heats up for one reason or another, at one point, then I'll get rid of it because I have no personal attachment to it. That's the way I look at it. And Spidey, you're sitting and you're sitting on a bunch of books that have zero interest to you, right?
Yep.
You have no appreciation for as far as keeping in your collection. You have appreciated as comics. That's why you haven't thrown them away, obviously. But you have no appreciation for yourself as to have them in your personal collection.
I would rather re-gift them than throw them away.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a better way to do that. Always, you know what I'm saying? There's always going to be somebody that will value them. But my point is, you're sitting on them. There is some value to them. Why not either sell them back, like sell them, even if you're not making a ton of money off of it? You're better off taking some of the money and reapplying it to something else that would make you happier, or just trading them, or finding some way to generate and turn them into something that is valuable to you, that you appreciate.
Yeah.
You know, like I see a lot of people, they say this all the time. I don't sell. I refuse to sell this. And what ends up happening? They end up having a huge collection. They accumulate a ton of shit, and a lot of shit is meaningless to them. A lot of it is they don't even know what's in the boxes half the time because it's
I also hate, one of my pet peeves is I also hate doubles. Like I know a lot of people are like, you know, oh, this is my favorite book. I have 20,000 copies of it. Like the bloody, you know, like people with like numerous copies of Turok 1 and like stupid shit like that. I don't see the fascination.
I just showed you all these books that I have the multiples of.
I know, but you're doing that as a spec thing.
No,
so
I didn't. I actually got them as a goof for something that I'm doing for somebody. That's
actually, you know what I mean though. Like, you know, it's like as if you had like, say, Hog 181's your favorite book, and you have like 5 copies. It's like I don't see the point. I can see the point of like upgrading to a better one, and then getting rid of the crappier one.
A book like that. Let's say I did get a 181 tomorrow, okay? And then it's funny how this happens a lot of times. You finally get the book that you've been chasing, and all of a sudden it's in your face every day after that.
Yeah.
So let's say I pick one up tomorrow, and then sometime down the line after, I come across another one at a really great deal. I'm not the kind of guy that's going to pass up on it completely and say, I already have one, I don't need it. If the deal is so enticing that I should pick it up, I'll pick it up as a second copy for one of 2 reasons. One, I got it at a great price. Maybe it's a better condition than the one I have, and I could swap them out. And 2, I know that it's going to keep building up in price, so I could do one of 2 things. I could use it as trade bait to get something that I don't have, that it will help me get something better, or wait for the right time and just launch into the market and get maximum money for it, and then go buy the stuff that I want anyway. You know what I'm saying? But like a high value thing like that, if I'm able to get it at the right price as a duplicate, I will. I got no problem doing that. If Justin, who's selling his X-Men #1, possibly your buddy over there in Australia, is going to get it, okay?
The man in the white coat and hat. Okay, that's a new one, and he just says hentai. Okay.
He's into hentai.
Is this the new porn bot thing coming?
Possibly. He's into hentai.
Sorry, go on.
So let's say, what was I saying? I just threw myself off.
I can understand where you're coming from. Like, if you know if you know enough about the market, you know
the
enough about
X-Men number one.
pricing.
Let's say they're Justin selling the X-Men number one.
Yeah.
He's selling for four and a half, right around that range. Okay, it's a fair price that he's asking for. Whether they settle a little lower, whatever the case is, that's here or there. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. It's around the price of where it's going for. I'm not interested in that unless I worked out a deal with him where I traded it for stuff that I got for a lot cheaper that is a higher value now, and I somehow like worked it out in that way where at the end of the day I'm still ahead of the game through all my like trades and stuff like that. Like, I could have bought 10 years ago, I could have bought books that cost me a total of $1,000 that over time they're worth $5,000 now. I traded them out out of pocket. It cost me less over time, but in value, he got about the same. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That I could do, but like I don't have any interest in going out and buying it. However, if he's asking $2,000 for it, guess what? All of a sudden, Journey's going to be interested in buying that book as a second copy of X-Men number one. I don't need it, but at that price, I'm going to take it. Why? Because I know what I could do with it. I could use that as trade. I could resell it. I could do a lot of things with it. It's not going to harm me to have 2 copies of that. You know what I'm saying?
I think it comes down to like a situational thing as well, like both from a monetary standpoint and from a locational standpoint. Like, and I mean like that as in like, I know I say it a million times that, it's hard to buy shit over here, and it is.
But you're also making you're making it even harder for yourself by not keeping your money moving.
Yeah, or that's beside the point. But it's like when you have something in front of you all the time, you have options. When you have something that's, we'll use the word rare, and we'll loosely use that as the word. But when something is more rare in your situation or in your locale, then it becomes, a lot more desirable because it's like, oh crap, I don't see this very often. If I have a chance, I'll get it. You don't necessarily want 2 of them because you struggled to find it in the first place.
Yeah, of course.
So this will depend on different cons, different states, different cities, everything like that. Obviously, New York has probably got an absolute abundance of comic shops. So you could probably walk into 20 different comic shops and find the same book in 20 different grades, 20 different prices.
Not necessarily everything, but you can find a lot of stuff.
You see where I'm going, though.
And you can pay through the nose in New York.
Yeah. Or you could find it at, like, rock bottom sort of thing. But here, it's like you might find it once a year, and it'll be that one price, which is expensive, but it's the only time you'll be able to find it.
I understand completely. But I'm gonna give you a little secret that nobody really talks about. It's funny that I haven't really understood why nobody really talks about that when they talk about collecting or quote unquote investing in comics and stuff like that, because it's kind of gambling. But the key to keeping your collection growing consistently and constantly improving, regardless of what you start with, and regardless of what your price point, like your financial ability is to keep your money moving. So you got comics. You need to know what your goals are with your collection, what you want to have in your collection. If you're one of the people that say, I want to have everything, well, you're gonna be in limbo for a long time because you want everything. However,
that's me and Biggie.
However, I fell into the same trap, and now I'm trying to get myself out of that trap by saying, you know what, I don't need everything. You know what I need?
I'll say I want everything, but I still have set goals that I'd like to achieve before the everything. So I still have priorities in amongst the everything.
I prefer to have other things in my life over having a house full of comics. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the other thing is that.
Can I ask?
Yeah, go.
I would. And I mean, there's some background to this that I don't know how much to add. I don't know what's relevant. I don't know what parts of the story people are kind of imagining for themselves. So this is my entire situation. I'm going to try to keep it short. Once upon a time, I woke up in the hospital. I had no idea who the fuck who I was, where I was, what was going on, but I was content and I was happy. It was fine. It wasn't a scary experience. I discovered that I lost my memory. I had ECT, that I wasn't doing well, and life going forward was great. And I became happy. And during COVID, I found comics, which was a strange time to get into comic books, especially since everyone was on YouTube and speculating, and comic books was like this new big thing, but it's always been around. So I got involved in the community in multiple different ways, both online here, Discord, wherever I could get any kind of experience. No, by no means am I an expert in anything. And I managed to, through a mental health agency, acquire a job at a local comic book store. And one of the perks is that I get a monthly store credit, and on top of that, they'll give you maybe a couple dollar books for helping out with a more laborious task. They've always been great at
that's better.
Making something convenient for me, like a collection. They took out the bags and boards, and the boards to me seemed pretty intact still, so I used them for my dollar books, which had become a problem. And bag and boarding and books, and I mean boxes. So like it's grown to a basement. And I had a friend come over and help me try to alphabetize, and I ran into a problem where he became jealous of me, and it became a point of contention that I had spent so much money on these books. And I asked him what he thought, and he speculated that I spent $5 to $20 on, because there's still stickers on these books of like $20 to $50, and he's like, this is crazy. In the short of it now, I'm scared to talk about the size of my collection. I'm scared to talk about what's in my collection. I don't.
Which means you got a lot of shit.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It can be relative too. Like you can say, "Oh, I have 20 short boxes," and go, "Oh, that's a lot of books." But then you can look at somebody like Hoarder's Hide, who's got a freaking warehouse full of bloody long boxes. You're like, no, that's a guy who's got a lot of books.
Yeah, but at least he's not living inside the short boxes or the long boxes.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like me at this point, I'm at the point where I either need to go get storage for my comics and get them out of the house, or I need to start selling them off.
Or buy
because, well, yeah, well, you know what? If I keep buying and collecting comics like this, it's going to stunt me and delay me from buying a bigger place. because of spending all that extra unnecessary money on it. So
My
that
comic
it's
books
priorities.
have its own apartment at the moment,
I'll be right back.
which is ridiculous. But there's what do you call it? There's more to that story than, regardless of if the comic books are there, we still have that space. That being said, the space can be used for different things. Right now, it's just warehousing an amount of comic books that I don't even know. Some are garbage, some are $100.
Oh, thank you.
And I relatively know what's in there. But I live all the way up here in Canada, and I don't know whether I should try to sell this off as a collection. If I should.
So is
consider
this stuff that
myself-
you've accumulated or yourself and bought yourself, or is this, or have you been buying collections, or you've inherited this? Like, where do they all come from?
So, because I'm on disability through a mental health agency here in Canada, I was able to acquire a job at the LCS, which allowed me to get out. And part of the deal was that I get a store credit. So I essentially am given comic books, and I can decide, do I want comic books off the rack, or do I want to invest in a Hulk 181? I mean, not really. That's kind of out of my range. But that was a book.
But I get the
guys are
point.
talking.
Yeah.
You get the point. So I could have 4 Silk first appearances. But why? When I do dollar bin sales, after I put out all the dollar bins, the owner will be like, okay, now you can go through and get your first pick. And man, like, I found like a stack of first appearance of Dylan Brock, Hulk, whatever, that dog slimy cover. That book's going for like $40 a piece. You know, and I just got a stack of them for hauling books up from the basement. That's only relative if I can sell those books. Maybe tomorrow that character isn't popular whatsoever, and it's now just $1 book. The conditions also vary. I have, I don't know, like 5 to 10 first appearances of Gore the God Butcher, just because I was able to snipe them for a good price. But it's become a problem now where, you know, like, I'm just like, don't touch anything, don't move anything.
And I was going to say, like, because that's actually a book that's like, it's on my radar, but I'm not going out of my way to go and buy it. Like, I love that run only because, like, I've met Esad Rabik and, like, had some quality time with him and became good friends with him. And, you know, I love his art and things like that. And I'm thinking, like, I thought, like, the movie itself was meh, but I like the idea of the character, and I like my villain keys and things like that as well as my hero keys. I'm like, if I could pick up that book at a reasonable price, I'll pick it up. That book now, from what I've been told over there, is now like a $10, $20 book.
Yes.
Over here, it's still $150 to $200 book.
Which book are you talking about?
The first appearance of Gore the God Butcher.
It's dropped a lot.
Like, yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like I said, like, over there, it's like a $10, $20 book. But over here, I haven't seen it cheaper than about $150 to $200. And I'm not prepared.
Thor number 2, right?
Yeah.
From the Jason
I'm not prepared to pay that price. I'm not paying that price. It's a book on my, as I said, it's a book on my radar, but there's no way in hell I'm paying that. But that's where the situational thing comes in. If Sicko happened to go, you know, oh, for your job, we're going to send you to Australia to an Australian convention. You bring that, and even if you sell it at $50 a pop, you're going to sell out all those spare copies you have. So it's a situational thing. Whereas you went to the States to a con, people are going to be like, everybody's got this book. Why the hell are you trying to flog it off for? You better just put a $5 price tag on it.
Yeah.
So it can be a very situational thing too.
Yeah, but here's you know what the problem is? Let's say you have 100 copies of that book, right? You're not going to only come down with those books to go to the convention. You're going to bring a whole bunch of other books to go to the convention to make the trip worth your while as far as selling stuff out and recoup the expenses of coming down. The problem is you're going to spread out the costs of your travel onto the books, which will naturally bring up the cost of the books too.
Yeah.
Now, they might not come up to $150, $200 that you're talking about, but that $50 book that you're just talking to about might all of a sudden be $60, $70, $80 now, because it just doesn't make sense to sell it any cheaper, especially the fact that it's going for higher rates over there. And two, you just incurred a whole ton of extra expenses in order to bring it down. So there's a give and take when you have like overseas guys coming down to like Australia or anywhere else.
And that's why I said, like, I know whether he does it or not, who knows? It's Pocan Joe we're talking about. Like, he says he'll do something and then he will, and then, like if he sets his mind to it, we know he can do it. But that's what I said to him. I said, if he is willing to actually come down here to sell a whole pile of books at a convention, because realistically, if he brings a whole heap of store variant exclusive things that you can't get over here, if you sell, some big books that could probably do at a better price than what's over here, he could literally make a killing. That's obviously what Harley Yee has tried to do, but we all know he just, sells ridiculously stupid pricing.
He does the same thing here, so he doesn't change his model in any way.
Yeah, but that was obviously the idea of him, coming over here. I'm assuming, but anyway, but yeah, like that's what I was saying. Like with the situational thing, it's that sometimes you can be put in that when you've got an abundance of variety, nothing becomes special anymore. I don't. So in your case, sort of, Sigo, I suppose it just depends on your situation, because obviously you're fairly close to the States. Accessibility is like, you still got to pay a little bit more for shipping, obviously, for a lot of things, especially if you're in a more remote area of Canada. But your accessibility is a lot better than what mine is. So, but in accordance to you having so many books that you've accumulated, obviously I can't probably comment on that, opposed to what CJ probably could, him obviously being a lot closer to you.
Yeah, it's just gotten to the point where you like once too much. You know what I'm saying?
Like I can keep stacking them to the roof.
I think personally, if I keep 4 or 5 long boxes of books, and maybe 1 or 2 boxes of slabs, I'm content. That's a very healthy, nice
I'm not
collection.
kidding you. I'm at like 4,000 or 5,000
boxes.
No, books.
Books or boxes?
Books.
Well, that's. I have almost 5,000 books.
Okay.
So, and I have them all. I don't do long boxes. I only do short boxes because obviously they're all in my room. So it's about 30 something short boxes like that. And I'm, I could probably go. I have a fairly small room where they're all sitting in. I could probably go maybe another 10 to 15 short boxes before it starts becoming uncomfortable. But you know, and that sort of thing, yeah, that's when you got to sort of make the decision of like, have I accumulated, especially, and this is where I'm trying to get back to with all the ramblings, is why I hate doubles. Obviously, besides these books of DC books, independent books and stuff that I've accumulated through mystery boxes, winnings, all that sort of stuff that I don't want, there are some scattered doubles in my piles of boxes that I need to be able to, like, realistically, me being on holidays for 2 and a bit weeks, probably should have done it. But it's just a timing thing, and obviously, yeah, there's other factors going on at the moment. But that's one. Could either be books. Yeah, so it could be some money that I could put back into the books that I do want to get, because I just see it as money just sitting there, or space just sitting there that, you know, I could fill with books that I haven't already got.
Realistically, out of those 5,000 books that you have, Spidey, how many out of those 5,000 do you have a personal connection with that you really, really want and would want to have for the end of days? 500.
That is the hardest question, because my OCD is I'm a completionist.
Yes,
that is my big problem.
But yes, you are. Okay, so you got every single Spidey book minus a couple, okay? So that's pretty completionist.
That's not the only run that I'm chasing.
Well, that's what I would say. What are the other runs that you're chasing?
Some of them are small runs. Some of them are big runs.
How many of these runs are you close to completion on?
So the ones that I'm actively chasing right now are fairly small runs. So besides like Spidey, which is a big run, but I'm at the finish line almost. There are some smaller Spidey runs that I need to finish, like non-ASM stuff that I need to eventually get back into.
So Spidey related stuff again.
Spidey related stuff, but there's also I'm chasing Defenders, which I think is about 150, 160 books. Yeah. Invaders, which I think we worked out is only like 40 books.
Yeah.
Werewolf by Night is about 40 books. Tomb of Dracula is about 70 books. That's what I'm sort of actively sort of chasing at the moment.
So
but
from what it sounds like,
other big runs that,
from what it sounds like, you're not going after monster runs. Like, you're not going to complete a Fantastic Four run or an Avengers run.
No, but I would like to, and that's the problem. Once I start, I won't stop. So I have a Fantastic Four run, I have a Daredevil run, I have an X-Men run, I have a Captain America run, I have a Avengers run. I have nearly all the major Silver Age books or runs, and including bronze runs as well. Like, I love the Marvel Premiere and the Marvel Spotlight. I love the Tales to Astonish and stuff like that. I'm chasing all the runs, but some I'm prioritizing over others.
All right. So from what it sounds like, you're probably
screwed.
You're probably talking about 3,000 out of those 5,000 books are keepers.
Yeah, like the modern stuff.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, the modern stuff, like, obviously there's some modern stuff that I've accumulated a little bit that it's like, nah. Like, I might have some, I suppose, if we put it down like, say, X-Men stuff, like, it's the main runs that I go after, not the, like, the big main runs, not the, you know, like I have some Exiles books or some Marauders books or Thunderbolt stuff and things like that. I'm like,
that's why I'm coming to that assessment.
That's I'm like, nah. I keep some of the keys that I want, like first Thunderbolts, but that's in a Hulk book, obviously. But stuff like that, I would keep.
But like I said, you're probably looking at about 3,000 out of 5,000 books. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, give or take.
Why not trade, sell, do something with those excess books, those straggler books that would maybe get you that Amazing Spider-Man one that you're looking for.
The only problem is it wouldn't be worth the effort because there's nothing significant. All the books that I would get rid of would be nothing books. They'd be like what you'd call a dollar bin book.
Okay, so if you put him moderately priced, nothing, not fire sale price, but not over the top expensive, just moderately priced on eBay. And it takes forever to sell, but you eventually sell them one by one lot and that kind of thing. Okay. You're sitting in your room anyway. You're not putting that much more effort by just having them listed. And the beauty about eBay, every time your listing expires, it'll renew again. And it keeps going on and on until it sells. So you just peek it there. And when the time comes to sell, they sell. You don't care. You don't care anyway right now, right? About the books. You're sitting and doing nothing anyway. They're sitting and doing nothing anyway. So you're making 50 here. You're making 100 here. You're making 20 here. You're making 10 here. Starts adding up. You know, it may take you 2 years to get rid of all of them. But the alternative is having them in your room while compiling more of them, doing nothing anyway.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like and to be perfectly honest, it's like I can see the rationale, like, and it's a good
that's exactly what I'm doing. Like, and the thing that triggered me, like to like really get aggressive about putting stuff up on the market to get rid of, is when I got that 9.9 book, that Bryce book that I hate, the Delata book, and I'm like, you know what? I could be like a simp, like a lot of the people, and just sit on this book and keep it and say, oh, it's a rare, blah, blah, blah. Even though they had controversy, whatever, it still held some value, right? And I could say I could have held it in my collection. It would have been a nice, expensive book to have. It would have been one of my more expensive, in theory, books in my collection. But do I have any care for it? Do I really value it in any way? No. I was just going to keep it there for value. Instead, I put it on the market. I sold it. I got, for myself, people might say I sold it for cheap. I don't give a shit. I got rid of something that I don't need. I got a lot more money in my pocket than what a slab would have gave me sitting there doing nothing
and
with.
The way you would have to look at it is if, okay, the mystery box cost me, how much is the mystery box? Like $200?
$250.
$250. If you got more than $250, you're already ahead.
That's the way I went into it. And I got way more than that. So, how you call it? I put it up there. I got my money back and then some. I could apply that money towards some better stuff, which I've already started. And I bought all the stuff with that money anyway. But that triggered me. I'm like, you know what? I need to do that with a lot of the other shit I have. You know, I sat there buying stuff just for the sake of saying, I have this key, I have this key, I have this key. But do I really give a shit if I have this key or not? Not really. Not really. There's other stuff that I'm really into, but my Avengers stuff I'm really into. My X-Men stuff I'm into. My Amazing Spider-Man stuff I'm into. You know? Some of my weird, freaking obscure underground comics that you can't find anywhere.
Like,
I'm into.
Beetle's trying to type on my keyboard. Come on, come here. Come here, little prick. Oh, there he is. Oh, there he goes. Sorry.
But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And the other thing is I put it down to I'm lazy too. Like that's the other main problem is that like I just see it as so much effort but not enough return to even put in an effort.
Stop being lazy.
If I had 5 copies of Hulk 181, just for argument's sake, and I'm like, I know I can make 10 grand off the four copies that I don't need. I would put in that effort because I know it's, reward versus risk versus reward sort of thing and all that sort of crap. But $2,001 books, it's probably not, to be perfectly honest, not worth the time and the effort.
And I'll tell you something else. Let's say you had a bunch of books that you had you don't care that you have or not, that have high value or have some significant value to them. And tomorrow, the next day, next year, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, you need to sell them for some reason or another. You're trying to make to raise more money to buy something. You want to buy a house, you want to buy a car, you need something in life to better your life.
Yeah.
And now these books are not worth anything, or worth a lot less than what they were worth at one point. How would you feel that you had the opportunity to just get rid of them? You have no emotional attachment, and you made your life better at the right time at the right place.
Yeah, it's the proverbial "you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't."
No, there's only the damned if you don't. You're not damned if you do. What are you damned about? You gave up stuff that you don't want anyway.
Yeah, but yes and no. I can understand the rationale. It's also the fact of that there might be a gem, like a diamond in the rough in there that might not be worth anything. What the fuck is that noise? There might be a diamond in the rough, in those dollar books. It might become a $50 book, $100 book, $1,000 book. You just don't know with the way.
Yeah, what if it should have put it the same way the book that's worth $200 today could be worth $2 tomorrow, right? Yeah. And it's not outrageous what I'm talking about, especially with the modern books with all these variant books and all this. It's all speculation. It's like, why is it worth anything?
Yeah, and it's
okay.
You never know. Like people spec all the time, but you just don't know.
Look at
Sorry,
look
at the first Venom.
For my case, I'll use a specific example. Is that I was getting into cards, sports cards, and I came across someone else who was getting into sports cards specifically to sell them. And he's got cards that I literally just found at my card store for 25 cents. He's got them for like $25 on his eBay. Now, he took a lot of time to, present those, take good photos, list those, etc., etc. No one in their right mind is giving him anywhere close to what he, they're laughable listings. And one of the things I'm concerned about is, putting a book out there that, and again, this is the situational thing, putting a book out there that, in the United States, people are looking for and paying $5 for. But here in Saskatoon, where I live, I could literally throw an entire box of them at you, and so at what point, do I sell one? Do I sell two? Do I sell three? Do I sell 100? Because just because you sell one at $5, the next one at $5, it's not going to keep being $5. You're eventually going to flood the market.
Well, you sell them for $5 as long as you can, as long as the market sustains it. And if you need to sell them for $4 later on, you sell them $4, and you need to sell them $3 later on, you sell them $3 until you get rid of all the stuff that you don't. You just said it was garbage, throwaway comics anyway. So you maximize
that's up here, and I'll go, and then on the internet, people are like, having an orgy over these books, and I'm like, I literally. I've got so many of those.
You got so many of them, but if there's enough demand for them and enough buyers for them, you might have a short box. So how many can fit in a short box? 150 of them?
Right? 200.
So you got 200 copies of that. If there's 200 buyers out there willing to pay $5 for it, there you go. There's your solution. Simple as that.
But
or you bundle them.
I'll give you $5 for one of those first Gore the God Butchers.
I mean, it's more money than I had, like CJ said.
And where it was useless if you didn't do anything with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the point I'm just trying to make. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it all at the end of the day, it all comes down to motivation.
And motivation and actually doing something. You know what I'm saying?
I don't see the effort. Yeah, the money doesn't.
You might have the desire, you might have the motivation, but you need to also have the drive.
Yeah, because like the drive and the motivation
what's the difference between drive and motivation?
Here's the difference. You might have the motivation. The motivation is your reason to do something. Okay, that's your motivation.
Doing it.
Your drive is what pushes you to actually do it.
Or it's the physical act itself.
Humans are complex.
You know what I'm saying? You might say, I really, really want. You ever have somebody you talk to that says, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this. They have the motivation. They have every reason to want to do the things that they're saying that they're doing, but they don't. Why? Because they lack the drive.
Yeah, like these. One day I'd like to, but I don't have the drive to.
I have zero. I have zero motivation. I'm trying to use the right words here. I have zero motivation to quit smoking.
So you've already lost the battle if you don't have that part.
Well, it has to start with the motivation. You have to have a reason. If you don't have a reason to do something, then there's no point to do it. You know, just like Simon just said, you could have 1 million people giving you a reason to stop quitting. But if you don't find that reason for yourself, you'll never push to do it. The reason why a lot of people don't quit smoking is, one, obviously it's an addictive product. That's one thing, which, you know, that's a component in itself. But the other thing is, usually a smoker enjoys smoking too much to want to quit.
Yeah, I fucking enjoy it.
So you are literally giving up something that you enjoy.
Yes.
For something that you possibly might enjoy going forward in your mind. You're doing it to
the only reason why people tend to stop an addiction is either it becomes a literal risk to their health. Like we all know that smoking, taking drugs, even drinking alcohol is a risk to your health, regardless of the way you look at it. But when it becomes, your doctor says if you smoke another cigarette, you're going to have a heart attack. You're like, oh shit. Well, now I have the motivation. Now I have to come up with the drive to want to quit. But
now, if you care enough to live, if you have enough of a reason to want to live, then you will get up and quit smoking. Yeah. That will provide the drive for you. That reason.
Yeah. And then the other sort of thing is that, like as CJ said, that it's like, if you don't get that and you're like, well, okay, I want to quit because I want to save money. It's a motivation, but then
some people that's enough motivation. Desperation and financial restrictiveness, they might be, but here's the thing. If you're doing it for that reason, when you somewhat stabilize, you become financially okay with it or whatever the case is, you might go back to it.
Yeah. And that's the thing. That's why generally most people will either do it.
You did it. You were forced into doing it because your financial situation at that time. Because think about it like this. If you had limitless funds, you had billions of dollars, you're not going to give a fuck if you spend an extra 15, $20 a pack on cigarettes a day, you're not gonna give a fuck. It means nothing to you.
You won't even notice it's gone.
You get what I'm saying? But if you financially, how you call it, like really, really tight, and you did it because it's either quit smoking or like live on the street, now you're forced into the situation. Now you're forced into the situation, and you become resentful of it. Now you do it begrudgingly because you do what you got to do to survive, but you're not doing it because you have the drive. You do it out of necessity. You're forced into that situation.
And then there's the odd people that will say, like, you know, they're like, okay, you now have stage 1 lung cancer. Your doctor says you have to quit now, otherwise it's going to get worse and there's no going back. And the people, you've been given the motivation, but then they're like, I enjoy it too much. I don't give a fuck.
Well, they're
you just keep smoking until you die, sort of thing. You never get the drive either.
Well, some people just don't give a crap if they die. That's their priority levels. Their priority levels are on. They're not on the same wavelength as you or another person or whatever the case is. They're like, I don't care if I fucking die. I'm gonna smoke till the day I die. Fuck it.
Yeah.
And that's their prerogative.
You'll see, like, even people in movies and stuff, like, you know, they'll be like, have the, you know, these bugs, you know, that sort of thing like that, and they're like smoking through this thing and stuff like that because they just don't give a fuck. They just like, I enjoy it too much, I'll just keep going.
And it's their prerogative.
Yeah.
You know how
like,
lazy. I don't mean to be a dick, but maybe I'm being a dick. But you know, you're sitting here with this robot voice. I lost my voice for whatever reason. We still didn't find out. I had to learn fucking sign language. No one gave me a fucking little robot that me. I had to fucking learn how to talk with my hands. What's up with that?
That's a little different. A lot of people that are using that voice modulator, it's because their vocal cords have been damaged so severely that they'll never be able to emit the same noises ever again.
There's a difference between losing your voice and not being able to talk ever.
Yeah, it means their vocal cords don't have the function anymore to be able to omit those noises anymore. They move, but not at a quick enough pace where they could make noise.
Mine just weren't.
You need to retrain your vocal cords.
Yeah.
You can make a noise. Like, in other words, if you felt
air was just blowing through mine and they were just sitting like this. They're supposed to.
All right. So let's say you fell down during that time period, and you're like, ouch. No noise would come out if you fell and did ouch.
It would just.
You wouldn't hear a grunt.
It would be like. That's what it would be.
But there would a noise that would come out
from
diaphragm.
Like, in other words, if you were sitting there and you haven't retrained your voice to work correctly yet, and I came in and I fucking pinched you right under your armpit as hard as I can, are you gonna yell? Are you gonna cry? Maybe like some noise is gonna come out of you at that point.
Yeah, it's hard to duplicate. Because, like,
you get what I'm saying?
Really, my mind was like, this is how we speak. But
You just
pushing out.
You just needed to retrain yourself into speaking, but that didn't mean that your vocal cords weren't working. You just forgot how to use them.
Exactly.
That's the difference.
I see the difference now.
The people that are using the modulator, the voice modulator, no matter what they do, they'll never be able to get that the sound that's coming out of my mouth right now and you're listening to, they'll never be able to get that again. So that's why they use it. I don't think it's a question about being lazy or not. It's a question of they just don't have that ability anymore.
Completely different.
It's almost like if you chop your hand off, are you lazy because you can't? You have to use a hook or a robot hand instead, or like a metal hand.
Right. like if you could learn to walk again, why aren't you learning to walk? Why are you in a wheelchair? Why are you continuing to use this wheelchair?
Yeah, there's people that could retrain themselves how to walk again, that went through a severe trauma, that they learn how to do physical therapy and find a way to walk again. And there's people that become paraplegic that can never walk again.
So by
doesn't
giving
mean
me the
it doesn't mean they're a lot
thing,
late.
I would have been I would have been the lazy one because I wouldn't have been doing the work to clearly get better.
Well, the fact that they were working, the doctors didn't use it as an option for you. They try to retrain you. That's the difference. That's a big difference.
I see it
now. But guys,
I always wondered. I was like,
Spidey, I'm gonna actually hop off right now. It's 6 o'clock over here. I literally want to get 2 hours of sleep. I'll probably stream tonight. What time is it over there, Spidey?
It's 2 minutes to 10.
Oh, I was about to say if it was a couple minutes before it goes to the 12, I'll stick around, but I'm not gonna wait another 2 hours.
It's 11:58 in New Zealand. So
But you're
2 minutes.
All right, we'll
2
wait.
minutes.
We'll wait until it becomes 12 o'clock in New Zealand, so we can wish Beefit Happy New Year.
Yeah, Beefit's he's 2 hours ahead of me. So he's actually, I think there's like some small islands or something on the other side of New Zealand, but I think the first major country to actually hit New Year's is New Zealand.
Oh shit, Lisa, I didn't realize that you got that severely hurt, huh? Your house collapsed on you.
Wow.
Shit.
I'm sure she could attest to that. Like she had to retrain herself how to walk.
Yeah, a lot of physiotherapy. A lot of it's mental and physical. It's not just a physical thing; it can be a mental thing a lot as well.
You take our buddy Papa. See, he's in a chair. I don't think it's a question of him being lazy. He just can't. He just can't walk.
No.
No. Or Kyle.
That's interesting. Is like here I'm sitting here thinking like, well, why can't I be lazy?
There
I
we are.
see it that way. Yeah, 12 o'clock.
Happy New Year.
We're in the future, folks.
Happy New Year, Beefit.
It's officially 2024.
We're time traveling right now. That's what's happening. We are time traveling.
So he is now in 2024, and I am literally 2 hours away from it. I'm not going to be able to go for another 2 hours.
Oh, Lisa, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sure Sicko could keep you company for another 2 hours.
He probably could, but I think I'm surprised I lasted this long. I thought about the 6 hour mark I was going to crash, but
sorry to hear that, Lisa. I'm glad that are you back to 100% after that incident? Hopefully, I hope that's the case. Or
fighting fit and
as whole as possible.
I don't think the house was ever the same.
The house, I'm sure, was never the same. But you know what? Houses can be rebuilt. Houses could be rebuilt. And even people could be rebuilt to some extent.
Almost on any change.
There's plenty of examples.
You need a cane, but don't use it. Why? Because you're too proud to use a cane? Because you're a young woman and you want to look sexy when you're walking? That's why? I get it.
Workers' comp pay me well.
I'm glad that's the case. I'm definitely glad that's the case. But you know, if you need to use a cane, there's no shame in that.
No, exactly. Exactly.
Should be a predominant female villain with the cane.
So
it's
we'll continue talking about
female kingpin.
Yeah, it's such a staple in Kingpin and Scrooge and so many predominant male.
Yeah, well, Lisa could be Big Mama Kane.
Big Mama Kane.
It could be a sword cane. Get a sword cane.
I don't want. Don't get away from. You haven't heard her talk about how willy nilly she uses tasers. So I don't want any swords around her or anything. Trust me. She could be lethal. I don't want any weapons around her. Cane is enough. I'd rather take a beating with the cane.
Lisa comes across to me as a very strong, independent woman that would like even if any guy like crossed her, she would hold her own.
Possibly. I don't know really what she looks like. But
I love a good weapon.
yeah, exactly. But like, I assume from the way she's mentioned the usage of some weapons,
there we go.
She could be violent when she needs to be. So, but I'll continue tomorrow night talking about goals for 2024. You guys could continue, but I'm gonna leave because I'm tired.
Yeah, go to bed.
I could last.
I don't think
but
you sleep.
But I don't want to because I want to sleep for 2 hours and then have energy for the rest of the day, do my errands, and then come home and then possibly stream.
You know what they say, don't you? That if you're going to get less than 4 hours of sleep, you shouldn't even bother going. You should just wait till the next cycle.
Oh, really?
And I'm not saying that for you to get you to sleep, but that's just
Oh, really? I shouldn't sleep for my 2 hours.
I think if you can function off those 2 hours, then you're fine. But they say, I've heard doctors
I'll tell you something. I will be able to function a lot better with 2 hours of sleep than
none at all.
Than no hour. Listen, I could get through the whole day right now. Like I got enough energy to get through the whole day, go through work, do all my errands and all this stuff, no problem. The problem is by about 6, 7 o'clock, I'm gonna be shot.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? 6, 7, 8 o'clock, I'm gonna be completely shot. And I don't want to be shot. I want to be energetic. So that being said, I appreciate you having me on. Happy New Year.
You hanging out with me.
Happy New Year in 2 hours.
An hour and 55.
And an hour and 55 minutes. Okay. Happy New Year. You are officially a few seconds away from having your first 10-hour stream.
I can't believe I lasted this long.
I don't know if you've ever had one like this before this long.
I've been a part of many.
Wait, so if we go another 12 hours, if we go another 2 hours, this will be a 12-hour stream for MadSpidey.
Yes.
That's right.
Wow.
And I jokingly put that in the Insomniac chat, and nobody said anything. Nobody said, "Yeah, let's go for it," or "Why don't you try and do it?" Nobody said anything.
Well, I didn't think you had the endurance to do it.
I didn't see that.
I've been a part of plenty of 8, 9 hour streams with CJ. I did a lot of 9, 10 hour streams when Chip used to do banter. But I don't think I've ever been a part of anything more than about 10 hours.
All right. So
like for the whole time, that is the whole time.
I mean, if you want to wrap it up and call it a night, you let me know. If you want to go for another 12 hours,
you guys will do whatever you want.
12 hours.
Spidey, I'll see you next year.
Yeah,
for the
yes, you will, literally.
For the rest of the world, I will see you before the year ends. Except for you, Beef It. You already have your new year. You're done.
Beef It, you're already in the future.
2024 for you. You're in there. You're done.
Yeah.
Good night, people. See you later, Lisa. See you later, Norin. Smoke bomb.
Boom.
Smoke bomb.
Queef.
Queef. Oh God.
Queef. So yeah, if you wanna go for the 12-hour, I mean, we can figure out a couple things to talk about.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna last.
Who's all here? Norn, Rad, Lisa.
I've still got 6 people in the 6 people in the chat.
6 people.
Even Mike used to go for a long time. Yeah, Mike used to go for like 4 or 5 hours, but I don't think he ever went sort of more than that. I don't think like drinking alcohol and coffee would mix with my stomach too well. You know, because I have milk with my coffee. I think that would
No.
mix a little bit too weirdly first thing in the morning. I'd probably have the runs.
I don't know how many of those cans you've had. I've seen
This is only my third one, but it's been spaced out over. Like I only started them. Oh, I think I've only had 3 cans in maybe 5 hours. So it's not as if I've like slammed them all in like 2 hours.
Yeah, but milk never agreed in my stomach with alcohol either.
Yeah, no, I think it's to do with and it's like even just normal soft drink or like, you know, soda pop, whatever you want to call it, but like just Coke or anything that's fizzy going with milk just does not mix.
Back when my party days when I was young.
You're more than welcome to jump on, Aaron, if you want. The link's in the Insomniac
come
chat.
on.
You may jump on, and I may literally end it 5 minutes later. So you're willing to come on, or I may stay for another hour or two. I don't know. As I said, I'm teetering at the moment. Like I'm starting to get bags under my eyes already.
I don't know if Spidey is a Final Fantasy fan, but
back in I did play a little bit of it in the original sort of days, like the Super Nintendo days and things like that.
Oh, wow.
It would have been like Final Fantasy 4 or 5 or something like that, I think, at that point.
Jeez Louise.
And I watched they did a couple of like the anime movies that they went like straight to DVD. I think like Advent Children and a couple of other ones.
They were really good.
I did enjoy those, but apart from that, like I'm not, you know, I wouldn't know. They're probably up to like Final Fantasy 45 by now. I wouldn't have a clue.
I'm not sure if it was Final Fantasy or Final Destination, but you're
talking about the like the cause and effect movies, where it's like you've escaped death, so now you're going to get done by something else, and that's that's the Final Destination movies.
There was an anime, a special a CGI movie. Forget what it was about. It was about meeting an alien race that effectively were phantoms, and they would phase through you, and it made me think of Final Fantasy. It had nothing
Sounds
to do with
vaguely
Final
familiar.
Fantasy. Yeah, it was really popular.
I've seen a shitload of anime.
Yeah,
I'm a big anime
guy.
Yeah, Spirits Within, King's Glaive.
Is that what it is?
There was Advent Children. Yeah, they were the Final Fantasy. I think they were the animes that they did. And and Advent Children as well. That's Spirits Within, sicko. There you go.
Yeah. And it was amazing. Just like as like a film, the artwork, the CGI for the time was amazing. And going back, it's held up. There's some CGI that I've gone back and I started playing Resident Evil 7. You were talking before about, what do you call them when you make plans for the next year?
Oh, New Year's resolution.
New Year's resolutions. So 2023, we went in
right.
with
Keep talking.
really...
I need to go get some socks. My feet are getting cold, Eddie. No, just leave that on. Fuck it.
2023 was an absolute roller coaster, and you almost became a little much. That's I'm glad 2024. I'm gonna slow things down. I'm gonna focus on working on some more personal projects than other people's projects. and part of that's playing video games. So I got Resident Evil 7 because it was on sale, and it's absolutely scared the bejesus out of me. And I went back and watched the Resident Evil series, and I just don't remember the CGI in Resident Evil 1 being that bad. But looking back, it was probably pretty low budget, and it didn't hold its own water whatsoever. But the later movies got better, and so yeah, I'm playing Resident Evil 7, and it scares the absolute bejesus out of me. I was just
That's
telling
better.
everyone about how I was watching Resident Evil 1, and the CGI in it really didn't. Like I went back.
Oh,
and
you mean like
watched
the actual
Resident
live
Evil
action
1.
ones with Mila Jovovich?
Yeah, I was just like, wow, I don't remember it being like that horrendous. Another one was Spawn. I remember the Spawn movie being really good, and I went back and watched it, and I was like, well, if I just pretend like the CGI wasn't really bad, like
Will I still enjoy it?
It's great.
And it's hard. Like even like as I was mentioning before, like obviously a lot of anime is still very two-dimensional now because it's still cartoon based. Like they have done some more where it's been like that. Not the stop motion, but like the CGI based anime now.
Yes.
But still, even that, like going back and watching like really old classic series like the original Ghost in the Shell or Evangelion, or even the really early like Demon City and Wicked City and like the original Vampire Hunter D and stuff like that. Like that stuff was done in the like mid to late 80s. So you go back and you look at it and go, oh, this is so horrible. But you love it so much that you go back and watch it anyway for a nostalgia kick. And you just put up with it because you still enjoy it for what it is. But it's hard when you're so used to like I suppose like, you know, the modern convenience of technology of how everything's progressed so far to today, to go back to something like that and go, oh, this is absolutely crap. It doesn't hold up at all. But if you still have love for it, you still love to re-watch it. But some people can't do that. Some people go back and go, oh, I love that movie when I was a kid, and I just re-watched it now, and it's absolutely shit. And it's like, yeah, because you're thinking of, you're being more analytical about, you know, the graphics and the CGI and the acting style, and even the actor. The actor got better when he was older, not younger, and stuff like that. You're not taking it from the nostalgia point of view where I did love that movie, I should still love that movie.
Yeah. I mean, again, the whole memory problem. I've been having an absolute blast in going back and like in, I'm sure in New Zealand you guys have like local television shows. Here in Canada we have a television.
No, I'm in Australia, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Australia, not New Zealand. Beef, it's in New Zealand.
That's right.
But we have a TV channel called YTV, and I watched it religiously growing up, and just watching all these like commercials or bumpers or up next, just brought back like all these memories of these TV shows. So I've been going back and watching them. Some are great, and then some are like, what? Like what even is this? This is absolutely terrible. Smoker's
The only anime I've seen is Ghost in the Shell and a bit in Kill Bill. And going back to the anime side of things, it's like Mark from Legion of Comics. He's like, you know, oh, I don't like anime. I'm never going to watch anime and all that sort of stuff. And I'll be like, have you ever seen Akira? Oh yeah, I've seen Akira. And it's like, well, that's anime. That's like one of the, you know, the pillar stones of anime. You know, oh, have you seen this? Oh yeah, I've seen this, but I don't like anime. So, and some people do that. It's like they're so fixed in their own little world sometimes. And like I'm the same. Like I'm always willing to try new anime or new movies or something like that. But I might not necessarily try a totally different genre of something. Like I'm not a big, you know, I'm not a big guy on time travel movies. But you know, there's some time travel movies that I like. Like, you know, I love
Why don't
Back
you
to
like
the
time
Future and
travel
stuff.
movies?
I think it's because I go in with a lot of movies and I don't like to think overly too much. And sometimes the toing and froing and back and front and things changing and, you know, even the multiverse stuff and all that, it's just too much sometimes. I just want to enjoy for what it is without thinking. But some movies are cerebral and you have to enjoy them and you have to think about them. But yeah, just the time travel thing is just, I don't know, it's just a weird genre that I'm not really big on. Saying Aaron's in the background, so
if that didn't happen, then how did this happen so that you could do that? Then and you just want to watch the movie. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to see Hulk smash Iron Man into a building and not have to sit here and be like, did any of this really happen? Like, and some movies do that where they're just like,
There's an anime I wish people would watch more called Dorohedoro.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never seen it, but I've heard of it.
Dorohedoro.
I wish people would watch it more. Like that anime should get more recognition. It's like today's Akira.
I think the missus has watched it, or she might have read it because she reads a lot of manga on her phone, but also watches a lot as well. She might have seen it. I think possibly.
There's only 1, maybe 2 seasons, and there's a new season coming out. So there isn't a lot of it out, but the manga's long. There's a lot of the manga.
Yeah, there usually is. What's this? At our JB Hi-Fi, there is rows of animes on DVD. Yeah, and that's the thing, Beef. It like the JB's over here, and for you guys, JB Hi-Fi is like a. I don't know how to explain it.
The plot of that Dorohedoro, it's basically like Vanish. It's like a rated R Harry Potter.
Okay.
Instead of little kids, they're pretty much grown-ups or adults.
Yeah, JB Hi-Fi. It's like it's a retail outlet that, you know, sells like TVs and, you know, washing machines, all that sort of stuff. But they have DVD sections, CD, you know, and vinyl sections and stuff like that. So it's like an electronic sort of retail store. But a lot of the JBs here now, they're culling their Blu-ray and DVD section. So they used to be like a third of the store. Now they're like, you know, a pissy little corner with just a couple of bays now. Like they're not doing as much as what they used to. But you know, it is what it is. Oh, Louie's back. Hey, Louie.
Hey, Louie.
My sister loves the anime, Noran. Okay, yeah, I'll have to get it. I've got a massive list of stuff I need to watch and.
It's amazing. Like it really is.
The
artwork, I love it.
Kung Fu Samurai. I haven't heard of that one. Well, it's like Attack on Titan. Like everybody keeps telling me, "Oh, Attack on Titan's awesome," and I've never seen an episode, so I need to, that's on my list to get to. But I'm watching a lot of long. Like I'm still going
really
through
did
One
like
Piece.
Attack on Titan. Like it's a really cool idea that's just like very original, has never really been done before, and just a lot of really cool ideas that you're just like, wow, I would never really think of that. And but it falls off kind of, I think, in the later seasons. Like it doesn't.
Yeah, I think
end.
it goes for five seasons. I think
they just kind of tried to push it too long. But
my when I watch content, I notice that and
Samurai
I
Scroll.
didn't notice this until I found out about Netflix audio description. Even though I'm not blind, I decided I would try it out. And the television show that I was watching, this person came in, told the emperor some information, and then left. And then the emperor is just sitting there staring at the floor. And the audio description goes like, the emperor thought longingly about what, and I'm just like, I wouldn't have got, because I have Asperger's. I thought he was just staring at the floor. And so now I started watching a whole bunch of stuff in audio description because I was like, well, maybe there's all these like moments that, people were staring at the floor, but there's actually something else going on. So I started watching things like Friends, and everything in a different context is like, why is this person's body language, what are they doing? And when I take that over to anime, I really don't understand like the over exaggerated lunges and points, and if we all acted like that in real life, I don't know. I don't think I'd ever leave my house. If someone was just like, what bananas do you want? And you're just like, this is holy smokes, man. Some guy's just telling you the total, and there's just like action streaks and totals $89, and you're just like, why is everything so intense?
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of the streaming services now are actually getting exclusive like anime series and movies and stuff like that now, along with like just normal movies. Like obviously, I know I watched on Netflix there was 7 Deadly Sins. That was really good.
That one confused the crap out of me. I started
that was a little bit of toing and froing, a little not time travel, but more because anime does a lot of flashback stuff. So if you haven't watched a lot of anime before, it can be confusing, but they do that a lot where it's like to get context of something that's happening now, and they mention something that happened in the past, then they'll do like a flashback scene, or they'll do a whole episode or a whole couple of episodes on that backstory to give you more context, and then it'll come back again. So once you get into it's not like the movies sometimes where it's like literally backwards and forwards within minutes. This stuff is just more to give you context, but they do it in a full, like episode or a couple of episodes or like a full scene to give you that context.
I really enjoyed the artwork. I really enjoyed the battle scenes, but like watching it continuously through just had me like that Jackie Chan meme, like, what?
Like, what the fuck's going on?
I was like, all right, but like like I really liked some of the bosses and the battle scenes were amazingly done.
Yeah, real full on. I was just trying to think of what else is. Yeah, well, there was one called Blue-Eyed Samurai.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's that like they like weird 3D CGI / motion type.
Well, yeah, the thing is though is like everybody's like gone straight digital, and this you can tell they're still using traditional methods, and that's what I liked about it is there was still so much traditionalness in it, in my opinion. But I mean, it did have like a lot of digital cleanup, and like with the 3D angles and some of the stuff like you're saying, but a lot of that is hand drawn. I believe that's a lot of that was just hand drawn traditional, and that's why I liked it. But
and that's like coming
no, it's
from
not, Across the Spider-Verse, like that was completely done on
full
computer.
Yeah.
You know, like it wasn't hand drawn at all, hardly.
Yeah, and coming from a guy who's like, I have animation cells, and you know, like the missus has some animation cells and stuff like that, and being in that world for quite a while now, we see a lot of the transition happen. Like, with, say, for argument's sake, like with Disney stuff, Disney stopped doing traditional hand painted animation cells in the early 90s. Everything from about the mid 90s onwards has been computers. So, but in the Japanese anime world, it's still, the majority of stuff is still hand painted and still produced in these massive sort of, you know, buildings full of people just working on one episode at a time, week in, week out for the whole year, almost like a production line, and just pumping it out, like so much amount of anime and stuff like that. But yet, yeah, some of it has gone to the digital age, and that's more the direct to streaming services exclusive content, but some normal anime stuff out of Japan. But most of it's, a lot of it, you know, so you can, if you want to buy an animation cell, you could probably pick up an anime one, even to recent series. Like, you could probably buy, you know, a Bleach or a Naruto or a One Piece or even a Demon Slayer or a My Hero Academia, something to leave a little bit newer, to actually, you know, if you wanted to go down that route. But what's this book?
I got this from K-pop. Superheroes and Other Drawings, the art of Martin O. DeGenius.
However you pronounce it. Oh, speaking of animation, Stanny! Hope you're doing well, babe.
He's done some actual comic covers. He's did like Avengers versus X-Men. I don't know if I can show this side.
Was there Rudy stuff on it?
Oh, knock the whole phone over.
If you want to talk anime, Sanny, you're more than welcome to pop on. I don't know whether if you feel up to it or not. I know you've sort of given away YouTube for a while, but you're more than welcome. If you want me to send you a link, I can send you a link.
Ooh.
Yeah, some nice.
Some Spawn.
Oh, there's some Spawn.
Ghost Rider over here. It's hard to see.
And some Boba Fett. Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah, they're pretty good. And I watched that interview. That guy was talking about, like, he couldn't even get like these black and white effects without digital. He had to do a lot of the effects with the computer. He couldn't get it the way he wanted. It's pretty cool. Like, it looks like it's just paper and ink, but no, he had to do a lot with the computer.
So what's going on this blank piece of paper?
I don't know. What should I draw?
What are you what are you in the mood for? You in the mood for some superheroes, some anime, some horror, some sci-fi? What do you sort of feel in the mood for? I think you lost audio. Or did I lose audio?
I don't know. I was just thinking.
No. Oh, it went blank. I didn't hear the popping of the microphone, so I thought you might have lost audio. Any suggestions, Sicko? Anything but Venom?
Well, I mean, Spider-Man.
Spider-Man?
What version of Spider-Man?
Channel. Pardon me?
What version of Spider-Man?
Oh, the Japanese version.
So now that could be two different ones, because there's a manga Spider-Man, He's got like the gauntlets and like almost like the gloves on, and then you've got the original Japanese one where he's from the like 1970s TV series that didn't last very long. So there's a few different couple of different versions.
That's the one.
You're going to be familiar enough with that version, Norin?
He's got
you're going like full obscure.
We'll see here. We'll create my version of it.
Yeah,
I mean,
or just go your interpretation.
Tell people that, but that's my favorite Spider-Man by far. I don't know, something about the Japanese language, just how they pronounce things. I don't know, that makes me laugh for whatever reason. I don't know. And
I'm looking at
Spider-Man, like,
that's pretty hilarious.
You need to watch more like old samurai movies.
So he's pretty much the same.
A lot of that.
He just has a bracelet.
They're just kicking ass, and you have no
what's
idea
with the bracelet?
Yeah, it's a little weird.
He's got like a bracelet and a belt. Well, no, he ain't got no belt, but he's got a bracelet.
Let's go.
And he's fighting like a Power Ranger monster dude. Kind of looks like an early form of Power Rangers.
And he's like the eyes are a lot more sort of
a little slantier.
Yeah, I was going to say a little more like Asian looking. I didn't want to sound too racist.
I don't think that.
Yeah, he's just got like the big. He's just got bracelet like on one arm.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Actually, I thought there was a lot more to the character than that. He did have the spider robot and the spider car, but there he is with a bloody machine gun. Yeah, it does look very Power Ranger-ish.
That was one of my favorite episodes. He just busts out a machine gun out of nowhere. I was rolling on the floor for like 3 days, and my wife was just like, "What is so funny?" And so I showed her.
That's wrong. That's not the Japanese Spider-Man. There, that's the I think that's the Nick Hammond Spider-Man. Oh no, he had the bracelets on both wrists, I think. Let's go. Nicholas Hammond Spider-Man.
He used the bracelet to summon the giant robot.
I think so, yeah.
He's got a robot leopard.
Spider-Man to have a giant robot.
Oh, see, the Nicholas Hammond TV series, he only had a bracelet on one side as well, but he had the belt in the in that version. But that wasn't the Japanese version; that was the American TV. Like around the same time as the Bill Bixby Incredible Hulk series and all that sort of stuff in like the 70s and 80s.
He's always doing this. This is his famous pose.
Yeah, that's the Japanese one.
The X. I was kind of hoping that the Japanese Spider-Man would be more prevalent in Across the Spider-Verse. I mean, he was in there, but they had I felt like they missed an opportunity to make him.
It's very hard when you have so many different Spider-Men and they're trying to give them all the limelight.
And his only variation is squintier eyes and a bracelet. So it's hard to kind of have transitions.
It's unless you're like
low contrast to
Japanese
the rest of them.
Spider.
He blends right in.
He would go right under the radar if you didn't know what you were looking at.
Yeah, I have it, Lisa. I have nearly every Spider-Man Funko that's ever been out, except for like the really early, super expensive ones.
That's crazy.
So you've
I
got
bet
the Japanese Spider-Man
Papa
Funko too?
is jealous of that. Papa
Oh,
Willie.
he's more of he likes his wrestling pops and stuff. I don't think
Wrestling.
he doesn't really like too many of
He's
the
got a
the
massive
superhero ones.
collection though.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably have a few hundred. Nothing massive. But I
know,
was
he's got,
I was gonna buy all the Marvels,
walls
but
covered in
like, yeah. I just stuck to anything Spider-Man related. So I even have like all the Venom pops, like even the ones that are like the Venomized pops. So it might be like a Venomized Hulk or a Venomized Iron Man. So anything Spidey related, I've bought.
I own one Funko Pop. Pennywise.
Yeah, it's probably safe to stay that way.
It's probably the only one I own because I
I
don't
stopped at
collect
1,000.
Funko Pops,
Shit.
and then I saw that
I
they
don't
did
like
the
black
the
beady
Venomized.
eyes.
And
And almost all of them have black beady eyes.
Yeah.
But I like by Pennywise because he's got big yellow dots instead of black eyes.
Well, I actually have a friend here in Australia that is probably one of the biggest collectors that I know. His whole house is just full of stuff, like from like floor to ceiling to wall to wall. Everything's just full of collectibles. He has every single Marvel pop ever made. Every single one. So we're talking thousands of pops, like anything from something that's like there's only 5 of them to, 1 million of them. He has every single one. It's just ridiculous.
Well, let's choose a spider villain to draw. What spider villain should I draw? I'm gonna do a villain.
Shocker.
Do you want mainstream or you want a little more obscure?
Obscure.
Let me think. Yeah, you see, again, there's so many different levels. Like, obviously, you have your main guys, your A-listers. You have your really, really obscure, like 1 to 2 issue type villains. But then you have your ones sort of in the middle where, like, they may have popped up in the 60s, but then didn't pop up again until the 90s. So, like, it's all... He's got such a great rogues gallery. Yeah, because you could go somebody really obscure, like, say, Carry On, who not many people even know who he is. You go a little bit more mainstream, but not as much with somebody like Vermin. You could go Calypso, which is, was married to Craven at one time. You could go really obscure and have like, like the Big Wheel, which is made, I think it was in like 1 or 2 issues, and that was it. God, there's so many different ones. What do we got?
Get closer.
Big, makes it a bit easier to see.
Hey, Jackal, Fisto. Who's this?
Judas Traveler. Yeah, well, he's really obscure. He was in the 90s.
Cario?
Yeah, Carry On. Yeah. Oh, Puma's a good one.
Strife, Cyber.
Strife, I wouldn't call a Spider-Man villain.
No.
He's an X-Men villain. Nimrod's X-Men. Craven's he's mainstream.
Owl.
The Owl's Daredevil.
Carnage.
Carnage is mainstream.
Kingpin.
Kingpin's very mainstream. Spiral's X-Men. Magneto's X-Men.
Lizard.
Oh man, Crime Master. Stilt Man.
Yeah, that's Daredevil.
I mean, you can't get more obsolete than Stilt Man.
Obsolete or obscure?
Just take your pick.
Bit of both.
I think he's
He popped up a couple of times in Daredevil books.
I think he's your best contender for both. I think if someone could take the championship for both those spots. Speaking of Spot, but I don't think that's irrelevant. I think.
Yeah, well, he came into light. He was around a little bit in the 80s.
He became
once or twice in the 90s, but yeah, that's what I'm saying, because of Across the Spider-Verse. People actually know who he is.
Wheel
now.
already?
Yeah, I said the Big Wheel.
I think
Man-Wolf?
Stilt Man or Big Wheel
Man-Wolf
are like the Man-Wolf. Well, if we're gonna say Man-Wolf, we might as well say Grizzly.
Yeah, that's probably a bit more obscure. Man-Wolf had his own story titles in Marvel Premiere.
Yeah, no one knows about Grizzly. Stegron,
that's
the
going
Dinosaur Man.
One of the Spider Slayers. But they've sort of been in and out since the 60s.
The Spider Slayers were cool. I liked them in the cartoon.
Calypso seems the most
wow, I'm looking at Grizzly.
Nornrad-esque.
Calypso was Craven's wife. Just trying to think what else there is. Cardiac. I always had a soft spot for Cardiac. I don't know why. I just thought he looked cool.
I've heard lots of people say Cardiac.
I think I have 1 or 2 commissions of Cardiac, I think. What else is there? Obviously, you got your mainstays. You got all your goblins. You got, like, obviously Green, Hob. You got Demo Goblin.
Cardiac is cool. Yeah.
You've got the Doppelganger Spider-Man, which is like, the 6 arms, and it's got like all the teeth and shit and evil looking whatever. And that was from Infinity War, when they did all the Doppelganger stuff in Infinity War. In the comics, not in the movie. Shit, what else is there? There's got to be something. Yeah, I always had a soft spot for Puma, because he was very prevalent in a lot of the Spectacular Spider-Man original run. Tombstone, Hammerhead, like the gangster style ones, the Rose, Sin Eater. Shit, I could keep going, but my brain is not working too well, and standing in front of a computer for almost 11 hours.
Doppelganger.
Okay. Sicko decide.
Yeah, I'm just spitting out names.
He gave you the ideas. Now Sicko will make the final decision.
I mean, I feel like this is the easy one.
White Rabbit.
What was who was Craven's wife?
Calypso.
Calypso seems like the most Norn-rad, but
all right.
Angelo Frontinato.
What is that?
Angelo.
I have no idea what that is. Is that a character or an artist?
Okay, I'm seeing him now.
Don Fernando is the second person to become Venom.
Why is it
only
showing
for a short time?
Oh, He's a Venom.
See, I thought Flash Thompson was the second person to become Venom.
Oh, his suit looks a little different. You can.
It wasn't the Space Knight Venom, was it?
He's got a spawn mask instead of like Venom eyes. Yeah, instead of Venom eyes, he has like a spawn mask.
Oh man, the greatest Spider-Man villain of all time. The Burglar.
Oh God.
Man, they had a crack team on that one.
You know who the burglar is, don't you?
Not a clue.
But the burglar is the one that ended up killing Uncle Ben.
Oh,
yeah.
Fuck. Whoops. Me. Okay. Back.
Yeah, that's the whole. That was Spidey's whole reason to be Spidey.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not so irrelevant. The answer.
All right, final answer.
I'm gonna say Jonas Harrow.
I have no idea.
I've come across him more than once on a couple lists.
Keep saying one I've never heard.
My answer. Jonas Harrow.
Who the fuck
I
is
want to see
that?
Norrin Rad draw Jonas Harrow.
What is this?
Where are you getting this list? Can you share the screen of what you're looking at?
Okay. He looks like a doctor. He looks like Hugo Strange. Like
that's a bit boring.
Or am I looking at it right? Sicko, is that who you're talking about? Like a Hugo Strange.
Is it Jonas?
Oh, there's a young version. There's a young version.
Spider-Man.
Jonas Harrow.
Oh yeah, that's boring.
All right. If we're going cringe factor, I'd have to say Spider Side. I've never seen anything like this. I don't know what this is. I've never heard of Spider Side.
Yeah, he's more of a newer sort of character. He hasn't been around all that long.
Spider Side. Okay.
SIDE.
Yeah, he's like a beefed up. He almost looks like Venom put on a Spider-Man outfit. And
okay.
Digger, Grizzly. That's a newer version of Grizzly. Grizzly in the Bronze Age, or whatever, actually had like a big head over his head.
Oh, never seen him.
Raptor must be a newer one.
This is your final answer?
Coming up.
Grizzly?
Knowing Norrin's Rad style, if not the first one, then Spider Side. Norrin Rad has either a chaotic style or like a smooth line style. That I'd either go Spider Side or the
yeah, Mike. Still here.
Not Calypso. Who's Craven's wife?
That's Calypso. But with a C.
Oh, it is Calypso.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or what
Calypso
was Craven's wife?
Or Spider Side. You take your pick. Calypso or Spider Side. Those are the most Norrin Rad
I'd go
on this list.
Man, I'm gonna regret this because Spider Side looks pretty easy. I'll be honest. I'll probably whip it out in about 5 minutes, but
that's what I was thinking.
Calypso
it's
gonna be hard.
Calypso's really
so that might
really
be the more
difficult.
challenging one.
That's like expert level with her hair all go in different directions. And
all right, you want difficult, do you? Well, I want you to do Jack of Hearts.
Jack of Hearts.
Jack of Hearts.
Like there are some, even the artist that created, he's not a Spidey villain. Even the artist that created him refuses to
I
draw
love
him
this.
anymore because his outfit is so convoluted.
Todd McFarlane version of
What do you mean,
Clips.
boo, Spidey? What's that got to do with anything? Oh, do you want him to draw a new Warriors character? Jack of Hearts was a practical joke.
Jack of Hearts was a practical joke.
But it's like he's so complicated. His outfit.
All right, start.
Oh, shit. Some of them they're calling by their actual name. So they're saying, yeah, Layla Day. That's probably why I was confused, because they're like it says Layla Davis. Well, it's clearly one of the versions of the Beetle. So that's probably what threw me with you spitting out some of the names.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Mike. What's a cool night? I was going to say Night Warriors, bloody New Warriors villain. A cool looking one. Don't say Penance.
Man, I've never heard of anyone ever talk about Jack of Hearts #1.
Terrax.
Trying to make it to New
would be
Year's.
Cool. Terrax would be really cool. I like Terrax. I need his first appearance. I don't know yet, Mike. I'm trying to last to New Year's Day, which means I need to be able to last another hour and 6 minutes to make this like an almost 12-hour stream.
It's the comic book Worm as a villain. Mind Worm.
Disney's about to introduce the ruthless MAP.
Terrax is pretty cool.
Terrax.
All right. Yeah.
Queen Cat. Look, you just draw a girl's head and like an alien body with boobs. and you're done.
God.
Queen Cat, I'm done. Yeah. Pretty basic costume, yeah.
Do silhouette, throw some hair on it. The burglar we found out is not so miscellaneous. Swarm looks super cool.
Swarm.
Oh, yeah, I remember Swarm.
It's just like a cloak.
Yeah, it's literally just
I wonder
a million.
If Todd McFarlane ever did Swarm.
Man Mountain Mark. I remember him. That was around the days when they like to do all the like gangster thugs, like as I mentioned before, like Tombstone and Hammerhead and all those sort of guys. All right, we'll close that down. Yeah, we got remove. I think Mike said he might jump on, so. Yeah, I think most people are in sort of general consensus that Spider-Man and Batman have generally got probably the most extensive and probably best rogues gallery that there is.
Yeah, they do. They have fought some battles.
The stretch.
Surprisingly,
I got done
Todd
with work early
McFarlane
tonight.
never did a Swarm. I thought that would have been.
You didn't do Spider-Man very long. You only had 12 issues.
Oh, really?
Well,
the algorithm gifted me this. YouTube has been generous lately. Oh, well, welcome. Thank you very much. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. That would be greatly appreciated.
how many issues of ASM did Todd do? And then he only had a few issues of that mini series of Spider-Man.
Well, the like the X-Men series that started in the 90s. He only did
Principal Uncertainty.
I think it was 17. I think it was 17 issues in the normal Spider-Man run they did in the 90s. I can't remember how many amazings he did.
New Year's in New Zealand. No, Australia, not New Zealand.
Yeah,
Australia.
New Zealand hit it less than an hour ago.
I keep wanting to say New Zealand because I start by saying New Year's.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember how many issues of Amazing he did. I think it wasn't many. I think it was only like maybe 10 or 12 issues. And then they gave him that new series, like just the self-titled Spider-Man series. And then obviously once they'd done the 17 issues or whatever like that, and things changed or whatever like that, and that's when he went over to help create Image.
Right.
But he did dabble in like a lot of other, like because he did some Hulk. He did some. Did you do X-Men?
For Spider-Man.
Yeah.
He didn't do X-Men, no.
No, I knew he'd done some Hulk.
Greg Capullo did X-Force, Liefeld.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Just looking for a pose here.
How many Marvel books did Todd McFarlane? Oops. McFarlane draw. Go away with this stupid pop-up crap. Let's have a look. Bibliography. DC, Image, Marvel. Okay, so Amazing Spider-Man, he did from 298 to 323. Then he did 325 and 328. So he did a few issues. So he did, what was that, 25, 26, 27 issues of that. Did something called Coyote. I have no idea.
Yeah,
what
that's
Coyote is.
that was his first work.
Yeah, that was in 85. He did one issue of Daredevil, one of G.I. Joe. He did 14? He did 14 issues of Incredible Hulk. He did a holiday special, spectacular annual. Yeah, he did from Spider-Man 1 to 14, and then issue 16. He did Spitfire and the Troubleshooters, and he did one What the. Oh, he did do some cover art as well. He did a Conan cover, Marvel Age, Marvel Comics Presents, quite a few Marvel Tales, some New Mutants, Quasar, Return of Wolverine, X Factor, X Force, just one of each of those. So he did a decent amount of that.
I want a good Wolverine number 6.
Wolverine number 6. Just trying to think. Is that the patch one? No, that's 8. What's number 6? You talk about for the original volume 1?
I believe so.
I have nearly
It's a
the whole
it's a
entire
black
first volume.
cover with a guy got his both hands raised above his head.
There
at Wolverine.
Just woke up, Mike.
Yep. It was a late night. I was watching wrestling.
Of course you were.
So what
yeah,
character
I
did
know
you
the cover.
decide on, Norrin? What's that? What character did you decide on? Calypso. Okay.
He wanted to go a little bit more obscure.
Well, if you're gonna go obscure, that's one of them.
We're watching wrestling tonight.
She didn't last long. Night, whatever. She got killed, right? Who?
Calypso. Yeah, Calypso died. I think
Are
she
we
died,
talking the
came
one,
back.
the Morlock Calypso?
No.
You're talking Craven's wife.
Craven's wife, Calypso.
Got it. There's more than one, and they're all irrelevant. So I was. I heard you guys were talking. I had to throw a load of laundry in before I popped on, and I could kind of hear you in the garage talking about Todd McFarlane. What started that?
Oh, just Aaron just mentioned. He goes, "Oh, how much, how many Marvel books he actually did." So I just went to the Wikipedia sort of thing just to have a look because I couldn't remember the amount of amazing he actually did. I know it was a few issues, but I didn't actually remember it being
enough to change the character, man, and spark sales.
Exactly.
I mean, if you think about it, he redefined like Spider-Man. Kind of stalled out in that mid '80s. Like it was getting by, it was selling books, but it wasn't exciting anymore. It wasn't flying off the shelves. Todd made it cool.
And that's why they gave him
the big eyes.
That's why they gave him the self-titled Spider-Man series in the '90s. Like when Jim Lee started doing X-Men, Todd got Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
And then 16 issues later or whatever like that, he was off to Image.
Yeah, it's funny how they got paid back then too, because like those guys didn't get their really big checks until they were already at Image.
And that's the thing, how it all comes in roundabouts now. It's like if Todd was to put up one of his Spider-Man covers for sale, that thing would be hitting six figures in a heartbeat. Because his stuff just does not come up at all because he hoards it all. Or he gives it to his nephew who bloody uses it for toilet paper. Which is, an absolute shame. But
I mean, we're already seeing certain Jim Lee pages, certain Rob Liefeld pages have already cracked that six figures. I think Todd cracked six figures with a Hulk page cover. I mean, last year, right? Oh yeah, that 340.
Yeah,
no,
that went for
it wasn't 340. It was one of the less iconic ones, but it's still cracked.
Yeah, I think it went for 320 or something like that, or I can't remember what it was.
It was high. I remember wondering when it started if it would crack the six figures, because that was always the plateau in art collecting. Like so little. Remember when cracking six figures was like a huge deal in art, and now it happens multiple times a year.
Yeah, it's because you're finally getting these artists that might let go of that hoard their pages like McFarlane and Capullo to a certain extent as well. Jim Lee with some certain Batman stuff as well. Like when they are, something happens to surface, it's like the golden egg. It's like everybody wants it and everybody's just going to try and outbid each other and all the high rollers come out to play. And that's what ends up happening. It's like all these high grade Action 1s or, Tech 27s and that go up on Heritage and all these big auction sites. It just doesn't happen, happens once in a lifetime sort of thing. So everybody comes out of the woodwork to try and buy it. And that's why it goes for stupid money.
Yeah.
Right. Was there any major villains in New Warriors stuff, or was it sort of just bits and pieces from
of
everybody
their
else's
own?
stuff?
I mean, the villains that reoccurred multiple times in the series were like Terex or a couple times, Sphinx multiple times, but that was a Nova villain. Mad Thinker kind of shows up off and on, but not in a really villainous way.
Okay.
More as like a mentor. They kind of shoehorned it in at the end to do what Fabian intended for him, but he was almost like a mentor to them because he had Um, Terax probably one of their worst villains or greatest villains, wasn't he? Yeah. I mean, power level, certainly. Sphinx is up there too. I mean, once you start dealing with those cosmic level villains.
Especially when New Warriors, like besides like Nova, everybody's sort of like
Did you
straight
see
level.
the Jay Lee speedball I got done? Jay Lee? This was a Christmas gift from my buddy Ken Carson. Sent me a Christmas gift a week before Christmas.
I don't think even I've seen this.
Oh man. Sorry, I'm trying to get the light out of there.
That is awesome. I love Jay Lee.
Yeah, it was a very generous gift.
Yeah, I got Jay Lee within hands reach right here. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. He's still can be very hit and miss though.
You know, I posted this in the New Warriors group, and you ain't kidding. Half the people made fun of it, and half the people loved it. But I don't really care what other people think. I think it's awesome.
Hey,
I like
at the end of the day, for somebody to go and commission that's like $500-600 right there. Like easily.
Probably not that much.
Because that's classified as a bust. What's that? Is that on 11 by 14?
And you know Ken got a deal because he's been doing ops with he's been.
But I mean to like the normal people, just to go to a show and just commission him.
I think if you went by Jay's prices, this is a $200 piece.
Oh, okay. Is that just a 9 by 12?
Maybe $150.
Just look like
this
11
is
by
what
14.
he considers a Head and Shoulders.
Mm.
Yeah, I think for just inks, that's around there.
Yeah.
But this idea that everything has to look the same. I like when stuff looks different too.
People have their own unique style, and I don't mean like, okay, they ink differently or their pencil strokes are differently, because you can look at somebody like, I don't know, a lot of the traditional artists, like if you look at, say, a Brett Booth and a Jim Lee, like they have their own unique styles, but they're still very technically sound and very fine penciled artists, but it still looks the same sort of style, whereas Jay Lee is right out of the box. You look at people like
what was that?
Like Scotty Young, Nate Lovett, like they got that cartoony style, so they got their own style. So if they've got a totally unique style, it can be really cool. If it works, it works. If you like it, you like it. You don't, you don't. But if you're getting work, who cares?
When I was a kid, before I ever really I would have known who Bagley was, and that was about it. Because I didn't really pay attention to who the artist was in my comic books. There was that Spider-Man run we were just talking about that Todd started.
Yep.
There was an issue maybe in 1993. This would have been 93 or 94. With Iron Fist on the cover by Jay Lee. Do you guys remember the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, that was later. That was.
Yeah, I can't remember what issue number it is. I know I still own it, and I think I picked up a nicer copy.
It's in the 20s or the 30s, I think.
But I just stared at that thing for a long time, and I came back to it multiple times as a kid to just check it out because I thought the art looked so cool. It drew me in. It drew me in for sure. And I didn't know that was Jay Lee.
That was closer to him doing, like, that's getting towards his current style, but he had a very traditional style at the start. Just a very clean line sort of thing. But then he started going that more, I don't know, brush stroke sort of look, I suppose you could call it. And then it, like, just went to this, what you know now. But he was very traditional. Then he said that I think the Iron Fist was in the middle, and then he went to the new style. Yeah, it's like, I'd like to say like issue 23 or 31 or
I
somewhere.
think what
in
it is he was traditional, and then he moved more towards his Oriental way of doing it. Like you can see the Orientalness to it, versus where earlier he was trying to fit in with the more traditional comic guys. Now he's more comfortable in his own skin. He's going to go ahead and stick with the style he knows. Like
issue 41, cover artist Jay Lee, December 1993. And the crazy part is, you know the 4C guys a little bit, Spidey. You know, Jeff.
Like if you look at like Jay Lee's characters, like the faces, like they're very similar to like Peach Momoko's characters and their faces, like especially their hair, how they do their hair. It's very anime. He has like an anime to his hair.
When I think anime, it was 41.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got that.
But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Jeff Dunn in the 4C crew.
Yeah.
He's like really tight with Jay because they met in like 1989 and they used to go to cons together. When Jay was just starting to get tables and didn't have like money, he'd split hotels and train rides with Jeff. They would travel together to shows.
Yeah, I wish I had known that sort of information back when I actually commissioned Jay, and maybe instead of waiting 3.5 years to get my piece, I might have got it in maybe 6 months.
I will say this: 4C did 2 ops with him at the end of the year. They did one in October and one in November, or one in early November, one in early December, and both were fulfilled within 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And that's a good sign for Jay.
Yeah, because he was notorious because he was trying to do it on his own bat. That's why, and he was like, he'd forget about things. Like, oh yeah, you'd email him.
Not everybody's organized, and that's fine.
Yeah, he's a super nice guy. Don't get me wrong. He was very apologetic and stuff, but just so unorganized. And like, oh, I had a show. Oh no, I had a deadline. Like, you and I have played the game long enough. Obviously, you've done it a lot longer and more than me. But we know the game. It's like, if sometimes
right, you had a deadline with me, and you missed it.
Sometimes the excuses of deadlines and shows and that becomes a bit old, and it's like, if you're going to take my money up front, you need
can only be so patient.
Yeah,
right, and he definitely
pushes.
No other way to say it. He wronged some people.
Yeah.
I don't think it was intentional, but when the results are the same. But getting back to anime and comics, I'm trying to think like,
because you're not really an anime guy, are you?
I'm not, but I really got into what was Joe Mad's book, Battle Chasers. I was super into Battle Chasers back in the day.
Yeah, that was
and that to me was like,
he's another unicorn artist. Like trying to get some of his original art. Like obviously, I think Quan. It was Quan who represented him, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was Quan.
I don't think that's happening anymore, though.
Well, I think Joe went totally into advertising, as far as I know. He stopped doing comics altogether.
Yeah.
So, but even back then, like when Quan was repping him, he never put original art up for sale. He never did commission opportunities. I don't even know why he bothered representing him, to be perfectly honest. I think it was only just to get him shows and get him to do signings and stuff. But the odd page that would pop up, because I wanted an Avenging Spider-Man page. I thought, well, it's a more obscure title. It's still Spider-Man, but it's a more obscure title. Maybe I might have a rough chance of getting one now. Never saw a page ever.
Damn.
Battle Chasers was the not the Holy Grail, but that was the one that people who'd been fans of him for a long time, that's what he was mainly known for quite a while. So people were chasing pages for that, but I don't know whether any of that stuff ever came up for sale or not.
That was never in my realm. I came into Battle Chasers maybe a year or two after. No, probably within the first year it hit. That's still an attainable series too, if you want to collect the floppies.
Yeah, it was never really like I dig Joe Mad's art style, but it's not really my sort of thing, I suppose. You're right there, Sicko. Coughing up a lung up there.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. You were muted. I was just worried that you were going to cough out a lung. Yeah, it's been a lot of those artists over the time where it's like never do commissions, never do sketchings at shows. The only way is to buy original art piece, and they're usually unobtainable. Like Capullo's another one. You can get his
grab bag.
His grab bags, and you can get like those little sort of rough sketches and stuff. And sometimes you can get a cool
Today's
one.
the last day for it if anybody wants to try.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he does one for every day of December.
Yeah. And I've seen some I've seen some of the collectors get some like half decent prelims and stuff out of them.
Yeah, I got one of his Batman cover prelims.
Yeah, that's right. I remember you. You either showed me that or
I showed that off. Yeah, I've showed that off a few times.
Yeah.
It comes in a nice little I think his wife custom ordered like little it's not in this room, otherwise I'd just show it. It's almost like a small like faux leather case for it that it folds out into it. It's really cool.
Oh yeah, like a little,
because the thumbnail itself is about paper size, a little smaller than paper size.
Yeah, it's probably like a 4x6 or something like that.
Mine is at least. But you can tell what cover it is, and it's cool, and it's part of that Batman run. And I paid $50 for it, so that is a fraction of its prices. So I feel pretty good about that.
About the closest we have is because Capullo actually came here in the early days of Beck and I doing conventions. He actually did a limited print. It's basically Violator in the clown form. Lying around with like Australian beer cans and stuff and things like that lying around him, and that just sort of like doing the like Burt Reynolds sort of pose on the ground. But he would actually individually sign them and all that sort of stuff, and that was about as close as we ever got to actually getting anything from him.
When Durs hit 1,000, I sent him a cameo from Greg Capullo.
That was awesome. I watched that. That was so cool.
Yeah. And it was very reasonable, and he was super fast.
That's so cool. He does that.
Yeah, I want to say after tax, it was only like $30.
Wow.
And he had it done in like maybe a day and a half, which I felt was pretty quick turnaround. I don't know. I don't do enough cameos to know what the industry standard is, but I feel like from going to no request to like, hey, can you do this video for my buddy's YouTube channel hitting 1,000K, that's pretty fast. And he seemed to have fun with it, don't you think, Norrin?
Yeah, he did. He was, very personable on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because didn't somebody get
I follow him pretty close.
From
I like watching
Kevin Conroy
guitar.
I think somebody got one from Kevin Conroy.
Louowee got one
that's
from
right.
Conroy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I saw that too.
When Liefeld first,
Before he passed away.
When Cameo first became a thing, Liefeld had him priced at about what Greg Capullo's at. I think it was about $30, $35. And as a rib, because most of my friends back then hated Liefeld, I sent them all Liefeld Christmas cameos. And it was great because my one buddy who just cannot stand Rob Liefeld, my one buddy is like 100% anti-Liefeld, had just bought a house. So I bought this cameo for him. And it was Rob congratulating him. And Rob found a way to be kind of douchey about it.
Of course he did.
Because he was like, oh, yes, I hear you've just bought a house. It was like your dream home. Like my buddy, like he'd had some issues in life and really conquered it all and like got himself in a good place with a good lady. They got married and they bought their dream house. And so that was the stuff I wrote to Rob to like, and I also told him he was a big fan. He was like, so when you make your man cave, your Deadpool cave in your house, like, and you put all your great collectibles in there, you know, I do the same thing. Like, I can't wait for you to be able to set up your room. Well, I have multiple rooms and 2 storage units. It's like, oh, what
like
a dick.
Oh God. You know, actually, as a goof, I'd actually like to do one for, although it probably wouldn't as hit as much now as what it would back then. But I know, like, the one and only time, like Mark from Big City Comics, you know, Simon does the videos with, he's comic shop owner. He's dealt with Liefeld at his, like, money-grabbing worst at New York Comic Con, like, back, like, about a decade ago.
Oh, boy.
And I would have loved to have actually sent one of those to Mark as a goof.
Yeah, see,
like,
now his cameo prices are, like, over $100.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
But back then it was attainable. For $30, I will send a bunch of videos out to my friends just to be a little butthead. And I like Rob, and I love watching him. But, you know, I'm a Rob Liefeld fan, and I can admit, like, the guy's arrogant. He's got an ego. Of course he does, you know?
You're not that funny.
Or when he shoved those books down his pants, like, that's the kind of Rob I like. Like I don't need everybody to be this cookie cutter, you know, I'm trying to be as generic as possible so people will buy my stuff. Neil Adams rubbed people the wrong way, and that guy was my favorite artist. I got no problem with you being an individual, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
People are people. We're all flawed.
It's not like
it's
we
actually
artists because we've got great people skills.
I can't remember the context of what it was. I'm pretty sure it was on the stream earlier. And we were talking about artists and stuff like that. I don't know whether you're in the chat or not at the time, Mike, but
probably not. I didn't stay on long. I was really tired.
Yeah, that's all good. But the name Paul Ryan popped up.
Ooh.
And I think it was CJ. He's like, who the fuck's this Paul Ryan guy? I'm like, you don't know who Paul Ryan is?
He knows who he is, though, if you show him the art.
And I said to him, I said, like, you know, I said, well, rest in peace for start off. I said, Paul Ryan was the nicest guy in the industry. Absolute one of the 80s and 90s biggest workhorse artists out there. How can you not know who he is? He did everything and anything, especially a lot of Marvel books.
Yeah, I was going to say X-Men,
Fantastic Four, Spidey. He did some New Warriors, didn't he?
Maybe an annual.
Yeah, I think I thought he did some interiors because he was mainly an interiors guy.
You know who's on here? Salvador LaRocca. That's interesting.
I saw that Forsyth was having a sketch up with him at the moment.
No, Cameo. I'm looking up cameos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Greg Capullo still at $30. That's not bad.
That's great.
33 minutes, Loowee. I'm almost there. I might as well stick it out. It was Sicko urging me on, going, you can do it. I'll stay here with you.
We're almost there.
Yeah, almost there. And the other thing is that you have to cut the stream off before the 12 hours. Otherwise, it does not record after 11 minutes 59.
Where
11
are we
hours,
at
59
right now?
minutes.
Oh,
and
you're at
59 seconds.
11:21. Ooh.
That's why I purposefully, in the back of my head, I'm like, I'm not going to do it, but I'll schedule it 5 minutes later than I normally would. So I normally schedule it at like 12 midday for me on Sunday. So I went 12:05, and I think we actually started like 12:06 or 12:07 or something like that because we were talking backstage. But
nice. Norin, do you collect art?
A little bit. I'm starting to. As far as like what was that?
I was just gonna say, what's your favorite piece?
My favorite piece I've gotten from somebody else.
Either professional or amateur.
I just consider it all art, to be honest.
Exactly. Everybody was an amateur at one point.
I really like my Akira.
You have an Akira page?
Well, it's a amateur piece. It's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Wow. Who did that?
His name's Bread with Mayo.
Why does that sound familiar?
I was literally about to say that. That sounds. There's not exactly a common name.
Right. It sounds super familiar.
That from Drac.
I was gonna say I've seen that. I knew that was a Drac.
That's a cool Freddy.
Yeah, from Iconeasel. Izzy gave me that Warlock.
Oh, cool.
I'm surprised you let a Warlock go.
I chose it.
I love that guy. Thank you for sharing that.
That's cool. Oh, my ass is getting sore. Oh.
That's the real issues for me doing long streams.
Yeah. I'll shift. Like, I've obviously had to shift to the bed sometimes because, obviously the laptop keeps running out of batteries and stuff like that. But apart from that, I'm like, I got to get up, have a stretch, go to the toilet, obviously, is the main thing. And
get the blood flowing from the head to the feet a little.
Yeah, it's the fact it's not too much. I had to put socks on and stuff because I'm out in the front porch and there's a concrete ground here. So obviously, and it's not cold, but it's not warm either. So,
my life and my work, and now streaming require me basically to sit here, right here, for minimum 12 hours a day. So I'm quite used to
sitting
on your ass.
But like if I had to, like when I go to the LCS to work on Fridays, that takes a lot out of me. And when it's Christmas, like just standing around for 8 hours, to the normal working person, they're just like, yeah, that sounds, but to me, I'm just like, man, you guys who just go to work and stand or move around in an upward position for 8 hours a day on your feet, like
Freaky Loowee just called you Sidotron.
Sidotron. Yeah, I mean, if you ever think like, I wonder what Sicko's doing, like
he's sitting.
This is it.
Around somewhere.
I've got umpteen monitors You know, I can
He's
watch
sitting somewhere
NBA,
watching.
NFL, watching, like, you know, two sports, CJ, Norn Rad.
So you could be like the next Les Crucius. You could just like pop into everybody's streams and hit everybody's comment sections all at one time.
Oh,
It's like
absolutely.
keyboard here,
Absolutely.
keyboard here, keyboard up here.
Sometimes I'm just like in the comments that I'm just like, I'm gonna pretend like I'm not here, like that I have a life.
The proverbial
and then, like,
lurker.
I was doing something else, and it's just not like always there. But yeah, I've come across people on Discord, and they're just like, you know, I started running a comic book store, and man, I just really wish that I had a guy who just sat at the computer all day, and I was just like, hey, I think I can help you with that. They're just like, really? I'm like, yeah. It's not hard at this point.
And get paid in comics.
Get paid in comics. Yeah. Now I just got to figure out how to turn comics into money. I figured out how to acquire comics without money, without stealing them. That is a little bit of a magic trick. I didn't know that was possible. But I'm just like, you want to give me 10 first appearances of Dylan Brock? And they're like, is that what it is? I'm just like, I don't actually know, but I'll take them.
If you're not careful, Simon, you're going to be the one. I could make it down to your house.
Closest.
I was going to say I could make it down to Simon's place under 25 minutes. If he's at home.
Simon, you're in big trouble.
He's close.
He's mobile. Unlike me, I have to sit here. MadSpidey can, like, we could stream for the next 25 minutes on the way to Simon's house.
I can hotspot on my hotspot on the phone. I'll get back to drive me. Put it on my lap. Get down there. Instead of kissing the missus at midnight, I'll go and kiss Simon at midnight.
Explain to your wife.
You've been ditched for
your
the
chopped liver. We need to go get Simon. Wait, why do we need to go get Simon?
Oh God! Surprised you haven't gone to sleep yet, Simon. I know Sarah would definitely be asleep. Simon on Simon action. Oh God! we still
So
should
you guys
come up
all
with
have jobs. You don't have to tell me what you do, but you're all working men. I know Norn's a working man. Pretty sure MadSpidey's a working man. Beckerman has a roof over his head, so that tells me he's a working man.
Yeah, I do all right.
Oh, okay. So she's still up. We're waiting to watch fireworks and TV, then go to bed. Fair enough.
So what possesses you guys to stay up so late? Like, I guess MadSpidey, it's a time zone thing for you, for the most part.
I work.
You're now staying up till midnight. Norn Red is on a nightly schedule.
I haven't seen the sun in 15 years.
I've only seen Beckerman probably no later than midnight, maybe 1.
Yeah, I don't stay up
late. Then he pops on again.
I'm an early riser.
I've seen him as early as 4 a.m. And I was going to say
to bed,
think
early
that's
to rise.
because he's an early bird.
Yeah, well, I'm on holidays from work at the moment, so that's the only reason why because if this was, well, actually, being New Year's Eve, I'd have tomorrow off anyway as a public holiday. But if it was a normal Sunday and I had to work on the Monday, there's no way I'd be staying up this I'd be at home in bed probably an hour ago.
Yeah.
So, because I usually have to, wake up at like 6:30 in the morning, to start work. So, yeah. Now, how's Cat Murdoch doing?
He popped his head in here a minute ago. I don't know what he's out doing. I haven't heard the other cat screaming, so he's not beating her up yet.
I still remember that time that he ripped your earphones out or the microphone out or something like that.
Yeah, that was great. He's a wild man.
Goddamn cat. Oh.
He has a good time.
He's getting on a bit, isn't he?
He'll be 3 in April.
Oh, so he's not. So he's not that old.
Well, yeah, we got him at 8 weeks. So I mean, you've known him since he was new,
Yeah.
He's got another decade and a half at least.
Our older cat is 17, so
which is like
I was gonna say
that's a fucking good innings.
Yeah, she's doing all right.
Most expectancy for a domesticated cat is between sort of 13 to 15 or 13 to 16 on average, but it also depends on whether they're an indoor and outdoor cat. Like indoor cats,
ours are
longer lifespans than
I'm gonna buy a tortoise. That way he'll outlive me.
There you go.
I thought you were going to say a tortoise shell. I was going to say, do not buy them. I have a tortoise shell cat, and they're a fucking psycho.
Yeah, your cat's a little crazy.
Oh my! I prefer to come to Beck's, where her cats actually give me affection and I love them and they love me, whereas my cat is just a fucking hissing psycho bitch. She has no affection in her at all.
I grew up. My mom was a foster family for the SPCA, which is like the local pound here, and she took care of cats, mostly moms who were strays.
That's the old one.
Oh my goodness, well, it's a talker, especially in the morning. They like talking, I find.
Yeah, it's feed me, fucker.
So we would have to take care of kittens, and the moms were always sick. And
I don't want you in that corner.
When cats are sick, they kind of just stash their kittens, and then they go stash themselves somewhere else to go get better. So we'd always have to go find the kittens, pull them out, get her butts whooped by the mom, pulling them out so we can feed them so that they'll live. And that was like a yearly occurrence of one batch after the other that, I was like, there's no way I'm dealing with cats ever again in my life. So to make sure that we bought birds. And somehow, I don't know, we lost one of our birds, and that's how we became acquainted with the local budgie rescue, or the lack thereof. So knowing what I know, is I then became the local budgie rescue. So we had a Facebook page. People would just donate their budgies that they no longer wanted or that they found, or so I have multitude of I'm full. I had to close the Facebook page. But I was like, I have no more room for budgies. I have
what is a budgie?
Budgerigar, type of bird.
But yeah, budgetier. They're Australian sparrows, let's say.
They're very, very colorful, though.
Okay.
Very talkative, very lively, not very sociable. to humans. They just do their own thing, which is great. I don't have to deal with them. The cockatiel, on the other hand, the cockatiel's got to be in my face all day long. And yeah, oh yeah, they seem super cute. They'll kiss you. They'll play games with you.
Birds freak me out.
They're
Don't
freaky
trust
little
them.
feathered dinosaurs, man. They're
It's funny. It's funny that you mentioned, because like I did that short recently where we actually had some cockatoos in the back, because we quite often get them up near
Cockatoos.
backs, and one of them actually came like right up to me and actually like was like, you know, from here to here to me. So Beck actually went and got some bread, so I fed it a little bit of bread, and then of course once I'd posted the short, you get every, you know, animal person, oh, you can't feed birds bread, you're gonna make them sick, and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, that's more with ducks. But if you give them a little bit of bread, it's like a bit of a treat. They're able to eat it in small quantities, kind of. But you're getting all the, you know, the conservationists coming out going, yeah, you can't do this and you can't do that, with all the comments. And I just wrote a big long statement just saying, look, you can do it as a treat as long as you don't feed them on a regular basis with bread. And then I never got any responses.
The comment, the cockatoo glued up.
The amount of popcorn and Doritos and cheesies that my cockatiel eats, like, and against my will, I'll have you know, but like you'll just not be looking, and you'll have a cheesy hanging out of your mouth, and she'll just be like, mine. Just like, damn it, you're not supposed to eat that shit.
I got punked out by a bird once.
You got what?
Punked out by. I ran back into the house. So we used to live in Dubuque, Iowa, which is a bluff town along the Mississippi. And I say that because one of the birds we do see around town, not often, but there are bald eagles, the American bald eagle.
Ooh.
And I came out of my door one day to go, I think I was just headed out to get lunch or something on my day off. And we had this porch, like a wraparound porch on the front of our house with stairs and stuff. And I came out, and it was just one of those things where I turned around, you know, to lock the door and stuff. And all of a sudden I got the feeling, you know, when you just know something's nearby you that you didn't plan for, like you can your Spidey sense tingles.
Feeling
Mine went off. I look around my shoulder, and there's this massive bald eagle on my porch.
Wow.
And it's just staring at me. And the thing just looked menacing. So I dove back in the house. I ran.
Yeah, that'd be scary. They're huge.
At the end of the day,
it kind of rustled up, and I remember its wings coming out, and the wingspan was massive.
Huge. Like, what is it, like 20 feet or something?
I have no idea. I wouldn't say that. Probably like
15.
Not quite that big.
I was going to say like 8 or 9 feet, maybe. Sure.
Still big though.
Tip.
8 or 9 feet.
The talons were impressive looking. Like let's put it this way: I'm not tough to begin with. I'm not trading blows with a bald eagle.
No.
Plus, isn't that illegal?
Yeah, they're protected.
They are protected.
America.
So yeah, we'll pretend I wasn't afraid of the talons, and we'll just say I didn't want to fight a protected animal.
Oh God!
But no, when it startled me, that would have been a raccoon on the porch would have been enough to make me dive back in the house. But this thing, I mean, it just I remember staring at the claws and just thinking like that looks prehistoric to me. I'd never been that close to a bald eagle. I was within 4 feet.
You'd be in awe. You'd be in awe for a couple of seconds, going, "Oh, bald eagle!"
No, I was just scared. Freaked me out. Freaked me out.
Yeah, so, and that's the thing. Like, I have a healthy.
200 centimeters.
I don't have any phobias, or I'm not scared of any animals. But I have a healthy fear of if it can do something to me. So like I've got no problems in like I've pet tigers, I've pet pumas, I've held big boa constrictors and snakes, and I've had big tarantulas on my hand. I've played fetch with a puma, and I've done all sorts of weird and wacky stuff with a lot of different animals, a lot of dangerous animals and things like that. But in saying that, if I saw one in the wild, I wouldn't scream and run away like a little girl. I would just do the thing that you would normally do and just keep an eye on it, pace backwards, stay away from it. If it doesn't hurt me, I won't hurt it, sort of thing. And that's pretty much it.
Unless
Obviously,
it's a polar bear, then you just kiss your ass goodbye. Polar bears kill everything. They're starving all the time. They'll eat anything that has meat.
That was definitely the closest I've ever been to a wild animal. I've never been attacked by anything. I saw a bear within about 20 feet in a canoe.
My mom had a South African parrot. She rescued it from an apartment building in Chicago, and the kids in the apartment building picked on it.
Oh,
really bad, and they would cuss and all, try to make them cuss. And the parrot was so bad we had to keep it outside. And we live in Georgia, so it's it's pretty warm here. And in the wintertime, she brought it in. But the whole time it was outside, you could just hear it echoing through the woods. Mother, beep, 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 mother, just cussing up a storm. That bird is just, all it knew was cuss words. It didn't know any other words. It got to where my mom and my stepdad would fight all the time. They were bad with alcohol. And the parrot would start mimicking them while they were fighting. And you would think my mom and my stepdad were out there fighting, and it was the parrot the whole time, just playing out a whole fight. He'll play out both voices.
There's always wanted a bird that like would talk properly. Like you can get like as I mentioned, cockatoos. Like you can get them to talk. Well, these fucking kids in the street at almost midnight. Fuck off. Sorry.
I wondered where that was coming from.
Yeah, like kids run up and down the street. Anyway, yeah, I always wonder like you can train cockatoos to actually talk, but like some of those like South American macaw birds, which are like big, beautiful looking birds, that can talk quite well and stuff like that, but they're just such high maintenance. You need actually like over here, you need like a license for certain like exotic birds and things like that, and it's just oh my god, they're going to the street's going to fill up with bogans.
What's a bogan?
The easiest way I would describe it would be like a redneck.
Okay.
So
the bird that talks the best, I think, is the Indian ringneck.
I think I said the smartest bird is a raven.
The ravens don't talk though.
It's different. The raven is intelligent, and it uses language differently. But a ringneck will I don't know. It's the perfect bird for mimicking a human. Almost to the point that it's annoying. I
was going to say it'd probably be a novelty. It'd probably be a novelty at the start, but then it would get annoying after a while.
Yeah. I mean, I can relate. You're just sitting at a computer, you're trying to get stuff done, and you've got this bird literally on your shoulder, just kind of like slowly leaning around the corner, be like, why aren't you making eye contact? Why aren't you making eye contact with me? You're like, I have to do other things than scritch you and maintain you for your entire existence. If I go
Why is
take
it when
a
you're
picture,
in?
just scream and fly about.
Oops.
Is it time?
Still seven minutes. And I think that's why my ass is now getting even sorer, because I'm in anticipation of finally finishing this stream. And now I'm getting all fidgety and I just want to go to bed and go to sleep. Ugh. Yeah. I just can't believe it. Like, I've had 5 to 6 people, still was 7 at the moment. 5 to 6 people like hanging out for like the last 2 or 3 hours. I thought everybody, like, it would have gone down to like 1, maybe 2 at the most.
Lisa's been here.
Lisa's been here
like
for
a
ages.
trooper.
Thank you. Lisa is an absolute champion.
Freaky Loowee.
Yeah, he popped in
Beefit's probably
about an hour ago, I think.
Beefit's
Loowee jumped on at the
probably
start. Loowee
still-
actually jumped on at the start of the
still
stream.
lingering.
Yeah, I
I'm
haven't seen
one
any
of them.
comments. I haven't seen any comments from Beefit for
We had
about 45
principal
minutes.
uncertainty.
I can't believe, actually somebody popped up and said YouTube actually
Sammy.
recommended my stream, and I'm like, there's probably nothing else on there. I appreciate that, Lisa. I really do. I've just had a
I need to start
Sammy.
putting this room together.
That's still
Sammy
that's
might
not
be
the
still
room
out
that had
there.
all the art on the walls, is it?
One
Sorry,
second.
Mike. No, that's all right.
That was my wrap it up signal.
Ah.
We've got some things we want to do today, but I'm gonna attack this room. What was that about art, my dude?
Is that that's not the room that had all the art on the wall, like your
Yeah.
usual room, is it? Is it? Oh, I didn't actually.
But I gutted it. I want to. Basically, I want everything in here to look like it's not just in storage. I don't know. I want to plan this room out, and it just keeps becoming a catch-all for my collection.
I thought you might have
And
just wanted to rearrange and like.
I want to
put
rearrange, but I
new
want
pieces
to be
up.
more purposeful with what's in here.
Because I liked a lot of the art that was up there.
I did too, and some of it'll return. Everything's in books right now, except for I got that Speedball page here because Alan and I haven't recorded it yet. Hi, Annie. She's very passionate. So this is from Dead Man Logan. This is from Dead Man Logan number 9. This is Old Man Speedball when he's close to the end of his life.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
And then this is him talking to Logan one last time. He's like,
I
you can
love
just
the
call me
old man
Robbie
book.
now. So this is at Forge's house, basically. He's in a special containment room. What happened was Speedball never learned to control his powers in this world, which I'm not a big fan of. But anyway, the kinetic energy built up, and one accidental bounce will have like an atomic level detonation.
Oh, wow.
So when their compound gets attacked by Sabretooth's crew, they leave Robbie behind as like a nuclear present. And Robbie like ends up walking out of his containment room and just suicide dives the bad guys.
That's why I'm still going, Brian.
But anyway, I very much enjoy it.
So did you take everything out of frames?
Everything's out of frames. Everything's in books right now. This is like just a few random pieces that need to be recorded are not in anything right now.
Pretty much like my collection, all in books.
Yep, all in portfolios right now.
What's this? I'm going to have
I
to
got.
IG pick them in a
I
bit.
got to
Some
get
OA
some
comic
new
pack.
portfolios. Mine are full.
I need some info about them. Yeah,
Well,
well,
if they're 90s related, the info will be give them to me. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, I can probably help you out with that. Just get a hold of me, Ben. Becker Likes Comics on IG. Rob and I came up with a tagline for me yesterday. Beckerman, as seen on other people's YouTube channels.
That's exactly right. Oh.
I just don't have time for it.
Hit Mike up, hit me up. Like Mike is more knowledgeable than I am, but
humble Australian man there. Well, I'm just a small town bird lawyer. I don't know much about art. Yeah,
up and them there hills. Oh shit!
Did we hit it?
Almost. 1:15. Oh,
damn future dwellers.
Well, Bayford actually hit it 2 hours ago because he's in New Zealand.
Right.
Yeah, 2 hours ahead of us.
This is the first year I get to ring in the new year more than once. Like so far,
all the bogans are walking in the middle of the
second
street with all their kids. Fucking idiots. Sorry.
No, it's hilarious.
Oh.
Offer them sausage rolls.
Be more likely to throw them at their head frozen so they break something. That's it, Loowee. Loowee knows. Loowee writes, "Happy New Year, you bloody bogans."
13.
I'm not doing any countdowns. There's 10 seconds to go. Is it going to do any? Is it going to do any funny thing?
4, 3.
Happy New
2,
Year, Spidey.
1. There you go.
There we go.
We are in the future.
Finally. Oh, and now you can hear the fireworks.
Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah. Well, on that note, I wanted to make it to your New Year's, but I'm gonna bounce out, and I'm sure you're gonna kill this stream pretty quick anyway.
Yeah.
I gotta start doing stuff for the day.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mike. Greatly appreciate you as always.
Norin, as always, it's a pleasure to watch your art. Sicko. Sitto, is it Sittotron now officially?
Sittotron.
Has Loowee rebranded you? I'll let you decide.
Yeah.
Take it easy, guys.
That's funny.
Later.
See you later.
Thanks, Mike. Can you see any? Nah, it's over the tree line, so yeah, you can't see any. Get rid of this extra screen. I'm going to finish this smoke, and then I'm cutting it.
All right.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Future New Year.
I gotta go take a shower.